Well, what day is it? Today is Wednesday, right? Yeah, good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm excited. It's a good day. Boys, got my new one. Got my new one right here. What? I got a speaker. These speakers work, so y'all suck it.
You got your computer fixed? You got a new computer, right?
I got a new laptop for my birthday.
Thank God the national nightmare is over of John playing videos where you can't understand anything and he plays it at full speed. You have no idea. He would play videos that sounded interesting, but you couldn't hear. He would have to hold his hand down over the speaker to muffle the muffling, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It was
that's a big day for you, new computer.
It is. It's a great day. It's a great day. Great day. All right.
See the hat. See, if you want to watch a show, you can go to Twitter's got a feed off of our station or whatever, ESPN 97.5. It's got a feed. You can go to YouTube. There's a YouTube channel, and then you can find Twitch if you're really into gluttony. But today I'm wearing my NFL hat to signify our dominance over all other sports. After our Super Bowl ratings came out,
you're all over all other TV. Period.
All over TV, all sports combined. We're the boss of Kevin Durant.
Yep.
We are the boss of Alex Bregman.
What? So, Alex
Bregman can't make a move until the Super Bowl's over. He knows not to.
Yeah. And Kevin Durant, as soon as the Super Bowl ends, he hits 30,000 points.
Yeah. Right. You wait that out.
Yep.
Wait that out.
Oh, how about Dell? What a great day for Dell. Now he's got all the bad plays because Bobby Slowick's going to the Dolphins. Yeah. Oh, he got all the bad plays.
Oh, dear Tua, I hope to get you killed this year.
He's not calling
give you
plays.
Bad plays.
He's not
sell.
He's going to suggest bad plays.
Yeah.
Well, that's
no. Sell Tua.
He's going to suggest calling plays with wide receivers in the same location.
He's going to suggest blocking with a wide receiver, a little wide. Tyreek Hill is going to block. He's going to be a guard now.
I don't know if you know this, but in that offense, all the receivers block. So him making that suggestion is not going to change anything. Tyreek blocks
guess
now.
What? Okay, all your receivers are going to be injured. Okay.
Well, they're not all 145.
Yeah.
And
Tyreek Hill's a wee. He's wee.
He's wee, but he's like 185.
Yeah. Well, guess what?
He's the Kyler Murray of wide receivers.
Him and Jalen are like 5'9", 10-ish, 170 to 185. They'll be fine. Don't
Bobby
put
Slowick
your
calls all the
me.
plays where the wide receivers get their knees blown out. That's what he does. Yeah. That's what he does.
You don't want those plays.
No, those are the worst plays. Congratulations, Del.
Those plays are tough.
Don't worry about me. I mean, Nick Caley's going to change everything. I'm just happy Nick Caley's here.
I'm sorry, but there's a big press conference today.
For Nick Caley?
Yeah. For Nick Caley. Yeah, D'Amico's going to be there. Nick Caley, where he's going to unveil our new savior to the
all
public.
the new plays, all the good plays.
The good plays are coming.
Yep, all the good
Sean
plays.
McVay going to be in his ear when he's calling plays?
He's pretty much absorbed everything Sean McVay knows, and he's going to put it into our backfield and into our play calls. 27 jet, 36 right banana, superstar, A47 overhang. 26, and then we're late to the line again, like always.
Yeah, what's it going to take?
And then
forever.
CJ's late to the line and can't do anything. Let's just do this. Play here, 27B24. Or
I'm looking at
play Jet 23, 16 go. That's it, and then get people to the line.
Let me ask you a question. I thought maybe I'm looking at every team's biggest salary cap hit. Oh my God, it's not good for some teams. Like, the biggest hit, for example, the biggest hit in the league, salary cap hit, Dak Prescott, $89 million. $89 million.
Oh, just in theory, what would happen?
No.
Wait, this year?
That's this year.
Wait. How is Dak Prescott $89 million?
$89 million.
Dallas, what have y'all done with this average-ass quarterback paying him this much? What is the league? I swear to God, quarterbacks are going to be the ruination of teams. Average quarterbacks getting, like Trevor Lawrence, what's his cap hit? $55 million?
Trevor Lawrence is way down the list, actually.
Oh.
He's not. Wait. Trevor
21
Lawrence.
was 22, 23, 24.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not. Next year, he's not to his new contract yet. It's 5th year.
He hasn't. Actually, Christian Kirk is their biggest cap hit at 24.1. But he's that's like 4th from the last.
Well, but it's a lot higher on wide receivers, though.
So the 89.9 is Dak Prescott's biggest hit is the biggest hit in the NFL.
Unbelievable.
Deshaun Watson second, 72.9. Patrick Mahomes 66. Derek Carr 51.
Oh,
Matthew Stafford 49.7. Did you have some? Do you have some kind of information about Matt Stafford?
Yeah, just a little birdie said he and Cooper Kupp going to the Giants, so we'll see. You'll probably hear it today.
The Texans, way down the list, 3, 6, 8. The Texans are 23rd. Laramie Tunsil, 28.8 million. They're 23rd in the league their highest cap hit is 23rd in the league. So Laramie Tunsil at 28.8. Let me ask you a question. Like Ronnie Stanley is available as a free agent. What do you think of trading Laramie Tunsil and picking up a Ronnie Stanley or somebody who would be less than Laramie Tunsil, and you get Laramie Tunsil out of the locker room?
It's tough because Ronnie Stanley, I'm going to double check, but I think he's had major injury issues. From what I recall, he's just not healthy very often. Well, this year he played every game, so by not healthy, but before then, he had played 6 games in 20, 1 game in 21. He missed 6 games in 22. He missed 4 games in 23. He's only had 1 year. This year is his only year where he's played every game. It's just been a lot of missed time. I don't love that. I love it in theory. But Stanley's probably not the right guy just because you can't trust that he's going to be healthy. Tunsil is a pretty good player, but I do think you're right. I think he's a guy who is having a negative impact, and this is coming from people who know. Say he's having a negative impact on the other guys, like on Howard. Shaq Mason's kind of gone in that direction where it's more, he was a little bit more ball oriented and the Patriots, and now it's turned into it's football and lifestyle. And I guess that's fine, but I don't know. I don't know that Laramie's all in as a kid. You never hear people talk about him as this great leader ever. He's got a captain, a C on his jersey, but I think that's just, to keep, I think that's just figurehead stuff. I don't think he's one of the leaders. And it's unfortunate because he's one of the highest paid players. He's in a position where you need leadership on the offensive line. A lot of times that's your hub for, your personality. Your personality a lot of times is built out of the trenches. And I think they got a good personality on the defensive side of the line. I'm just not sure the offensive side of the line, they spent a lot of draft picks and they spent money on it. But I'm not sure that's the, that you can really say that's the hub of your personality. I don't think it is. And I think you're right. If you could find I would love to move him, get a 1st-round pick and move on. But, it's not a very good tackle draft this year. You're probably not finding them this year. In a perfect world, Blake Fisher would be kick ass and be your starting left tackle for years to come. But I don't know if that world exists.
Yeah.
Do you have that confidence to give him a shot?
No, absolutely.
I don't either.
Absolutely not.
I don't either.
You after a year of watching CJ get killed to take your best lineman out.
Yeah.
Now, if you can pick up a 1st-rounder and not only a serviceable, maybe he's not as good as Tunsil, but I think I don't know. It's the Laramie Tunsil stuff. He's giving up pressures. He's giving up sacks now.
He has, but his data is really good. Like he doesn't give up a whole lot of his pressure rate's pretty low.
Good. But how about look at the teams like Dak? How about Dak Prescott saying, we're right there with the Eagles.
Hey, it's our turn. No, it's not. It's not your turn.
Actually, he said, he is 9-4 as a starter against the Eagles.
That's great. What is he in the playoffs? How many playoff wins does he have?
Right. So, I could see where he's like, hey, we play them tough. Yeah, you do. But then you're watching while they're in the postseason.
Who else do you play tough? Dallas is
apparently not many people.
Well,
because they don't
win 12 games when he's healthy. It's just when they get to the playoffs, things change. But they are consistent regular season winner.
Other than last year.
They got hurt. I'm saying when they're healthy,
yeah,
they win 12 games.
I guess 12 games.
Yeah, look what Mike McCarthy did. They were a double-digit win team all the time. They just go to the playoffs and get beat.
Double digits is not the bar.
Well, no, winning playoff games in a Super Bowl is the bar. But for them, they are a really good regular season team who falls apart in the playoffs. So when he says that, it may be delusional, but you could see the guy going, hey, we win a lot of games every year when I'm healthy, and we play Philly tough.
12-5 is a starter, 8-4 is a starter, 11-5, 2-3, 8-8, 10-5, 9-7, 13-3. That's Dak Prescott. Yeah, I mean,
that's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
That's good.
It's pretty good. He's got some games he's not playing, as you mentioned. Every other year he misses extensive time. 8 games. He missed 9 games last year, 5 games a year before that, 11 games a year before that. So I don't know. The Derek Carr thing is interesting to me. Would you say his cap number is $51 million?
It's 4th in the league, 51.5.
So, you know what's funny is, and this doesn't have anything to do with the Texans, but I was talking to Daniel Jeremiah and I were going over draft prospects, and he, of course, does stuff at NFL Network, and he's a color commentator for the radio broadcast of the Chargers. And we were talking about the Saints, and, they're a team that has traded. They've continued to try to, quote unquote, keep a window open. They keep thinking they're right there, and they keep wanting to try to compete. And they've traded off picks and for years, traded off picks, giving out contracts like to Derek Carr, like, oh, we're still there. We got a chance to compete for a division where we want to be competitive. And they've lied to themselves for years. There's nothing worse than an organization that's not honest with itself and keeps trying to keep, quote unquote, keep a window open, because all you do is you allow mediocrity to really not only seep in, but take control. They're in bad caps. They're terrible cap space. They trade off draft picks every year. They're in terrible cap space. They have no quarterback. Like, they've just got to bite the bullet and say, we suck, and we're going to have to, I don't think I don't know that Aaron Glenn wanted to go to the Saints. I think Aaron Glenn said, no, Saints are worse. They don't have as much talent as the Jets, and they're in worse cap space.
They're cap hell.
I'm not sure that the Saints might be one of the worst jobs in the NFL, because they can't just go on and take your ass kicking and reset and hit. I promise you, it's like the Astros did. You eventually, if you do it right, you can do it well. But the Astros, after they went to the World Series in 2005, was it? It was just like a series of, we're still, and then before you know it, they had to say, all right, we just got.
Well, let me ask you this question. Okay, I'll go across the top 8, top 10 highest paid guys on each team. We'll do this after the break.
All right.
Are you happy that you have this guy, or not happy that you have this guy?
Okay.
We'll do it on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now you're talking a little underdog.
Well, Underdog Fantasy had another. Oh man, I got to see if I think I might. I think Desmond Bain may have let me down, because that's it. He lets everyone down. I know I had lower on Jalen Brunson's points. I know I had that. And no, your boy may have actually won. Oh, I did. All right. Look at this. A W. 75% profit boost. Says the highest that I ever see. 75% profit boost. And I'm like, okay, so if I'm getting that kind of profit boost, and I want to really make this count, so I'm only going to pick 2 players on higher or lower. I'm not going to move the stats at all, because you can move the stats and make it easier to win or harder to win, but also your odds change. So it changes your payout either in the affirmative or the negative. And I got there. Desmond Bain must have had a good second half. I had higher than 30.5 rebounds, points, and assists. That's an example of how you play. Basketball's available, college basketball, pro basketball. Profit boosters are available all the time in your lobby. Take advantage of it and make real money, just like I did. It's never been easier. You're watching the games anyway. Play along with them for real money. Take your sports knowledge and go to work. Now, they also have rescues, so if somebody gets hurt in that game, you don't lose your money on that. It will basically refund your money and give you a bonus pick. So that's a way that you're getting rescued from injuries. And that's something that they do. They allow you in the streaks game that they have to, you pick one by one and keep going until you want to cash out, and you can let it ride all the way for a big payout, or you can cash it out whenever you want. You have that control in the palm of your hand, right there on your app. Download the app, use promo code Lance in your first deposit, and you are going to get up to $1,000 bonus cash and a free pick. Don't miss out on that. That's a great way to get it started. It's Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
All right. I got to talk about HRP right now. As a matter of fact, Laura Beavers just sent me an email and it tells us all, all of the different commercials that we had, and HRP, and then they just send it into HRP, and HRP just handles everything. It's very simple, and this is what we do with every employee. If there's commissions, if it's salary, if it's hourly. And HRP just handles it. They've got technology that is just so easy to work with. I called them about my 401k. I had an issue logging in, and it was just bam, easy. And you have access. All of your employees are going to have access to HRP to answer those questions, so that your HR or your payroll person, or and in this case, we have Laura, who is just she's our chief financial officer, and she doesn't get bothered with all that stuff. So it's a one person department for us, and Laura Beavers handles it very simply every single month. There's absolutely nothing that is a problem for her because of HRP. You can have that kind of system as well. You're looking for the best way to get that HR and payroll to your people, hrp.net. Find out. Let them come and give you a consultation, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So when last we left you, we were looking at the highest paid player for each team. How about the second to last? Jalen Hurts is the highest paid player. He's the highest cap hit in 2025, $21.9 million. That's 31st in the league, okay? Mike Onwenu of the Patriots is $21 million. That's the lowest, highest paid player.
And he's
for every
guard / tackle.
Yeah, and well, the Patriots got a long way to go.
Yeah.
So you can, but how about the Eagles? They're high. They're the champs, and they're the second. Is there a reason that they're second and that they're the champs and second from last on the highest paid?
Who is their player?
Maybe. Pardon me?
Who's the Chiefs player?
The Chiefs player?
I mean the Eagles player.
Eagles player is Jalen.
It's Jalen. Okay, that's who you're talking about. I wonder what
21.9.
I wonder what Lane Johnson is.
I
He's been
don't
around
know.
for a long time, but
He's a bargain, that's for sure.
yeah.
When the Texans are paying 28.8 and Lane Johnson gave up 0 sacks this year, 0. Yeah, he's a bargain.
I think that so they're going to lose Milton Williams, I think. And that's no, the Texans don't have money. Never mind. Milton Williams would be an interesting one for the Texans, but they don't have money. So Josh Sweat's a free agent. Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, their defensive end, is a free agent.
Yeah, Josh Sweat
Milton
is a free agent.
Sweat is a free. Milton Williams is a free agent. Jalen Carter's still under contract for 3 more years. But you have, those 2 guys. They're going to have to make decisions on those guys to see if they can keep them. The rent comes due on everybody. Rent comes due on every good player, and eventually you can't. Oh God, I've got a great story to tell you about NIL. I talked to an agent. Oh my gosh,
wait. Let's finish this.
Okay, yeah.
So Josh Sweat, by the way, saying he should have been the MVP of the game. He might have a point. That was the defense won that game for them.
Does have a point.
So
it's just given to a quarterback, but you can't give it to a defense. But the defense won the game.
Yep. So Dak Prescott, you think the Cowboys are happy?
No.
I would think not too.
No.
Deshaun Watson, Browns happy?
No.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
This is in order. Patrick Mahomes makes 66. Derek Carr, 51.5. They happy?
No.
Matthew Stafford, the Rams, 49.7.
Yes. Although, like I said, I did hear that the Giants are going to make a blockbuster trade for him because they're basically trying to cover their own tails. So look for that sometime today.
You got to get a quarterback, so
potentially.
You know what?
You do, but he's an aging one, and they get Cooper Kupp, but he's an aging quarterback. How long is he going to play?
Right.
I mean, how long is he going to play? Yeah, he's a Band-Aid. Like, what do you give up? I wouldn't give up too much. Not the
Joe
first
Burrow.
pick. Yeah, Joe Burrow, yes.
Yeah. Kyler Murray.
Oh, man.
He makes 45 points. His cap hit is 45.6.
I'm going to say no, but it could be yes. I don't know.
I don't know.
It may be a reluctant yes. I'm not sure.
That's a tough one. Josh Allen, 44.7. Yes. Geno Smith.
No.
44.5.
No.
How about he's a bigger cap hit than Lamar Jackson?
44.5?
Yeah.
So that must be so he could be capped out this year.
Yeah. I think they're looking, aren't they?
Yeah. They are.
No.
They are, but there's not a lot of quarterbacks. So most teams believe there's 2 first-round quarterbacks.
Lamar Jackson, yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Kirk Cousins, they happy?
No. And they just signed that deal. Tua.
I know.
Dell, are you happy with Tua?
Tua, are you happy?
Dell will say yes just because he's
39.4, Dell.
Ooh, he can't hear you.
Devontae Adams, nope, they're not happy.
Nope, not happy.
Nope. Justin Herbert, yep. Baker Mayfield, 35.7.
Yeah, I think so. Actually,
I think so.
In a weird way, I think they are.
Christian Wilkins, Raiders.
Yeah.
35.
Yeah, they just signed it. I mean, they just signed it. I don't think they have. Dude, I'm looking at, by the way, so there's a roster bonus of $16 million for Geno Smith. Because I'm like, how is Geno Smith's number? His contract's not that high. How is it this high? These teams playing fast and loose with numbers and shifting dollars around puts them in a situation where they can't do this. Like this year, as you mentioned, the cap hit, as you mentioned, $44.5 million. The dead cap is $13.5. He's for sure a cut. There's no question. They save money if they cut Geno Smith, so he's gone. This was that 20, and he's 35 years old. So there's no. They're not. Not only are they not happy, he will be cut. Yeah. They've got a little red scissors next to him, which means he's going to be a cap cut. They literally did a new thing on Spot Track where they put red scissors next to guys who they think are going to get cut. He got red scissors.
Jared Goff, yes, they're happy.
Yes.
Taylor Moton.
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
I didn't realize he's blocking pretty well right now.
31.3.
Moton is 31.3.
31.3.
Well, I still say yes. You gotta have tackles.
Yeah.
TJ Watt, yes.
TJ Watt, Jordan Love, yes.
Yes.
Brian Burns for the Giants.
I think, but I don't know. I'd need to ask somebody who's a Giant fan.
Fred Warner.
Yes.
Laramie Tunsil. Happy?
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I don't think it's cash related, money related. You know what I mean? I'm not happy with the leadership stuff. But cap wise, it's not. That's not a killer. That cap is fine.
Yeah.
Are you happy with? So are you happy with Laramie Tunsil in general, and then are you happy with him with what his cap number is? Because it seems like two different questions.
His play is okay. His cap number is a little high, but he had him over a barrel, so there's nothing that they could have done about it. Should he be at 28.8? I mean, I don't know. I think you could get a better value there. I wouldn't mind if they traded if they traded him, got a first round pick, and then picked up a left tackle with some experience. The left tackles can last a while.
Yeah,
I mean,
if they're good. If they're not good, they can completely annihilate your team.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Calvin Ridley is the Titans' highest paid.
Well, he's not making a whole lot, but I'm going to say no on that one. What's his number?
28.
So let me see what Calvin did this year. He's 30 years old. He had 1,017 yards, 4 touchdowns. I don't know. I mean,
well, look at the quarterback play.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Then why do you need a closer? It's like if you have a bad team, you don't need an expensive closer. And he's like an expensive closer. What do you need a $28 million wide receiver who gets 4 touchdowns for what?
For who? For what?
Exactly. I mean, he did average 15.9 yards a catch, which is good. 1,000 yards. Good. He has 64 catches. Like this is the money of a 14 million player. These are the numbers.
DeForest Buckner.
Yeah, Colts are happy with him.
Deron Payne.
I don't know.
Brian O'Neill.
Yes, they're very happy.
For the Vikings.
That guy was an all-pro.
For the Bears. Christian Kirk for the Jags.
I don't know.
Mike McGlinchey.
I don't know on Christian Kirk.
I don't know Christian Kirk either.
McGlinchey, yes. McGlinchey is another one who's, I think, is a yes.
Jalen Hurts, second to last, and then Mike Onwenu.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
I'm going to say no on
Onwenu. How about the Eagles were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago? They win the Super Bowl this year, and their highest paid player is 21.9, Jalen Hurts.
He's probably going to look for a raise.
Talk about a job that Howie Roseman is doing.
He's done a great job. He's probably going to look for, if I'm his agent, I'm probably looking for a raise for him.
A raise?
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, absolutely.
I'm saying, hey, we need to get this number up around 50 million.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is going to double his salary.
With that performance this year, Jalen should be on that top row, not on the bottom row.
Yes. Unfortunately, that means you're not going to keep your defensive free agents if you plan on doing that with him. That's the whole key is, the whole key to sports now is if you want to build a sustainable model, you have to learn how to shuffle money around. And then you have to draft players and build your own cheaply. You have to. And that's why, you got to make decisions about who gets the big paycheck. Jalen Hurts is probably going to get a raise, even though he's under contract. He's probably going to get a raise at some point more, even if it's just, cash, maybe an extension of 2 years, and then they give him an extra $60 million in cash up front, something like that, to where they pay him up front. It doesn't kill the cap. Maybe brings it to $32 million, $34 million a year. And then you're going to have to let guys go and then just try to draft. I mean, that's just how it works. But the NFL draft, those guys can have a bigger impact. Baseball draft, you can really build something long-term. The problem with baseball draft is it usually takes time to get those guys up there. If they're really good, it's a 2-year process. If they're really good, it can be 1 year. If they're going to be a good player, a good strong starter, 2 years, and then for a lot of them, it's 3 or more years. So you don't get the immediate impact you do in football or basketball. That's the problem.
Right. All right, you said you had an NIL story. We'll do it on the other side, but first tell the John Daspit story.
The John Daspit story is a story of a guy who grew up here, went to high school here in Houston, so he was a high schooler here, and that's where his roots are. He went to University of Texas, got a couple degrees there, got his undergrad, and then got, I think, an accounting degree, I believe is the other one. Then he went to University of Houston and got his law degree. So he's got University of Texas, University of Houston, his background, Houston High School. And he hires lawyers from Houston for all over the state because he's got offices around the state of Texas. And the reason is simple. John Daspit wants to make sure that everyone gets the same amount of attention for their case so that you are taken care of. There's nothing worse than being a number or feeling like you're just a number to people. And that's what you are for most personal injury lawyers. You're just a number. You're a settlement number. They want to get you in, get you out, get a paycheck for you, get a paycheck for them, and they're done. And trust me when I tell you that there are certain personal injury lawyers that the insurance companies love seeing because they know they're going to get a favorable deal because it's just about turning and burning. Well, you're not a restaurant. You're not a table at a restaurant. You're a person. You've got injuries. You've got issues. You've got bills piling up. You can't work because of your injury. You need someone who cares about you. And that's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. They are going to go that extra mile to make sure that not only are you taken care of, you are well compensated for all the injuries, all the bills, all the missed time from work. And that's their number one priority, is looking out for you, not the insurance company. They passionately pursue justice for the innocent, that is you, and the injured. And they want to make sure that you are going to get what is coming to you after you've suffered this injury or you've suffered through whatever it may be. Go to their website and you can see all the different areas that they work in. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. So you said you had an NIL story you wanted to tell?
Is that Fantagram, Dell? Yeah, Dell's playing some. That's his new girlfriend, the lead singer of Fantagram.
I can listen to music and not think of myself with the lead singer.
I don't think you can. Though.
That's what you do.
That's the problem. Is I don't think you can.
Dua Lipa, Haley Williams.
No,
as soon as you hear it, gotta be with her.
They're talented artists.
Is that the issue for you? They're talented. That's why you're so infatuated.
That's it. I like talented
artists. You don't want to smash them?
What? Nope. Sure don't.
You used the word smash, and
more money, more problems.
It was part of our video yesterday.
Yeah.
You're used to the word smash.
What did I? Oh yeah. What did I say?
You're talking about Stephon Diggs and Cardi B.
Oh, that's right. I did say that.
Yes.
Well, he's known as Community D.
He is.
What do you want me to do?
You would be Community Z if you could.
No, trust me. I had no interest. I got my hands full at home.
No, I said if you could. I mean, you have a situation that doesn't allow for the right reasons.
No, I was never that guy.
I said if you could.
No, but even when I could, I was never that guy. Not really. Not really.
So now it becomes a question. Lance, John, do we think he was in a position where he could? Like Stephon Diggs can because of status and football player, and of course women think he's good looking. Do you think Lance?
I like to watch shows.
Do you think Lance was ever at a point where he could be Community Z? This is for John, not for you.
After my first
this
divorce,
is not for you.
Okay.
Not for you, John.
Go ahead.
John, do you think Lance could ever have garnered the nickname Community Z?
No. He had a chance in between wife one and wife two.
I dated.
And then take it.
I dated.
What about in college?
I had fun. I dated, and then I met my wife. Who
what
was
about in college?
I wouldn't call you Community Z.
Before both wives.
I knew you. I knew you then. I wouldn't call you Community Z.
No, I've been latched up. Since age 21. I've been pretty much since age 21. I've been latched up long term.
Yeah,
that's just the truth. Other than like 6 months, and
right.
Get it in for 6 months.
He went from listen. He got rid of the radar detector, and 6 months later bought a brand new model. And well, she's not a radar detector.
No, there was a 2-year gap in between, but not full clean gap. It was she and I went to but it was and that's fine. That's kind of the way I roll.
You find the right
one.
But
in college, no, I was not Community Z. I wanted to be.
The problem, I wanted to be. Monogamy Z doesn't feel the same as Community Z.
It's not. No, it's not. It's better for the women, but Monogamy Z is not a cool nickname.
Well, I think Stephon Diggs is saying he's handing out gifts to those women.
Yeah, he's gift cards.
Yeah, or the gift of him, I think is what he would say.
Yeah, he's the gift that just keeps on giving.
He's the NIL gift for women. Specifically for female rappers and rappers' girlfriends.
Yes.
All right. So what is the NIL story?
So listen to this. So I was talking to a team who a player went to an SEC school from this team, and I've got to do this a lot now because players leave and go somewhere else. So I called this other team, and a guy who I know who was used to be there. He went to another school to become a coach. And I say, hey, tell me about this guy. This guy's really pretty talented. He goes, yeah, he's, and he told me, he's like slippery with the football, blah, blah, blah. I went through all this stuff. He goes, do you need the bad stuff or no? I said, well, I want to hear it. And he told me just a little immature, got booted, got his car booted and got a bunch of tickets. He had a dealership card. He told me things and they were not, smokes a bunch of weed, just stuff that's not really going to sway me one way or another, but it is something maybe an NFL team has to worry about maturity. But that's it. Nothing major. And so we're talking and he goes, and he kind of matter-of-factly said, yeah, but he was a really good special teams player. And, and he said, it was going to probably should have won the award. He should have won the award for most valuable offensive player the year that we had him because he was good on special teams and, no, he was good the year before on special teams, but he goes, but frankly, he was our best player on offense and probably should have won the award, but, didn't for kind of political reasons. He said, didn't for political reasons. And I said, well, what do you mean? But what do you mean political reasons? He goes, well, it's like, had we given him the award, he would have said we had to pay him $500,000. So we couldn't give him awards. I said, wait a minute. I said, is this happening now? He goes, oh yeah, there's certain guys we know we can't give special teamer of the year. He said, it's just an award. Like, congratulations, you did well. Because he said, as soon as you do this, they're in your office the next day asking for $150,000 to $200,000. Like, it's a bonus. Like, you need to pay me for that. And I said, is this a real problem? He goes, Lance, he said, I had a guy come into the office the other day or last year. He said, he wasn't really playing a whole lot for us, but we told him, we really like you. You know, you're going to get your time. And then he told us Fresno State and like San Jose State wanted him to transfer portal over. And he was asking him like, I need $1 million to stay. And he's like, just get out of my office now and go. We don't want you. And he goes, I said, is this really a problem? He goes, Lance, you have no idea how bad this is now, where you can't, like, you don't want to compliment players because they think if you give them a compliment, there's a financial attachment to it. He said the guys who they're completely have no idea what their value is. And he said, once the revenue sharing starts next year, he said, it's really going to be wild. Now, I actually think the revenue sharing, had the NIL model started with just revenue sharing and the numbers were the same for all the players, like it was a similar number, then I don't think we'd see this. I don't think this issue would really, players be getting paid, $50,000 a year. If they had done this early on, well, 5-6 years ago, we wouldn't be in this spot, but they are in this spot.
That's why Mark Emmert was the worst ever. He just put his head in the sand. The worst ever.
Yeah. Well, not even. I'm talking about even before it got to that. Had they just said, we're going to pay players, but here's how we're going to do it. It's a revenue share model. Everyone's going to get $50,000, $60,000 a year. Cause their stipends are pretty good. It's like $2,000 a month. A lot of people don't realize that players are getting that anyway. They were getting pretty good money. Anywhere from $800 to $1,500. Now it's gone up to, I think,
JT was making $900 a month.
Yeah.
And when he was playing.
Yeah. That's like, a lot of people don't realize that happens. Yeah. They didn't I didn't know that until about 4 years ago. But anyway, because I didn't even know that was illegal, and it is legal, and that's pretty good money. You give a kid $900, but you could have easily tripled that and maybe kept a lot of guys happy, and gone 5 times that. And so we'll give you $4,000 a month, and you'd have been in good shape. But the NCAA wasn't. So anyway, I'm talking to an agent, and this guy's a good friend of mine, and he's not a high level agent, but he's got some decent clients. And one of his guys was in the Super Bowl. And I reached out to him. I'm like, man, congratulations. He said, this guy left me. He left me before the year started. I said, what? He goes, yeah, here's how it happened. And he told me the story of how it happened. And I'm like, dude, that sucks because he's getting ready to have a second contract. And he goes, I'm telling you now, I want to save this much money. I want to get out of the agency business altogether. I said, well, is it getting rough? He goes, these players are so entitled now. He goes, I did a $250,000 NIL deal for a player. And 2 weeks later, he came to me and said he needed me to give him a stipend. And I'm like, I just got you $250,000. He goes, yeah, but I'm going to need something from you too. So I'm going to need you to start paying me a stipend. He goes, I realized it was a shakedown. Like the kid was shaking me down for money, even though I was doing my job. He wanted basically to take everything that I was going to make off of his deal and just slowly pay it out to him in the form of a stipend. And I said, is this a problem? He goes, these players now are so entitled and they're so ungrateful. Ungrateful. There it is. They're so ungrateful for everything. He said, it is when you get a guy who is like, he's got a prospect who's a wide receiver who he said, Lance, he turned down money to stay at Arkansas. They didn't even want money. He stayed there. He said, when you get a guy who like loves, it's such a major deal to NFL teams when you have a player like that and you start talking about these kind of characters because they don't exist. It's hard. It's getting really, really hard. And a lot of these guys are good kids. They're immature. And then they're put in positions to where they act even more mature because they really haven't, it's you're giving them something they don't have. Had this been structured better, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that the lack of
Absolutely.
structure is going to have such unbelievably bad consequences, not just on the collegiate level, but on the pro level, and how young people see money and how they see earning and how they see the sport, because the sport is secondary to what you earn right now. Now I'm hoping that changes, but we'll see.
Right. We got a break. When we come back, was Scott Drew right? Scott Drew's
always right.
Scott Drew had something to say about Cougar fans.
He was wrong. He was wrong.
We'll see on the other side. Aqueduct Plumbing. Is Billy Brown right?
Yeah,
yes.
He's right.
He's Billy Brown. All right. What a perfect name for a plumbing company. Billy Brown. Okay. That is just the perfect name when you're talking about a plumbing company. And Billy Brown is a guy. What is it, Lance? He makes the brown go down.
That's what they're saying in the streets. I don't know. That's what's on the T-shirts. But you got a plumbing problem, and it doesn't just have to be that. It can be major issues with drainage, clogs. You think it's just a clogged drain, and guess what? I thought that's what it was in my kitchen. It turns out there was a line that had bellied, so it had basically gone flat. It wasn't graded properly to go all the way out to the main sewage line. And so to the city sewage line, and so everything was backing up back into my in my sink, and it was a nightmare. And it turns out it's a much bigger deal than I thought. We had to have the experts from Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out there. They're very transparent, cut the lines open in front of me to see what it looked like and how it was responded. They educated me on the whole process. But John, the prices are fair. They're extremely transparent about the work, and they don't even charge you to come out and diagnose it.
Transparency is a key word in these political days that we're having right now. Transparency. And Billy Brown says we're always transparent. Okay, maybe. And if you have any issues whatsoever, and we've had issues at our house, and Lance has had issues, you need Billy Brown. All right, let's go. 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. I'm talking about HRP again. I just did one a little bit earlier, and I was talking about how simple it is. If you're a CFO, if you're a CEO of a company, if you are someone that has something to do with the bottom line, if you are someone, I mean, your employees depend on you. Your employees depend, they're feeding their family because of you, okay? And they want to make sure that they've got some security. They want to make sure that the business is going to stay, that the business is going to be as productive as possible, because then they keep their jobs. Everybody's happy, right? The bottom line is the bottom line. How are you doing your payroll? How are you doing your HR? How are you doing your benefits packages? How are you doing your taxes? That's not the business that you're in. Let the people who do that do their jobs, okay? And that's HR&P. Let them get your payroll to your people the best way that they possibly can, which is the best way, period. So if you're looking for the best way to make sure that that your business stays profitable, or turn your business profitable by having less expense on payroll and HR. And it's very simple. HRP.net. Let them come and give you a free consultation. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So this is what Scott Drew had to say through Joseph Duarte. Nothing but love and respect for Coach Sampson and what he's done here. The only thing I'd say is I go to a lot of other arenas, and when the other coach gets announced, the place goes crazy. For what Coach Sampson has done here, it's amazing. I would just encourage everyone for what he's built because it's a really hard place to play, and he deserves a lot of the credit. Listen, I probably go to more Cougar games than I go to any other games now, and I was there for the Texas Tech game. I wasn't surprised, but I was not. I wouldn't say I was disappointed because the fans did give Kelvin a round of applause. But I'm with Scott Drew a little bit here. I mean, Kelvin Sampson is this program. Kelvin Sampson is one of the best coaches in college basketball. Kelvin Sampson is why this program is a perennial top 10 team. And Kelvin Sampson, I don't want to say he doesn't get the love, but it should be. Listen, Coug fans, love you. But you're not as enthusiastic as you should be.
Coug fans hate being told.
You have this is the only program at that school that is nationally renowned. The only program. So and I know this is a football town, but it's a basketball school. Period. It's a basketball school. I mean, There's no other program at University of Houston that competes at the national level like the basketball team does.
Well, you better be glad Dana's not the coach. He heard that.
Well,
he'd be up.
I mean, there's a built-in problem with the football program.
What is it?
The built-in, you don't have a big enough stadium. You don't have the support. I don't care if this team was undefeated every year. A 40,000 seat stadium ain't gonna compete with Michigan.
Well, I mean, so the benefit is Houston.
The program doesn't have the money that other programs have to pay.
The basketball players. Doesn't either.
Basketball only has 7 guys that they have to pay. It's different.
For now,
it's different. And Kelvin does have support from the community, from the financial community.
Feels high too, but yeah. Well, you have more. Yeah, it takes fewer donors than in football, probably too.
Well,
and you have a smaller state. I think part of the things you're pointing at is that they have the benefit of playing in a smaller arena.
Yep.
In a weird way.
Yep. Yes.
I mean, now football's a smaller stadium too. That's a smaller stadium relative to what's out there.
But it's different playing in a small basketball arena than it is playing in a small football arena. It's different.
Well, it still limits you revenue-wise. If you could fit, if you had 5,000 more people in there, that's a lot more money for the program.
Well, it's a lot more money for the program, but you don't the NIL that you need to get players. That's not coming from there. It's coming from donors. It's coming from boosters. And Kelvin has the support of those guys. He does. And he's taking care of business. He limits. Listen, playing for Kelvin Sampson, if the first thing you ask is how much money I'm going to get paid, you ain't playing for him.
Right.
You ain't coming here.
No, and that's kind of to the point I was making in the last thing is you still want to find guys who, look, if you're good, you're going to get paid in college sports, but you do want guys who are really passionate about winning and being part of a winning culture and being part of something that's special. Like, you can have both. It can actually be both. One comes along, winning doesn't necessarily come along with money, but money will come along with winning and good performance, good play. That's just, it's how our society works. But do you, let Let me ask you this. Have you ever cheered for a coach louder than you've cheered for a team in introductions? I don't remember ever. Like that is unusual. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve that, because you're right. Everything you said is right about Kelvin Sampson. But I think realistically, when you're cheering Terrence Arsenault, Uzo, Jamal Shad, and then Kelvin Sampson, yeah, that doesn't really happen, does it? Where the coach gets all the love.
I think it might have in the Calipari years, in the Patino years.
Yeah, the larger than life guys, maybe so. Coach K.
Well, I think Kelvin deserves that kind of love here. I mean,
does Scott Drew get that?
No,
Scott Drew probably does not get that.
That was a passive aggressive message to his fans.
Or he's suggesting that Houston is this destitute place that Kelvin Sampson dragged from the ashes, which is not far off, by the way, considering where they were when they hired him. And he's suggesting they have no business being as good as they are. Like Scott Drew would probably say, sure, everyone fights for support, but he'll probably tell you Baylor supports them really well. They get what they need to go, and of course they won a national title. Is he saying that Houston
is a poverty program?
And Kelvin Sampson?
You okay with that, John?
Because I don't get it. Because like Scott Drew's a national champion, and I doubt that his applause ring through their arena.
Well, okay. Georgetown was a basketball school, but they were a basketball school because of John Thompson.
Oh, we know.
Right.
He was an icon there, but Patrick Ewing was getting praise. He was getting louder applause than John Thompson. But he's talking about the events that happened in the game. We can appreciate Kelvin Sampson for what he is as a whole, but he's talking about that arena on game day when Kelvin Sampson is announced. I don't know that coaches generally get that unless – the only thing I can think of, he thinks Houston's not a place you should be able to win.
But he says he hears that in other arenas. He says, I hear that coach getting a lot more love than Kelvin Sampson.
Which coaches do you think it is that he's talking about?
I guess Danny Hurley. I don't know if he's played at UConn, so I don't know if that's
it. Rodney Terry?
No.
Okay.
No.
Like in his conference, who are these coaches?
Is it Buzz the SEC now? But
like in the Big 12, who are the coaches? I guess Bill Self, is he getting giant applause?
Yeah, but they play everywhere. It's not like they just play in conference.
Understood, but who are the coaches he's talking about?
He's talking about that get all
where
this love?
The arena gets chants. Hurley. What is that? When is that happening at a place?
Yeah, I totally agree with Kelvin Sampson. I agree with everything you said. I'm just kind of challenging the notion that Scott Drew brought up, that I'm trying to think of who the coaches are who are that iconic. I mean, you're talking about Cal, Patino and the Patino years,
Dean
and Cal
Smith
and Dean and Coach K. But who are they now? It would be Bill Self. Roy Williams is gone. Bill Self and
Calipari's start at Arkansas.
No, they're not cheering loud for him.
Not now. They're not. They did at the beginning of the season.
Maybe at the beginning we cheered like that for Clyde Drexler when he first got to Houston.
And guess what happened?
Clyde! And then it was like, oh, where's Clyde?
Well, Clyde was wait.
Oh,
that's
Clyde's
not true.
On the
that's not true because Clyde wasn't there for the introductions yet.
Right, John. That was just for game one.
No, Clyde showed up. Ask Reed Gett is when Clyde got there.
Now, he was there for introduction, just not warm ups or setting up game plans.
He was walking in for the introduction.
Yeah, he did for that first game at Texas was it?
North Carolina.
Was it North Carolina? The very first game they had, he comes through the tunnel. Off the thing, and they're like it was some kind of planned stage thing, and it's like,
right,
no.
Like he was entering a wrestling match.
No, there's Clyde Drexler's theme music.
So John, would you wholeheartedly agree with Scott Drew that the place doesn't show appreciation for Kelvin Sampson when they?
No, I didn't say that. I did.
You
I didn't say
that, John.
I don't think. I don't think this town. Listen, how much University of Houston basketball is being talked on the radio? How much are they? They're showing highlights, maybe on TV.
I think college basketball, unfortunately, doesn't get the love until later in the year. It's the nature of college basketball. It's what it's become.
It is the best program we have in the city.
Oh, without question. I mean,
yeah.
But unfortunately, I saw something yesterday where. I don't know, somebody retweeted something that Paul Rosenberg had, who's a longtime radio host in New York at like Power or whatever it is, and then now he's doing sports talk on ESPN with Alan Hahn and somebody else, and they were talking about St. John's basketball, how they, they're going to talk a lot of St. John's basketball, and I just thought, man, that's like, we used to talk Cougar basketball was a major deal. University of Texas, University of Houston, SMU, Arkansas, in the Southwest Conference days, college basketball is a major talking point. Now, a lot of that is because we've just lost players sticking around, but not at Houston. Players stick around at Houston. They're not one and done at Houston, not for the most part. They're not, except for Walker. But other than that, they're not one and done at Houston. And so it's just, unfortunately, college basketball, other than regionally, in the ACC and probably areas of the East, it's turned into, okay, we start talking in February, conferences boil down, conference tournaments come around, we get March Madness. And I think it's sad that college basketball has been, in terms of, not everywhere, but in terms of the generally speaking for the sports society, it's now pushed into a 6-week block for the most part. Monday used to be a huge deal. You had 3 games, you had Big Ten, Big East. Like Big Monday was, man.
Well, guess what? Scott Drew was just here for Big Monday, and ESPN was here for Big Monday, and and it didn't get the kind of and I in some way I do agree. I mean, it should have been a much bigger deal here that Big Monday was here, and it's 2 top-rated teams in the country playing each other, and it just doesn't get the attention. And I said, University of Houston basketball is the king there, and it's the best program there. It's the best program in our city, pro or college. Period.
Perhaps Scott Drew should step his game up and not be so middling of a program this year. Maybe more people would have been excited. 15-8 coming in 7-5.
Big deal playing for national
big deal anyway,
big
Baylor.
Deal.
Big deal. You ain't the program we get excited about. Big deal anyway. Baylor, you might make the tournament. That ain't what we care about. You're lightweight. How about that? You're lightweight, Baylor. How about that? That's why people weren't excited. They expected to kick your ass.
Or Dell, every game should be a celebration.
Well, we're a big event city, and Baylor ain't a big event anymore.
No, they
Davion Mitchell ain't walking through that door anymore, Scott Drew.
Scott
How about
Drew,
that?
Get better.
About,
you know what? We got LJ Cryer. Guess what? We're better. LJ Cryer went from you to us.
I gotta look at Baylor coming to town, barely above 500 conference, and get excited about you. You're the problem, Scott Drew, not the Cougs fans. Be better, and people will be excited about it. You ain't Kansas.
Your windows are a problem, okay? And Jim Fiume is here to fix that. He's the solution. Lance always calls me the problem.
Yep.
Okay. Well, Jim Fiume, I got the solution. Jim Fiume, you got bad windows. Walk by your window. See if you can you hear outside. Can you hear people whispering outside? Bad. That's bad. Do you feel a lot hotter when you get in the sun's beating down and it's a lot warmer by your windows? That's bad. Okay. Do you feel some air coming in? What? Okay, that's bad. All of those things are bad because your windows are shoddy. Did you put in shoddy windows? Well, if you want the best window in the market to replace those, replacement windows at Gulf Coast Windows. All right. It's a big job. It's a big deal. If you're going to replace your windows, or if you're building a home, put the best window you possibly can in so you don't have to worry about stuff like that, with warranties that'll last years, well past any time you're going to need them. So if you're looking for the best way to replace those windows, go see what Gulf Coast Windows is doing. When you got the #1 window replacement company right here in the city, you go to it. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Taquerías Arandas. Sabor. We got that sabor. Sabrosito is also a little thing they like to talk about. The sabrosito. Extra flavor is what we're doing for lunch. Why don't you head over to Taquerías Arandas for lunch today? Breakfast is always there. I tell you about it all the time. I want to spend a little second talking about lunch and all your favorite dishes. All of your favorite authentic Mexican classics are on the menu. Are you just used to Tex-Mex? If you are, that's a little different. Very cheese-oriented, chili-oriented, and it's fine. I love that too. Authentic Mexican gives you a different flavor. It's a little different wrinkle. And if you don't usually have it, you ought to go try it. I think you're going to really enjoy the authentic flavors from Taquerías Arandas. They also have sports bars inside of many of their locations. Their bar area, they turn into sports bars called Arandas Sports Bar. And from there, you're going to have your favorite games on. If you go in and you don't see a game on that you want, ask for the game. They're going to turn it on, and that's going to be your own personal TV. That's how it's going to work. Now, at a lot of locations, they have a ton of different TVs, and the games are already on, and you're set to go. They got a separate bar menu for food and drinks. They've got your own. You of course have access to the standard menu they have. Bring the fellas, post up, grab some beers, get a bucket, get your food, and start watching the games at Arandas Sports Bar. Taquerías Arandas, locations all over the city of Houston. Sabor, sabrosito.
All right, welcome back. We got a call. We'll get Brian. We're going to get you in here right away. I got a couple of interesting baseball statistics that I want to run by you. We've had this when we were growing up. The third hitter in your lineup was your best hitter, right? Always.
Well, yeah, three or four.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Dave Parker, Jeff Bagwell. I mean, that was the thought. Now Shohei Ohtani is leading off.
Mm-hmm. That changed a little while back.
It changed a little while. The thought was it should have been second. But here's the 3 spot in the lineup. The 3 spot in the lineup in 2023. The 3 spot in the lineup comes up with 2 outs and no runners on. Far more than any other spot in the lineup. In 2023, the leadoff hitter came up 2,592 times. The second hitter, 2,480. The third hitter came up with 2 outs and nobody on 4,630 times. 4,630
How's that
times.
possible with 1 and 2 ahead of them?
I know. And yet listen.
8 and 9 is ahead of 1.
For the Astros, when 2 years ago, they should have had their best hitter hitting 9th because every single time there were runners on and 2 outs, Martin Maldonado was up.
What is it for bases loaded in the 9th hole? Is that 7,500 times it's come up? Because that's what it feels like. Because Maldonado always had bases loaded. Always.
It was incredible. Ryan Spader put this out, and this makes me nuts. Ken Griffey Jr., just with the Mariners, batted 1,685 times, or played in 1,685 games. Lance Berkman played in 879 overall. Griffey hit 292, Berkman 293. On base, 374 for Griffey, 406 for Berkman. 553 OPS, 537 OPS. Slugging, 553, 537. OPS, 927 for Griffey, 943 for Berkman. His OPS is better. 144 plus OPS plus, same for Berkman. Lance Berkman was not, I could go hits, RBIs, everything. Lance Berkman is right there with Ken Griffey Jr. And Lance Berkman was out at the first ballot. 943 OPS. if you have a 943 OPS today, you're going to make $30 or $40 million the next year. He had a 943 OPS for his career, which is unbelievable, and didn't even make it past the first ballot. I mean, you want to talk about a bunch of idiot sports writers that ignored Lance Berkman, didn't even look at this, just went Lance Berkman. Nah, that's all. Nah. What a bunch of a-hole jerks. I want to say.
Yeah, but it's not gonna. It's not gonna change.
Maybe someday the veteran committee will look at it and go, man, Lance Berkman was a hell of a player.
It sucks that outside of Houston, he's not going to be remembered for how great he was. Like, Lance Berkman was a dude. Consistent. And I don't think it's all, everyone says it's all political. I don't think it's all political, though. I think Lance Berkman just kind of went about, people look at him and they see the pudgy face, and he was very self-deprecating, eating the Twinkies. And I don't think people looked at him like he looks unassuming. He has the physical appearance, looks unassuming. And then you look at the numbers like, holy crap, this dude really raked. I mean, really. And now we knew it here. We could feel it. We could see it. But he never had national acclaim. At no point was Lance Berkman a national star. Never. He was always kind of a cult figure where people who, people knew he had a good sense of humor. We knew it here in Houston, but other people started to find out in other markets. Lance Berkman was super clutch. He was super consistent. He was highly productive in power numbers. He just never was given the national acclaim that he deserved, ever. I mean, what did some of his political stuff, was it, or the religious stuff, was that looked down on by people, or was it, yeah, sure. Later on, when he was out of baseball, he wasn't even in sports anymore. He didn't even play. But he was never a star player in Major League Baseball, but he had like star numbers. He had star numbers. Some of it maybe was playing with Bagwell and Biggio, John. He's just, the Astros were Bagwell, Biggio, and that's kind of, but at the same time, when you looked at the stats, Lance Berkman was doing as much or better than those guys at certain stages of those guys being on, especially after 2000. Lance Berkman really kind of took over. Bagwell had some injury stuff pop up, and Biggio was good. Biggio was still good. He was getting older, though, a lot older. And Berkman was carrying this team. And no one Roger, Andy and Roger, Jeff and Craig, Jeff Kent's over there now. And where was, who talked about Lance Berkman? He was always behind Roger and Andy, and Jeff and Craig. Berkman never got the shine that he deserved on this team. He never did. He did on our show. He was the big Puma. No. But I just think people don't have any idea how good that guy was nationally. I really don't. I think they'd be shocked if you didn't put his name up there and you put his numbers up there and you just said player X. They would say, "Oh man, this guy deserves some consideration." They may not put him in, but they'd say, "Man, he deserves consideration." Not to fall off the ballot immediately.
Not even get 5%. That's just such a. That is.
Now, maybe some of the political stuff hurt him with some voters here closer. But I'm just here to tell you that he was never given the love he deserved ever at any point.
Ass about that. Who cares about it?
You're not supposed to. Yeah, you're not supposed to.
No. All right, let's get Brian in here. LSU. Is this LSU, Brian?
Yeah, LSU, Brian.
LSU, Brian. What's going on? I guess we got no LSU, Brian.
He's trying.
All right. He's trying. But we got a break. If LSU Brian ain't there, Brian, we'll try again on the other side. Let's try right now to talk about Houston Powder Coaters. It's easy to talk about Houston. It's easy to talk about what Robin's doing. Robin's awesome. Robin is fantastic at what she does. Robin is she's going to powder coat this whole city. I mean, when you look at the list of the businesses that Houston Powder Coaters has dealt with, I mean, from the Ferris wheel to Galveston to the Woodlands Waterways to NRG to West Side Tennis Club to, it's business after business after business. And if you've got a business And let's say your fence is rusting out. It can help you. Well, okay, your fence is rusting out. You want it to look great? Of course you do. You don't want to look shabby. You got a business to run there. Houston Powder Coaters can come out there and help you. Can't do it residentially, but they can do it commercially. So here's the deal. If you're somebody that wants your business to look great, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. Make it look new. People want to go to a place that looks great, okay? And Houston Powder Coaters does that. Now, residential, they'll pick up and deliver absolutely free, so you don't have to worry about that stuff. But you do have to worry about your stuff getting old too. You want it to look great. You want your patio furniture to look great? Let's go. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin that you heard it right here. She'll quote you over the phone, and she will tell you whether or not you should be buying new stuff or powder coating that stuff. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, these teams are unsettled at quarterback. The Jets, the Steelers, the Titans, the Raiders, and the Giants. Would you this is crazy. Is Sam Darnold the most attractive offseason acquisition? I mean, it's okay. Who would you rather have right now, Aaron Rodgers or Sam Darnold? That's actually a question in 2025.
God, Aaron was drafted in 2005. He's old.
Both are just Band-Aids, though, right?
Yeah,
I
feel like
doesn't have to
I
be.
feel like you'll overpay for Sam Darnold. Will Sam Darnold be as good on his next? Will Sam Darnold be as good as Baker Mayfield right now?
Well, okay. Who's calling his
Now
plays?
both have. Well, Liam Cohen was calling
He
plays
had the
for
coach of the year. He had the coach of the year.
who's that? Baker?
No, Darnold.
Oh, well, I thought you meant the assistant coach of the year. I mean, Liam Cohen is known as a really good play caller over there for Baker Mayfield, who I was originally talking about.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no question, Sam Darnold. And he had Jay Jetta. He had Justin Jefferson over there that he is throwing to. Baker Mayfield obviously was throwing to Mike Evans, who is not as good as Justin Jefferson. But I think Sam Darnold has to have. I think Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, most quarterbacks have to have good players around them. Special quarterbacks can have above average players around them and do really well, but there's very few special quarterbacks in the NFL. Very few. And you can still be a special quarterback and have good players around you. Both can be true also. But Sam Darnold is not that guy. You're not that guy. So Sam Darnold, when he doesn't have special around him, I think you're going to see a huge regression to the mean. You already see both guys turn it over. Sam Darnold and Baker turn the ball over. What's going to happen when he's in a worse situation?
Well, I don't know. Can he be? That's a good question. Can he be Baker? Can he be Rich Gannon? Rich Gannon turned into an MVP, so I'm not sure. But who knows? Rich Gannon wasn't considered a really good quarterback before. He got to the Raiders and won. And won big.
That's you're taking one of the biggest outliers in NFL history,
right?
And I don't think Sam can be that. No. My question is, can he be a serviceable game manager who can play well enough to get you to the playoffs? That's the question you have to be asking. Unless you're just gonna, if you're gonna give him a contract that's 3 guaranteed years or more, you have to be okay with that. If not, you're right. He's a 2-year bridge quarterback at most. And my guess is he's a bridge. I don't know. I think the last 2 games of the season, we do live kind of in a recency bias. Look, we're huge recency bias society. We just cannot let things play out. Whatever just happened is what's going to happen for all of eternity. And so in that vein, his last 2 games sucked. Like it feels like it wiped out the whole year for Sam Darnold. So now there's so many questions about Sam Darnold where, frankly, those same questions were in place the whole time. Is Sam Darnold just a product of the system? That didn't change before his last 2 games, but those last 2 games, it's really put doubt in my mind if I would ever want to give Sam Darnold more than $25 million a year for 2 years. And that's not even crazy money by NFL standards for an average starter. That's pretty much like $25 million is almost a bargain for an average starter. I'm guessing his agent's going to be going for 30 million plus per year.
Yeah, he probably should get that. Probably should. I don't know what the Saints are going to do with Derek Carr.
But those are bad contracts.
It looks like the Rams are going to trade.
Why should a team aspire to a bad contract? Yeah. I get an agent. I'm with you. Like an agent says, this is what Derek Carr's making. If I'm a team, I'm not using Derek Carr as a model. I'm using it as a model of what not to do.
Yep.
So
exactly.
what do you do? Well, Baker Mayfield. You say, okay, this is the model. Baker Mayfield. That's why I brought him up.
That's the outlier. Again, though, that's another outlier. Guys just don't go.
But it feels like if it's an outlier, then why do we have another guy in Sam Darnold Baker Mayfield?
Zach Wilson's and Blaine Gabbert's and
Jared Goff
and all the
comeback players aren't that. It's not that unusual now. We're starting to see it's not that unusual for players to play. I would say it's not an outlier. Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff had a big comeback
after 2 bad years. There's a lot more failures.
Years.
Carson Wentz.
No, there's
a lot more failures.
There's way
than
more
there are
failures,
success stories.
but it's not an outlier where it's one of one. Like Rich Gannon, you can't find another Rich Gannon. I just named you Geno Smith. Jared Goff came back out of nowhere. Geno Smith literally was like a resurrection story. Baker Mayfield was a resurrection story. Sam Darnold feels like another resurrection story, but there's a limit to the resurrection story. Geno Smith hit his ceiling. Baker, my guess is this is Baker's ceiling. What we're seeing now, this is as good as Baker can be. A lot of touchdowns, a lot of interceptions.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Sam, like, would you trust Sam Darnold would you want Sam Darnold over a new quarterback? Maybe you would. But would you think that you had your answer? If you're the Raiders, would you rather have Sam Darnold or Cam Ward or Shedeur? Like, if you get your choice, I think the Raiders may have their choice of quarterbacks at 1. I'm not sure a quarterback's going before 6. So if that's the case, would you rather have Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, or that combination, whoever you choose, or Sam Darnold? Who would you rather have?
I probably would rather have the other than I'd rather have Shedeur or
cheap guys that you can, got a little more runway.
I know that's well. Listen, if the Rams trade Sam Darnold, they trade Matthew Stafford to the Giants, they're getting their 3rd overall pick, and they're probably taking Cam Ward.
If you gave the 3rd overall pick for a quarterback that old, then you should be fired immediately.
Yeah, well,
like you literally, if the Giants, it's bad enough they're taking old guys. If you did that for your 3rd, there's no way it's the 3rd pick. Now,
well, then they're taking Cam Ward.
Now they may flip, they may give a future first or whatever, but no, I think that I think there's a chance the Raiders could end up with the first quarterback pick of the draft. I don't think the Titans. So rumor has it, I'm not sure that that Abdul Carter's not going to follow the Marvin Harrison mode of like doing nothing. He's done. He's done until draft. You're not going to hear from him, see from him, nothing. Abdul Carter's in wraps, bubble wrap. So that's done. That's the rumor. So if that's the case, he could easily be the first pick. And because if you're the Titans, you have to say it ain't great with our quarterback, but if we really don't believe in Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward, why would we pass on Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter? Like, why would we do that? These guys are we know they're really good players. Why would we pass on these guys for quarterbacks we're not real sure of? So if you're not positive that these guys are going to be big time, high impact players, don't take them first. Go get a high impact. Like, I know Abdul Carter and I know Travis Hunter are going to be good NFL players. That's for sure. Yeah. I'm not sure on those other 2 quarterbacks. So
I know, but you got to have that position. So
you do have to, but next year the class looks a lot better.
Oh, it always looks better next year.
Well, but it didn't look better this year. That's why everyone drafted. That's why Penix got drafted so early and Bo Nix got drafted early, because people looked at this class and said, I don't know about this.
Ick. Is Brian still here?
Although I will say yours and Beck were supposed to be the top 2 guys. And so you did have that going if you like those 2.
Yep. All right, let's get LSU Brian in here.
What's up, guys? Hey, I was talking earlier about the Texans and the news, and everyone knows they need offensive line the most. And John, you should know about LSU guys. And Lance, you're an offensive lineman. So, and I was wanting to check, see what y'all thought about Emory Jones. Now, Emory was supposed to project as a guard. He's played tackle since day one his freshman years. Pretty much played every game for first 3 years. So I'm not sure if he'll be there. 2nd round, they're projecting to go, late first, between mid-second. But Lance, I was just getting your thoughts on him. I'm sure you've looked at him. But a guy that's versatile that you might could put either position, and frankly, the Texans need both positions. So just get your opinion on him.
Yeah, I don't think Emory's there by that pick of the 2nd round. I wouldn't take him in the 1st round. His tackle tape is a little sloppy, to be honest with you, but it was better at the Senior Bowl, and he still needs to play more football, and he's going to get better, I would assume. The question is, does he have things that can't be corrected at tackle that will move him down to guard? And maybe that's the case. It's not the worst thing in the world to go from tackle down to guard. You get better pass protections, theoretically, from a tackle moving into guard. So, yeah, he's somebody I would consider in the 2nd round for the Texans. I'd consider that. But I'd want to have a plan for him probably as a guard. Maybe not. I mean, why
Texans
not?
could use Texans could use a guard.
Texans
They
can
could
use
use
a
a guard.
tackle or a guard. So
Yeah, right.
he's that position I would consider in the second round. Yeah, for sure. I haven't, and if you can play both positions, then even better. We'll figure out where we're going to play you as the season rolls on. That's fine.
Are
We just know
they
we need
done
both.
with Shaq? Are they done with Shaq Mason?
I think they're done with Shaq Mason.
Yeah. So you could use a guard. Yep.
Yeah, you could use a left guard and a right guard because I don't know what the answer is with Titus Howard.
Well, it's Titus.
Titus isn't
I'm
a
fine.
guard, but he may have to play there.
You might have to play there.
You know, you're the one that told me that he's the most expensive guard in football, right?
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say that yesterday?
I don't believe I did.
Somebody else said that yesterday, that Titus Howard's cap number makes him the most expensive guard. And I think he's maybe behind one guy. And his cap number is the highest guard cap number in all of pro football.
Huh. And Tunsil is right there for tackles.
Mm-hmm.
I think he might be. I know he's the number. Well, that list that we did earlier, he was the first tackle up. But there might be other teams that have a big quarterback number that might have a tackle on their roster that's higher than Tunsil. But I think he's right up near the top. Yeah, it's not like they haven't put any energy into that offensive line, but they're not getting paid back for it. That's for sure. All right. 713-780-3776. Craig the Surf is what you're talking about now.
So Craig the Surf is a maniac, and I'll tell you why. He said I can give you his cell phone number, so that's what I'm going to do. But it's for a very specific reason. He has electric Hummers now. He has EV Hummers that have big, huge discounts, and he said, Lance, we want to be the place. And there's not a lot of these. Look, there's not a lot of these. So he is going to sell them. If you're interested in an EV Hummer and all the benefits of electric vehicles, but the power of that Hummer and the design and the look, if you're interested and you want to see what it looks like, you can go online and search for it. It's really it's pretty dominant looking vehicle. But he said, Lance, you can give my cell phone number. I will make a deal directly with people. I will make the best deal they can find in the Houston area, the surrounding area, every place. I don't care what county you're looking at. Craig's in Angleton. He goes, I am going to move my vehicle, my electric Hummer out of the lot, and I'm going to do it by making the best deal that anyone can find anywhere in the city and anywhere in the state. He's that serious. 281-831-3156. My man Craig is a monster, and he's great because he takes care of people. It's his number one thing, making sure that you get the best deals, the best offers, the best service. He wants you to be happy. That's, frankly, it's his job is to make you happy. It's not to, he doesn't look at this as I need to try to squeeze every last penny out of every customer. That's not a good way to do business. It's not the way that you get return business. You treat people the right way, and that's what he does. And that's why he said, Lance, you can give out my cell phone number because I am going to make a deal directly for the people. They can skip everybody at the whole dealership. I will work directly to get the best offer for you, specifically on this Hummer, the EV Hummer. And so once again, his number, he said this, 281-831-3156. They're out in Angleton. It's the same energy for all the vehicles that you purchase, no matter what you're looking for. The best deals are going to be found out in Angleton. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we're back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number if you would like to get in here to hang out with us. Bobby Slowick got a new job. Oh, Kellen Moore got a new job. He is the Saints head coach. Aaron Rodgers told he's not going to be back with the Jets. NFL news and notes. Slowick to the Dolphins, for those of you that hadn't heard. Kellen Moore to the Saints. Steeler fans, there's a billboard out now that wants – they're sick and the fan says they're sick and tired of Mike Tomlin. The Rooney's got to do something about it. I don't know that the Rooneys act on billboards, but it certainly wouldn't be a good look for D'Amico if somebody put that up here, because the Texans appear to care about what the fans think.
He's one Twitter poll away from potentially losing his job.
That's it.
No, I the Mike Tomlin thing is interesting because it's on paper, on the outside looking in, it's just a bunch of winning seasons in a row. But on the inside, it's like, okay, we've had this guy since, what was it, 07? They've had him for 17 years or so, and not a lot of success into the postseason over the last few years. So it's kind of natural, actually, for people to want to move in for fan bases to want to move in a different direction. Like when I look at it, I just see, oh man, Mike Tomlin, all he does is winning records. But like, would we be happy at 10-7 here? Maybe, maybe not. It depends. It depends. He's in a tougher. Well, on paper, it's tougher.
We wouldn't be happy with the playoffs.
No,
he doesn't win.
Yeah, the
Steelers win in the
Steelers haven't won a playoff game since they made the AFC title game in 2016.
Wow, 8 years. No, fans wouldn't be happy here either. You're right.
So he has what college coaches get. Like, if you win a national championship at some places, you're a legend forever. You're never going to get fired. The Steelers operate that way. Like, I just use because it pops in my head because of the same colors. Like Kirk Ferentz at Iowa. Now, he's never won a national title. He's had some really good years. He can call a shot when he's going to go. Yeah. Bobby Bowden could call a shot. Mike Tomlin is that version of that in the NFL. It feels like. Yeah, it does. Yeah. It almost does. And it takes a certain type of ownership, which is family ownership, very loyal, very like that family is true blue, the way they do things. They're not, they're not big meddlers or anything like that. So, yeah, there's only certain organizations where you could have that, but you're right. It is just like Ferentz and Paterno was like
not
that.
Ferentz. I think.
You don't think Kirk Ferentz has been there for
Ferentz didn't win a national title like Tomlin.
But Ferentz has been there forever.
But
how does he?
Forever.
How does he
why
get to stay there?
Yeah, he's been there since the.
Well, because they're
Well, why is that? Why does
they've got who are you going to get to go to Iowa?
Well, what do you mean?
At some point, you look in the mirror and say, "This is what we are."
No, what you got other programs who.
Why Iowa's not even as good as Wisconsin? Well, they have been over the course of the last 20 years.
They're considered like similar, but there's lots of programs. Like if you want to be it's a Big Ten program that has they've cranked out NFL talent. It's not like they're devoid of talent.
Yeah,
I don't know about all their facilities. I don't know all that stuff, but that's not a bad program.
Yeah,
but look what happens when
Caitlin Clark's from there
at Wisconsin when you've lost. You lost a great coach. They had a great coach.
Well, they went from Alvarez, Bielema won to a point, and that's what got him the Arkansas job.
Actually was pretty good.
And then Paul Chris won at. They've had multiple coaches who win. Yeah. They win at Wisconsin's level, but that means getting to a Rose Bowl, getting to Big Ten title games. They've gone through three coaches who've done that.
Ferentz is weird because he has not had he had an extended level of just average. Like it would have gotten most people out of there, most coaches. But because he's Iowa's favorite son, he just gets to hang on there. Bobby Bowden was so to your point, Dale.
Yeah, but Bobby Bowden won titles.
Bobby Bowden won titles. That's the Tomlin thing. And you were pointing out, John, that Ferentz isn't like that. But Ferentz had that same kind of.
But Iowa
lifer.
doesn't.
He has kind of a weird lifer thing going on. You don't see that much anymore though. Tomlin and Ferentz are extreme outliers now. Like where else do you see that in pro or college football? Doesn't really exist anymore.
No, I mean, I would have thought Pete Carroll could go when he wanted to, but nope. Pete Carroll won a title for him, got to another one, and then they were like, you think
it's just age, or sometimes there's politics behind the scenes?
That was probably.
You think
ageism.
that was just ageism?
It was probably ageism. That was probably ageism. Belichick had his run, but then that ended as well. It's very rare to see what Pittsburgh's done with Tomlin. Very rare.
He's like got the Belichick rub. Only Belichick had multiple.
He won
titles.
too much. You were never getting rid of him. Tomlin with one. We saw the Packers. Mike McCarthy got the one, and they had enough at some point. That would be the comp in the NFL. Why Mike McCarthy could get his one, and the Packers get out of here. But
and old school is Marty Schottenheimer getting fired after a 13-win season.
Yeah,
but it's the same concept. It's the same concept of you're not getting far enough in the postseason. But man, taking out a billboard on that coach. Whew, that's aggressive. Yeah. Can't you just do Twitter polls?
No, you got to make a
statement.
You can
create a Twitter poll. More people will see a Twitter poll than a billboard.
The real world exists beyond Twitter. So
but more people will see a Twitter poll.
Everything is on Twitter.
Not if you retweet it.
But a Twitter poll doesn't take a lot of work. A billboard suggests someone really cares about this, and that's what the point is. Hey, I paid my money to make sure people saw this.
Gone. And Mike Tomlin would pick up a job 35 seconds after getting fired.
And the difference is Mike Tomlin, Twitter poll, should he be fired? Whatever. That doesn't impact anyone. The Steelers definitely wouldn't care about a Twitter poll. They would care a little about a billboard, not to the point they would fire him, but the billboard says something, makes a statement.
At some point, George Pickens is going to make him wish he was fired.
You think it hasn't already happened?
I mean, look at the guys he's had to deal with. Antonio Brown, Chase Claypool, Juju Smith-Schuster, George Pickens, Deontay Johnson. At some point, that guy's praying he gets fired with years left on his contract. So he can just go chill.
Dell found an interesting story. Bold predictions for the NFL. We'll tell you what the bold prediction for your Houston Texans is.
Bold prediction?
Right
bold
here.
With the D.
Oh, bold. I was like, are we going to the Orange Bowl?
Nah.
Bold predictions. And here's a bold prediction. Lance likes Taquerias Arandas.
I do. I liked it last hour, and I still like it this hour. It hasn't changed. Now, I told you last hour about having lunch. Let me tell you about breakfast. Maybe you are just headed into work. Maybe you're getting somewhere a little bit early. Maybe you got time to stop by a Taquerias Arandas on your way to work, as you know where a location is. Why don't you stop in and grab something to go? Grab breakfast tacos. Get yourself a bag of them. Take one to you and your buddy. You owe him. He bought last time. So why don't you get, I'll give you an example. Do 3 of the bacon, egg, and cheese. Do 2 of the potato and egg. And then trust me when I tell you to get the chorizo, because that is really good. All of them are really good. And bring your bag in, get your red sauce, your green sauce, and you're set to go. Now, if you really want to do it big, you get one of their breakfast, their hearty breakfast plates, get that to go and eat in your car. And then you set up your phone right there on the dash of your car and you watch your stories. Okay. Maybe you're watching Severance. Maybe you're watching Colin from Accounts, or Colin and Accounts in there. I don't know what show you're watching right now, but that's my favorite thing. Eat in the car a great breakfast from Taquerias Arandas while you're watching your show. That's the way you can do it. Or just listen to our show while we do our show. You can be eating your breakfast in your car. Is life any better than that? No. Taquerias Arandas, where life is so much better. Grab your breakfast, grab your lunch, grab your dinner, watch your sports at Taquerias Arandas.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the Houston Texans, Sports Illustrated put out bold predictions. And I don't know that this is a bold prediction. I don't love it. All the other teams, the Rams will drop in both total passing and total rushing EPA next season, blah, blah, blah. The Titans will take, I don't know. The Vikings won't go into training camp with J.J. McCarthy.
Wait. Did you tell me somebody had a bold prediction that involved an EPA?
Yeah.
See, I'm all the analytics. It's fine that analytics is involved in everything, and now I can tell you what the number one thing teams are looking at right now is pressure rates on players, on collegiate players for the draft. Like that's a really, really big deal for them is searching for pressure rates because it shows an ability to do something, even if you have fewer snaps.
I've always felt that,
which makes
pressure
sense.
rate is to me more important than sacks.
Well, they don't go
a quarterback might run into you on a sack, but how many times are you getting to him and putting pressure
rate
on him?
Is important. Sack is finishing is more important because you can pressure on a first down. Sacks don't lead to first downs. Sacks can change games.
No.
Sacks
I
are
get
more
that.
important, but pressure rates are important. Yes.
But you might lock into a. You might not get blocked and get a sack.
You can run into six. Yeah, or a play can extend. You can get a sack off of extended plays.
How many times are you putting pressure on that quarterback to make decisions faster? Or and listen, a pressure is a sack. A sack, you get a pressure for that. So. I mean, I think I want to know more than just one time a game. You could have 13 sacks in a season, and wow, he had 13 sacks. Well, you made an impact once a game. So I want to know how many times you're actually getting to, putting pressure on that.
That's true. Now, one problem is it's a manual event in college where you have some guy for PFF who decides what a pressure looks like, what a hurry is. And sometimes I look at hurries and it's like, that has no impact on the game at all. That's not a hurry.
Right.
So you have that now at the NFL with next gen where you have wearable technologies. If you get close to a quarterback, that counts as a pressure. And so that's a little different. Like the NFL is more standardized where college is up to one guy who's grading may see it differently from another guy who's grading. But, with the plus minus of, but EPA, like this is a major stat factor now in football. I'm not really ready for it to be a primary talking point in the public.
Well, it's getting like baseball. Let's move past that. The Houston Texans, their bold prediction: Texans will not see C.J. Stroud improve upon his rookie season numbers in 2025, despite the transition to Nick Caley as offensive coordinator. We're seeing a lot of the blame placed on Bobby Slowick for an inability to push the needle offensively. But now that the Texans have a new coordinator, we may finally be able to parse out the blame properly. He's saying it was CJ's fault, not Bobby Slowick's fault. And CJ won't be any better this year under Nick Caley.
Well,
agree or disagree?
Well, tell me how once again, whether I'm not changing whether it was Bobby Slowick or Nick Caley. Tell me about the offensive line.
Yeah.
Because I don't care who the play caller is if you can't get the line right. Don't tell me about its play calling when the line can't block. And if the line can't pick up stunts and twists and all that stuff and blitzes, it doesn't matter who the play caller is.
Right. Well, how much of that is on CJ that he's not hitting his hot reads, that he's not checking out of plays? Listen, they ran the ball fine. Shouldn't that have eased up the defensive pressure?
Yeah, I don't know if CJ was allowed to check out, to be honest with you. And that could be something that is favorable because CJ seems like a pretty smart guy. He seems to know ball. He seems to spend time. So if that's one of them, then that will really help. I don't know. I don't know if he was allowed to or not.
Under Nick Caley, CJ is going to be able to call the protections too.
Yeah, he should. He shouldn't. If
he wasn't.
If he's not good at it, they'll take it away from him. But give him the chance. Give him a chance to learn. He may make some mistakes, but give him a chance to learn based on what he's experiencing, seeing, and feeling. He may have instincts based on how guys approach the line a certain way where he just has a feeling this is a con job right here. There's no way he's not coming. This is a mugged up look. I know he's not coming. I'm not going to change my protection based on him crowding the line because there's no coverage on the slot. So he's going to bail out as soon as it snaps. You and I have probably done it. All of the people listening have probably looked at it when a team mugs up to the line, they press up and you look at what the coverage looks like and you say, okay, they're not all coming. There's going to be a bit. Now, figuring out who bails, that's the hard part, is figuring out who bails. But if you're CJ, maybe he has a good feel for where he can go with the football. I don't think that's crazy, John. I don't think that bold prediction is not crazy. If the offensive line isn't great. Now, it sounds like he's just saying it's a CJ issue. I would say Slowick, CJ, and the offensive line all shared blame. Yeah. It was not just one guy. Like, you can't say this is just Bobby Slowick was blamed for everything and it's really on CJ. Well, until somebody tells me about the offensive line, I'm not going to take you seriously, because anybody that watched the Texans knows that the offensive line made CJ and Bobby Slowick's job really tough.
Really hard. Yep. All right, let's get Rogers in here. Is that who's on the line, Del? Rogers, let's get him in here. Hey, Rogers.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
I live in Ontario, so I have to listen to the podcast every day. But I was wanting to call in because you guys had a caller yesterday that asked about some trades, and I was wondering if we were able to trade Laramie Tunsil and get, like, say, a first or maybe a mid-round first. Is there any way they could use that pick and their first-round pick, maybe trade up? And is there anybody in the draft worth getting
for a tackle? You mean at tackle?
Yeah, at tackle.
No,
yeah.
See, I wouldn't. Will Campbell's probably going to go fourth to the Patriots, and his tape, a lot of that is just betting that he'll get better, because he's not there. Trust me, he's not there yet. Has short arms. He's not there yet. Kelvin Banks, maybe a guard and not a tackle. I ain't drafting any of these. I'm not trading up for any of them. That's the problem. If that option was available, like last year was the year to do it. Last year, there were some really legit tackles, like four legit tackles that could be had in the first 20 picks. Last year would have been the year to do it, but they chose to basically go after Stephon Diggs. They traded out of the first, and then they ended up moving one of their seconds. But last year was the year to do it when they had the offensive line. Last year was a quarterback and a tackle draft. You ain't trading up for tackles and quarterbacks. You're not going to do it successfully, probably. So, no. What's the weather in Ontario like? Is it warmer? Are y'all 55, 60 degrees today?
Yeah, no, not quite. We're around, I think it's 27 degrees this morning, and we have a whole bunch of snow coming this afternoon. So, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that sounds like Oklahoma. That's what they're getting today.
See?
I mean, they're expensive. Yeah. They're expecting 4 to 8 inches in Oklahoma today.
That's what she said.
It might as well be in Ontario. Yeah.
Yeah, we're supposed to get, I think 12 inches tonight and then get some freezing rain after that. So it'll be fun time tomorrow. Man, I'm so tired of seeing Laramie Tunsil, with his false starts and his holding penalties, and him, Shaq Mason, and their buddy Dalton Schultz all different roads.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the Laramie Tunsil days I might be winding down. I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for the organization right now. I will someday, but I can't right now.
You will?
Yeah, probably.
Thanks for calling Thanks for listening from Ontario, by the way.
Yeah, we appreciate it. That might be our farthest. Is that our farthest listener?
Yeah, but we may buy them. So he may be. We may.
Are we buying or taking over?
They're just going to be our 51st state.
I don't think we're purchasing them. I think we're going to just.
But can they be annexed against their will? Are we going to have to bring troops in and start fighting?
I don't know.
Are we going to fight Rogers?
I don't know exactly how it's going to happen, but I think we're just going to take them over.
How's that working out in Ireland?
Just a hostile takeover of Canada?
That's what I feel like I'm being told is going to happen.
They got to vote on it. We don't want to do that.
We can just take them over. All we got to do is just roll some people in there, roll some tanks in there, and take them over.
They seem like a very proud people. I feel like
they're tough. If it's a fist fight, it's going to be a tough fight.
I feel like they're going to lock in and go, we're going to make this
the Canadian people are a tough people in the cold weather.
Yeah.
John, am I wrong? Cold weather people are tough people. What about Wildlands?
Canadians can't be softer. Look who they vote for.
What? Canadians are soft?
They're soft.
You see all those hockey games? They don't look soft to me. Those guys play with missing teeth. Dislocated.
You better. I don't
know what you're talking about.
No, they're fancy boys.
I don't know, man.
Canadians, look at you. You got a sweater around your
In your
neck
home.
right now in your home.
In your climate
If you
controlled
can't
home.
see this, he's got climate controlled home and he's got a sweater around his neck that his butler Jeeves gave him.
I don't have anything of the sort.
You're in a museum.
Secondly,
your home is a
You're a
museum.
museum.
Secondly, all right, it doesn't get any tougher than California. Okay, so
Particularly John in California.
that's right.
So tough.
I went
My
from
ears hurt.
Chicago. I went from Chicago
Him in
to
his baby
Texas
years.
to-
You think you could? You
to
think you can
California.
fight off
You
a
think
Canadian?
I'm not the toughest person here?
Wait,
You got
wait,
baby years.
But
Yeah.
you were in Green Bay, like
Green Bay,
They're
yeah,
tougher
that's
people,
that's a
right?
hardy people.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
a
hardy
rugged,
people.
hardy
But you've
people.
softened over the years.
yeah,
You've
like,
gone
But
it's
south.
too
Canada votes for
cold.
Trudeau.
You've gone in south and west.
I don't like it because I gotta be on a cart path.
I don't want to golf today.
I
That's
wanted to
not
golf.
tough.
I wanted to golf.
I know
I
you
wanted
did.
to golf. That's why I
Canadians
got out
are
of there.
holding they're carrying their clubs. The Canadians, they're not even pulling them. They're carrying them and walking.
They have to trudging through their snow.
Yeah,
That's what
they're
I'm saying.
tougher people.
They're playing golf
They're
and
not
snow. The
tougher
Canadians
people.
are tough
I'm not
people.
suggesting we would lose, but I think it'd be one of
No,
those things
it'd
where it's
be-
not. It's not gonna
Look
be
who
fun.
It ain't gonna be
Look
an
who they
easy.
vote for. Stop already.
He's
Yeah,
out
I mean,
the
easy one.
You keep
closed.
saying that, but he's out the door. Right?
Is
Isn't
he?
he out the door? Aren't they going to
No.
someone else? A new prime minister's
Yeah,
coming?
He's done.
Yeah.
Oh no! But then we got Freeland, and she's
Who exactly
oh
are the
my
tough
God,
guys we vote for?
Stop already.
What's he talking about? Who are the tough guys we vote for?
We're just
We-
a bunch
oh,
of we
Doesn't
got
get any tougher than our president.
Bone Spurs? That's what you're talking about?
Who's got the fastest swing speed? Okay, our president. That's who.
No, I don't think.
I
his
don't
speed-
believe that's
speed-
true
swing
either.
speed is
Faster
as
than
quick as-
Biden's. He told him.
I bet a Canadian's is faster.
Yeah, I bet you can find someone.
Okay, so if Macron or Trudeau, somebody from another country, had a faster swing speed, they're
Oh,
tougher.
let's go. Well, let's see.
Who do you
let's
think
see.
can swing a club faster, Trudeau or Trump?
Trump.
You think he can
Trudeau-
swing it faster than a guy who's like 30 years younger? I don't know how old Trudeau is.
Yes. Trudeau's never picked up a club. in
Wait,
his
you don't
life.
have to hold on a
Are
second.
we sure about that?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. You don't have to actually play golf or be any good at it to swing something fast. Look
Oh,
at Canadian hockey players. And they're
Listen.
some of the best golfers, right? They hit long off the tee, you told me.
Oh yeah, hockey players do. We got hockey
What
players.
the hell
here,
are we
too.
arguing about? Either we're taking over Canada or we're not.
We're
Either
not just
Rogers.
No, we firmly agree that we would win. I just don't think it'd be as easy as John thinks it would be.
No, they're soft. They just give up.
I don't.
It's like
they're not.
Hey,
they're not all French Canadians.
They're
Yeah.
French. They're French.
Not
They
all of
come from
them.
Fran- okay. They
Man,
just give up. Let Hitler come walk in. Come on.
What?
I don't think you should talk about Canadians.
No, I
this
don't
way.
think so.
They're
He's just
physical,
he
rugged
just-
people.
He's just saying stuff. He's
You're
out here just saying
You're out
stuff
here talking
from the comfort of his
California.
home in California. He,
No,
he
you
never
ain't-
rolled up on a Canadian before.
Yeah, that's not.
Okay.
This is the most keyboard warrior thing I've ever seen.
It definitely is. Oh, they're soft.
Microphone warrior, soft ass Canadians. Oh,
They
next
are
time I
soft.
find him, I'll punch him in the face, and he'll find
Oh,
out
yeah.
what we're
Is
about.
Lashane
We'll
Canadian?
find out what we're about.
Is
Oh, yeah,
Lash-
Lashane's Canadian.
Would you call him soft to his face?
No, he'll,
Oh,
he'll
just one.
punch.
Okay. You know what he did? He came here
You
because
think
it was
Dick-
too soft up there.
You think he was made tougher by coming to America?
Oh, he
Yes,
came here.
everybody
He
is.
Haven't we-
literally doesn't
what?
have a
Okay,
tooth.
Haven't we spent like the last
you
8
two
years?
are soft. You
haven't
ought to
we-
go to Canada.
Haven't we
No,
been-
I don't want to go to
No, I
Canada.
don't
Too
because it's too
cold.
tough. It's cold. Haven't we spent the last decade calling Americans snowflakes? And you think he came here and got tougher? The whole
Oh my
thing
God.
that we call each other snowflakes. What's he talking about?
No.
A Canadian would rough you
Do you-
up real quick.
Do you know when they were doing slap shots into a little person at a bar? Do you think we do that in this country? They put a little person in goalie gear and we're shooting slap. And if you could get a goal on them, then and they had hockey players go and try to score goals on them, but they were just hitting them with a puck on purpose.
Yeah.
That happened in
Listen.
Canada, not here.
Listen.
Now that's not. And by the way, that's
you're
not a nice
talking
thing
to
to do.
You're talking to a guy who did play-by-play for little person wrestling. Me, okay? I know all about that. About little people.
Were there big people
and-
throwing little people?
Yeah, there was. There
Okay.
was.
Well, that's a
All
sport.
right.
Then.
That happens.
It's not. It's not.
It
You don't
Canada-
condone it.
We don't condone that
You don't
type
condone
of
it?
thing anymore.
The
don't
only
condone it?
reason the only reason Canada hasn't been invaded and taken over is because we're right here. That's why.
It's too cold.
That's the only
It's
reason.
There's also
cold.
ocean between them.
What?
I
When
mean,
did you develop this hatred for Canada?
I don't
I've
know.
This
always
is a
hated
new
Canada.
thing. Why?
I've always hated Canada.
Why?
No, I've always hated Canada.
What did Canada do to you?
French. They're French.
No,
They're
French,
not all
French
French.
Canadians a
Yeah.
very small percentage.
Well,
And why
now
do you
they're
hate the
fighting
French?
back.
What did the French
Now-
do to you?
Now they're
Nothing.
fighting back because we're putting tariffs on them. Beat it, Canada. Beat it. All right. We're going to secede from Canada.
We're not
Okay.
part of
We're
their
not
country. You
part-
can't succeed from a separate country.
All right.
It's not
That's
how
what
it
we're
works.
To
doing.
me, I look at Canada like I look at in Game of Thrones, the really cold place or whatever, where the wall
North?
was. The north,
The
yeah,
north,
that's
the wall.
the north. That's like
That-
I don't want to be on the wall. Too cold.
I don't want to meet someone from Saskatchewan.
No,
That's not
they're
going to
like,
go well for
it's
me.
minus 27. I don't want to be in it. I don't want to be in North Dakota. Might as well be Canada. Anything
No.
that gets into minuses, that's Canada.
Yeah, Wisconsin. Hey,
Wisconsin's
Canada, you can have
Canada.
Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Minnesota's Canada. All of that
Right.
stuff's Canada.
Yeah, I hate
Too
that.
cold.
Right. America should start at I-10. Okay? I-10, everything south of I-10.
That's what General Lee thought too.
That's where
Everything
America-
west of the Mississippi and south of I-10 is where this country begins.
That's, well, everybody in Lafayette, they say everybody north Opelousas is a Yankee. Okay?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. South Louisiana is a whole different country.
That's
That's
a whole
basically
different deal
Canada
down
of the
there.
South.
that's a whole different deal.
What
down there.
part-
And
what-
you know who else is a different deal? Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford is a different deal. They're different than other dealerships. And that's why I love Chastang Ford. That's what I love about Chastang. I've gone into dealerships before. First of all, that they jump on top of you as soon as you walk in the door. There's a salesman. Hey, what do you need? What do you want? What are you looking for? Hey, whoa, just settle down there, buddy. That ain't the way you go about it at Chastang Ford. They're going to find out. Wait, let's find out about you, okay? Where do your payments have to be, okay? Because that's where we can start. We can look for the car, find the right one that's perfect for you, okay? Not the one that the dealership wants to sell you, the one that's perfect for you. And that's different at Chastang Ford, okay? It's not going to be high pressure. They just don't believe in it. They just don't. You're going to get a great deal there every time, and you're going to get great financing there every time. They're going to work that deal as much as they possibly can. They're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. It's just a great car buying experience. I feel like, for years they've been the number one commercial Ford dealer in the city of Houston. And there's a reason that businesses go there, and that's why you should go there as well, okay? So if you're looking for a great deal, bottom line is important. Customize it exactly how you want it, not how they want it. All of those things. They prove it every day, and the commercial side, they'll prove it to you as well. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Come on in and hang out with us here on the show. More than welcome to do that. The top stories today, we've gone through them a little bit. Bobby Slowick got a new job with the Dolphins. Kellen Moore is the Saints head coach. We talked about Laramie Tunsil. We talked about Kelvin Sampson quite a bit on the show. I don't feel like he gets the love that he deserves here. Talked a little bit about, I sent Lance Berkman that tweet by Ryan Spader that compared him to Ken Griffey Jr. And he said, man, if I was playing today, how much money would Lance Berkman get if he's playing today?
I mean,
he'd be a $30 million player.
Yeah, he'd be $30 million.
I mean, you get a 943 OPS in 1 year. In 1 year.
You know, we haven't talked about
what? Alex
Bregman basically saying Astros are out.
Yeah.
And I want to, and this is something I brought up. I'm going to see if you think this is the case now. Alex Bregman is said to be doing maybe a 1 year deal because there's not anything good enough out there. The Astros offered a pretty good deal, $156 million guaranteed. Do you think there's a chance that the Astros did not have that offer on the table anymore for him? Maybe had a short-term offer, but not – because that was my point. That was my contention the whole time is I don't know that 156 is still out there for him. They may be willing to look at him, but they may have already spent their money. The 156 may not even be out there. I'm not sure if anything long-term is out there for him better than what – because I read an article yesterday that said there's a belief that there's nothing better than what the Astros had out there in the market.
Well –
Cubs, Red Sox, Tigers are the three teams that supposedly he's quote unquote down to.
Yeah, well, listen, I don't know, where did the story come from? Didn't it come from
Scott
about the Astros being back in it, about Jose Altuve moving to left field?
Oh, it was like Hyman or something. It was a noted.
Yeah, it was noted.
It was a noted baseball person.
The Astros have never said anything like that.
They
never.
That's why I didn't think. That's why I wasn't so sure that their offer was even on the table.
Because
they've already spent it.
Yeah, once they got Walker and Paredes, it might have been.
I don't know. We got it. I didn't it feel like Dana was just playing the game along. Like he didn't want to.
Yeah.
I guess it's part of the he's not. Dana didn't want to come out and say Scott Boras is a liar. This is right. Boras. This is nuts. He goes, but he gave you your little hints. I don't know. I guess I owe him a call. That means we're not talking. We haven't shut the door on anything, right now. I mean, we're willing to listen. Not one thing that it never sounded like he was actively engaged.
Yeah,
that's my Boris tactics.
My first thought when he did it's really interesting that he's such a good player still out there. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
There's nothing going on here for them.
No.
When he said a couple times in the same quote, like, he's great. It's just interesting that he's still available. Okay.
Do you think, if Bregman had that offer still on the table, would he maybe take 156 guaranteed? I think you'd almost have to think about it because you're going to be a year older off a 1 year deal. You do a 1 year deal. Are you sure there's that much money available to you? If you don't hit well, if you hit like you did even just this year for the Astros, who's giving you a 5 year deal, a 6 year deal? At age 32, who's giving you a 6 year deal at $30 million apiece? Nobody. I think our love for Alex Bregman may be clouded. I think Jim Crane and the team made a legitimate offer. Like that feels like a legitimate offer because no one's touched it in the market. It wasn't like Correa. The Correa deal we knew wasn't going to be enough. How is this deal not a legitimate deal from the Astros? Who's come up with that deal? If there was something better, wouldn't they have taken it? And they haven't taken anything. It's not. I don't think it's out there. And you know what he's going to end up doing? He's going to mess around and end up in Detroit because he likes AJ, and he's going to be sad, just like George.
Well,
Springer
Detroit didn't come up with the right offer either. He might go there for 1 year, I guess, but he wanted to. I mean, Detroit never came up with the offer.
Who are the three teams that he said? It was Cubs, Red Sox, and Detroit. I thought, or am I wrong? Is it Cubs, Red Sox, and is it a different team? Whoever it's going to be, it's probably going to be a 1 year deal. It was probably
Yeah.
going to be a Carlos Correa deal.
Probably. And you know what? Oh well. I mean, that good on him that he. you
No,
know,
it's fine. I mean, I wish him the best. We've already signed our guys. I'm not moving my little guy to left field. I'm not allowing the Astros to do that. We're not doing that. We're not embarrassing Jose Altuve by moving him to left field so Alex Bregman can take a 1-year deal so he can shop around. That's like being separated, but letting him stay in your home while he's out there, going on dates with other people. No, you go get your own place, Bregman. We're not here to let you run around and cat around on a 1-year deal while you're looking for your next slam. We're not doing that.
Wow. Why is
Yeah.
looking for his name?
I like
I
him
don't-
fine, but we're not trying to we're not giving him a room to stay in. Like, well, you just stay here, but you can still date. But you just stay here. No, go somewhere else. Jose Altuve is our man.
Well, and it turns out okay. Will Bregman's number be retired at any day?
No, I mean, I don't know.
I think he will be.
I mean, if you retire
Altuve for sure.
Altuve for sure.
Verlander?
No.
Fromber?
Don't you have to go into the Hall of Fame? He's not going to go into the Hall of Fame with an Astros hat. Billy Wagner said he is.
Billy Wagner's going in.
Verlander's not going to.
Verlander,
He'll be Tiger.
probably not, but he really became a Hall of Famer here.
If you don't even want to be a Hall of, well, I don't know. He was.
Yeah,
well,
but
maybe
you got to accumulate the numbers.
Yeah. No. Right. Yeah. He went over the line. He went over the top. Yeah. With the Astros. Yeah. But that's not to take away the stuff that he did in Detroit was pretty legendary.
Yeah.
But yes, he won 2 Cy Youngs here.
Yeah. I mean, and won championships here. He didn't win there.
Yeah.
That's. I don't think it's out of the question that he goes in as an Astro. He won championships here and Cy Youngs here.
I don't think he wants to.
Maybe.
I think
we don't know.
Are we switching from retired number to going in as a Hall of
Well,
Famer?
my point was that why are we retiring somebody's number if they don't even want to be
I
a
think
Hall of
Bregman-
Famer?
I
Well,
think
Nolan
Bregman's
Ryan went
number-
in as a Ranger, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Not as an Astro.
Who
He
did?
wasn't here that long. Nolan actually was not a long-term Astro.
Who?
Nolan Ryan.
Oh, yeah. Nolan Ryan is. Yeah, he went in.
Well, only
did
because
go-
he pitched for 27 years. He pitched 9 seasons in Houston.
Did he pitch here for that long?
Yeah, it just so happens he pitched for nearly 30 years, so it doesn't feel that long.
No.
But 9 seasons, nearly a decade.
Dang, he pitched 9 seasons here.
No, but Bregman and Altuve are Bregman and Altuve the only two guys from this era that get their numbers retired by the Astros.
I think it should be. Carlos didn't play here long enough. George didn't. Yeah,
See how long Jordan's here.
and maybe Hader.
Yeah, maybe Jordan. Maybe Jordan someday.
Jordan.
Yuli?
Well, we'll see how long. No, not Yuli. We're not retiring. Come on now. You got to be special. You better be Hall of Famers to get your number retired.
Well, this was the special era, man. You're going to have more from the Bagwell era retired than this era?
It was a special era, but retiring jerseys should really be extraordinarily limited. You ain't just retiring jerseys because this is a good era. Frankly, it should be Altuve. He's on a Rushmore of the city. It's Altuve. You don't just retire jerseys willy nilly.
I don't know. I think Bregman too.
Why? What did he do? You
He's won
sat there
2
and crapped
titles
all
for you.
So what? You sat there and crapped all over his OPS just yesterday.
Yeah, I did. But
So
you know
why
what? He was a major part
Go match
of the greatest era
So what?
of this.
Who was the guy who was always the dude? Jose Altuve. Every
Jose
year
Altuve.
other than one.
No.
Breckman had 2.5 years, 3 years where he's just not that great. He's looking for a big fat contract, and he's not even the same player now. Altuve's at an astonishing level at this age right now, this many years in. He can't.
Well, I
Bregman
know.
can't.
I'm not always arguing Altuve.
Well, but
Altuve
Altuve's on
for
a
sure.
lever so much higher. Isn't that
I'm
what you
just
aspire
saying,
for?
someday Bregman.
Nah,
I'm just saying,
his number's
Bregman
too.
someday.
His number's too
But-
cool.
His
The number
numbers.
2 is too cool to retire for Bregman. Sorry,
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
no,
I'm going with the
Yankees, they don't
aesthetics.
have a. The
Yeah.
Yankees do not have a single
Understood.
digit
Wait,
anymore.
do not,
Everyone.
do not retire a number of a guy who doesn't get into the Baseball Hall of Fame. That's a mistake.
Oh, really? Lance Berkman's not going to go in?
No,
Not going to be retired? He
Lance
already
Berkman's
is.
not going to.
Lance Berkman's number's retired.
Lance Berkman's number's retired.
I'm looking.
is?
I'm looking at the list right now. It's Bagwell, Biggio, and Wagner's will get it on the 25. On the
Yeah,
in this upcoming year,
Yeah.
August 16th.
I don't think Berkman
is not retired.
Don Wilson. Who do they have?
Well, I got the list right in front of me. We go to break after this. Jim
All right.
Umbrick, Don Wilson.
To me, if you're not even a Hall of Famer,
Jose
you don't get
Cruz,
your number retired.
Jose Cruz isn't a Hall of Famer. They
Mike
retired his
Scott,
number.
Well, that's
Nolan
because
Ryan,
he
Mike Scott's not a Hall of Famer. They retired his number.
Yeah, we can't just. We need numbers, John.
Larry Durker,
Larry Durker's not a Hall of Famer. They retired his
They
number.
shouldn't have.
Jimmy Wynn.
They shouldn't have.
Jimmy Wynn's
these are
not
guys.
a Hall of Famer.
These are guys from an organization. You know what? Frankly, it speaks to our history.
The standard is
The
higher
standard
now,
was
right?
so
for you.
low. Durker, Durker,
Well, he's
retire
a
the
manager
number.
and
Like,
a pitch and a player.
he's fine, but
This is the greatest era ever, and you
Now
want
is-
one number retired.
Yeah,
Beat it. You're wrong.
yeah.
Time to
You
talk
know who's
about-
never wrong?
you want
Dr.
particip-
Linville. Linville's
Doc
never wrong.
Linville. You know what? We need to retire hair for Doc Linville. That's what we needed to retire. You needed to retire that bald spot is what you need to do. You need to get Doc Linville to make you have a Hall of Fame hair, okay? That's what you need. What I need you to do is go to 975hair.com, especially if you're younger. Dude, if you're in your 30s, that's when I started to notice, holy crap, I'm in my 30s and I'm starting to get a bald spot. What the hell is going on here? Well, take care of it now. Don't be waiting, dude. Don't be, no, it's going to get better. Yeah. You know what always happens? That bald spot always just gets better. No, that's not the case. It never does. Actually, it just spreads. And then you're like, wow, this is a big job now. Don't make a small job a big job. Do it now. Get the PRP that'll stimulate the growth. You can get the neo-grafting, which will cover that up, and get that done now. Don't wait, okay? Because it's not getting any better up there. It's just not. So you're in your 30s, you're in your 40s, maybe even in your 20s. You're starting to notice that you're losing hair. This is the time to do it. Don't wait. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Let the good times roll, take the day off of work, and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational benefiting kids' meals. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, March 4th at 10:30 a.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch from Brownback Deli, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. Register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab and use code EARLYBIRD for a $97.50 registration until Friday.
All right, time for a break.
Really?
It actually is. We are so far behind.
Just combine breaks
because of a ridiculous that one out of the greatest era, one of the great eras of baseball history, and you want to retire one number.
No, it's not because of that. It's because of that previous segment when we were degrading Canada. We were defending it.
We went 7 minutes late.
Listen to you degrade Canada.
I didn't degrade Canada. I just think they suck.
Well, there it is.
Okay.
You said you wanted to bomb Canada.
I did not say that.
Well, do you want to?
No, I don't want to physically take them over. I want them to just admit they're just they're beholden to us.
Country.
And just come over. Okay.
I don't care about other countries that much to where I'm
you just want to subjugate them.
I'm not worried about who
if
other
we got to
countries...
continue to protect them, they might as well just be part of us.
Is that what we do?
That's
we
what
continuously protect Canada?
The greatest thing about Canada is they're right above us.
Is Canada under attack?
Is it the mere presence of America that keeps Canada safe? Is that what the idea is? Listen,
if we can't take over Greenland, we'll take over Canada.
Well, I like the old days when we weren't trying to take over all these countries.
Can we just let them be a sovereign nation?
Can I just get some policy going here? I don't want everything.
Imperialism
every day feel like
it's
like we've got a wrestling match every day. There's a new wrestling promo that's out. I just want to be able to watch players and not worry about anything.
That's what you're looking for, imperialism?
That's been, I don't know if you guys heard, but that's been part of the world forever.
And is it a good part of the world?
It's a great part.
I don't know.
Oh, if it wasn't for imperialism, you wouldn't be in America today.
I don't know if you want to lean into that, John.
Really?
I wouldn't be in America today, or everyone would be in America
nobody
today?
Would be in America today.
If we,
John, you don't want this.
I'm not sure this is something to applaud. Coming over.
He's about to get you.
Coming over and subjugating an entire.
Damn good.
Yeah,
it turned out for
some
good
people,
for all of you people. It's good for.
The people who happen to be here at the time, it didn't turn out great for them.
He just realized slavery was a thing. I saw the look on his face, like, oh, he's doing slavery.
I'm not talking about slavery. I'm talking about the people here first, not slavery. That's a different conversation.
Oh, I thought you were going to the slavery card.
No.
Yeah.
What is happening to the show?
It's John.
This show has really been a problem.
It's the problem. It's the problem.
The problem is the problem?
Yes.
Yeah.
Our only sports was when Alex Bregman got his number retired.
Did not get his number retired in your eyes.
He will someday.
Maybe. Absolutely. I said him maybe, but Altuve's on a whole different level.
Of course he is.
Our all-time great should be held in all-time great esteem, not participation. John's a participation guy.
Oh, really?
Everyone gets in.
Oh,
Eli Manning,
Jose Cruz? Jose Cruz shouldn't have.
Eli Manning won 2 championships. Should he get in?
What? No. He's going to have his number retired by the Giants. Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
Will he?
He shouldn't get in the Hall of Fame, though.
Will he?
As their quarterback, yes, it'll happen.
Yes, absolutely he will.
I don't know if it's the comp is the same. Do? Well, he was the quarterback of the team.
Should I go over all his?
Is Joe Namath's number retired? Yes. And then Aaron Rodgers took 8 because of it. He's only got the 1, and it's back then when stats weren't the same. But he wasn't like a stat
and
guy.
That's the other thing. I think numbers got retired, just like Hall of Fame's getting a lot harder now. They're starting to say, we put too many people in we shouldn't have. That's happening too. NFL said, let's make it harder. Luke Kuechly couldn't even get in this year, which is crazy to me. Crazy. But I'm convinced they changed the standard so Eli couldn't get in. They're like, we're not letting this guy in. This guy was average at best.
At best. Eli should not be a Hall of Famer. But will he have his number retired? Absolutely. Absolutely. 713-780-3776. Let's try to catch up. Sorry, we are way behind, but you got to talk about Zadok.
Zadig Jewelers, if you're way behind and you're shopping for, I mean, Valentine's Day, no big deal. It's just 2 days away. Are you ready? You're probably not. I'll be honest with you. And if you don't have your Valentine's Day set up, but you want to do something special, it's not too late. Now, maybe you've been planning this caper, and that's fine. You want to add some earrings to it. Zadig Jewelers has you covered. If you want to really hit a home run, though, Zadig Jewelers is the way to go. They're the ones who they do an amazing job of working with whatever your budget is and finding the perfect gift. And the perfect gift could be Mickey Moto. It could be Cartier. It could be Chopin. It could be any number of fine designers, and they understand what the best designs are, what the biggest trends are, and what women absolutely love. So if you've got a wife, a girlfriend, a fiance that you want to tell them how special they are in the form of some jewelry, Zadig Jewelers has been the place to go, not just now, but for decades. They've been off of Post Oak Boulevard. They're now at a 28,000 square foot facility at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's beautiful inside, and the people are so well versed on everything in the shop that they're going to find the perfect gift for Valentine's Day. It's a home run every time you set foot at Zadig Jewelers. Zadig.com. That's Zadig.com.
All right, game day men's health. I'm taking pills every morning now, testosterone pills. I used to get a shot. Go get a shot every week. You can get the pellets. You got a lot of different choices. Okay, what's best for you? Game day men's health will work it out. The other place, it was just you had to go in and get a shot. I mean, there were no options. Okay, plus they didn't. I mean, it's just different. It's just better at game day. I'm telling you, with the experts that they have, with the lab that's right on the site, with a free consultation as opposed to the other guys who were charging $150, $200 just to find out whether or not you need testosterone replacement. I mean, that's silly. They're going to charge you to find out whether or not you can be a customer of theirs. That's just terrible. That's terrible. It's not the way they do it at Game Day Men's Health. Plus, they have all the different ways that they can make you thinner, stronger, sharper mentally, better in the bed, all of the things, all the peptides that you could possibly need. Let them, what are your goals? What do you want to do? Let them get you there. Let them get the numbers of what's going on in your body and then help you to be the best you can be. It's happening every day. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. It's a game changer. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our last segment before we hit news of the weird. Brandon wants to get in here and talk a little Astros baseball. Let's get him in. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, John, I tend to come down with you on the, Berkman number being retired, maybe Jordan as well, but I think Lance is he got too high standards for retired jerseys because I had seen him on an episode of Extra Points a couple of weeks ago saying Bobby Slo's headset should be retired.
What character is this?
I don't know who that.
What's his name?
Brandon.
It's Brandon.
Okay.
What
I don't know who this.
Did you say that on Extra Points?
What did I say?
No, he said Lance was on Extra Points.
I wasn't on Extra
and said
Points.
that Bobby Slowick's headset should be retired.
I've never been on Extra Points.
Did you say that on Extra Points?
No, this is a new character. I think it's King of the Hill. What's
Bobby
that guy's name?
Bobby
Hey,
Slowick.
Bobby.
Oh, there's Hank Hill.
Hank Hill. That's what he sounded like right there. Like that was Hank Hill.
Bobby Slowick's headset should be
Bobby
retired.
Slowick's headset should be retired.
On Extra Point.
On Extra
When was the
Point,
last time Extra?
I don't. Is that
Bob
even?
Allen?
Yeah, that's not even a show anymore, is it?
Slovak doesn't do that.
Does he do
Is
it?
he still at ABC?
Bobby Slovak.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Does he do Extra Points? I don't know. Brandon,
No,
was
I
that
don't
a
think
Biden thing? Because isn't he called Brandon? He was slurring and slow with the words. I'm trying to draw connections. I'm not sure. Brandon, what character that
Feels
is?
like a character.
Brandon. I don't know what he's thinking there. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to have a hard time with this. I'm just having a hard time with this Bregman stuff. Once you look at 2020 and beyond, his numbers just aren't that good. I mean, they're just not. He has not, like, he got out like a house of fire. 17, 18, 19 was crazy good. And after that, it's like 801 OPS, 777, 820, 804, 768. It's just not even that great.
Listen,
270, 259.
When this organization sucks, they're going to look back at this time so fondly. They're going to go, man, remember when we had that 250 third baseman and we won all those championships?
I mean, he did win a Gold Glove.
He did win a Gold Glove.
Which is nice this last year, but he finished 19th in MVP, 22nd in MVP. He had a second. You remember he finished second in MVP in 19 and fifth in 18, but it's like he just completely, after 19, he's just been a shell of himself. He really has. Like, he's been just a total shell of himself, but then he'll pop up and have some big moments. It just hasn't been sustained. Like, to me, Jordan, and I just think of it this way, and this is we've talked about Bregman in a negative way for many, many times over the last 5 years. Not like a guy who's one of the all-time greats. We talked about, man, what has happened to Alex Bregman? What has happened to Alex Bregman for quite a long while?
Yeah, but then
including
in the
this
playoffs,
year,
we said, man,
yeah,
Alex Bregman.
he's had his moments in the playoffs, no question. I love that. Not better than Lance Berkman, obviously. Lance Berkman was better as an Astro, right?
Yeah, Lance Berkman was one of the best Astros ever.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of my standard.
Yeah,
for me,
it goes Altuve.
And how does Lance Berkman's number not
Bagwell,
retire?
Biggio, Berkman.
Now you'll notice there's a bunch of guys from the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, and then they waited and then it was Hall of Famers after that. They kind of waited. Early in their history, they were just retiring numbers willy-nilly.
Well, the one guy,
Don
Umbrick,
Wilson,
died.
Who?
Umbrick died.
Oh, well, that's fine, but Don Wilson?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
And J.R. Richards not up there.
No. Well, J.R. had his issues, though. I think that might have played into it.
What issues? He had a stroke and he was homeless?
Yeah.
Oh, so you can't get in if you have homeless? Well, wait a minute.
Unhoused.
No, there used to be homeless back then.
Be sensitive.
No, wait a minute.
The words have changed. Unhoused.
A guy can't have his number retired because...
Is that the only things that were his issues?
Well,
I don't know.
He had a stroke. He was a dominant. He was maybe the best pitcher the most dominant pitcher in baseball. He was Randy Johnson. He was becoming Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
And then he had a stroke, and that was that. I mean, it was a really, really unfortunate thing. It's one of the in sports, there's certain guy, not Walter Payton, but Gale Sayers is one of them. You have certain guys that Kirby Puckett to a much lesser extent. He still played a lot of baseball. J.R. Richards, one of those like Lynn Bias, Reggie Lewis, right? What could have been. J.R. Richard was 6'7" and brought it 100 miles an hour and was just figuring out how to throw with some accuracy.
If you had to guess, because we think of Bregman as a postseason performer, where would you think his numbers land as far as stats? What do you think of him as a hitter? What do you think those numbers are?
Take a guess, John.
Probably not great, but it was when he did it.
Understood. But if we're couching,
he played 20 games.
He played in 99
games.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
99 playoff games.
Yes.
And you don't want to retire his jersey.
That's a whole season. Well, how did he play in that season?
What do you think? Where do those numbers land?
He's probably around a 250 hitter.
238.
OPS
749.
749 OPS?
Yes, 749 OPS.
That can't be right.
I take it back. 789. Let me correct myself. 789 OPS.
But he's lower than 800?
Yes.
Wow. I would not have guessed that. More walks and strikeouts, though?
Let me see.
Well, it can't be that many walks.
Coming up?
His OPS is only 789.
64 strikeouts, 53 walks.
How many homers did he hit?
19 in 99
How
games.
many?
19.
Once every 5 games he hit homer.
And RBIs 54, run scored 63. Some of the basic counting numbers for Bregman in the postseason. Yes, the moments giant. We know Boston, stuff like that.
World Series
against the Dodgers.
World Series 704 OPS, batting average of 198. Ugh, he stunk in the World Series. Where did he play really well? ALDS Division Series. ALCS, he had an OPS of 679 and a batting average of 195. Dude, in the ALCS, he hits 195 with a 679. In the World Series, he's 198 with a 704. He sucks in the ALCS and World Series.
As the games got bigger,
he's a monster in the Division Series.
So you saying, Lance, as the games got bigger, the lights got too bright?
I mean, it would appear. He was really good. He was 1,000 OPS in Division Series, though. Hit 333, on base percentage of 421. That dude was a monster in ALDSs.
Thank you. And you don't get to the ALCS unless you get through the ALDS.
His OPS in wild cards was 620. ALCS 679, World Series 704. He basically only showed up for Division Series.
That's all we needed.
In terms of now you had a game like Alex would have a game.
He
had a game here and there. He had moments, and those count too.
Well, I don't know. I think we would have liked him to play better in the 19 World Series.
I would have appreciated that. Yes,
particularly at home. That would have helped.
Well, no, nobody could play well at home.
Well,
it was impossible to win a game. As a matter of fact, it's impossible for the Astros to ever win playoff games at home.
No.
Have they lost? What are we at? 6 straight home playoff games?
6 straight. And you got
7
don't
straight.
forget the 19 World Series where you didn't win a World Series game. 0-4 there, 0-4 against the Rangers at home, 0-2 against the Tigers. I mean,
I take it back. It is 7 because they lost the 2023 ALDS Game 2 at home to the Twins. So it's 7 straight home playoff losses.
Now, Jose Altuve's hit 900 in ALDS, 942 in ALCS, but World Series 700. 700 World Series, and nobody's worse in the wild card. 302 OPS. Brad Ausmus pisses on that number.
Altuve gets better.
Maldonado's like, you hit 302 OPS, Altuve, in your 3 wild card games, you're a disgrace.
What's Jordan's?
Probably good. Not in the World Series.
No.
Matter of fact, how did we ever win a World Series?
He won the World Series for you.
Again, yeah.
But I'll bet you that his numbers aren't good in the World Series because he wasn't good in the Braves series and he wasn't good. Let me see. I'll look at Jordan. Jordan career postseason. World Series 692 OPS with a 200 batting average. But ALCS 945 with 16 home runs. ALDS 17. You basically had no chance against the Astros in ALDS. everybody had 1,000 OPS.
They're crushing.
Jordan's 1209 OPS with 17 home runs and a 787 slugging percentage in 16 games. Good Lord. Jordan in the ALDS and ALCS would ruin your entire life.
It's awesome.
World Series, not so much. He was not a
Yeah.
life ruiner with a 692 OPS and 2 career home runs in 19 games.
Wow, 1,043 in the AL.
Two home runs in 73 plate appearances in the World Series.
Yeah, not good. But one of them won your World
One
Series.
of them won your World Series, yeah.
That's right.
And that's why we don't think. That's why
It's
so
when
important.
you do it.
Absolutely.
When you do it, not what you. It's when, and that's why Bregman.
Well, baseball's a
Number retired.
numbers
I've already
game,
done
isn't
it.
Yeah, we know he's in. According to you, we'll see.
He's
Probably will. That's 2 titles. He's probably going to get in.
And maybe Garrett Cole too.
Garrett,
We'll see.
get out of here.
We'll see.
Garrett Cole.
Yeah, Garrett Cole. 9:48. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our final break before News of the Weird. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. A Frenchman on a French train was fined €150 for having his speaker phone on.
Wait,
Do
what?
you feel like if you're on a train,
Yeah,
you should
no.
be able to use your speaker on your phone?
No.
So you should be charged €150, which is like $70,000 here.
Yeah. You do this. Hello? Hey, what's up?
Well,
Oh, okay. Yeah, cool.
I want to be able to hear who I'm talking to.
Then put your ear on it, baby ears.
Oh,
You don't put a speaker on, you put it in your ear.
No.
Or get some earbuds.
That's why.
We don't need to hear you. We don't need to hear Chad
Oh,
telling
and
you
you're
what
gonna
size
have
his jeans are.
Oh, do you know what? You have your phone up next to your face. All that didn't get cancer. Nice. You want people to get cancer.
No,
okay.
If it happens, it happens.
Oh my God, you're a bad person.
No, bad people are
Europe,
people who put on their speaker in public. They're the worst people.
In Europe, they have approved mealworm powder in food. Do you want mealworm powder in your food?
No. It does.
Why
I
not?
don't know what it is, but it doesn't sound good.
Well, it's mealworms. It's like gross worms.
What are
yes.
mealworms?
I don't know. And why do you make poo? Who's decided that we should make powder out of them?
We're not doing this.
I don't know.
Well,
That's
ever since
terrible.
we started eating crickets at baseball games, anything's possible.
Apparently, have you seen this? Russia has charged Google, has fined Google with a fine that's more than all of the money on Earth. It has 37. It has 39 zeros.
What they get in trouble for?
Because
memes of Putin.
Apparently, Russia didn't agree with something that Google said about Russia.
Russia, do what you always do. Just go poison people and throw people off of buildings. Stop trying to charge Google 39 quadrillion, trillion, zillion, like a little kid would say. Just get people poisoned and throw them off buildings, just like the old-fashioned way.
Oh, here's a reason why we should annex Canada. Apparently, a survey says more young Canadians believe the history of the Holocaust is exaggerated. Annex 51st state. That's all.
You'll be shocked.
You just want to add them to the young people here who think the same way?
Yeah.
Don't
get on Twitter. You'll find out.
We can educate them.
You'll find out.
We don't educate our own young people.
You'll find out that nothing happened. There was no Holocaust. There was no moon landing. There was no Wilt Chamberlain never scored 100 because it wasn't on TV.
Well,
There's
that
no
one
video
didn't
of it.
happen.
That
one actually didn't happen.
There you go. Nothing happened.
See? Okay.
But I
Wilt
believe all the other stuff happened, but that one, no chance.
See that?
Hey, man, a Florida man eats a diet of butter, cheese, beef, and cholesterol is oozing from his body. Do you think that cholesterol can ooze from your body?
Yes.
Apparently it is. His hands are blue. His
Really?
hands are like blue. Yeah. His blood vessels, the lipids start oozing from your blood
I'll never
vessels.
forget when your boy Joey P, when he started losing weight on the Atkins diet, and like, wow,
Yeah.
Joey, you look great. What are you eating? It's great. I just eat butter and cheese and meat. No veg, but no broccoli. No rice, no broccoli. You don't want to have
fruit.
no fruit. It's just the secret to health and life is butter, cheese, and beef. Unlimited. I can eat as much as I want. Like, how is this possible? This guy's losing weight eating this stuff. And then years later they found out, oh, wait a minute.
That's
Cholesterol.
not great for your heart.
Yeah.
It's not great. Finally, a New York judge has resigned after saying he can't be on a jury since he thinks all defendants are guilty. Do you feel like a judge should go into your trial feeling like you're guilty?
It's not ideal.
It's not great. I'm glad, though, that he has some self-awareness and said, I can't even be on a jury.
But it sounds like
let
a wife,
alone
though. Is it not like a wife when you like, who did this? And you tell her it's not you, but she already has prejudged you. Like I get prejudged all the time that I did stuff around the house. I'm always I got a judge at home that's constantly prejudged.
Did you do the stuff around the house?
A lot of times, but still, I'm innocent until proven guilty. That's the whole point.
I never get that because my wife knows I never do anything. I didn't do anything around
Yeah,
the
but
house
you can't
ever.
blame things on kids either.
Oh, yeah, I do. I still blame things on
But they
JT
don't
when
live
he was
there.
here. He was here months ago. Probably JT did it. Oh, no, absolutely. Everything gets blamed on JT.
Yeah.
Everything. Yep.
I've done that. I've done, but who put their finger in this peanut butter? Probably Sebastian. He hates peanut butter. Mason, he doesn't eat peanut butter. Like, well, what the hell is it even doing here? Yeah, I did it. Big deal, but it could have been one of them.
Why are you using your finger?
It's because I'm the only one that eats the peanut butter. If I'm the only one that drinks the
Use
milk
a spoon.
or the peanut butter, then this is
But
my.
forget about.
I can do this. I can open it up and drink right out of the.
But
if
forget.
I'm the only one.
But it's a bad delivery
thank you.
system. Get a spoon.
John, am I right?
You're absolutely right. You should be able to do
I don't
whatever.
care about that. Your finger is a bad delivery system. Get a spoon. It's easier. It's better.
It is. It is.
It
But
is,
sometimes I'm just in there
but
anyway.
then you have to go all the way to the drawer.
Into the drawer. You're there.
Yeah.
You're in the pantry anyway.
So you'd rather stick your two fingers in.
I wouldn't rather, but that's what happens.
And scoop it up.
No, one
It's not
finger.
Oh, using
preferable.
one finger.
Just because it's
That's
not
not-
preferable
that's
doesn't
even
mean it
less
doesn't
effective.
happen.
I'm on a diet. One finger.
I'm on a diet. One finger.
That's his diet. I only get one finger of peanut butter.
And it slides off like
Yeah,
God. If it was a two,
that's
I
not
could get a good solid.
Yeah.
scoop.
Why are you making that harder on yourself to get yourself your own peanut butter?
Because that's his diet.
diet.
If
You
it's
can't eat
easy, then he's going to eat more.
Yeah. You ever eat spaghetti with your hands? How long do you want to do that? You make a mess. You eat less.
Yeah, but if you're eating spaghetti with your hands, it wouldn't stop you from eating the bowl of spaghetti. You'd keep eating it. The
Well-
same way with peanut butter. You think the one finger method is
All right.
stopping him from
You ever
getting
tried
his
to eat
fill?
spaghetti with
No
a spoon?
chance.
Eat spaghetti with a spoon and see how hungry you are at the end.
But you would keep
Well-
going. You're not stopping. You wouldn't stop.
Yeah, you can keep going and you're never going to get spaghetti. It's a great diet method.
Well, listen, how does Craig DeSurf eat spaghetti? That's the question.
I don't know. I know that he's selling. I know I gave you a cell phone number earlier because he's selling EV Hummers, electric vehicle Hummer. I thought, is this really a thing? A Hummer that's EV? But that's where we are now. There's a lot of people who want to drive the electric vehicles because they're more convenient. You're either doing it for purposes of environment or you're doing it because you got tired of paying gas prices or what? Maybe you like it being quieter. I don't know. Whatever your thing is, Craig DeSurf has a Hummer, a brand new Hummer that's an EV, and he's going to do a deal for you directly. He said, skip Jeff, skip any sales staff, skip Rick Drenner. Ask directly for Craig DeSurf. So when you call Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, go ahead and call it right now. Ask for Craig DeSurf. Said Lance told me that I could talk to you specifically about this Hummer. He'll do the deal himself so that you're happy. He just wants to sell it and wants you to be happy, and that's it. Happiness is guaranteed. So you make the call to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You ask directly for Craig DeSurf, and he'll do this specifically for you. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com.
Welcome to the show. And this show started a little less than a year ago. I think it was late February last year. And we asked a question, maybe the first big question of the show. And I think it's appropriate to look back to it, considering we're on the verge of Astros spring training beginning again. They will begin, I believe, tomorrow. We asked the question, how many games would Sean and I watch? I think I put my number at 100. We talked about probably not watching Friday games. I mean, we won't have to talk about the game the next day. It's Friday night. Why do I have to watch the Astros?
There's going to be 2 games afterwards that we're probably going to talk about more anyway.
Yeah. I set my number at 100? I don't remember what you said, Sean, for your number.
No chance that I remember A, what number I said, or B, what number I watched.
And I remember my number. I don't remember how many I watched, but I can tell you I didn't make it to 100. I don't think so. Not full games. I might have seen a bit here. And full games, I'm not saying watch every pitch, but you get the majority of the game. Yeah. Maybe you see the fine out. Whatever your classification.
I spent a lot of time with the games on as I did something else. And just kind of listening in.
That happened. A lot of Astro games were on second screen, mostly because I have YouTube TV. Actually, for the most part, because I have YouTube TV.
Yeah,
I could not watch the game, so I had to find other ways to watch it. And most of that happened on my laptop, unless there's a nationally televised game. I don't think I got to 100. The goal is 100 again. We'll see. We'll see about that. The Fridays are still probably going to be a no-go. I can guarantee that right now. Unless they give me a lot of Friday afternoon games, which seems unlikely. Not great for business to do that.
No, I don't see why they would.
No. So unless they're thinking about me,
it's like the one time
scheduling the games. Yeah. And specifically for me, then it's not going to happen.
Yeah. No. I do wonder. I wonder if them slowing the slow start that they had last year, and slow start's actually very nice. When they were awful for the first 6 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
I wonder if I think that made me watch less, because a lot of times they would just be down 6-0 in the first inning. Like there would just be a blow up by Jake Bloss. Actually, no, not Jake Bloss. Blair Henley. There'd be Blair Henley, although they won that game. There's a Hunter Brown Kansas City one that I remember.
He was cooked.
Yeah, it was literally the Grandpa Simpson meme of me walking in, looking at the score and just walking out.
Right back out.
So I don't know how that affected it. I honestly think Altuve in left field will get me to watch. Like any game that Altuve's in left field.
Yeah, when
unless I have specific plans, I will be watching that game.
I normally don't wait with bated breath for either McTaggart to tweet out the lineup or Jeremy Branham to quote tweet it and say what's wrong with Espada's lineup. I will be locked in. When you give me Altuve and left, I may even watch a Friday night game.
Exactly.
Just because I need to see, particularly if he's not at home and he's in a different environment. It's must see for all the wrong reasons for us, but it's must see if he's out there trying to figure out how to traverse left field in a ballpark he's not familiar with, which will be all of them as far as left field is concerned. Yeah. But I got to be there for that. So the Astros have provided a reason for me to watch, and that goes to the top of the list because I think they're going to be pretty good. We talked about how the odds, at least on FanGraph, for winning the division, pretty tight between them, the Rangers, and the Mariners. The tightest FanGraph has had since they started doing this. The projection, each team has right around a 30% chance of winning the division. The Astros actually are the third favorite in the division if we go by FanGraph. But so they're going to be okay, pretty good, challenging for the division. But the Altuve part of this is what I'm looking for. I got to say thank you.
It's like
I'll say thank you for this particular pull to the season.
It's like if they came out before a game and they're like, you know what? Lamar Jackson's going to play wide receiver this game. You're like, wait, what?
So Bill Polian's running the Ravens?
I know, right? Maybe not. Josh Allen's going to play wide receiver. Sure. You'd just be like, I have to see what happens. Like,
they're going to start Mitch Trubisky and they only do it for like a Thursday night game to get interest.
Yeah.
It's the Thursday night game that no one wants to play. Bills versus Jets. Mitch Trubisky's playing quarterback today. Josh Allen's an H-back, wide receiver type, and we're just going to see how this goes. Yeah. That's kind of what it feels like. Yeah, he's a pretty good second baseman. In fact, the best player you've ever had. Put him out in left and see how it goes. I hope. I want it to go well for the Astros' sake, but there's a part of me that's like, can they win games? And he's kind of a disaster out there on occasion.
I think the best is that it is normally like it all comes out in the wash as like
Sure.
average below, like slightly below average, but there's like at least two just hilarious plays.
Yeah.
Just two.
I don't want him to like
where he jumps at the wall and he's like not even close because he's so tiny.
I don't want I don't want him to fall on his face because in the world of viral videos, Altuve falling on his face in left field will be a thing opposing fan bases use. And I don't want to see that. But he misplays a ball because, as you made that sound effect, he's just too small to get it. Okay, that's expected. That happens.
Yeah,
sure. He misplays a ball in that fashion. I'm okay with that.
Even like there's a sac fly and he has to throw it home and just he has to hit the cutoff man.
And no one's going to blame him for it because everyone knew this was an issue, and the Astros still put him out there. This is not a player issue. This is it's a distribution of your talent issue, and and we know this is a problem. They're still trying it, and you can look to. And I won't even blame Joe Espada. This is, I think, an executive suite decision, and that's why Altuve's out there. But we'll see him shortly. I mean, he'll be taking fly balls in left field. He's already doing that. We've seen the videos of him at Minute Maid. Now, starting tomorrow, I guess he'll split duty between taking ground balls and taking fly balls out in left field as the Astros will get it going starting tomorrow. So, I guess my next thing about that is what will wear us out first? Astro spring training stories or the random draft story? Because we're in draft season now. I talked to Lance as he was walking out. His whole life going forward is to look at players for the next 2 months or so. He's going to be looking at players and putting out mock drafts. And of course, the Texans have needs, and these mock drafts will come from local sources, from national sources, and of course, the biggest needs for the Texans. Those articles will be kind of carrying the day until they actually make a selection or free agency hits. Actually, free agency will be that first thing, and if they make a couple moves there, then the draft needs will change. So we're in that time now. We got the Rockets. Thankfully, they're good. Well, they're not playing well, but thankfully they're going to be a playoff team. We're going to be able to talk about. But going forward, we're going to have a lot of draft and a lot of spring training stuff to get to. At least it's actual sports when it comes to spring training. Got some news for tomorrow. Sean, you won't be here for it. That's unfortunate. But Raheel and I, he won't be in. He pestered me about doing a segment. And by pestered, he sent a text. He sent a text. He wants to do a segment. So I don't know if it'll be weekly, but starting tomorrow, Raheel Ramzanali will join us. And if you've heard him call in on this show,
okay,
it could be anything.
So it's not just going to be days I'm out that Raheel.
I don't think that was the plan. I don't think he just called in because he wants to hear Abigail on the phone line when he calls. I don't think
timing
that's what it's
is
about.
Suspicious. That's all I'll say.
You think the known Texas fan is avoiding the other biggest Texas fan I know?
I don't know.
Both Texas grads.
Ask him.
We'll ask him tomorrow. I don't think he'll probably have an answer for it, but I don't think it'll have much to do with you. We'll see.
He probably is like, I couldn't tell the difference in the voice.
I thought that was Sean who answered the phone. Or maybe we'll call him. Either way, Raheel will join us. I don't know what time, but he's got topics. You know him as the host of CityCast. He does a very serious show about things going on in Houston, and then he comes on this show and turns it into his playground. So we'll get that tomorrow. So we'll have Raheel on Thursday, tomorrow, and then we'll have Michael Carroll on Friday. Different tones, but I like having both of them on, so we'll do that tomorrow. Okay, we've got some NFL news. I didn't know the Matthew Stafford to the Giants thing was such a likelihood. I think Lance even dropped that he expects that to happen. Matthew Stafford to the Giants, and there's some sound we're going to get to from Kelly Stafford, known podcaster, also the wife of Matt Stafford. This was something from maybe a week or so ago now. She talked about the trading of Cooper Kupp opening up the possibility of she and her husband. I wouldn't say it was full on, oh, they're disrespecting us, but she made it known we want to win. We want to win. And Cooper Kupp, trading with Cooper Kupp tells them that maybe winning isn't at the highest priority.
Kelly Stafford's in a win now mindset. All right.
She also said, I won't give away the entire thing, but it's about respect too. Trading Cooper Kupp is disrespectful to Matthew. So we'll get to that in a little bit. We'll also have some sound to close a plot hole or a loop. We played the Ryan Hollins sound, and we read his apology, talked about him apologizing for his viral video. Well, we asked, how do Toronto Raptors announcers deal with the fact that Grady Dick is on their team? We're going to find out. There was a moment yesterday where Joel Embiid fell all over himself and turned the ball over and cost his team a chance to win the game. And somehow, some way, Grady Dick got the ball. Toronto Raptors, they handle a situation differently than, at least their announcers handle it differently than Ryan Hollins did. No apologies coming from them. They've got it set. So we'll get to that. Plenty of other stuff to get to as we're just getting started here. You want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. And really the clip of the day is Carl Ravage forgetting how conference schedules work. We will get to that as well. Some news from a former Texans OC. We'll get to that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Bobby Slowick gets a job. I know a lot of smoke was sent this way. You know he's terrible because no one will even hire him. Well, all you got to do is know someone. He is the new passing game coordinator for the Miami Dolphins. They have an OC. They have a guy who did have that title who may be getting a new job someplace else. He's in consideration. Darrell Bevel, longtime NFL guy. He may be getting an OC job in a spot. He's still up for those jobs. And they also have Frank Smith, who is an OC. So I'm not sure where Bobby Slowick fits in when your head coach is the play caller too. I don't suspect Bobby Slowick's going to be calling plays, even if the head coach Mike McDaniel turns away the opportunity to call plays and just focuses on being a head coach. They legit have two other guys currently in the building who are next in line. So if you thought you could see Bobby Slowick, at least some people's eyes, ruin another team's offense, feels unlikely. He will just be their passing game coordinator at this moment. So Mike McDaniel, San Francisco guy, Bobby Slowick, San Francisco guy, he gets a job. So if you were preying on his downfall and saying he ain't ever going to get a job again, don't you guys know how many San Francisco people exist who have coached under Kyle Shanahan? There will always be a spot for Bobby Slowick. Always. He will always have a job unless he doesn't want one anymore.
And he's a son of a coach. Like, there's no way he was going to fall off the face of the earth after being an NFL OC.
True.
However, is he ever going to call
however.
plays again? Let me move those goalposts.
Okay, let's talk about it. Bobby Slowick had a surprising year one where he helped the rookie quarterback have a great rookie year. Now, year two wasn't good, and maybe you could say maybe they all caught up to him, and CJ was carrying Bobby Slowick in year one, and when people figure out some things, all of a sudden the offense wasn't so great. We got the offensive line issues that we talk about quite a bit. That's going to hamper any offense. But the NFL is about rehabilitation. Now, if this Dolphins offense turns around, because, by the way, they need to fix their offensive line. They fix their offensive line and Tua stays healthy.
Bobby Slowick will get on that.
Bobby Slowick will be considered part of the reason as a passing game coordinator. We don't know how much of the credit pie he deserves, but if he's part of an offense that has a good year, he will definitely be a guy that at some point, and because you know what? At some point, another Shanahan guy will get a head coaching job. And you know who could be available, can call plays? Bobby Slowick. This is how this goes.
Yeah. I mean, Bill freaking Lazor was a finalist for the Texans OC.
And he is not I went through the numbers. He has not coordinated many successful offenses. And yet still, he was available and had an opportunity.
Yeah, Bobby Slowick is definitely going to work. Now, is he ever going to be like good? I don't know.
Well, that's a different question you're asking.
Yeah. But I'm sure a team with offensive line questions. I think the first guy you want is like Bobby Slowick knows how to coach around this.
Are you saying Bobby Slowick can only be successful coaching the Eagles?
Yeah. O-line merchant, Bobby Slowick.
As long as Jeff Stoutland is someplace and he's coaching an offensive line, maybe Bobby Slowick has a chance.
Even last year, like the Texans, or not last year, 2023. It's not like they had the Eagles offensive line that year.
No, they weren't. And the numbers, if you go through them, they weren't awesome as an offense overall. It was just a surprise in the comp to 2021, 2022, the dark years. It was a surprise.
It was just such a big leap.
And we thought another leap was coming, and they added offensive talent. Look, I guess we're going to talk about this until they fix it, but they missed on their projections for their offensive line, and it hurt Bobby Slowick's chances. And of course, they were hated for Bobby Slowick last year, not on the local side. I listened to, unfortunately, a lot of NFL podcasts during the season and the offseason. Is just how I pass the time.
Unfortunately.
Look, I'm aware it's not a great habit I have. I will acknowledge my fault there. But they weren't fans of Bobby Slowick. Enough people weren't fans of Bobby Slowick that I knew that his perception from the nerd football and the film guys, wasn't the same as the people touting him as a potential head coaching candidate and the people here who credited him for partly CJ Stroud's success. And of course, at least Tom Pelissero's tweet regarding his new job was. He went from, or something along the lines of, he was a hot head coaching candidate last year, and after another year in Houston, he finds his way to the Dolphins. So there's still an acknowledgement that that name meant something as far as a potential head coach. He spent 1 year too many here in Houston, and that has changed. Now he's like fourth in line as far as potential play callers for a Dolphins team that's in flux a little bit too. But hey, man got a job. Just live in South Florida.
That there are worse things in life.
Now,
maybe Tyreek Hill can show him around.
If he's still around. The Tyreek Hill thing is interesting because if man quit on this team in the middle of what turned out to be a meaningless game, but he quit on them. I don't want to play anymore.
And then
he said, I want out.
In the post game, was like, I want out.
And then he's walked that back. So the question will be, we talk about culture here and tone setters and what it means to have guys who are all in, and the Lamry Tunsil thing always comes up. Can you look? Players are more forgiving than we think, particularly when the player in question that needs to be forgiven is really talented. But if things start to go left, then they will question this player. But in the moment when you think he can help you, they'll forgive a lot. The question is, do you bring a guy back who not only quit on the team, but then immediately afterwards said, I want out? It would be a statement, I think, if you say, Tyreek Hill, you're very talented. You didn't have a great year, partly because of injuries and adjustments by the defense, and then you quit on us. You got to go. We're going to recoup any draft capital we can, and try to see if we can operate offensively without you. Or you bring him back and anything goes, I think, at that point. Hey, the guy can quit on you. He can tell you once out. You bring him back. It'll be an interesting test for a franchise who isn't known to be one that makes great decisions, how they handle that particular one.
Yeah, I trust Stephen Ross's decision-making here.
We can blame him. And
Chris
it's funny.
And Chris Greer. I'd also
he wears a blazer,
brain trust,
and a collared shirt and a hat everywhere. So, of course, you can trust him. I will say this. The biggest Stephen Ross issue is he went after Harbaugh and whiffed.
Yeah.
And then he went after Brady and whiffed. So he can identify who he should grab. He just can't secure the bag.
Can't close it.
Yeah, he can't close.
I do wonder what the Tyreek market would be, because
and I bring up his name beyond the fact that he's going to cost a lot. No matter, he's going to cost the team who trades plenty, and then cost because of the hit, and then cost the team who trades for him in terms of compensation.
Yeah.
Is he a player, considering the Texans love, at least most recently, they love making an acquisition in the offseason? Is he someone that Sean Mapes, known ball knower, but also someone who loves the entertainment value of chaos?
Mm-hmm.
Would you welcome?
I'm an agent of chaos.
Maybe. We'll see.
Heath Ledger.
We'll see what happens. Well, hopefully avoid the final parts of Heath Ledger's chaos. But known chaos agent Sean Mapes, since you've given yourself that title, would you like Tyreek Hill in a Texans uniform?
I mean, it would be a lot of fun.
It would be.
You cannot deny it.
It would be so much fun to have him here.
It would be the greatest. Now, taking off Agent of Chaos hat, putting on Chris Greer GM hat,
which he always wears. Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't.
You're not Chris Greer. You're Nick Caserio. So you put on your zip up, your vest.
I don't know, because is he 30 or turning 30?
I think he is 30, maybe about to be 31.
That makes sense. I don't love paying him a lot of money.
He'll be 31 March 1st. So
to
less
be
than
31 on March 1st. And it's just the price for you're paying top, maybe not what he got traded for originally, but you're probably parting with a first to get him, right?
Well, maybe this news
second and other stuff.
No, I respond with a maybe because some news came out regarding some of his offseason activities from last year. You remember that lawsuit where the model came and she said either she shook him or she locked him up and he didn't like it, so he pushed her down and she got hurt. And then
yeah, I remember. Man, you know what? I'm back in on Tyreek. Well, finish the story.
Remember that moment, and then he said, "No, my dog tripped you. That's how you got hurt." Tyreek admitted to he had to satisfy his tall woman fetish, so that's why she was around.
I'm back in.
Oh, you're all in. You're all in now.
I was worried that was going to turn more criminal. for Tyreek Hill. Nope, just a freak.
Hill revealed he researched 6'1", 250-pound Hall, that's the woman in question, by viewing plenty of her sex tapes before messaging her via Instagram in May 2023, but denied being especially attracted to her. All right, bro. All right, hold on. You cannot tell the world that you researched plenty of her sex tapes.
Researched.
Yeah,
research.
Yeah,
Got it,
we don't need to dive into what that actually means.
Doing a Lance Erline breakdown.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't need to dive into what that means. You did all that research. I didn't think she's that attractive, by the way. I DM'd her, did a lot of research, but, she's not that hot.
Invited her to my house.
Yeah, I wanted her over. And of course, the attorney in question goes, no, you thought she was attractive. Michael Trunk, that's the attorney's name for Hall.
Junk in the trunk.
Michael Trunk was told by Hill during his grilling that the wide receiver wanted to have sex with the OnlyFans model because she's tall, as a fetish, maybe. And let's confirm, you want him here
as an agent of chaos? Yes, because everything imagine if that story happened locally.
Imagine
we would never stop talking about it.
During his videotaped December 3rd deposition, Hill answered questions about the series of plays. They're in the backyard.
Series of plays.
Fine.
He's learning the Bobby Slowick offense.
Once again, the story was she came over because, at least the initial story was, she met Hill at some football camp for a kid, and she got invited over, and they ran some plays, and she somehow embarrassed him, and that's when an injury occurred later. But during that videotape December 3rd deposition, Hill answered questions about the series of plays leading up to Hall's injury by extending his arms and making a grasping motion. Asked to clarify, he explained that he reached out and touched Hall's breast in the manner of a player getting underneath an opponent's shoulder pads, admitting that the move was a little foreplayish. Once again, you want that guy here. You want Tyreek Hill here.
I mean, my biggest issue is that he's turning 31 in March. And the cap hit.
He's an aging player.
I'll just put it at that.
And also how the compensation that it would take.
Yeah, I'll put it at that.
So I started the Tyreek Hill part of this segment with the Dolphins have some decisions to make about culture and rewarding a guy for quitting on the team and, asking for a trade and thinking, hey, we should bring that guy back. And then you have to throw this on top of everything too. I just DM'd her because I got a bit of a fed.
I think the Texans culture is strong enough to withstand.
You think Will Anderson can get him in line?
Yeah, Will Anderson.
I don't know.
CJ Autry.
I can't wait for CJ Stroud to CJ Stroud's quotes after a game or before a game talking about, his love of Jesus and he's right with God. And Tyreek's like, yeah, I invited her over because I got a tall woman fetish. Didn't think she was hot, but I need to see it. And I did my research.
Just had to see it.
Yeah.
Had to see it for my own two eyes.
I mean, I did the research. Why not? If I got the opportunity to invite her over and see it with my own two eyes, why not? So there we are.
How tall is Tyreek Hill?
He's like probably around 5'8", 5'9", really.
Okay.
He's not listed at that height, but that's probably what he is.
Okay. I was thinking of his listed height, and I was like, I don't know if 6'1's tall enough to call it a tall woman fetish. I don't know. She's tall for a woman, but she's not tall in relation to him. But I guess
she is tall in relation.
Yeah,
to him,
I guess if he's that short, then
yeah. So shout out to Tyreek, future Texan. If Sean Mapes has his
let me get the Photoshops on.
Get the jersey swap. Get that jersey on Tyreek. Get that 10 H-Town blue jersey on Tyreek right now, because Hannah McNair is looking forward to bringing that into the building.
He's Texans worthy.
I think they got rid of one guy, and not by their own doing. I mean, he asked out who had his issues.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure they want to invite that back into the building. It's not the same type of issues, but if his own words are true, yeah, I just wanted to reach out. I admit it's a little foreplayish. I didn't ask her if she wanted me to do that. At least say I wanted to jam her at the line. Don't say you did it for the reasons we all think you did it for. There it is. Deebo Samuel available. Tyreek Hill doesn't want to get traded. This recent deposition, as far as when we found out about it, may keep him from being traded. I'm not sure who's going to say, you know what, I want that guy on my team, but someone likely will. I doubt it'll be the Texans. They may go in a different direction. Too bad Sean's not running the team. All right, we will get out of here with that, and I'll get you I got a tweet about the Tyreek Debo comparison, so we'll get to that too. But we do have sound to get to regarding Carl Ravitch and Kelly Stafford, so a lot to get to. If you want to get in on the show, 713-780-3776.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Sean, you spent maybe more time than you want to admit on a college football message board, right?
No, not really.
Or you're not one of the message board guys?
No.
Okay.
I get the message board filtered down to me.
Oh, you get that news through people.
Yeah.
I guess I'm projecting. I spent more time than I want to admit on message boards. Less so recently, but there was a time. And fire insert name a coach will pop up from time to time. Hell, I'm a fan of a university that has had fans hire planes to drag banners over the stadium because they wanted a guy out. I think I've had that. I think it's happened twice in my life where two different head coaches had planes flying overhead with banners saying "Fire Shannon," "Fire Golden." So I've lived through it. I've never seriously considered getting involved in paying for a banner or billboard That's what's happening in Pittsburgh. It's already happened. There's a billboard out saying Mike Tomlin's pretty much got to go. It's from some guy classified as a Steelers super fan, but the billboard reads, "The standard is mediocrity. Trade Tomlin or sell the team. Rooney, we've had enough." The Steelers haven't won a playoff game since 2016. Normally, that would be considered unacceptable for a head coach on the NFL level. Tomlin is a guy who does have a title back in 07, I think it's when it was.
08.
08, okay. 08. So it's been a long time since the Steelers were at the pinnacle, but we know that franchise operates like a family business. At least the ownership group is family, and they treat coaches well, and they're rewarded. Generally, the Steelers have been relevant. Maybe never. I haven't considered them a real title contender in a long time, and maybe that's the biggest problem, that they're just good enough to have to take Kenny Pickett late in the first round. They're never at a point where they can take a real franchise-changing type quarterback. It's hard to get those anyway, even if you are in that position. But just ask the Jags. But you'd rather be in that position than being a playoff team, knowing you still need a quarterback, and either being stuck with Kenny Pickett than transitioning to Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. Hasn't gone well for them. He's treated like a college coach who's sainted. Like, call your shot when you're gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
It's unique for pro sports, but the Steelers do that. I just know that no matter how mediocre my coach is or the results are, I'm not helping you pay for a billboard or a banner. It's not my vibe. I've seen not the Patreon. That's what I'm looking for. The GoFundMe's. I've seen people post the GoFundMe's. Do you want to get involved in this? And the answer is always no. I think it's I don't know if over the line's the right way to put it. It's a step too far. You want to complain, but a billboard, because particularly when it's the Rooneys, they're not going to listen to you.
Yeah.
They're not getting rid of Mike Tomlin because the Steelers superfan got a billboard up. They're not. It doesn't matter.
They're not even going to see the billboard.
They're not. Look, the Texans may be embarrassed by it, but I don't even think the Texans would fire a coach, despite our jokes about how they listen to the fan base, and that's why Slowick's gone. That's probably more a player thing and a results thing. Some of the players didn't want him around, but they're not. No legitimate, serious franchise is going to take the advice of the fans and go, you know what, the billboard got the job done. Fan discontent helps. I'm not going to say it doesn't move the needle a little bit, but the Rooneys are a case where pack it up. You would be better off digging up a scandal about Mike Tomlin than you would creating a billboard and saying he needs to go. They know what they are and they're fine with it.
Also, just in general, like, their season's been over for a month.
Yeah, what are you doing?
And no one gets fired in February unless there is a scandal.
Yeah, if you thought there was going to be a real impact, you should have had that planned for the minute their final game was over.
I mean, if you really want them fired, it shouldn't have come down to like, oh, well, maybe if they.
All the good coaches are gone. Kellen Moore just got hired. There's no one available. Well, Kellen Moore's a great coach. We'll see. But
Kellen Moore's the most recent coach hired. That should tell you that there's no good coaches.
The Saints waited They waited a long time, and they came down with Kellen Moore. It's not actually a great cycle, to be honest with you. So it's not the time. I would say for Steelers fans, it's not the time.
You had a situation where the Saints were turned down by Mike McCarthy.
He said, "Nah, I'd rather not,"
and then had to go to Kellen Moore. So, although Mike McCarthy, Pittsburgh guy, he's from the area. Probably always dreamed of being the Steelers coach.
So they want to hire the guy that Tomlin beat in the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
No, he got beat. No, Tomlin got beat by him in the Super Bowl. Right? Tomlin beat the Cardinals.
Yes.
Mike McCarthy. So they won an upgrade because Mark McCarthy beat.
Obviously.
Yes.
Mike McCarthy greater than Mike Tomlin.
In the biggest game that they coached against each other, Mike McCarthy won. I mean, Mike McCarthy has 3 12-win seasons in his back pocket, and then a 7-10 season because injuries.
More recent playoff win, I assume.
Yes, I did look it up this morning. Mike McCarthy.
He won one in Dallas.
Yeah,
he won a game in Dallas.
They made the divisional round. Remember? I know it's hard to remember the Cowboys having any playoff success.
Did they win the divisional round?
No, they never do that. They never do that. That hasn't been done for them since
Barry Switzer.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while. Mike McCarthy, a better regular season coach, and also he also has that playoff win. But I don't think they're hiring him. I think the Steelers are one of those teams where the coach may have to retire before they would get rid of him,
or like mutual part ways.
Yes,
maybe like there's a job that's open that
and
Mike
he would
Tomlin,
rather have it than this one. He sees he wants a refresh. I can see that happening, but the press release that the Steelers have fired Mike Tomlin, or the breaking news from one of the newsbreakers, I don't ever think it'll happen.
Yeah, and it is easy to see a world where you find another job more attractive than the Steelers job, because if you are to judge it how we judge when jobs open up, it's, oh, is there a young good quarterback you want to work with? No, there hasn't been one since Ben Roethlisberger was a young quarterback, since Bill Cowher was the coach. That was the last time they had a young interesting quarterback. Then they had a good quarterback, a really good quarterback, Ben Roethlisberger, up until what, 2017, 2018?
Age got him like it gets everyone.
Yeah, and then they let him play for like 3 years too long.
Well, why not treat Ben like you treat your head coaches? Call your shot.
Yeah.
You keep playing until you want to stop.
And then the only like high investment replacement that they ever put into him was Kenny Pickett, who was drafted 20th
In
overall.
an awful quarterback draft. He just happened to be the guy.
Like they haven't really even tried to replace Ben Roethlisberger.
No, it's not. There's not much effort being put in. Like, we never hear the Steelers trying to move up in the draft for a quarterback. Maybe a Steelers fan would know more, but we never hear like the rumors that the Steelers are in on a guy.
They talk to Shedeur Sanders. They love Shedeur Sanders.
Well, I don't blame them if they don't, but
they love Michael Penix.
This is last year's draft. Why weren't the Steelers more heavily involved in trying to get themselves a quarterback?
They love Bo Nix. They met with Bo Nix and they're all blown away.
Something. We never hear that about them.
Yeah.
They're fine with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson coming into the year.
From the second he shook J.J. McCarthy's hand, he knew that this was the starting quarterback.
Not a thing. And you know what? They get what they deserve, right? If you are fine with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields as your two quarterbacks, what happened this season? You know, leading the division for a good bit of it.
Yeah. October champs.
Which is very important in baseball.
Yeah.
Not so much in football.
Basically a 7th ring for the Steelers.
Look how great they were before the games really started to matter. Look how great they were.
Pre-Thanksgiving, 1 seed, maybe. Actually, probably the 2 seed.
They might for a week. Yeah, the Chiefs never lost, so yeah. And then when the Chiefs did come to town, it got decimated by them. So I'm not a fan of billboards. Not to specifically tell you how to be a fan, but I feel like mostly don't waste your money is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
As far as that's concerned. And but if you are a Steelers fan, I get it. It's been a long time.
I get the frustration. I definitely get the frustration.
Yeah, as far as not really believing you ever had a shot to win a Super Bowl because of your quarterbacks.
Yeah.
No matter how good the rest of the roster is, no matter how impactful Highsmith and Watt can be, and Minka Fitzpatrick can be, there's always a ceiling for them. And that sucks as a fan to know you've got a giant ceiling on your team no matter what.
But to me, that's like less about Tomlin, more about the quarterback and the
someone has to
of
catch
this
it.
team. Like,
and Tomlin's gonna catch it. Except not from the ownership group, because maybe they understand more than the fans.
Yeah, but that's the issue, where it's like, if I'm a Steelers fan, I don't think I'm mad at specifically Tomlin. I'm mad at the fact that they haven't invested at quarterback at all.
Yeah, it's very weird, considering they're a franchise that won with a first round, and of course Bradshaw long ago, but they should know in their recent history, after going through the Bubby Bristers and Mike Tomzaks of the world and the Neil O'Donnells of the world, and sure, you made one Super Bowl, but you never had the guy, and then you got the guy, and you had this long period of being a real contender, and yet they're like, you know what, that was cool, but never again.
Yeah,
why?
It's just, and I get some of it is that they're never terrible, which seems like they have a good coach. The wheels never fall off.
Very true.
But I don't know how they're not more aggressive trying to replace the quarterback.
Seems like a
get ready to learn Kirk Cousins, buddy.
Or
that's what it feels like.
Yeah, like
Rodgers.
Well, the news right now, I'm looking at it right now. We'll get to the sound when we come back because it involves this player, Matthew Stafford. It's a lot of Giants talk. Why aren't the Steelers in on Matthew Stafford? Now, I know the Giants hired someone close to Matthew Stafford. That's why people are connecting the dots. But if we're talking about a spot to go to, why not go to Pittsburgh if you're looking to try to win? Now, maybe the thought of George Pickens isn't that appealing. Maybe you'd rather have Malik Neighbors as your receiver. But I wouldn't want to go to New York. Why?
Talk about not winning a playoff game since 2016.
Yeah. But hey, apparently Matt Stafford to the Giants seems like a real thing. We'll hear from Kelly Stafford. In her eyes, or in her words at least, the Rams weren't respecting Matthew, and maybe that's why this trade's about to happen. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's the place you go to. You know, it's at 11:42, but 10:42, whatever. In fact, it's 10:52, so we'll do it here. Sorry, Sean. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place you go to when you want an established plumber who's going to get the job done. There are many ways plumbing can go wrong in your home. You don't know what to do, right? But there is a place that does, and that's the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Billy Brown's the owner. You hear how John and Lance treat Billy Brown. I am not in a position where I can make those jokes, but I will tell you they do a great job at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. From the big jobs to the small jobs is all there for you. And I say big to small because there's so many things in between that matter when it comes to your home, whether it be a leak detection or maybe there's a fixture that needs to get worked on, water filters, they do it all. Hydrostatic testing, circulating pumps, it's all there for you. They have a nice drop down tab for all the services they provide. And of course, that number that can help you get that free quote, 281-488-6238. So anything you need from plumbing, whether it be dirty water, stinky water, the stuff that you use to clean your dishes, cook your food, wash your clothes, they will make sure you have that clean water that when you turn on the faucet, it's what you expect. You take that for granted, and that's what you're supposed to do. And Aqueduct Plumbing Company, make sure you have a peace of mind that when you need your water, it'll be the best water possible. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Welcome to hour two. Mark asked this question. We're talking about Tyreek Hill and the possibility of him being traded and the chaos agent that he is and would be no matter where he lands. Mark asks, could a Debo for Cheetah trade occur? And he mentioned how you'd have to include draft compensation to make it work, to offset however the value is for both players. Who do you think is better? I'm sure the Dolphins would say, if we're trading Tyreek, we're going to want picks. Debo's not as good. I'm not going to get into the contract stuff and how the numbers work. Doesn't really matter. If a deal needs to get done, they make numbers work. People figure it out. So I'm not going to talk about how that might be constricting to make that deal work. But I don't think the two teams would trade one each other for each other's problems, except the connection for McDaniel with Debo. You would have Jalen Waddle elevated to the number one receiver, so you wouldn't have to make Debo the number one. I just don't know how valuable he is at his age and with the declining production. Tyreek's the more valuable player, even though his route tree is limited, partly because he's just small. There's some routes you're not going to have Tyreek run, and his speed is decreasing. He wasn't as fast on the field as far as in play. I mean, I'm sure the tracking will show you that he's fast as hell, but you could watch him. He wasn't running away from guys anymore, and the way defenses have decided to play him, his speed isn't the same advantage it once was. So it's an interesting thought because it's two receivers who have issues with their teams. Trading one for the other, I feel like that's improbable. I think if you're the Dolphins, after paying Jalen Waddle in this offseason, past offseason, you gave Tyreek Hill a new deal, maybe you want to get off paying receivers that type of money. And maybe that's what the 49ers want to do too. They're trying to find a way not to pay that type of money to a superstar wide receiver. Two of them, Ayuk and Hill and Waddle and Samuel. I don't think that's what either organization would want to do.
Yeah, it seems like they're both trying to kind of divest from that position.
Model. Yeah.
Especially, like you said, they have young guys that they both just paid. Or I guess Waddle got paid a little bit earlier, but both paid very recently.
Very recently. Waddle's one of the top receivers in football for money. That's just how it worked out. It's always who's next. We were looking at contracts.
The same thing with Nico Collins.
Yeah, just how it is. Yeah. He was next. And Ayuk at 26, you're giving him a lot of money. Don't think the 49ers, if they want to get off of Debo, would be welcoming in a receiver. Sure, you love the talent of Tyreek Hill, but the money you have to pay him, and then you have to deal with the Tyreek Hill of it all. Not sure they want to do that. They've got other concerns. Let's get to Thomas. He wants to talk about this particular topic. What's up, Thomas?
Hey, join the show. I literally throughout the Super Bowl, had this conversation with friends about the Texans, and obviously, like with the frustrations at the end of the year, the solution's always like, hey, let's go trade for these best players that aren't happy or whatever. But it's like if you look at our off season last year where we went to go sign free agents and stuff like that, we already tried to do the sexy thing, right? Yep. So I think this is I think it would actually be a really good off season. Have it be quiet, to rely on, good draft, holding on to draft capital, and signing like depth players. So I think this is off season where you go in and you try to add depth and just keep building like internal battles, position battles. But I don't think we're resolving it. I think we put ourselves behind the eight ball if we go out there and try to invest in huge contracts and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Thomas. You may feel comforted with the fact that Texans don't have the type of money. Now, you can maneuver and redo deals, but they don't have the type of money to really get involved in that game. They made as you said, sexy acquisitions this past offseason, the 2024 offseason, with Stephon Diggs. When he played, he was fine. Did not play enough. And, of course, Joe Mixon, that worked out well. Didn't cost a lot as far as compensation. You did extend them, but that has worked out great for them. That might be their best move of the offseason beyond the drafting, which you talked about. They went and got themselves two solid players in the secondary. I think we're going to get a quieter offseason. The aggregation Texas accounts are going to have a not as busy of a time selling the dream this year.
Well, no, they're still going to be selling the dream,
but it's not going to be as
likely,
as appealing.
Yeah.
The graphics of Stephon Diggs and Tank and Nico, or even leaving out Nico because you want to make the 7-1-3 graphic. You throw in CJ. I don't know if you're going to get the type of player that allows for that type of excitement this offseason. You got Daniil Hunter. You got Mixon, all these big names. I don't know if it's going to be that type of offseason.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
But you still think they're going to be at it?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a month before free agency starts that they can Photoshop so many guys in Texans uniforms that have no chance of being a Texan. That's not the game isn't to predict who's actually going to be on the team.
That's true.
The game is to say, oh, look at this podcast clip talking about, Cooper Kupp becoming a trade target. Texans?
Do you remember how excited people were at the thought of Christian Wilkins being here?
Yes.
Because D'Amico talked about
for like an afternoon,
upgrading the defensive front.
And I think he was the first free agent to sign last year.
Big money early with the Vegas Raiders. They did upgrade their defensive line. They went and got Daniil Hunter. I don't think that was a name people were thinking of at the time. Jonathan Grenard goes to Minnesota. They get Daniil Hunter. But Christian Wilkins was that guy that people were fawning over. And I don't think he finished the year in Vegas as far. He was injured, I think, and he went to a place, it's changed now. Yeah, Pete Carroll there, but he went to a place that if they stuck with Antonio Pierce or hired another coach like him after getting off Anthony Pierce, he'd been very anonymous for the rest of his career. That's kind of what happens when you're a Raider. Like Devontae Adams, he was fine, but he became very anonymous very quickly there because they weren't winning enough.
Yeah.
We will see with Tom Brady helping and Pete Carroll there if things change. And they got Chip Kelly. So the Raiders, at least as far as their coaching, made all the splash hires, made all the splash moves. We'll see how they do in the offseason as far as acquiring players. But the Texans, I would say get ready for a less sparkly offseason, and just to make a comp between who the Raiders are hiring and who the Texans are hiring. Breaking news, not that breaking, happened a couple hours ago, it looks like. Frank Ocamp, former Texas. I don't know. Is he a great or he was just good? Yes. I don't remember. Texas great.
Frank Ocamp? He's the national champion.
Okay. That doesn't mean he was
I think
great.
He started for the national.
Okay. Starting defensive tackle for the 2005 national champion Texas Longhorns. Frank Ocamp will be an assistant D-line coach for the Texans.
There we go.
Aaron Wilson
there we go.
has that. Look at that. More
A+.
Texas. More
I give it A+.
offseason.
A+.
As far as we can grade on February 12th.
A+.
A+. Frank Ocamp in the fold.
I think after the offseason, I'll also give it an A+. Give this move specifically an A+.
No matter what happens afterwards.
No.
He is the new assistant O-line coach for the Texans. He did have that position with the Raiders and he coached with the Raiders and the Panthers, and he will take over the assistant line coaching job for your Houston Texans. So
hired Limas Swede,
not just a former Longhorn, a former Texan.
Oh, there we go. Hire
Ocamp.
Aaron Ross.
How many? How many would be too many? Or is that a stupid question? There's never too many. Was Romance Taylor on that team?
Yeah. Michael Griffin, Marcus Griffin.
Romance had some issues.
Yeah. Maybe go with Selvin Young,
who we know is a Houston guy.
There we go.
Assistant.
Don't even have to pay him to relocate.
No relocation fees. A assistant running backs coach.
I'm saying there's worse ideas.
You're right. I'm not sure. Well, I am sure there are better ideas.
Roy Miller.
Man. No, we don't. It doesn't have to be everyone from the team. It doesn't need to be Austin, Southeast? It doesn't have to be that.
We are not Longhorn Southeast.
Yeah, we don't have to do that, but they do bring in Frank Ocamp. Congratulations to the Longhorn great, who's now a Houston Texan. And originally drafted by the Texans, too, in 2008. So there it is. He's coming home. Wait a minute. When did D'Amico leave? 2006? They didn't play together.
No, he was drafted in 2006.
No. Oh, yeah. So they played together.
Yeah.
So there's the connection there, too.
There we go.
Getting very incestuous over there.
Hey.
Got Nick Caley. Went to the same school
They just draw straws.
Yeah.
Casario and D'Amico flip a coin, and they say either you hire my guy or your guy.
Yeah, weekly, your guy or my guy this time. And this time, the coin landed on D'Amico's guy.
Coin is spoken.
Or there was no John Carroll assistant defensive line coaches available that Casario could have pushed for. But either way, congratulations. We got a former Texan back in the fold. I don't know, man. Look, the offseason and personnel moves are the only thing that really matters to me. But
I think this is the biggest move that they make.
Bringing Cole Popovich back, hiring the former Texan who was a teammate of D'Amico.
This is the biggest splash that they've made so far.
Bigger than Nick Caley?
Yeah, physically the biggest splash.
Yes, Frank Okam.
If they were to jump into a pool.
Yes, if we were doing a cannonball competition, Frank Okam would
biggest
win.
splash.
Yes. Now Nick Caley will be available to the media tomorrow. I think it's at 1 p.m. So maybe Gallant George can carry that.
I'm not going to be here.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to be here.
I don't care what they do.
Hey, Abigail, maybe you can carry the the Nick Caley presser. Maybe Gallant and George want that.
Hopefully the Frank Okam presser's on Monday, and I can carry that one.
I don't think he's getting one. I don't think he's getting one. There may be a press release.
Might ask if I can go.
Welcome. I think there might be a press release welcoming Frank Okam back and acknowledging he was a former Texan, or he is a former Texan and is now a Texan again. I just don't think you're going to get the joy of seeing him up there while Hannah and Cal sitting off camera applauding when Frank Okam says something.
Holding up the jersey?
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Holding up a 3/4 zip, a jersey. Coaches don't get that. Only Major League Baseball managers get that. Okay, we'll go to break. We did not get to the Kelly Stafford thing because surprisingly, Frank Okam news took over the segment. Yes, even I'm surprised by that. We'll get to.
I mean, good thing Rahil's coming on tomorrow to react to this hire.
Yeah, it's perfect timing. He will be able to collect his thoughts on the Frank Okam hire and talk about the contributions he made for the University of Texas and what it means for the Texans to bring back a son, one of their former players. It's very heartwarming that this has happened. Rahil Ramzanali will react tomorrow without Sean, which is unfortunate. All right, we'll get to Kelly Stafford and her thoughts on why the Rams shouldn't have traded Cooper Kupp. Maybe she'll do a podcast when she's a new Giant, and I say that because of how she talks about the Rams season, why she may think she's a Giant herself if that trade goes down. We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So we may have a big trade in the NFL imminently. A lot of people believe that Matt Stafford will be a New York Giant. There's a connection there. They hired someone close to him. And why he wants to go play in New York and get his ass kicked behind that Giants offensive line, I don't know. But that might be a deal that goes down here in the next couple of days, if not hours. So I don't know if this began here, but the Rams are off of Cooper Kupp. They are looking to trade him. Cooper Kupp does not want to go. He's one of the few wide receivers who's like, I'm good here. You don't have to trade me, but they want off that money. They don't think he is the player he once was, and that's correct. But I just assumed Cooper Kupp would retire a Ram. That was wrong on my part. The Rams are trying to make that happen. Get him out of there, hopefully, and get something back as they move on. Well, do you remember the first time we talked about Matthew Stafford's wife, Kelly? It was that clip that went viral because she talked about making him jealous at Georgia by dating the backup quarterback.
Oh yeah, I forgot which backup quarterback it was.
Yeah, we thought it was Joe Cox. It turned out it wasn't him.
It was like a walk-on.
Joe Cox was in a relationship at the time. I think he's still married to that woman. So Joe Cox was like, hey, well, hold on, not me. I don't think it was Tarashinsky. It might have been some kid named kid at the time, Logan Gray. I think that might have been one of the names floated out there. All the Georgia quarterbacks who amounted to nothing. He was among them, but that was the alleged backup in question, and people got upset with her. Why would you do that? Why would you put that out there? And if we remember correctly, Matthew Stafford, who according to her wasn't treating her seriously enough, that's why she made the move, confronted the backup who was dating her, and then eventually obviously wound up with Kelly Stafford. And I would probably say unique point of view was, why is Matthew Stafford getting off the hook? He just stole his teammate's girl. Like, whatever you think of her motives, that backup quarterback was the dude, and then he goes, "Nah, I'm going to take her away from you." So all is well that ends well because they're married and happy, and obviously have had a really good life. But if I'm Logan Gray, allegedly, I'm snuffing Matthew Stafford.
It's on site?
On site, not now. Grow up, but at the moment, you're taking my girl away from me. Even if she was trying to make me jealous, it'd make you jealous. I don't know that, or if I do, I don't care. You don't take my girl away. Look, I can't keep her from being with you, obviously. It's just part of the rules of the game. But I can't punch you in the face. That would have been my role in that.
That's true.
Look, she has a right to be with whoever she wants. But as far as quarterback code goes, I'm going to snuff you. That's all. But Kelly Stafford's back in the news, kind of, because of her thoughts on the Rams wanting to trade Cooper Kupp. She wasn't happy about it, and she thinks she's got to speak up for Matthew Stafford. Here's Kelly Stafford.
Wasn't planning on discussing this, but hell, why not? My husband wants to win. He's not trying to put a team in a bad situation. If you're catching my drift, you're catching my drift. I will say that the trading away of Cooper, I guess I'm just I'm confused because we were one play away.
We were.
From going to the NFC Championship. And I think if we go, we win. I have to be the dog in this situation, being like, I want the respect for him that he deserves. Yes, I love the city of LA. I love the city of LA. With that being said, I love an adventure. Wasn't
the music's very dramatic.
Oh yeah, what is this, the Thunderbolts trailer?
We didn't talk much about it, but kind of the way they treated it. I don't know. Is she the void? Is she snuffing random Rams executives as she walks out the door
Snead.
like the void did in that trailer? She's got that dog in her. She's telling you, I'm the one. If you want smoke, come talk to me.
Come to Big K.
Yeah. Apparently, she has a history. I had to try to find that clip for today, and surprisingly enough, men in sports aren't thrilled with Kelly Stafford. Giant surprise. Like, radio hosts who do this job have taken a different approach than I have. I just think it's funny. They are
what? People don't like this?
They're like, Matthew's really well thought out and quiet guy. Never is someone who attracts drama. Kelly is, and then they go into their radio guy thing, of course. But I appreciate her looking for that smoke, and she's got that dog in her. Sean, I don't know if you've heard.
I did. You know what? I heard that. I heard that she has that dog in her.
Yeah.
Hey,
she loves an adventure as well.
Yeah, she does love an adventure. I can't imagine if the Staffords go out to eat somewhere and someone gets Matt Stafford's order wrong, and Matt Stafford's like, "It's okay." I don't think Kelly Stafford takes that laying down.
You know,
she definitely calls back the server to let him know that the bloomin' onion, he didn't order a bloomin' onion.
Oh, that's disrespectful. You think they're going to Outback?
They're definitely not.
No.
But I can't think of a different restaurant.
Morton's, something.
I don't know.
Some high-end steakhouse, whatever. But Matthew Stafford might be on his way to New York, and Kelly's welcoming it. Kelly Stafford in New York.
Down for an adventure.
We heard. Yes, I heard. Look, take what you want from that. Tell maybe some of you are in the mode of, hey, you don't play, shut up, whatever. Matthew Stafford doesn't care. If he doesn't care, why should anyone else? I did love people running to his defense. How could you say that about the backup? It's embarrassing. Look, the man knows who his wife is. I mean, why? Well, we don't got to. We don't have to come to the defense of Matthew Stafford. He's fine. He's clearly fine.
Captain Save a Stafford.
Yeah. Why do we need to come run the Stafford's defense? That man appears to be very happy, and let her say what she wants. And I don't know if she was predicting the future, but it appears that adventure is going to happen, and it's going to be in New York, which is, well, if you like a big city, not a bad place to land. I don't know if she's going to enjoy Andrew Thomas blocking for her husband. That might be something she doesn't want, or Malik Neighbors disgusted if he misses them on a throw on third down. She may not be thrilled by that, but being able to go live in New York for a year or so, she might like it. And Matthew Stafford possibly on his third team. I get why the Giants would do it. Not sure why the Staffords, and I have to include them as a duo, why they would welcome it. You want to play there? What's the upside of playing in New York?
Yeah, that's where the whole, like, we were one play away from the NFC championship game. We're here to win. We the Staffords are in win now mode.
Exactly.
And that's where going to a team that has the number 2 pick in the draft, like, that's where the logic kind of falls apart for me. Of then why are you going to the Giants of all teams?
So they hired someone who is his brother-in-law, Chad Hall, Matthew Stafford's brother-in-law.
Is it Kelly Stafford's?
I don't
brother?
know. I don't know that. I don't know if there's another,
or there's Stafford's sister's husband. Or
something maybe more complicated than simply it's Kelly Stafford's brother. I don't know. I'm not sure she was born Kelly Hall. Maybe so.
I have no idea.
I haven't done
didn't
that.
know
I
her
haven't
name until maybe 2 years ago.
No, her name is Kelly Hall. Her maiden name is Kelly Hall, so that's her brother. And so there it is.
Wow.
The connections. We're connecting the dots here, Sean.
It's just that easy.
Hire Matthew Stafford's brother-in-law. You can get Matthew Stafford. A week later, 2 weeks later, the Steelers should have thought of that. You should have hired Chris Hall. And look, you could have had Matthew Stafford in the fold instead of running it back potentially with Russell Wilson or Justin Fields.
You could have Matt and Kelly Stafford.
I don't know if the city of Pittsburgh would be thrilled with it as far as the Kelly Stafford part of the equation.
They're dogs.
No,
it's a city full of dogs.
She's the dog.
Even better.
But they would care more about the quarterback.
That seems misogynist.
Well, if you're a fan of a football team, unless she's going to drop back the pass, it makes sense to care more about Matthew than Kelly Stafford.
Okay.
It's not misogynist. I just want my team to win. What does her being in the city have anything to do with my team winning?
I don't know. I view them as a family, as equals.
As a duo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She views them as a duo. Why shouldn't I?
Look, she should. All jokes aside, she probably should. They're married. And, the pictures will be cute. They have like either 4 or 3 blonde. I forgot how many daughters they have. It's all daughters. So the pictures when they show up at the presser will be great. But really only matters when September rolls around. All those pictures don't matter if you're throwing a pick to Greg Newsome.
They'll be all right.
Is it Craig Newsom? Whatever that Browns corner's
It's
first
Craig.
name is. It's Greg, right? It doesn't matter what the pictures look like. Doesn't matter that Kelly Stafford be in town. Just throw the ball and don't throw it to Greg or what's the other guy? Who's the other big time corner in
Ward?
Ward. Don't throw the ball to Denzel Ward or Greg Newsom. That's all we're looking for. Hey, you see Kyle Hamilton? Don't throw it to him. All the Stafford
14 right there.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
throw it.
14. Big and purple. Don't throw it to him. I would have chosen Pittsburgh, but the Pittsburgh didn't make the right hire. What are the Giants, like an AAU team?
Yeah, no, that's how the Mobleys went to USC. Like,
What are they, a college basketball team?
that's how Michael Porter Jr. went to Mizzou.
The Giants pulled off a college basketball move where they hired the AAU coach to get the player. That's what they did.
It's crazy.
This is the NFL.
Are they going to
and this
hire
stuff
Worldwide
goes on.
West next?
Well, that's what the Knicks did, and things are working out for them. The Knicks did that.
Yeah. God.
I guess credit to the Giants if you knew that this connection was going to get you an established good quarterback.
John Mara, chestnut checkers.
But I would say maybe other teams desperate for quarterbacks didn't think it was this stupid. Didn't think something this stupid could work. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they didn't do it. Like the Steelers, like, nah, this couldn't work. Stafford's not going to be swayed by the fact that his brother-in-law is hired. He's going to see through this, right? No, the Staffords are just like some kid out of Houston, some high school kid out of Houston who winds up at USC because, well, USC hired as an AAU coach. No different. Congratulations to the future Giants, the Staffords. We got a couple more segments to go here before we wrap it up. If you want to get in on anything, you can. 713-780-3776. We're going to hear from Carl Ravitch when we come back. He didn't do great. He called an SEC game and kind of forgot how math and scheduling works in conference. We'll hear from him when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We discussed this week the anarchy going on in Dallas. The video is out. Mark Cuban it was reported that he was berating fans for them yelling, "Fire Nico." Nico Harrison, their GM, under fire for the Luka trade. So in Mark Cuban's first game in Dallas since that trade, he didn't like the way the fans were treating Nico Harrison. It turns out he was just mouthing the words. There's video of him talking to the fans, and, rightfully so. No one can hear you in that arena at the time. They weren't that close to him, but he said, "Sit the F down, shut the F up." He mouthed it. Maybe that's the reason he didn't get thrown out, beyond the fact that he's the former owner. So a lot of that stuff will continue to surface. We also had Nico Harrison at an SMU game, and of course the chants began again. He's got to do his job. I don't know if he was there to scout a player or just taking a college basketball game in the area, but I'm not that brave. I'm staying home. You're not going to see me publicly. Anyone who's saying, "No, you gotta stand on it, stand on business. You made the trade." No, I'll answer questions about the trade. I'll do all the media responsibilities, but there's nothing in my job description that says I got to walk around in public and take this.
Yeah, at the very least, can I go to a different game
that's not in
Dallas,
the Metroplex area?
Yeah.
Can I? Hey, I'll scout.
Is Oklahoma playing anybody?
Yeah.
Or is that too close?
Don't they call that North Dallas? Isn't that a slam? I would go cover and scout Big 12 basketball. Not in Dallas though.
Yeah, UCF is in the Big 12 now.
Yeah,
Let's see if they got a player.
And SMU's in the ACC. I still forget that. I'm not scouting anything in the Metroplex or anything in the state of Texas. Honestly, what's Iowa State up to? Who are they playing? Let me go watch them.
Oh, they're pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I'll go watch them play. I'm not walking in any building where people recognize me. It's over. I'm cooked.
Any building, I would say any building in DFW where people can chant things, I'm out.
Yeah. That 3-syllable phrase is going to haunt him. Fire. Is fire too? So fire.
Nico.
Depending how they do it, probably 4 syllables because of how they're going to chant it. Fire instead of fire. Fire, Nico. Yeah, nah, not me. That 4 syllables, no, I'm out. You can't get that off on me.
I'm only going to restaurants where I'll just say they don't let in the type of people
the riffraff.
Just starting chants.
Yeah.
I'm putting my NBA GM salary to work if I ever need to get a meal, or I'm just door dashing it.
Yeah. The problem is if the DoorDasher recognizes you, then he may do it in your face.
That's tough.
That's tough. Hey, can I just get my
No, he wouldn't do that.
You don't think
this guy? No.
You don't think the guy delivering him his pasta is going to do that?
No. The studio gangster. He's not going to do it to your face. He'll just run to TikTok and say, "I just delivered Nico Harris. I should have spit in his food. I didn't though. Got a nice tip." Nico, great guy.
Yeah, the problem is the DoorDasher. That's how he makes his living.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hurt your pocket. Don't hurt your back by getting off a Fire Nico thing or you suck thing. That doesn't get you paid. Run to Twitter and say he was a jerk to you. Tell that lie. Maybe that'll get you some clout. So while Nico Harrison was at a basketball game yesterday, college basketball game, and got himself yelled at, Carl Ravitch was calling a basketball game in the SEC. Didn't get himself yelled at in the building, I would assume, but people on Twitter and social media got after him because Carl Ravitch forgets how conference scheduling works and math works. Here's Carl Ravitch during last night's game.
So think about it. We know how dominant they were in the non-conference season, the SEC. They were 185-23. Since January 4 into Tuesday, the SEC teams are 82-82. It's not as if one team or two teams or three. They're 82-82. Like, there's been no ability to pull away. There's no dominant group of teams.
So, Carl Ravitch has maybe not figured out yet that when a conference opponent plays another conference opponent, there will be a winner and a loser. So that makes the conference 1-1 against each other.
Gridlock. They can't pull away. If only there was a way for both Alabama and Texas to win that game last night. But unfortunately, there isn't.
Only one could win.
Yeah.
And so one
normally it's the one that doesn't employ Rodney Terry in conference play. That's how that works.
Somehow you got your Texas barb in, but appreciate it. Well done by you. So somehow the conference will be 500 in conference play.
Yeah.
Everybody will total up to being 500 conference play. 82 and 82. No one's pulling away.
They're going to get 10 teams into the NCAA tournament, but only they're going to be 500.
Yeah, but no one could separate. Well, someone will separate. Someone's going to win the conference.
Yeah, no, but all 16, they're 500. If you take into everyone's record.
Yeah, combined. All teams combined are 500. Now, there may be a team like Auburn, who you would say pulled away in some ways, maybe, or whoever wins the conference. But
as a group,
in totality, no one's going to pull away from each other because,
that's why.
What's he talking about?
Even if you just take away the absurdity of since January 4th, they're all 500 because that's when conference play started.
Sure.
What point is he even making? That there's not a group of teams in the SEC that are running away with it. Dude, you're calling a Texas game. Texas is out of it. They're not going to win the SEC.
Yeah, and the two Alabama teams in conference have 2-game leads on everyone else. They're both 10-1. So
they've run away with it.
So you could say those two at least are running away with it. You would think. He just got caught up in numbers. He thought
there's 2 teams that are 10-1, the Alabama teams. And then there's 2 teams that are 8-3, Florida and Texas A&M. You can hear every game here on ESPN 97.5.
Shout out to Buzz Williams.
And then 7-4, 6-4, 7-5, 6-5. There actually is a top 4.
Yeah, there is a bit of a line between the best and the not so best. And yet he still got that. Look, he had the numbers for the out of conference and thought, what would be good here to point out that the conference schedule and the conference record isn't as good as the out of conference record. Well,
yeah,
cool. There it is.
Carl
Ravitch.
Alabama is 10-1 in conference, but LSU is 1-9. So that basically balances itself out.
South Carolina 0-10 and Auburn 10-1. So almost.
Just they can't separate. As a group, they can't separate.
I don't know.
It's so stupid.
I don't know what he's doing.
How did that? Because it was just a tweet that went viral, a satire tweet about how the SEC
That's
is
probably
500.
what it was.
No, and then it got referenced by Archie Miller at a press conference, and people were like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that they got a sitting head coach to reference this terrible."
It's not even a stat.
It's not even a stat.
Because every conference is 500 in totality.
And now you have Carl Ravitch, which I think is worse than getting a coach. Because a coach, he just looks at a number or he just looks at a tweet and he goes,
maybe it doesn't take it in fully.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, SEC, not so good. Maybe my crap ass A10 team could is good. I should say that we're on equal footing because the SEC is 500 in SEC play. Carl Ravitch actually bring this up like a stat is crazy.
It's one moment in a very long broadcasting career.
Hey, pitchers and catchers, Carl Ravitch.
That was my initial thought. What's he doing calling a college basketball game anyway?
I'm not saying stick to baseball, but pitchers and catchers are reporting.
Yeah, that's your bag, right? That's his bag. Talk about Bregman's impact wherever he signs. It feels like you'd be much more comfortable doing that.
I mean,
but that is
all 30. The combined record for all 30 MLB teams last year was 500.
Leave Carl alone.
No one pulled away. Everyone's complaining about the Dodgers signing every free agent. Last season, all 30 teams, if you add up the records, I guarantee you it's 500.
We can make so many jokes regarding this because that's how math works.
Why are you paying Shohei Ohtani that much money if everyone's going to go 500?
Yeah. In the totality, everyone's 500. Well, there it is. Carl Ravitch, a faux pas, a misstep. But baseball's here. He'll be fine doing that, right? Anchoring baseball shows for ESPN.
Yeah. Well, not baseball tonight.
Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore. But other baseball.
BS like this.
We can't have this guy,
this clown
at the head of our premier baseball show. We'll just get rid of it instead.
Yeah. Robert Flores would never make this mistake.
Never.
Robert Flores knows how college basketball works.
The problem is Robert Flores is among so many people who know how it works. If if Carl Ravitch was one of many who thought this way, it would be dumb, but at least he would have people standing alongside of him going, hey, I didn't know that either. Robert Flores isn't unique in knowing that this is how it works.
No, it's because he watches good basketball. He knows
No, it's
what
not
winning
because he's a
basketball
Cougs.
looks like.
No, it's not because
Cougs.
he's a Cougs fan. It's not because he understands. Not because he watches Kelvin Sampson and knows that's good basketball. Because if you ask Robert Flores, what's the total record of the conference of the Big 12 conference members, he would say, first you go, why are you asking me this dumbass question? And then he would say, whatever,
80 and 80.
Whatever it is, 80 and 80, whatever it happens to be. But instead, we got this. But hey, man, it's just a miss by Carl Ravitch. I'm sure he's had great points before. This one just was. Oh, see,
did Carl Ravitch have to add this up himself?
No, he probably just saw the stat.
So he just saw the tweet.
Yeah, and went with it. You know that's how this went. You know he didn't do the research. He just saw the tweet. Probably heard Archie Miller.
Well, because I was going to ask if a producer slid this.
That could be possible.
He should throw a producer under his.
That's
what I would do.
That's a real possibility because that's a random thing that a producer would see online, and either the producer hates Carl Ravitch and slid it to him, or thought it was a cogent stat that needed to be put out there. So someone's to blame. In fact, for that producer's sake, I hope he just hates Carl Ravitch because if you did that and thought that was a real stat, then you've got a problem too. At least Carl Ravitch is kind of a talking head. The stat gets thrown in front of him. He may get caught unaware of how dumb it is.
That's what I'm asking. Did someone do the research on this, or did they just read the tweet?
Considering how we work sometimes, I feel like someone just saw a tweet.
The tweet was
from
out there 3 weeks ago. The tweet was from the start of conference play where they're 20
and then 20. You get the Archie Miller version of it. Yeah. So all of it played a part in embarrassing Carl Ravitch for a moment, except it's the internet, so it'll live forever. Okay.
I won't forget.
Anytime you see Carl Ravitch, oh, you're the guy who did that. Okay. The hate is strong in Sean, if you haven't noticed. Sean won't be here, so there'll be less hate on the show. We've got a nicer person filling.
I don't know. I don't know if we do.
Well, she has a different type of hate coursing through her, but it doesn't appear on mic. That's the difference. People won't get to enjoy it because that's not her bag.
Yeah, on the show,
that's not her bag. But in non-radio situations, there's a lot of hate.
Just know behind the scenes, it's going to get way more hateful.
Yeah, there are going to be things said during the break that are going to be far more combative than anything Sean and I will say to each other.
Make your head spin how hateful it
is. Hey, Sean and I don't hate on each other unless there's a CFP game we have to play against each other, which at this point, I'm number 9 in the country. I got a real shot to make the CFP. We'll see where the hate goes in our online dynasty. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we're out of here. We'll get to some things, including how the Toronto Raptors announcers handle the name Grady Dick. We know how Ryan Hollins does. We'll hear from those guys when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really. Okay.
Before we get to the Raptor sound to close out the show, we got some NBA news. Brian Windhorst with a strong statement this morning. Might have some effect on the Rockets in the offseason. We'll see how the playoffs play out for them. That Kevin Durant knows he's getting traded in the offseason. The Suns know it. The entire NBA knows it. So Windhorst is calling his shot. That after the Suns went through the process of finding out what they could get for Kevin Durant possibly when the Jimmy Butler trade seemed like it was not going to happen, it turned out it wasn't. Jimmy Butler's grifting his way to double-digit free throw line attempts with the Warriors currently. Once they found out that deal wasn't going to work and they couldn't trade Bradley Beal, they started to explore. There are reports, whether you believe them or not, and there have been some pushback that they asked about Anthony Edwards. Do you want Kevin Durant? We're going to need Anthony Edwards. They allegedly asked Dallas, you want Kevin Durant? We're going to need Luka. Now, the team in Miami doesn't have the same type of players, but you want Kevin Durant? We want all your young players and picks. And throw in Bam, too. They were allegedly canvassing the market. And, of course, when you have those type of demands, you're not going to get a trade done because no one is doing that for 36-year-old Kevin Durant, who's helped the Suns to now 1 game below 500. Not exactly being that impactful when he's on the floor. Still a great player, but the Suns as a whole not built to win, and Kevin Durant's part of that. So Windhorst thinks that trade's happening. We will see if the Rockets allow or use their a potential playoff run to determine how they want to approach a potential Kevin Durant trade. But he appears to be the next star to be on the move once the offseason comes about. Okay, that's out there. Some Rockets news. Chris Haynes is reporting that Jabari Smith is targeting February 21st as his return. So that's after the All-Star break. We know he wasn't going to be back before then. So his people, and by that I mean his agent, telling Haynes that February 21st. If you were hoping for Jabari, point to that date for his return. Now the question will be, now that the Rockets are struggling, is Amen Thompson still guaranteed to be the starter once Jabari's a go? They have a couple games to go. They have Warriors and the aforementioned struggling Suns to play. So we'll see how the last 2 games before the All-Star break play out. Regarding the Rockets themselves and their plan on the floor, we saw some of the big lineup with Şengün and Adams, and I don't know if I want to call this account a Adams Stan account, but I've talked about this account before. For whatever reason, this person is really focused on Steven Adams, and the numbers say when the Rockets have a big guy on the floor, at least as of last week, when the Rockets have a big guy on the floor, they're much better. The switchable stuff, the guys who can guard every position that will be used to tell you why they're playing small, those lineups aren't great. And even the Şengün Adams lineup, when they're together, when Adams is on the floor, when Şengün's on the floor, the big guys help the Rockets play defense and their net rating. Ime Udoka says the potential of putting those two on the floor at the same time will be purely situational. Don't expect that to be a thing, at least right now, that you see as a standard. When they play a big team like the Mavs, where they're not big anymore, all those guys are hurt, but when they're healthy, when the Gaffords of the world, Anthony Davis is healthy, Derek Lively is healthy, they will play big lineups. But if there's just one big on the floor, they're not going to see Şengün and Adams as a giant advantage that they're going to put on the floor and play together. So if you thought that lineup was a good one and you liked it, hope teams play 2 bigs. When you see the Wolves come to town or they play the Wolves, if Randall's healthy and Gobert's healthy, you might see it. Now I think they've played the Knicks twice already, so that doesn't matter per se. If they ran 2 bigs like Achua or Towns, who's having a great year, not going to be a thing you see all the time. Just if they think they might get dominated by size, like in case if they played the Bucks, that would be in the finals. That feels unlikely, but those type of teams with Giannis and Brook Lopez,
Bucks probably not making it.
Oh, that's what I meant by unlikely. I wasn't talking about the Rockets.
Yeah.
Despite what the odds say about them right now. Like the 9th favorite in the West to make it at this point. That's where they are.
Portland Trailblazers have better odds.
Well, they've been playing better recently. Even the Suns. The Suns, even though they fell below 500,
they're currently 11th. Yeah.
Yeah. Still, people think they have better odds to win the West. Just a blatant lack of respect for the Rockets. Okay, let's get to this. before we go. You may have considered it disrespectful, just funny, but Ryan Hollins said something about Grady Dick because he got hit in the face, led to an apology. We speculated how the Toronto Raptors announcers, who knew Grady Dick was going to be on their team when he was drafted, how they would deal with Grady Dick and anything involving him. So this is a clip at the end of the game yesterday between the Sixers and the Raptors. Joel Embiid has a chance to shoot an open three to win it. He doesn't. He turns the ball over, and eventually the ball winds up in Grady Dick's hands. So here are how the Raptors announcers from TSN treat the name Grady Dick.
105-103. Raptors with a 2-point lead, looking for their 5th win. Embiid loses it. Joel Embiid loses it. Grady is fouled. Joel Embiid. The boos ringing out in Philadelphia. Had an open three, decided to put it on the deck jack, and he just loses the basketball. Goes between the legs.
So that is a Raptors team who couldn't break 90 against the Rockets. They went on to win that game 106-103. And they just go with Grady. Not even the last name. Right way to go about it. So, here, okay, just play it.
Yeah, somebody got Dick in the face, Craig. See if he's okay.
Someone got Grady in the face is how the Raptors would have treated that. Well, and because it's a road because it's the home team broadcast, they, or at least they cover the Raptors, they would have called for a flagrant, definitely.
Yeah.
That's part of the process too. But they wouldn't have said Grady Dick. They wouldn't have said what Ryan Hollins
Someone
said.
flagrantly got Dick in the face. That's what Ryan Hollins would have said.
If he, yes, if Ryan Hollins was looking for a flagrant on the Rockets for whatever reason, yes, that's what he would have said. The guys for TSN would not have. Grady is what they would have said. Nice way to go out for you, Sean. Sean won't be back till Monday, everybody. He decided to go out with a bang. There it is. I don't expect we'll get that from Abigail tomorrow.
I'll tell her where to find
it's uncomfortable for me now. I don't need that. I don't need to dance around it while she's playing the sound. Hey, could you play that sound?
It's in Sean's folder.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. So Sean Mapes done for the week. Thanks to Sean. Going out with the bang. And tomorrow Abigail will fill in. And then AJ, who filled in admirably last week when we were out the Golden Nugget, he'll do the show on Friday. Rahil Ramzanali will join me tomorrow. We're still figuring out the time. Probably will be in that 11 o'clock hour. He'll join us with his brand of nonsense, even a different brand of nonsense that we get involved in. And then, of course, Michael Carroll on Friday. So since you're done for the week and we're done for the day, what does that mean, Sean?
Yeah, somebody got Dick in the face, Craig. See if he's okay.
Grady Dick is okay. We saw him yesterday. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Wednesday, February 12th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. No Joe George. He is dealing with a sick kiddo at home. We wish Joe Jr. the absolute best. Sean Mapes is behind the glass, and if you want to jump in on what will be a very interactive show on this rainy Wednesday, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. We're going to bring Ask Gallant Anything back to the equation. On YouTube, you can join in. At ESPN Houston, also on Twitch at ESPN 975. Last week, we had Jeremy Booth of Channel 11, a former baseball scout. We talked with him about a lot of big questions for the Houston Astros. The biggest question still remains, what the hell is going to happen with Alex Bregman? Is he going elsewhere? This is what Jeremy had to say about what bringing Alex Bregman back into the fold would give for the Stros.
I think they're going to be really good. I think they're going to be good. Now, where they hit, I think that you have all the pieces here. Now, Bregman in that lineup, let's just indulge me for a second with that. He goes back into the 2 spot. Now you're a World Series team. And so that's where the Bregman thing for me is important. Verlander off the roster, finds in San Francisco. The pitching is a different topic altogether. They have enough. And if they bring Alex Bregman back, if they can get him back here, which I don't know that that's actually going to be productive at this point for either side with how dragged out this has been. But if he was to surface here, they're a World Series team.
I may be a simple baseball casual when it comes to talking about this sport, but I think we're all in agreement that the Astros are better with Alex Bregman back than they are if they don't have him back. So what's up? Astros pitchers and catchers reported to West Palm Beach, Florida today for spring training. And here is what Astros GM Dana Brown had to say, courtesy of Matt Kawahara, on potential for further roster additions. Quote, I've always said I'm in the market for pitching. You never know what's going to come up, but right now our roster's pretty good. I think we're pretty much in shape to be in position to win this division. A little flex. We all know Dana Brown. He's always the politician. The only thing missing from that was a Howard Dean scream. Chandler Rome transcribed this quote, a follow-up to Dana Brown saying, we're in the market for pitching. You never know what's going to come up. Are you in the market for a third baseman, Dana? Said Dana, quote, as long as Bregman is a free agent, we'll continue to have internal conversations about it. Man, that is the company line, internal conversations about it. And it'll be like that until he signs or whatever happens. The 6 years and $156 million are on the table. Sean is laughing behind the glass because, yes, that's where we're at. Whatever happens, whatever is going to happen, I don't know. I don't care. I want to throw myself through this glass in this room every single time I hear an update or a report, Sean, about the latest on Alex Bregman. And by the way, that means that there is nothing new from the Houston Astros today.
Yeah. Remember when you said it was 3.5 was how many more updates of non-updates of here are the same teams repackaged? I think we got 3.5. I think we hit the over yesterday.
Well, guess what? Let's go back through everything that we heard yesterday. Yes, because we heard a lot of things that aren't actually reporting. And
Nothing
I'm sorry.
new.
I'm sorry I'm yelling. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired. I almost want Alex Bregman to just go back on social media and do another farewell post. That's all I want. Just end this. Here's what we got from Randy McIlvoy, Channel 2. Randy McIlvoy said this on X, formerly known as Twitter, at KPRC to Randy MC. Sorry, the internet's here slow.
I can tell. I can tell a Phil job.
Last night, 9:13 p.m. Central Time. Today, Alex Bregman reportedly narrowed his list of finalists to 3: Cubs, Red Sox, and Tigers. I believe he will go short term with an opt-out. So he's reporting, and it involves believing. I love Randy, always been good to me, but let it be noted that report featured believing. I guess the news is that the list is down to 3. What did our guy Jeremy Booth have to say? from KHOU. Hearing Alex Bregman will move toward a short-term deal with opt-outs. Also hearing it will not be with the Astros. All right. So does that put this all to bed? No, because Jim effing Bowden, the former baseball GM, just had to come out and crap all over all of that with this tweet from late last night as well. Teams that are still in on Alex Bregman as of this hour: Red Sox, Blue Jays, Cubs, Tigers, Astros. Damn it! I'm so tired of this. I'm so tired of this. I thought we were down to 3 teams. Nope, we're not. We're not. It's driving me nuts. And I'm not blaming Alex Bregman here. I know a lot of you Astros fans are. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, okay? Bregman's allowed to take his time. But the information merchants out there, these merchants are not peddling high-quality stuff. To make a drug dealer comparison, there's a lot of baking soda in this. There's baby powder, talcum powder, flour. This is not much. They are selling you some low-grade product because you want that fix. You want that possibility that Bregman's going to be back. Or you want to just get this over with and know that Bregman's gone. So maybe it's a forever sleep pill or something like that. And along the way, the reporters get clout for putting out these reports, which are not reports. And I know I've been whining about this for weeks, but I would like something more. That is all I'm asking for. We can't have 2 people saying, oh yeah, short-term deals. That's what Bregman's okay with now. And the Astros are out. When another guy comes in and says the Astros are in. I hate it. And what really drives me crazy as a psycho, egomaniac narcissist who wants what he does online to be a big deal, it drives me crazy that you can put out something like, I'm hearing this, I'm hearing that, and it blows up and you get a bigger social media following. That's the me part of it, and that's why I'm mad. I clearly should do that, but damn, Paul Gallant, of all people, is the one with integrity here. Me! I don't have any integrity. You guys know me. I'm an open effing book. I'm a mid-30s, hopelessly single man who probably drinks a little bit too much and procrastinates too much. And here I am refusing to join in with all this crap that's out there. And nothing against the guys who are putting it out there. They got jobs to do. They got bills to pay. They got clout to obtain. But it really does feel like a couple of people in the alleyway with trench coats, and they're giving you the lowest possible quality of drug. And it's driving me nuts because you keep on buying it. Ah! Sean?
Yeah, it is frustrating for me as well. Probably less so than for you, I would assume. I haven't thrown anything lately.
I did. I was nervous about our fake brick wall for a moment.
I also, there's a reverb on that.
Did you know that at my last job at 610, when I was at the flagship, I got very mad at my computer once because I have rage issues on top of all the things I listed, my shortcomings. I grabbed my mouse because it wasn't working and I threw it. I tried to hit the trash. It hit like this big glass window, the fishbowl to our studio, and it cracked it. I immediately told on myself and like basically that was taken out of my paycheck around Christmas time. So guess who got no presents? My whole family. They loved that. They loved that.
All because of mouse.
It was all because of the mouse.
Can't even blame Randy McElvoy.
No, I can't. And again, nothing against Randy. These reports are driving me crazy. I want to slam my head against the wall the way I did when I was 1 year old all the time because I was a headbanger as a kid, which might explain the mood swings, the rage, and the very short-term memory.
Yeah. The frustrating thing for me is that every time I see one of these, for whatever reason, I always think that like, oh, is there going to be new information here? Because that's normally how it works.
That's all I want. Just something new. Oh, so the 3 teams. I thought we had it. We had it for a second. Then Jim Bowden comes in and he just plops his Bowden on the table and essentially says, oh, no, the Astros are still in. Damn it. Can we get some effing closure?
Yeah, I would like, I guess just selfishly, if it was just like, the Astros have no chance at this. So, so quit asking.
Please stop. I went on Bregman's social media to even look for anything. I went on his Twitter. He hasn't posted this year on Twitter. The last couple of posts are all horse racing related. They're reposts. He also on December 26th tweeted, "Happy holidays, everyone. 2025 is going to be amazing." Sir, you were late. Happy holidays on the 26th? And I understand Alex Bregman is Jewish.
I was
get it.
going to say he
I get
is
it.
Jewish. I don't
get
know
it.
when Hanukkah
I get
was.
it, but you got to do it a couple days before that, buddy. Got to do that a couple days before. Come on, know your audience. You're in Texas. Come on. Also, I checked his last couple of Instagram posts. Yes, I know. That's what these people are making me do. I don't want to look at their Instagram posts, but there's a post where he's holding up a kettlebell.
Okay.
And the caption is bread and butter. The first comment underneath that says "Fire your agent" on Instagram.
Well, Joe George.
Nope. It's a guy who on Instagram that goes by Rabbi Kohansky. We got another Instagram post. What's on that one? Oh, Bregman's got a football, and the caption reads "Off DA meter." First comment on that: "If you leave Houston, we riot." Third Instagram post. This one is just him working out, doing like side to side motions, and it's the emoji of the dude with the smoke coming out of his nose.
Oh yeah, love that one.
First comment on that one from El Chingon 713. The city loves you. Your teammates love you. Don't switch up on us, bro. You have Houston in your veins. And then this is the last one. I'm trying to get some details from Alex Bregman. Nothing on his Instagram story right now. He's throwing a baseball, and then there's 3 emojis with the smoke coming out of it.
There we go.
Old Rabbi Kahansky also commented on that one. This is a friend of mine. He goes, #teamless. That's probably why I'm seeing all these comments first up.
I was going to say that. What are the odds he pops up twice? But okay.
I have given you every possible update with Alex Bregman. I would like this just to end. Even if it means he leaves. I'm at that point. And I hate that I'm at that point. But this is selfishly me just describing how I am feeling. I'm so tired of this every single day. Doing the live stream later today at 4:00. Hopefully the internet doesn't break like it did for me last night when I put all that work into it. And I'm thinking about how I'm going to be talking about this again at 4 o'clock because nothing's going to happen. Nothing new is going to happen. But I will talk about it again. And I think we're all sick of it. This is not Deshaun Watson. This is not some of the other things. James Harden, the Jack Easterby. This is not some of the tired topics that we spent months talking about, but we are approaching months now. 713-780-3776 to call in and text it. Is this getting close to any of those stories that we stayed on for way too long? You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch too at ESPN 975. Big night for the Rockets tonight. If they want to attract the attention of somebody who might be unhappy, Texans made some changes on their coaching staff. And we got Soft Boys at 12:30, who's been soft in the world of sports. I'm Paul Gallant. No Joe. He's out. The kiddo's sick. He'll be back tomorrow. It is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
No Joe, just Paul. Astros pitchers and catchers are at spring training in West Palm Beach, Florida. GM Dana Brown spoke today, was asked about roster additions, only mentioned pitching, said that the Astros will be in the market for a third baseman as long as Bregman is a free agent, but he just said that the conversations will be internal. That has been the company line for the Houston Astros. We've also seen a couple of reports over the last 24 hours saying that some are of the mindset that Alex Bregman is open to a short-term deal and that the Astros are no longer a potential destination. But we also saw another report that suggests the Astros are still in the mix. I have no idea what to make of any of it. I just am losing my mind, which you might have heard a rant about in the first segment. In case you are just tuning in, we do have a couple of texts, 713-780-3776. That is how you call in. It's also how you text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. But on the text line from the 936, could be worse. We could be stuck with Anthony Rendon and paying him dump trucks of money to never play. That's from Eric the Driver. That is true. But, I mean, we are paying here in Houston Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero to not pay. Isn't that the same as Anthony Rendon? At least Rendon just doesn't care anymore. Those guys sucked, and you paid them, and now you're paying them to stay away, Sean.
And even, I think even if you add up the money, it's like the same.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, like, Rendon, it's $30 million. It's like 18 and 12? But that's pretty close.
There's always a chance he could show up and play better than Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero, which is a very low bar. From the 713, the newest update makes me think the Astros are the only team in the running. Okay. The 6 years, $156 million deal is the only long-term deal that's out there. From the 832, this is random, but have you ever seen Ben Verlander and Paul Gallant in the same room? I'm told I look more like Justin Verlander, especially when the beard, which is a little long these days, is out because there's a lot of gray in said beard. If I were Ben Verlander, I would not be here. If I were the younger sibling of a famous rich person, I would be schmoozing up a storm. I would even babysit. I don't want to have responsibilities.
Yeah. I would definitely I'd be in the entourage. I'd be in the entourage. I would not be pursuing a media personality career.
You'd be Johnny Drama.
Yeah.
I would love to be Johnny Drama. Sadly, there's nothing that me, a real life Johnny Drama, though younger than Johnny Drama, can do. My sister is a ears, nose, and throat surgeon, and by comparison, I'm literally Chris Broussarded. So that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. I can't be in my sister's entourage. I can't.
It'd be funny if doctors had entourage.
It would be pretty funny.
Yo, doc, you seeing this?
I like how you did a little Johnny Drama impersonation there.
Yeah.
Big opportunity for the Houston Rockets tonight. I say that because they're playing the Suns at Toyota Center. Another back-to-back on deck. Suns are under 500. They're out of the playoff mix. You've heard the reporting about how things are awkward and toxic in the locker room because of Kevin Durant being shopped around and now being back. I think that Durant and a lot of Suns players believed that they were figuring things out, could potentially make the playoffs. And once you get there, hey, you see what happens. The Mavericks did figure things out late last year. It was after the trade deadline. Ironically, Nico Harrison making those trades to improve their defense is probably what got them to the finals at the end of the day. But to bring it back to the Rockets, this is a very, I think, important game because if you're one of the players who's hoping that someday you could play with either Kevin Durant, which is, I think, a likely possibility, or the pipe dream of Devin Booker, you want to look good. This might be the day where before a date, you're not eating. You might not be eating. This is the kind of day where if your hair doesn't look just right when you get out of the shower, you might get back in the shower again. Honestly, I think this is a day for the Rockets to wear their throwback championship uniforms. You want to do everything you possibly can to look sexy AF for Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. You also want to look good for the Suns, and this is more from a Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka perspective. Say you want to have that flexibility. You want the Phoenix Suns to go full Bill O'Brien. You want them to see what the Rockets do tonight and get a massive pants tent over some Rocket outside of Amen Thompson, who's unmovable, having a big game. I would say specifically Jalen Green, 50-pointer tonight. Huh?
I was gonna go Jock Landale, be the Chris Polk of this game. Let's feed Jock Landale, make him look awesome.
Well, but that's
Jay Sean Tate. Everyone at ISO.
Listen,
tonight's the night.
Those guys aren't getting you much.
I know.
They're not getting you much. It would be fun
if they view him as like, this guy showed a little something against us. He might be better than we think.
He might be better than some of the many draft picks the Rockets have.
Yeah.
We know what he is already, and he
Look
just
at
kicked
him.
our ass
against us.
So tonight's a big night. Tonight's the night for the Houston Rockets where you are wearing your favorite shirt. You are wearing the pants that fit you the best. Maybe you go get some new shoes today. You want to go all out to impress your seduction target. Yeah, you're trying to be a homewrecker tonight. Maybe you accentuate the cleavage a little bit. Maybe you're wearing Spanx underneath. You're laughing, Sean, but this is what you got to do.
No, yeah.
If you want Durant to force a trade or Devin Booker to force a trade,
the Rockets should be wearing a push-up bra.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Make it hard to play basketball.
I mean, hell, maybe even stuff some socks in there.
Okay.
I don't know if that'll look natural.
Yeah. I think they did that in Euphoria. I don't know.
Someone suggested Largo is funny. Suggest my famous white linen pants. Ooh, those are good.
Those are good day pants.
Might be a little difficult today though because it's rainy. The white doesn't look so good in the rain. If you get a little bit of dirt on it, no bueno. So big night for the Houston Rockets. We'll see if they're able to draw the interest of the Phoenix Suns. I have been getting inundated. Big word, Paul here. No Joe, just Paul here. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5. Joe will be back tomorrow. There is a question that's being asked about my sex life. People want a date update. So, first off, let me say this. Nothing's really been happening. It's been a bit of a dry spell. There are a couple of people that are theoretically on the market. They might even be listening right now. I think that I screwed things up with one of them. Here's how I screwed things up with them. I've totally forgot that Friday's Valentine's Day. And apparently, if you're not dating someone, you can't ask someone out on Valentine's Day because it's Valentine's Day, even if you want to date the person. And this to me is so dumb because I got like a condescending response saying like, hey, you want to do something Friday? Not even thinking that Friday is Valentine's Day. And obviously by saying, hey, want to do something Friday, the implication is I don't care that it's Valentine's Day, which is a stupid holiday. It's a holiday that we celebrate in honor of like the Romans, like decapitating someone or drawing and quartering him. It's pretty nasty. We've talked about this before on the Paul Gallant Show back in the day. And I guess you can't ask somebody out if you're not in a relationship for that specific day, which is so effing dumb. So that's where I'm at with Marathon Girl. And I also may have sent out a smoke screen for somebody else. We'll see what happens. But this is probably going to be a very single Valentine's Day weekend.
More or less suitors than Alex Bregman?
Less.
Okay.
It's not great right now. I would say that I probably there's only one.
Are you giving a Dana Brown press conference where it's like we'll see where she signs or whatever happens?
There's no politicianing here. There's no me, hamming this thing up. It's not going so great. It's not going so great. I'm not myself, so there's that too. But no bueno. And that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Okay, guys? But you know what? You just got to hang in there because one of my friends said, hey, you know what happens though? Love sometimes finds you when you're least expecting it.
Mm-hmm. That's what
It's
in
a
movies.
it is an annoying cliche.
Yeah.
It's like, there's nothing, and I love my married friend who told me this, but there's nothing quite like the married friends explaining things to you. It's like, dude, you've been in like the great relationship for 5 years. Can you please like not tell me that? Just don't say anything. Just let me rant. Let me vent.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm doing to you. Anyway, it is Gallant and George. We got Sean behind the glass. No Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and you can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Hugh Dabb says, just focus on flag football right now. Right. You could focus on yourself. No, I'm going to focus on flag football. We got a championship to win. Okay? You can get after us on YouTube. YouTube Keith says, I'm right there with you, Paul. The apps are lame. 10 years ago, they were awesome. Christopher Soriano responds, quit lying, LOL. Listen, the apps were better at one point. They are now apps that you will not get any matches as a man unless you're paying. You just won't. You have to pay. Because there's the people that you want. There's like an endless list of people that are pressing like and sending messages to these people. Some are great, some are awful. And you got to pay. It's not worth it anymore. So you got to do it the old-fashioned way, unless you want to be like myself, where you're looking at your phone every 5 minutes, which is what I had when I had the apps, and you're just mindlessly swiping on Bumble, and you don't even know why you're doing it. Like mid-conversation with my mother, swiping.
Did that really happen?
Dude, it's really bad. Like I can't handle the apps because I get like that. Like, you're driving along the road on Westheimer, and you're veering over 4 lanes. Oh, gotta check my Bumble. Like that. I'm sorry, those apps are too addictive. That's why I don't have them anymore. But honestly, I'm starting to think I might need to get back on them. Anyway, Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Paul, you're soft right now. I know. Stop. 713-780-3776 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Who's been soft? We'll give you some. Stay put. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft-ass boy during last year's NBA campaign every Wednesday at 12:30, we tell you who's been soft in the world of sports. A nominee from the 409. He nominates himself. He didn't mean to. I hope Bregman decides something soon because I can't take your rants anymore. Laughing emoji. Sir, those rants are entertaining and you know it. You know it. That's why you're here. I hope. No, Joe, just Paul today. The Dallas Mavericks handling of the backlash for the Luka Doncic trade is as soft as it gets. I really don't think that the protesting was as bad as it seemed to be, just based off of all the social media videos that we saw on Saturday. And I know that supposedly Nico Harrison, the Mavericks general manager, is getting death threats. And okay, he's probably getting some online. That's just sort of the way things go these days. How much stock do you put into them? Clearly, the Mavericks didn't put enough stock into it to make any police reports about it. But they ejected multiple fans Monday in a 129-128 loss to the Kings due to violations of the NBA's code of conduct. What were those violations? One of them was a fan who was singing karaoke for the karaoke camera, saw he was on the Jumbotron, and immediately looked at the camera person and mouthed, "Fire Nico." He was escorted out of the stadium. There also was another Mavericks fan who has been doing the rounds. We played a rant of him yesterday who started a "Fire Nico" chant. This led to Mark Cuban standing up and for about 13 seconds saying, "Sit the F down" 3 times. It's abusive behavior, in my opinion.
I think he also said, "Shut the F up."
That too. You're right,
Sit
Sean.
the F down. Shut the F up.
That fan was also ejected. He was a little lame as he was getting ejected. He recorded it and he said, like, what am I violating in the NBA fan code of conduct? And the security guards, they didn't actually give him any info. They just said, it's time to leave. That would drive me crazy. I would like my Miranda rights read to me. I would like my NBA fan code of conduct rights read to me, or the violation. I'd actually like to know. But clearly they know they're being recorded. And if they put anything out there, then theoretically some lawyer could sue them or something like that. So they just keep on saying it's time to leave. Police officer came in, said, hey, you could be arrested. So the guy eventually leaves out. As he's leaving, he said, like, well, I'm a diabetic, which kind of was soft as well. Yeah, I don't know.
He's hangry.
He was, I think he was flexing that as if he was being like roughed up. He wasn't being roughed up, but a bunch of people did approach him. I looked at the NBA fan code of conduct. Players and fans respect each other and appreciate each other. Does not seem like Mark Cuban was respecting that fan when he was telling him to.
It also says fans and players, right?
Right.
It doesn't say anything about the front office.
You're exactly right. Nothing about the front office there. Guests will be treated in a professional and courteous manner by all arena and team personnel. I think it would have been more professional if they explained why he was being removed from the game. Guests will enjoy the basketball experience free from disruptive behavior, including foul or abusive language and obscene gestures. Is it abusive language to say fire player X, Y, or Z?
That's where like it's flimsy, but you could like theoretically make the case.
A lawyer would probably have to go there. Obscene or indecent messages on signs or clothing will not be permitted.
If you're saying F, like the other F word, Nico, that'll get you.
That would get you out. I don't know if there are any shirts like that. I know there were some Nico Harrison shirts where he has the clown nose emoji, much like those Roger Goodell clown nose emojis that we saw. But I don't really see where things were violated. I know one person was told to remove a jersey, right? It was a Mavericks.
Oh yeah, they had
jersey
like,
without the Mavericks logo.
Yeah,
just
they
Luka Doncic on it.
Yeah, they put black duct tape as the protest. They put black duct tape over. I think where it said Mavs or Dallas or whichever.
That's
while wearing
ridiculous.
the Luka jersey.
That's ridiculous. You allow people to have bags over their heads. That's more embarrassing than a guy wearing a jersey.
Yeah,
and you're calling attention to it by ejecting that fan.
Listen, I think that there are tense times, Paul. There are tense times. I'm surprised there's not riot police outside of America's Airlines Center.
Yeah,
just fully, whatever, booted up. But yeah, no, I think that I would say that they're mishandling this. I think the more that they try to quell this rebellion, like the harder and harder the backlash becomes.
100%. Mark Cuban used to own the Dallas Mavericks. He was doing some setting, which I'm sure people paid a stupid amount of money for because they believe that if you sit near billionaires, they're going to impart wisdom onto you so that you can become a billionaire. It's the stupidest thing ever. You know how people will like ask you that hypothetical, what would you rather have, $100,000 or a dinner with Jay-Z? You would take the $100,000 every single time. Jay-Z doesn't want to be there with you.
No, Jay-Z would probably make you pay for your meal.
Exactly. Jay-Z doesn't want to be there. He's going to be annoyed the entire time. You're not going to get any wisdom from this person. He thinks you're stupid. Like, that's what he does. And that's what these billionaire sports owners do as well. Even though they have one of the easiest jobs there is, just owning a constantly appreciating asset, they look at you as unwashed, Chris Broussarded folks who will constantly come back to these stadiums and continue to buy the product. Texans found out the wrong way about how that's not actually the case a couple of years ago, but they used to have this mentality, well, we're a football team in Houston, Texas. We're always going to be the belle of the ball. Nope, the Astros are now. So Mark Cuban in this setting with Bill Gates puts this hypothetical out here, and he's having fun here. Wouldn't this piss you off if this is how Mark Cuban's talking about a trade that, had he had any impact on the Dallas Mavericks organization, he would have stopped perhaps by punching Nico Harrison?
And so I wanted to start off with a question, because you've been in, unique situations, and maybe you can help. If after you left Microsoft, you found out that Steve Ballmer traded Windows 11, like the new hot operating system, for Windows 10, the Hall of Fame, but older. What would you do?
I might have to hide from the press.
I know a couple other people that are in that situation.
He's talking about the Mavericks there. All these dumb clapping seals laughing at it. I mean, Cuban has done a disservice to the people of Dallas there, and now he's having fans ejected for saying fire Nico Harrison. You would have fired Nico Harrison if he came to you with that idea. You would have. And I'm very curious as to how far the Mavericks' reach goes, because you might have noticed last night at a SMU basketball game, Nico Harrison was in attendance. I don't know who he's scouting. Does SMU, Sean, have someone good? Okay, we don't know. But whatever the case, he was there at the game. People took notice, and I like hearing the people singing the song of angry men, these song of angry Mavericks fans who will not be slaves to the Dallas Mavericks again.
Fire Nico! Fire Nico! Fire Nico!
The last people you heard are probably 8 years old. Shout out to them. They understand the assignment, and I'm surprised that the Mavericks didn't have those children ejected and sent to juvenile detention centers.
Yeah, Nico Harrison pointed at him. They're put in the back of a cop car, handcuffed.
Yeah. We did not see that happen. But the Mavericks have been very soft with the way they've handled this. Soft Boys continues. There is an op-ed in Glamour magazine. This is a very long article about Taylor Swift getting booed at the Super Bowl. I'm going to count the amount of paragraphs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. A 19-paragraph article by Stephanie McNeil, the senior editor for Glamour. The headline, why Taylor Swift getting booed at the Super Bowl was even more chilling than you think. From my seat at Super Bowl 59, the crowd's disparate reactions to Swift and Trump felt like a chilling microcosm of our culture. Blow it out your ass, babe. That's terrible. Absolutely terrible headline. They're booing her because, 1, she's the enemy and they're Philadelphians. 2, she used to be an Eagles fan and now she is a Chiefs fan. That's simple. And we're all a little overexposed to Taylor Swift. Nothing more, nothing less. Do we need a 19-paragraph op-ed about what this says about America that we're booing Taylor Swift? It's fun to boo famous people. Kim Kardashian got booed at the Tom Brady roast. I don't see an op-ed about that. Oh, only for Taylor Swift, but not for Kim Kardashian, a strong, powerful, independent woman who is also a media mogul? Huh. I mean, technically they're on the same level, right? Probably the two most famous women alive. Who's doing more for the community? I don't know. Taylor Swift is singing a lot of songs about how it's okay to get broken up with, and Kim Kardashian is making clothing that makes you look better. Huh. Interesting. Just throwing that out there. More soft boys. LeBron James is annoyed that the Lakers traded picks to improve their roster after getting Luka because he's wanted the same for years. Here's the problem, LeBron. You always were suggesting terrible trades. And they were almost always for Rich Paul clients.
I wonder, and I definitely don't think that the AD trade was some sort of like actually done in the secret, and AD had no idea and LeBron had no idea until it happened. But I do wonder how much of this is a little bit clutch red wedding-ish when it comes to the Lakers, where they are kind of like moving on from having Rich Paul basically be the assistant GM of their team.
But this should have happened already, you know? I lost respect for the Lakers over the last couple of years, and now I have a little more back for them. The amount of stuff that they basically just let LeBron decide. I get that he's the best player in the league and has been for 2 decades, but you have to have some pride at a certain point, and you have to think about yourselves too, especially considering LeBron will probably just leave on his own terms at some point.
Yeah, it's also funny that, I mean, basically since like Miami, he's been actively like trying to press the like we have to win now, win now. When like in reality, he's the least win now player of all time because he was just good for 20 years. Like you never had to, we got to throw our chips at LeBron. Is 32 now. We don't know how many more years we're gonna have. It's like actually you're gonna have like a decade of still being good. So that is like one of the funny parts is that for the last at least decade, it's been you got to maximize the window as long as you have LeBron on your team. It's like actually you could have been the slowest build possible and it would have worked out.
Yeah, definitely. Every single time he was going to drag them all the way there.
It was going to take it to the conference finals no matter what.
Whether he had Kyrie Irving or Eric Snow as the guard next to him.
Yeah.
Wrapping up soft boys really quick. Who's been soft in the world of sports? The guy who didn't vote Ichiro Suzuki into the Hall of Fame refused to make his vote public.
Soft.
Dan Orlovsky apologized to Jalen Hurts the same day that he announced he won't be back at ESPN for a while. I think that's a lame way to go out. It is a little bit like running out the back of the end zone in safety. But Orlovsky was pretty good on the air. And one final one. Not soft. Austin P basketball head coach Corey Gibson. He wears military fatigues on the sideline to every game. I guess there's a fort nearby called Fort Campbell, and he does that to honor the fort. And in a game against North Alabama, at the very end, in all fatigues, he and Austin P refused to shake hands with anybody on the opposing team. The idea of him doing that while in military fatigues is very funny to me. Not soft. It's about that life. Sean's behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. No Joe, just Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Up next, I never thought that we would see two people who have taken such a nosedive in the court of public opinion almost do battle with one another on video like it's celebrity deathmatch. But that actually happened this past week in New Orleans, and it's led to more cat fighting online. You'll hear it next. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Let the good times roll, baby, at the occasional invitational benefiting kids meal. This year's tournament's going to take place Fat Tuesday, March 4th, 10:30 a.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will get beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch from Brown Bag Deli, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. You can register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab and use code EARLYBIRD for a $97.50 registration for a limited time. Again, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 occasional invitational Tuesday, March 4th, 10:30, Wildcat Golf Club. So we've talked about this today, and it's on the table if you want to weigh in. There's nothing really new on Alex Bregman, but we did hear from Dana Brown saying the same thing he always says about Alex Bregman. As long as Bregman is a free agent, we'll continue to have internal conversations about it, and it'll be like that until he signs or whatever happens. There are some rumors that Bregman is looking now for short-term deals and that the Astros are no longer an option for him, but there's other reports that are saying the Astros are still in. To me, that means nothing new is happening, and some people are getting a little bit ballsy and confident in the offers that they have on the table because of how quiet things are getting. And I also think that there are some reporters out there who are perhaps throwing some things out there. Why? Because they know very well that a rumor, especially one that no one's ever going to follow up on, can get them some clicks, some retweets, and some follows. Is that the cynic and Paul talking? 100%, but I do believe that to be true. The Super Bowl is done, but the week leading up to the Super Bowl was very fun. I mean, it was in New Orleans, Louisiana. We're talking about Bourbon Street. We're talking about the French Quarter. At one moment during what was likely a very, very boozy weekend, somebody on his cell phone caught quite the exchange. Patrick Mahomes Sr. was walking around, and all of a sudden, a beefy dude comes out of a bar with a seemingly friendly smile on his face, saying, "Hey, what's up, Patrick?" It was John Rocker. Yeah, that's John Rocker, the former Atlanta Braves closer who you probably know for being an a-hole. That's what he is. I don't think he'd even deny it. He's 100% one of those guys who, I like to tell it like it is. Well, you'd like to tell it like it was a little bit too much bub. So these guys were never teammates, but they played baseball at the same time. From what I understand, there's no history of animosity between these guys. But when John walks up to Patrick Mahomes Sr., I thought a friendly manner, offering his hand, Mahomes shoved it away, and it turned into a hold me back kind of moment, and Patrick Mahomes eventually walked off, and John Rocker got really pissy there. So now an almost fight on Bourbon Street has moved over to the internet. John Rocker retweeted the video of Patrick Mahomes Sr. and John Rocker saying, "This effing loser can't take a damn joke. Wish I laid him out right there and ruined his bull bleep weekend even more." Patrick Mahomes Sr. responded saying this, "You really haven't changed one bit in the last 25 years. Keep my name out your loud mouth." So I'm assuming Sr. hates him because of the things that he said, but it doesn't seem like they've had any interactions in the past. John Rocker, unprompted, said, "F Patrick Mahomes." I don't know if he was only talking about Senior or also Junior, the guy who plays quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes Sr. put out, unprompted, "John Rocker is a menace to society." That is ironic given that I believe Patrick Mahomes has 3 driving while intoxicated convictions, and I think a fourth one as well that he got in 2008. He was charged but not convicted. This was in South Dakota. Perhaps they have laxed laws. John Rocker's final comments in this back and forth. Mahomes is lucky he got away. I would have, capital R, rocked him. Who would have thought that you would see a confrontation between these two? Two guys who are less than savory and certainly frowned upon. Patrick Mahomes Sr. isn't as frowned upon as his son, Jackson, who is a TikTok terrorist, let's be honest. And someone who was found on video to basically be sexually borderline assaulting somebody at a bar that's caught on video. He got off on that. So he's not quite that, but he ain't great with all the DUIs. Man likes to drink. And then you got on the other side of things, Sean, John Rocker, all-time a-hole who has a massive controversy segment on his Wikipedia page.
Oh yeah. I bet that's just as long as all the other parts combined as the controversy part.
Imagine one of the things I read about in his Wikipedia, and I don't remember this happening, but he got demoted from his closer role while actually putting up good statistics because he threatened a reporter. It's kind of funny. I want to know what he said.
Yeah. What do you have to say that's so out of pocket that Bobby Cox is like, no, we can't have that. We can't have that.
Gotta take a step back, John.
Cool. Bobby Cox saying, hey, you need to cool out. That's crazy. I saw this. I saw the video at first and I just thought it was funny. And I assumed that it was something from 90s baseball.
That's what I figured.
A beef that carried over.
But no one could figure out the cause of it. And that kind of disappoints me. Some people were scrounging around, but nothing there.
Now, with all the tweets, though, the fact that it's two guys, probably both 60 years old, maybe late 50s.
Yes.
The fact that both of them are tweeting this much about it, this is where is this going to be the undercard of some Jake Paul fight pops up? Like, is this where this is this sprinkling the seeds of like some reality TV show or something like that? Are they bringing back Pros versus Joes? And these are going to be pros, I guess.
It could be. I mean, John Rocker was on Pros versus
He was.
Joes once.
That's actually how I know him, is from being
really
on
from Pros versus Joes.
Yeah.
I've never actually seen the show. Was it good?
It was awesome.
It was good. Okay.
Yes.
I imagine the people that were going on these shows were just so hopelessly delusional.
Yes.
Which
That
must
they'd
have been a treat.
Yes. They'd try to like, they'd do an Oklahoma drill with like Lawrence Taylor or something.
Hell
and these
yeah,
guys would just get demolished.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay, so I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I'd imagine in a pitching situation with John Rocker, he might give you a little chin music from time to
he
time.
always did.
But Rocker is a beefy guy. Rocker looks like he
He's a
still
big
works
fella.
out.
Yeah.
And Rocker is somebody who took HGH and steroids. He's even admitted to it. So this would not be a good fight.
No.
Patrick Mahomes Sr., considering these guys are around the same age, he looks frail. And even though he's 6'3" or 4" or something like that, he's a tall guy, but he does not look well put together. And John Rocker looked like he came straight out of the gym.
Yeah.
Like wearing like a tight shirt coming out, looking like he could perhaps play linebacker when I saw him out there. I would not have thought closer when I first saw him show up on the scene.
Yeah, you would thought like this is a former NFL player that's hanging out.
Tight end or something like that, right?
Yeah. So this is a really weird, really weird moment. It is funny though.
It is hilarious. I mean,
and since nothing actually happened, we can just laugh at it.
Yeah.
Without like then there's no need to be fighting, fella. No, this is just like a guy walked up, probably just said something to Pat Mahomes that Pat Mahomes didn't like.
It's two ex-athletes fighting. Like, when's the last time?
And then running to Twitter to beef about it.
Right. It's both of those things. But even the first part, when is the last time you can think of two athletes who played the same sport as one another, and it's not MMA and it's not boxing and all the pre-fight bull crap that you see, and these guys are actually almost fighting each other in the open, and you can catch it on camera. I imagine this is a first if we're talking about non-traditional fighters out there.
Yeah, the only thing that comes close is Matt Barnes driving 30 hours to go beat up Derek Fisher, but that wasn't on camera.
Right, it wasn't on camera.
But there really isn't anything that like jumps to mind where Like now we have all these like former athlete podcasts and stuff where like they yell at each other,
But
but there's
that's
no,
it.
yeah, there's no like this might get physical.
The most recent thing we saw was James Harrison versus Chad Johnson, but it seemed playful more than
Yeah.
it seemed real. Here's what we're going to do. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. If you can think of a couple of athletes who off the field of play or off the court or whatever actually almost got into fisticuffs with one another, hit us up. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Who would be most likely in sports today to get into a confrontation like this off the field? That's on the table as well. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. No Joe, just Paul. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. News of the day, a semi-update when it comes to Alex Bregman. It's more just confusion. Some believe he has shortened his list of teams he's interested in joining to 3, and the Astros are not one of those teams, but some are saying that's not necessarily the case. And Dana Brown, GM of the Houston Astros, said earlier today that as long as Bregman is a free agent, we'll continue to have internal conversations about it, and it'll be like that until he signs or whatever happens. Also, the Rockets play the Phoenix Suns tonight at Toyota Center with a tip-off of 7:30. In the last segment, we were talking about John Rocker, Patrick Mahomes Sr., the fisticuffs that they nearly came to on Bourbon Street. And the question I have, 2 ex-athletes that have actually come to blows with one another in a way that we could see it, all of us, on the internet, because I can't think of any. There's certainly a lot of ones that I think we'd like to see. Someone on the text line said Dylan Brooks against Draymond Green. There's a long list of people waiting to fight Draymond Green. I think number one on that list would be Jordan Poole, right? Jordan Poole would love to find in a mutual combat state, either right here, Texas, or up in Washington. There's 2 states in the 50 that are part of our great nation that you can do mutual combat in. I've lived in both of them.
That's lucky.
It is not lucky because I'm an idiot. And if I had agreed to mutual combat with somebody, I might not be here anymore. It's not good.
I bet. How many times do you think Jordan Poole, like when he's talking to his friends, it's like, man, he cheap shotted me. If it had been a fair one,
100%.
Like they must have talked about that from the second he got. Actually, no, that entire year, because he had to be on the Warriors for 1 year, and then he got traded to Washington. Probably for that 12 months, and then when he first went to Washington, they probably still talked about like, man, the only reason I'm here is because he sucker punched me.
Yeah, that's true. I would be that way all the time.
It's
all you can do, but it would get old. Like after a certain point, they're just going to do it to troll you, you know? Someone texted in, didn't Trevor Ariza go after someone in the locker room? Right. We had the famous siege of the Clippers locker room. Right?
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, there's
but I don't know if anyone actually fought each other. And it's
No.
the NBA, and listen, these huge guys, they never actually go all the way in.
I mean, that would be the story is that Chris Paul led a group of Rockets through the back alleys.
Yeah.
Because there's something where the 2 of the locker rooms are connected in the Clippers arena or in the Staples Center, old Staples Center. And Chris Paul knew that by playing for the Clippers. And so he led a party of like it was like PJ Tucker, Trevor Ariza. It's the exact guys from those Rockets teams you would expect to want to shout at like Montrezl Harrell or so whoever on the Clippers that disrespected him.
Yeah, that's so funny. Like he's Tyrion in the Battle of Blackwater Bay.
Yeah,
Chris
that's
Paul,
exactly what it is.
short NBA player, leading everybody through the catacombs
Yeah.
of the
It's
wherever
like
the
left over here.
Yeah, where were the Clippers playing at that moment in time?
There's Staples.
They were Staples Center
Yeah.
too. Okay. This one, I wonder who he would want to fight, but I would definitely pick him in a fight. Is he still in the Detroit Pistons? Isaiah Stewart. Yeah.
Yeah, he's still in the
Because Isaiah Stewart went after LeBron. And then we saw him ejected and middle fingering and pointing at a guy on his way out
with
a gun gesture
finger guns
after getting into it with Thomas Bryant.
Yeah, okay.
Of the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah.
That's one we would definitely want to see off the court.
I think, I mean, I don't know if they have had an incident. Actually, I'm pretty sure they haven't had an incident because A, we would have heard about it and it would be top of mind. B, the city would be leveled. But if we could get Isaiah Stewart versus Draymond Green in an octagon somewhere, that would be great. I think that's our best chance at a good NBA fight is either Draymond or Dylan Brooks and maybe a tag team, Draymond and Dylan Brooks with Isaiah Stewart and someone else. Because Isaiah Stewart's down to throw hands. Although he hasn't actually thrown a punch. I will say that.
That's true.
He's very aggressive, but he doesn't actually throw a punch, dude.
I saw a post on our social media on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's from Coog Blaze, and it's about the John Rocker / Patrick Mahomes Sr. confrontation.
Oh, yeah.
And this is an article. This is definitely clickbait. I looked up an article. This is from 58 minutes ago. In an interview in New Orleans, Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy confirmed that he wasn't 100% sure, but that Rocker and Mahomes Sr. may face off in a rough and rowdy boxing event sponsored by the company. Coug Blaze is saying that Portnoy just made the announcement, so we're going to have to do a little more digging on that. I'm skeptical at best about that, but I'm not going to lie. This is one of the first ones I absolutely would watch because we're thinking about, okay, ex-athletes who actually would go after one another off the field, off the court. You know what would be a good one? Andre Johnson versus Cortland Finnegan, a rematch. If Cortland Finnegan wants to regain a semblance of honor.
Oh, yeah.
There's also
Buddy Ryan and Kevin Gilbride.
Here's another one. And I don't think this would go particularly well for the challenger, but Marshawn Lattimore is always getting into it with Mike Evans.
That's a good one.
I think Mike Evans would kill him.
Mike Evans would peel him like a banana.
Yeah,
yes.
he would absolutely kill him. That guy's Galveston tough. You know?
But still. And apparently, and I haven't listened to it, but I did pull it up. Dave Portnoy did tweet like 8 minutes ago. It's official. Paperwork signed today. Pat Mahomes Sr. versus John Rocker at Rough and Rowdy, April 19th.
No way.
That's
sad,
I
dude.
can't imagine I can play it just straight off of
Probably
Twitter.
not. Probably not.
Yeah.
He probably swears.
I'll do some editing throughout the show, but
well, there we go.
There we go.
We're actually going to see a fight like this.
Right around my birthday.
Listen, more athletes need to settle their beefs with fisticuffs, okay? Put some gloves on, some headgear on, and yeah, honor's on the line and shame's on the line, but if you don't like somebody, this is the old-fashioned way to get it all out of your system. That's what they do in the military. They let the boys play. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 409, Dwight Howard and Shaq. That could be a fun one. From the 281, my ex-brother-in-law used to beat up Ken Griffey Jr. when they were kids. That's what a reach to get to that one.
Yeah,
but hey, I like it.
That's a story that person's definitely told 10,000 times over their lives.
Oh, for sure.
Did you see the video of that guy who posted like high school wrestling highlights of him wrestling Saquon Barkley and like pinning him and beating Saquon Barkley in a wrestling match?
Whoa.
Yeah, some random dude from Pennsylvania tweeted that out, that here's me pinning Saquon Barkley like the day after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Which, listen, I get it. You're doing it after the Super Bowl, Saquon Barkley, whatever, trying to get some clicks. I think I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
If there was like, here's a video of me beating up, here's a video of me dominating Jalen Hurts and something. Like I would send that video out.
I would for sure.
You know, it's a video he has on his phone and he's showing so many people at bars.
Oh,
like,
hell yeah, dude.
You think Saquon Barkley's great?
I don't think
in 10th grade, I pinned him.
I don't think that gets you laid, but it does get you perhaps a free drink.
Yeah, no, you do it for the other guys.
Yeah, that's for the bros.
That's
out
for the
there.
fellas.
Because girls aren't impressed by men fighting, sadly. From the 409, Muggsy Bogues and Spud Webb. Sir, I know exactly what you're looking for.
Same weight class.
Same height class, probably too. Not cool. Not cool. Tyler Hero and Amen Thompson. If Hero wasn't a bitch, writes this texter from the 832.
Amen Thompson got in with it with Brad Beal last year too.
Yeah,
they're gonna face off tonight. I don't know if they're actually gonna face off. They'll be on the same basketball court tonight.
Yeah, that's true.
DeMar DeRozan and was it Dylan Brooks? Jalen
Brooks
Green.
also has a long list too.
Jalen Green
Really?
last year. Remember the DeMar DeRozan thing?
I don't remember Jalen Green, DeMar DeRozan.
There's somebody in DeMar DeRozan.
Sorry, nothing against Jalen Green. The fingernails thing, it does make me wonder about that line.
Painted fingernails versus Compton. You're taking.
I'm taking Compton.
Okay.
I'm taking Compton, even if it has been gentrified, as that one texter said yesterday. Key from LA, denied. But Key, we know you're from LA. You got to have that Compton street cred in your back pocket. I get it. 713-780-3776. Fights between ex-athletes you'd want to see. YouTube Keith says Jose Canseco versus A-Rod. I'm sorry, I don't want to see Jose Canseco cash grab in a fight ever again. The rough and rowdy that he did with Billy Football, formerly of Pardon My Take and formerly of Barstool Sports, the guy just leaned over and basically mailed it in. It was awful. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, it wasn't like over in like 10 seconds.
Yes, it like they was clearly like the guy threw the mass. From the 281, you're missing the obvious. Luka and Anthony Davis, they don't hate each other.
No. It
Seems like they're both. I mean,
Nico Harrison versus every citizen of Dallas.
Oh, like it's Agent Smith, the many Agent Smiths versus Neo and the Matrix Reloaded.
That's exactly what I'm picturing. It's him fighting them all at once.
Robin Ventura versus Nolan Ryan. I think even Nolan Ryan today, Robin Ventura doesn't want none of that.
I think in these fights, same thing with my reservations for the Finnegan Andre Johnson rematch. I think just like in the real fight game, like the first fight has to be compelling enough to deserve a rematch. Like I didn't watch the Finnegan fight and think, well, want to see these two get after it again. Same thing with the Robin Ventura one. You know what? I don't need to see these guys again. I think I know how this goes.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Ooh, this is a fun one. Mark McGuire versus Barry Bonds. Winner gets into the Hall of Fame. I love that. Mike Piazza versus Roger Clemens. I've seen Mike Piazza be held back by an entire team trying to get after some pitcher who threw at him. I forget the name of that pitcher, but that video popped up on my Instagram feed a couple of days ago. Charles Oakley, Dennis Rodman. That would be a good one. I feel like, though, Dennis Rodman wouldn't know what he's getting into because Oakley just reeks of old man strength.
Yeah, no. Oakley,
and Dennis Rodman lives in Houston now, I think.
Oh yeah, I think I heard that. Yeah, Oakley, especially today, I feel like Oakley keeps himself in better shape. I think actually at any point, although it was closer in the 90s, but at any point, I think I would take Oakley in that fight. Although maybe, this is what makes it a great fight because you're like Dennis Rodman. I don't know. He might be psycho enough to win.
From the 832, me against Gallant in a non-celebrity match. I'd beat the singing out of you. You can't possibly do it.
Mutual combat state.
That is a mutual combat state, right?
Drop your info.
Oh, we had the Texans commenter guy. He's challenged.
Oh yeah, Texans comment. Oh man,
do we need to bring that back? He did apologize to us via DMs. I kind of wanted him to apologize though publicly because he was a dick to Joe George. He was a dick to him. And by the way, Joe will be back tomorrow. Joe's just out. No,
okay.
He's like bringing up appearance with Joe, and I was like, dude, look at yourself.
Okay.
Just saying.
No, I just like that idea. I would like a public apology, but I get what you're saying.
From the 281, Justin Tucker versus Deshaun Watson. That sounds like a gladiator prison match.
You're just towel whipping each other. Sorry.
No. Antonio Brown versus literally everyone.
Antonio Brown versus Sanity.
Vontez Perfect.
Perfect's gonna finish the job this time.
Well,
Perfect's.
A lot of people would be okay with that. Joe Kelly versus Carlos Correa.
That's a good one.
It's not. Correa would snap him in half. I think Joe Kelly's smaller than me.
Joe Kelly, yeah. I mean, definitely. I can't imagine his dimensions are crazy.
Joe Kelly's size. Let's see. Joe Kelly is doesn't even say his size. How? Sorry, this is terrible.
No, it's 6'1", 174.
He's 174?
Yeah, I was gonna say he's definitely skinny.
Okay, I feel good. 5'11 and a half, 185.
Yeah.
Versus a pitcher. I don't know. I like my chances there. Gary has a thought. If we're talking about this because Patrick Mahomes Sr. and John Ronker got into a fight on Bourbon Street nearly. They were separated. And it seems like now they actually might be fighting per Dave Portnoy in Rough and Rowdy in the near future. Gary, who you got?
Hey, the best ever. Okay, do we want to do post or pre-steroid Barry Bonds versus Jeff Kent? Your own teammate. Ooh. It's easy to only the other person across from you, Finnegan and what's his name?
Cortland Finnegan, Andre Johnson.
But
teammates.
Barry Bonds, pre or post steroid, Big Barry or Little Barry versus Jeff Kent. Who you got?
Interesting. Well, where should I start? I think post steroids, like his head got so big.
Those steroid would knock his ass
Yeah,
out.
Yeah, the steroids definitely worked for Barry Bonds.
But Bond's head, it's so big. Like if I think if Kent broke
He
him,
would
punched him in the
headbutt him
head.
to death.
Exactly. Right.
He would headbutt him.
So no steroids, Barry Bonds. I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance there. Man, that's like two famously just not liked by their teammates,
I think
players.
Jeff Kent would get him pre. Jeff was a big boy.
Jeff was big.
Jeff would get him pre-steroid.
That would be funny. That's a good one, Gary. Appreciate the phone call. You know what's really funny about that situation? Like, say those two fought each other. I think that every single one of the 23 other players on the San Francisco Giants would have been rooting for them like both to take each other out. They want to tie. They knock each other out. Like, you want your two best players to like basically off themselves because you're just so sick of dealing with their crap. Clemens versus Piotr has been brought up. Alex Bregman versus Dana Brown.
Similar size.
They are similar size.
Similar size. I mean, like 30-year age difference, but similar size.
Yeah, I don't think it would go so well. Ron Artest versus Bill Lambier. Well, I don't know. A lot of the Gen Z kids, they think Bill Lambier was a plumber.
Yeah.
Lambier's got the mass.
I don't want Artest versus anybody though.
No,
like if I'm anybody, I don't want like Artest.
Artest is towards the top. Like,
and he was solidly built too. Like he was
6'8", right? 6'7", 6'8". And on
probably
top
like
of that,
260.
he changed his name to Meta World Peace. Like, that's the mark of a true psychopath. Terrell Owens, he lives in Houston now too. Terrell Owens versus Donovan McNabb.
I like the teammate ones.
Yeah.
I like the teammate on teammate.
That and I mean, Terrell Owens thinks that McNabb lost the Eagles Super Bowl 39 against the Patriots.
Yeah.
The only Super Bowl I've ever been to. I could not see it in the stadium, but that was the Super Bowl where McNabb was puking supposedly towards the end of the game. And I think while it's never been said on record, I think that the implication is that McNabb may have had a little bit too much fun in Jacksonville the night before.
Ooh.
That's
bad.
That's not good, guys. That is not good.
I can see why T.O. wants to fight him.
Dave Marchianti on YouTube says Jerry Jones versus Jimmy Johnson. Oh, hell yeah.
Old man fight.
Old man
There we
fight.
go.
Let's go.
I'm down with that.
I would like that one. I'm trying to think of some other ones here. Bill O'Brien versus Rick Smith from back in the day.
Bill O'Brien versus Brian T. Smith.
Bill O'Brien versus a lot of people.
Bill O'Brien versus everybody.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien versus J.J. Watt. Bill O'Brien versus Deshaun liked him.
Yeah. No, it'd be Hopkins, Bill O'Brien.
Jack Easterby versus DeAndre Hopkins.
Hopkins.
But
Easy.
Jack, I don't know. Jack has the Lord on his side.
That is true. That is true.
He's like those Crusaders.
This is how people from Texas fight. This is how people from California fight.
Playing the Seinfeld music in the background as he's going through his preacher routine.
That's him. That's him walking to the stadium.
And for those who don't know, Jack Easterby, in one of his sermons, he's so absolutely corny, and he was doing impressions of people from like other cities, like, "Yo, I'm from Boston. Yeah, I'm from New York. I'm walking here." I'm just trying to imagine like a Texas, like him impersonating a Texas person in a fight, a Texan in a fight, and be like, "Well, look what's here. Someone's poisoned the water hole." And he pulls out a gun. That's how he thinks you people are. That's what he thinks of you. He thinks you guys are less.
Thinks you're Yosemite Sam. That's who he thinks you.
We've spent a lot of time on this. If you want to weigh in on sports fights you'd actually want to see in honor of Patrick Mahomes Sr. and John Rocker nearly getting into it, we'll put them at the back of every segment going forward. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next in the 10-minute drill, some changes on the Texans coaching staff and a possible departure. Dak Prescott's delusional, and this former quarterback isn't insufferable just because of his stupid effing hats. Who are we talking about? Stick around. Couple of updates on the Houston Texans coaching staff. Number one, Gerard Johnson is going to get an interview to potentially be the Philadelphia Eagles' next offensive coordinator. That news comes as yesterday, Kellen Moore, formerly the Eagles' offensive coordinator, fresh off of an Eagles Super Bowl victory, was named the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. Johnson has interviewed for that position before. We'll see if this interview he crosses the finish line, but clearly there's interest, and I think that would be a good spot for Gerard if he ends up taking it. I wish him the best. Always been a good dude to me, and I do think he's done a pretty good job as a coach. I know we wonder about what happened with CJ Stroud this past year. I really think that stat we talked about yesterday about how Patrick Mahomes was pressured on 38 point whatever percent of snaps in the Super Bowl, and that CJ Stroud on average was pressured on 39% of snaps all season long, goes to show you that it's really about the offensive line, not about the quarterback room for Stroud going forward. But there's a lot of things they're going to have to fix. They are also, the Texans, hiring a fifth-round pick from Texas, former fifth-round pick from Texas that they drafted back in the day, Frank Okram, to be their assistant defensive line coach. And Bobby Slowick, of all people, got a job. He is going to be the senior passing game coordinator for the Miami Dolphins. He's 37, senior. I'm offended by that. Somebody texted in earlier, hey, Paul, you're turning 40 soon. F you, I'm turning 36. 36, okay?
Late 30s. Yeah, the senior seems a bit aggressive.
Yeah.
I think it's so it doesn't seem like a demotion from being a play caller on the Texans to.
But it's clearly a demotion. He's not the offensive coordinator.
It is, because he's not the offense coordinator. It's also a situation where the head coach calls the plays. So he's really, if we're doing the succession list, like he's like third in the Dolphins as far as the offensive coaching hierarchy.
Yeah. It's still strange, though. Senior. We see a lot of that, too. Senior in addition to a title. Does that get you a pay bump?
That's probably what it is.
Okay.
And again, probably just looks better on the old resume.
I don't know. It feels
because it's clearly because he knows Mike McDaniel. Like that.
Yeah,
that's what
true.
it is. It's because they coach together in San Francisco. That's why he's getting this job.
It does feel manufactured just a little bit. Dak Prescott is the starting quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. He was asked what he thinks about the Philadelphia Eagles and if the Cowboys are in the same ballpark as that team. Here's what Dak had to say.
In that level. I mean, I feel like we compete with the Eagles and beat them for the most part when we played them. I don't want to say check the record when they're the guys holding the trophy right now. So credit to them. They've earned it and they deserved it by all means. But yeah, very close, especially when you even watch the NFC game, the NFC Championship. And those two teams that we battle against each and every year, a couple of times. And as I said, feel confident about we've gotten a better part each and every time. To see them, to see it in such a dominating fashion, credit to them. It's our turn and it's on us.
So Dak hasn't been with the Cowboys that long, and I think a lot of NFL players, their grasp of NFL history is limited. But as a franchise, it is so disrespectful to compare the Cowboys to the Eagles in any way, shape, or form. The Cowboys last went to an NFC Championship game January 14th, 1996. They beat the Green Bay Packers 38-27. Since then, the Eagles made the NFC Championship game in 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2008. Want some more NFC Championship game appearances by the Philadelphia Eagles? Here they come. We just saw it a couple of years ago where they beat the Vikings 38-7 with Nick Foles under center and made it to a Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl. Then a couple of years later, the Eagles beat the 49ers. They play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. They lose, and they just beat the Commanders in the NFC Championship game, and they won. They have made it to many NFC championship games to the point where I couldn't keep count of all that off the top of my head. They have made it to 3 Super Bowls. They have won, they've made it to 4 Super Bowls. They have won 2. The Cowboys have 0 of any of those things.
But they're close.
They're not close.
They beat them a couple times.
Cool.
Not this year, though.
Regular season victories. If that's what Jerry Jones' standard is now,
yeah,
fine. And if they want to roll back into next year with Dak, fine. But come on, let's be serious here. It is the Eagles are running up the score on the Cowboys in this century.
Yeah, I don't know why Dak Prescott has to like. I get that you don't want to just be like, man, they're awesome, man. But even then, you can just go like, yeah, we're trying to build to knock them off one day. Like they're the standard. When you're the Super Bowl champion, like everyone's gunning for you. Goes for us, especially because we're in the same division. We have to be where they're at next year. Like it's just like there's such an easy way of saying like not going. Well, we're pretty close if you think about it.
But it's delusional.
It's so delusional.
I mean, you know what's less delusional? James Harden saying he's the best player in the NBA.
Yeah, he was at least close.
Right.
Like they were.
He won an MVP.
500.
Right. He won an MVP. So theoretically, that is something he could have said, even with LeBron James and Kevin Durant playing in the league at the same time.
And they were way closer to being, if they were like, we weren't that far off from the Warriors, even though we lost every time. It's like, well, you did get to Game 7.
Yeah.
Like, you were much closer than the Cowboys have ever been to winning anything in my life.
Oh, but Des caught the ball. They still would have had to stop Aaron Rodgers. Do you think they were going to stop Aaron Rodgers?
No, they didn't do it the next year.
Right, exactly.
With 40 seconds left.
It's insane. Anyway, Dak Prescott, pipe it down a little bit. Okay. Thank you. Cam Newton. He used to be the starting quarterback of the Carolina Panthers. Now he is a frequent first take contributor. Cam Newton, I asked Grok to summarize this.
Oh, yeah?
On X. Because over the last couple of weeks, he's been saying all sorts of bleep. On First Take with Cam Newton, he said he wouldn't trade his 2015 NFL MVP award for a Super Bowl championship, emphasizing individual success over team achievements. What's more important, he said, impact or championships. Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl. Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Respectfully, Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. I know that's not the popular pick. My take is I'm taking individual success because I took my job. God, I hate me people. I really do.
I see where I can squint and see what he's saying, where it's like I would rather be an awesome player than to win a championship.
I already have to squint enough with Cam Newton because of the stupid font that he puts on social media and to see his face underneath his completely ridiculous Mad Hatter array of hats, okay? There's enough squinting going on with Cam Newton. So that's one of the things that he said. Then he had this to say to Travis Hunter, who's about to be drafted very early in the coming draft, on Travis Hunter's podcast about being the number 1 pick in the 2011 NFL draft.
When I was the first pick, I went into a locker room of losers.
How did you handle the pressure of being the top pick?
Let's put it in perspective. You're the top pick because what?
Where you play?
No. You're looking at it from a personal situation. I'm talking about from the professional situation. You're the top pick because that was the worst team in the NFL the year before. For me, I wanted to be the number 1 pick. You could potentially be the first pick, but bro, you have no way of impacting the game like a quarterback does. You can lock down the number 1 receiver. You can make impact plays on offense all you want, but it's still not like a quarterback. My issue is when I was the first pick, I went into a locker room of losers. Guys didn't know how to win. Guys didn't know how to prepare. It was a culture shock for me. The games don't mean a lot to a lot of people in the league like you would expect. It's just money. Not everybody has capabilities to be impact players. They're just players.
It's such an a-hole way to go about things. It really is.
It is the rudest possible way to make that point.
Listen, I understand to a degree what he's saying, but I'm glad that a lot of his teammates clap back on this, including, I'll just go through the list. Steve Smith.
All-time fight guy.
Right.
Steve Smith.
Steve Smith versus Cam Newton. Will we want to see that? Steve Smith at 5'9", I would be intrigued.
Yeah.
Against a 6'5" tank Cam Newton.
There's not many people that I'd pick with that disparity. Steve Smith's one of them.
Smith said, none of us are perfect. Yes, we were 2-14 before you blessed us with your presence. Smith also asked out after that year, for what it's worth. He emphasized Newton's comments were disrespectful to teammates like D'Angelo Williams, Jonathan Stewart, and Steve Smith, who contributed before he got there. Charles Johnson, damn, SMH, losers is a crazy word. I had my best season. I have multiple Cam stories if we're trying to take it there. Team success relies on collective effort rather than individual ego. Speaking of that, remember the Super Bowl moment where Cam Newton individually chose to not go for a fumble? Interesting. Captain Munderland, what a great name. Had a career-high 3 picks in 2010 before Cam Newton came in there. For him to say that we were losers was a slap to the face. This was a team 2 years removed from playing in the NFC divisional round against the Arizona Cardinals. We lost a couple of pieces. We had checked down Jimmy Clausen at quarterback, and we had a bad year. Damn, Jimmy Clausen.
I was going to say.
One took more L's than Jimmy Clausen when Cam Newton said that.
The Panthers did have, when Steve Smith listed them off, like they had a lot of good players.
They did.
And I was like, they were good with DeLome before that. And then I was like, where did it go wrong? And I forgot that they drafted Jimmy Clausen.
They drafted Jimmy Clausen, who
he's a loser.
Mel Kiper thought would be the greatest player ever. Jeff Swartz also said, the controversy underscores the complexity of team dynamics and the lasting impact of a player's words. Too thoughtful of an answer, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Just say F you. Just say F you to him. I think it's totally fair to say that. F you, dude. I hate individually minded football players. I really do. I get it. Everyone's got ego. Everyone thinks they're awesome. But I hate that stuff. I really do. By the way, in flag football, there's a guy in this league I want to fight. I actually do want to fight. We've been talking about fights. Patrick Mahomes Sr. versus John Rocker. It is a mutual combat state. I wouldn't do it. I'm 35. Would probably not end well for me. But so there's this one guy who the first game he played against us, and he was wearing spandex without shorts over the top of it. So like this little guy, this little small guy who was very fast. Like it's all out there. It's all out there. I pointed this out to my teammates who all asked, are you gay? And I was like, well, here we go again. At the end of the game that we just played, as I was walking off the field, I was handing my flag to them. And he said, hey, can I get that flag? And I was like, yeah, sure. Then he asked, like, what happened? Did you guys lose? And I was like, yeah, we lost. Then he dropped the flag. He says, I'm not taking a flag from a loser. I wanted to drop his small little bitch ass into the ground. I wanted to throw him over a fence. And I could. He's a small little guy, and I'm not a very big guy. Oh, so mad at that person. But I hate those little individual a-holes. F that guy. Funny story, though, but F that guy.
That's the funniest thing. That's the funniest thing, and you're the funniest person you could have said that to.
Oh, I have. If I play him again, I cannot wait to use it against him. Here's the thing, though. I don't think I'll be able to use it against him. I don't think I got it. I don't think I have that level of speed in the tank anymore.
Yeah, no, you're gonna have to be the CJ Gardner Johnson of this, where you're gonna have to let DJ cover him, and then you'll let Cooper DeJean cover him.
I'm not gonna lie though, if he crosses my zone, I might accidentally knock him out. Accidentally.
You might accidentally.
I might listen. I in flag games before I've gotten in trouble because listen, small guy, but power source, strong, donk, pretty good. I have hip checked people onto the ground before. Subtle way to do it. So watch out. Watch out, mister. I am wearing pants that outline the entirety of my Johnson. Watch out. Put some shorts over the top of it. Weirdo.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. What are you, like the Green Man? All right. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. No Joe, just Paul. Joe will be back tomorrow. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. What is going on with Alex Bregman? Has anything new happened over the course of the last couple of hours since we heard from Dana Brown? We'll update you on that. Plus, they signed an infielder. We are officially at the start of spring training for your Houston Astros. We'll discuss it next. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's here. We don't even need to do the countdown anymore unless people want to hear that trombone. Do you want the trombone? Do the people want to hear one last time us counting down to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach? Of course you do. It is funny. It is very polarizing, the trombone. That some people on the text line love it. Some people on the text line hate it. We've just made it a thing. And we really like it when people who don't traditionally listen to the show on a daily basis stumble in and they just hear it in the background. We want them to think that they're going crazy when they hear that trombone in the background. The trombone, of course, is playing Paul Wall's famous song after the 2022 World Series Championship, How About Them Stros, which Sean and I would probably agree, not the best song, but we've come to ironically appreciate it, right? And some person online decided to pour his heart into playing this entirely on trombone. And I don't know why it tickles me the way that it does, but it does. It's a good song. Anyway, give me that MFing bone one last time. First off, here's what Dana Brown said today when asked about the potential for further roster additions. Quote, I've always said I'm in the market for pitching. You never know what's going to come up. But right now, our roster is pretty good. I think we're pretty much in shape to be in position to win this division. Always the politician. He was also asked if he's in the market for a third baseman. He said, quote, as long as Bregman is a free agent, we'll continue to have internal discussions about it. And it'll be like that until he signs or whatever happens. Massive eye roll towards the last part. Whatever happens. Randy McIlvoy and Jeremy Booth believe that Bregman is more open to a short-term deal. McIlvoy from Channel 2, Jeremy Booth from KHOU. But Jim Bowden from The Athletic, former baseball GM, thinks the Astros are still in. Truly, I have no idea what's happening when it comes to Alex Bregman. So let's talk about some other things. They did add some infield depth. They signed Luis Guillorme. I don't know if I said the pronunciation of that name correct. I apologize on that front. For those who don't know, the man has a exceptionally thick beard. He is nicknamed Luismi, and he's from Venezuela. He's 30 years old, played for the Angels most recently. Taking a look at his numbers over the course of his career, 251 hitter with 5 home runs and 882 at-bats. Not a lot of power there. Last year, in 161 at-bats, he had an OPS of 574, just 33 hits, and a 205 average. He is depth. This lends itself, though, to the idea that we will see more out of Jose Altuve in left field. Jeremy Booth, when he was on with us last week, said that Altuve deserves some benefit of the doubt in the outfield.
Do I feel great? No. Do I feel okay? Yes. I'm a big Dubon guy. I know he was up and down last year. I think Jose Altuve is a good enough athlete and baseball player to be good at anything. You know, I think those guys grow up shagging fly balls and reading spin, having a good time like they always do. And while he hasn't played it professionally, certainly at the major league level, playing left field in Minute Maid Park isn't the toughest thing in the world. You know what I mean? It's more about the other places that he's going to have to play it. I also think moving a legacy second baseman out of his Hall of Fame position is tough. I don't know how that plays mentally. And Joe has always been very optimistic with his players and very supportive. And it's one of the best things about him. So if he believes in Jose, you got to give him benefit of the doubt right now.
That last part is interesting. The legacy side of it. But I don't think it's going to affect it much because we don't think about Altuve as a fielder. We think about him as a clutch postseason hitter. In particular, all the home runs that he's had, and the fact that from 2014 to 2017, he had the most hits in the American League all 4 years in a row.
Yeah, that's what it is to me. It's more about keeping the bat in the lineup.
Yeah.
And, trying to limit the damage. And when you look at the two best pitchers on the Astros. They're both ground ball pitchers. So if you want a poor defender, you don't want him playing in the infield where there's going to be a lot of ground balls. I at least understand the concept behind it. I also understand why it's tough to move the greatest Astro of all time off of his position in his mid-30s.
Correct.
I get that. I get why it's tough. Luckily, it seems like Altuve is on board with it because he's just that kind of guy. Because he's Jose
Team
freaking
first,
Altuve.
not Cam Newton. He is team first. He is not
Do
saying.
you think Altuve on a podcast will ever go, when I got called up to the Houston Astros,
with a bunch of bums.
I was on a team of losers.
Fat ass Carlos Lee. Yeah, he's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. Yeah, he wore brick red uniforms.
People forget.
People forget. He was in the brick red.
All the dark times.
Mm-hmm. The brick red times.
Yeah. God.
Some people like him, and I do think that they're going to make a return in some way, shape, or form this year. They've hinted at it.
Yeah, they're fine. The hat, I like
the hat. Was good.
I like the hat.
The hat was good.
Jerseys, I was not a big fan of.
Yeah. The hat was, I liked that star logo.
Yeah. Black and red is a cool two colors to have.
The pinstripes were lame.
The pinstripes were lame.
The solid jerseys weren't bad. The pinstripes were lame.
Yeah.
By the way, so yesterday was Mattress Mac's birthday. And I mean, in this song, don't forget, Paul Wall sings about, I remember way back when they tried to disrespect Mattress Mac.
Who could forget that line?
It's my favorite part of that song. So it was his birthday yesterday. I got like 6 emails from PR people telling me it's his birthday. I relax, guys. They're like, do you want to wish him a happy birthday? Here's how you can do it. Like when he went to the hospital, we're thankful that he's okay. You don't wish poorly on a person going to the hospital. But like, I also got an email saying like, you can help send a message to Mattress Mac this way through the media. I was like, let's relax. You're a furniture company. But Mattress Mac, did you see him tweeting at Elon Musk in a since deleted tweet? I was pretty surprised to see this, and it got deleted ultimately. But Mattress Mac offered to send Elon Musk a Tempur-Pedic mattress so he wouldn't have to sleep on the floor. And he wanted to collaborate, Elon, I guess, with Mattress Mac to deliver mattresses to local disabled veterans, which is cool. If Mattress Mac has broken the ice, can we get Elon Musk money involved in the Houston Astros? Can we get some Elon Musk money? Look, Astros, Elon Musk likes space.
True. True.
This is, of all the sports teams out there, this is the one that references astronauts, and we are theoretically going to Mars in the not too distant future.
Yeah. They are the most space-themed baseball team. They're probably tied for the most space-themed team, period, with the Rockets.
Right. But the Rockets are just Rockets, and Rockets, I mean, these days, it's just in the Middle East. That's what Rockets are now, right?
We don't know if we're talking about space rockets or weapon rockets.
Right, exactly. So with the Astros, there's a space theme there.
Mm-hmm.
I am of the belief that Mattress Mac, he needs to get some Elon money into Jim Crane's wallet. And Jim Crane, I get it. You got a varsity Letterman jacket because you pitched in college. Okay?
Yeah, I can't imagine he looks at Elon's like, yeah, let me hear from him about baseball.
Elon Musk, he's never played sports, was supposed to fight Mark Zuckerberg. We were talking about celebrity sports fights earlier. That never happened because I guess he's got back issues. So maybe he doesn't think of Elon Musk as an athlete. Okay? Elon Musk is definitely an athlete in the bedroom, given all the kids he has. But I think that Jim Crane needs to think about letting Elon Musk into the Letterman Jacket Skull and Bone Society. Because I would love to have a little extra cheddar. And I feel like if Mattress Mac and Elon are talking, this is something that we can make happen.
Yeah.
The Astros can go over the luxury tax just like the Dodgers. Competition. Elon Musk would be creating more jobs, specifically for Alex Bregman, but for a lot of other players as well.
Yeah, no, for sure.
That the Astros wouldn't theoretically sign in the past. So how about that?
I like it. I wish it was like college football where he could just be a donor. He could just like write a check and get his name on a building. get his name down the third baseline. The third baseline brought to you by Elon Musk, getting paid $200 million for it.
And brought to you by X. Would that work? Brought to you by free speech. Brought to you by saluting. Wait, I don't know. Anyway.
I don't want that home run celebration.
I don't either. Oh, my God. Sean Hayes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. No Joe, just Paul today. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Gallant and George. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there. No Joe, just Paul today. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Last segment, I suggested that Mattress Mac grease the skids so we can get a little Elon Musk money in our Houston Astros. And some people aren't a fan of that. A text, all caps, from the 832. F Elon Musk. Hey, were we above stealing signs? We're going to be above free money from Elon Musk? Zach from the 832 points out that there's also the Sugarland Space Cowboys. True. I mean, we are talking about the one-time, two-time, three-time champions of last season because of minor league baseball's strangeness. You have a first half champion, you have a second half champion. And if you win, I guess, the first half and the second half, after those two halves, you also get to play against the International League champion if you're the Pacific Coast League champion. It's a tad confusing. Also confusing, all the updates for the Houston Astros involving Alex Bregman. This is the latest that we got. We touched on it in the last segment. Dana Brown was asked, as long as Bregman is a free agent, we'll continue to have internal conversations about it, and it'll be like that until he signs or whatever happens. And I guess that the theoretical whatever involves short-term deals that could be with other teams. This is from Randy McIlvoy last night from Channel 2. Alex Bregman reportedly narrowed his list of finalists to 3 teams: the Cubs, Red Sox, and Tigers. Jeremy Booth, who we've had on this show before, said he's hearing Alex Bregman will move toward a short-term deal with opt-outs. It's interesting that the opt-outs are back in the equation in the eyes of some, but Jim Bowden, who is a former baseball GM and an MLB analyst / insider for CBS Sports, The Athletic, and a bunch of other outlets, he said that the teams that are still in on Bregman as of this hour at 8:54 p.m. last night, the Red Sox, Blue Jays, Cubs, Tigers, and Astros, according to industry sources. I don't know what to make of it. We are continuing to wait with our Schmenzer in our hands. There's a part of me that thinks every single day that there is no deal for Alex Bregman. There's a chance that he comes back. There is another part of me that wonders if these internal conversations that Dana Brown consistently refers to, I feel like at that moment in time, you're thinking these internal conversations are, will we sign him for more than 6 years, 156? No. It's a very quick internal conversation. So if you want to weigh in on that, you can. Also, the Rockets, I think, have a very big opportunity tonight against the Phoenix Suns at Toyota Center. I think it's imperative that the Rockets look their Sunday best. You want to look impressive. Do you wear a tuxedo to your job interview? Might help you out, because this is the kind of game where you could theoretically get a Kevin Durant or a Devin Booker to want to come here. And if either of those guys want to come to Houston, you know what that means? It means that Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka have a little bit more leverage and don't have to give up as much to get these guys to come specifically here. I get it. There's the whole no trade clause thing, and I don't believe that Durant has one. Maybe Devin Booker does, Sean. I don't think he does. Okay, he doesn't have one. So they don't have the ability to prevent the Suns trading them anywhere. But generally in the NBA, it does seem like trades always happen with the best players to places where a guy wants to go. Like Luka Doncic, he went to LA. That makes sense. I think every single player in the NBA, if they're going to get traded, that's the place where they'll be like, all right, I guess, at the very least.
Yeah. Now KD will have more, like he won't have a no trade clause, but he'll have a very loud say in where he goes, because after next year he can become a free agent. So there is a little bit of, he can just say, I'm not re-signing with you. So if you're trading for me, know that you're only getting 1 year, where a different team, he can go, I would re-sign with you. So you can pay a little bit more. And so that's how you kind of stack the deck in your favor to go where you want, by just saying, I will not re-sign with the Memphis Grizzlies. And so the Memphis Grizzlies all of a sudden become less interested in trading for you. So that is what Kevin Durant can do this next offseason, because he'll be 1 year closer to free agency.
He made it seem like things are hunky-dory in Phoenix after the reports of the locker room being awkward to toxic from Ramona Shelburne. I do think Shelburne tends to play things up a little bit more than they actually are. And I think awkward is probably a better way to describe it. Of course it's going to be awkward.
Yeah.
They were shopping around Kevin Durant, and now he's still with the team.
Well, they're also trying to trade away their third best player Bradley Beal,
Yeah.
who was like, not going anywhere. And then they had to shop their second best player,
Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant.
And they almost traded him to the team he used to play for,
Yes.
where he did not want to go back.
Yes, without telling him.
Right. And somehow he found out. And that's why you do keep some of these things close to the vest, and why maybe Nico Harrison, at least if he was going to move Luka Doncic, was perhaps in the right to not shop around as much as he can. I still think he should have shopped around a little bit more. There's this idea that is coming out all of a sudden from a couple of different outlets that they actually did approach a couple of other teams. I think Minnesota was one of them about moving Luka. I don't know if I buy that 100%, but whatever the case, tonight is a big opportunity for the Rockets. You do not want to embarrass yourself tonight if you are hoping that one of these star players is going to join you. We have a couple of texts. I have suggested the idea that Mattress Mac, who is definitely getting a little bit too political in the eyes of some, would theoretically grease the skids so that some Elon Musk money could come into the Houston Astros. I mean, he did offer him free mattresses. They're at the very least like aware of each other on speaking terms. What's wrong with the little Elon Musk money?
Wait,
we got a couple of texters who are like, absolutely not. From the 713, chill with the Elon stuff. Why? Listen, we're talking about money. Money be green.
Do we know that they know of each other? Does Elon know who Mattress Mac is?
He has to.
Does he have to?
I would think so.
Why does he have to?
Based in Texas. Does Mattress Mac have any advertisements that are in Austin?
I don't think so.
No. I feel like they've got to be vaguely aware of one another. Maybe I'm thinking too highly of Mattress Mac's celebrity.
I think you are, because if he didn't respond to the tweet but
he deleted the tweet. So maybe like that meant that there was an exchange, there's an interaction. I'm reaching here. I know I'm reaching. All I'm trying to say is get that money. Get that money. Mattress Mac wants to bet on the Astros to win another World Series. You know what's going to help? Some Elon money to make this roster on par with the Dodgers. I guess some people don't like Elon Musk, whether it's because of the many things he says, his saluting form, or what. I don't care. I just want the money. I want the money for the team that I cover to have the best possible roster. Because if the Astros aren't good, I'm just not going to care. And I think we're all on the same page here. Houston is a baseball town again until it's not.
Until they start 6-19 again.
Exactly.
Maybe less so. Baseball.
Last year, though, if it happens again this year, Sean, I think you're right. I think it will check a bunch of people out. And they're going to have some sort of historic turnaround like they did last year. They're going to do that 2 years in a row. I get the AL West stinks, but
I would try not to.
I'd
try to just win. Well, I'd try to win 162. I'd try to win 90 games just the conventional way. Let's not try to go on any long losing streaks this time. Let's not, procrastinate, I guess, playing winning baseball or whatever they're doing.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
I guess it'll be easier now that Alex Bregman's gone. Now they won't start so slow.
That's true.
Now they'll have a third baseman that can play in April.
Also, they won a lot of games with Kyle Tucker not playing somehow, some way.
Yeah. So, I mean, 100 wins, 110. What was the record?
Gotta say, if they throw it back and have an 100-win season this year, I will be stunned.
Insane.
It really would be.
We would spend the entire season being like, no way this keeps. Oh, it'd be like the Rockets, where we spend the entire first half of the season going, there's no way this keeps up, right?
At a certain point, I would start pandering and act like I thought this was possible all along. Someone could bring up the tapes if they wanted to, but Joe's not here, so Joe's not going to know.
Yeah.
Gallant George. So Joe's kid is sick today. He should be back tomorrow. Sean Mapes behind the glass. You want to jump in 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The Houston Astros motto is built for this. But is a team that just won a championship, is a city that just won another championship, are they built to handle success? Can Philadelphia handle winning? Serious question. I will explain why I'm not sure they can next. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Astros pitchers and catchers are officially in West Palm Beach for spring training. Dana Brown was asked about injuries among the team's pitchers and catchers. Luis Garcia is throwing off of flat ground because the Astros don't want to rush him. Lance McCullers is, get this, guys, throwing off a mound. That's big. Big time stuff. Also, the San Francisco Giants have Justin Verlander in a Giants uniform. They posted a picture. The caption on Twitter, now X, with Verlander wearing a black Giants jersey, gray pants, and an orange cap with the SF logo in black. It says, the Verlander has Verlanded. Plain emoji.
I don't love it.
I don't either.
I don't know. I see what they're doing. I don't love it.
I do too. And in the words of Patrice O'Neill, man, you corny! Anywho. So that's what's going on in spring training for the Houston Astros. Dana Brown was asked about adding anyone. He said maybe pitching, but we believe we are a World Series contender. And Bregman, it's still just internal conversations. The Astros are looking to get back for a third World Series championship. They have two, and now the Philadelphia Eagles have two Super Bowl championships after smoking the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday in New Orleans by a final score of 40-22. And I'm curious to know if Philadelphia, as a sports town, can handle success. I ask that question because this is a clip from Philadelphia Sports Radio on Monday on WIP, the Eagles flagship station, where Spike Eskin and former Eagles linebacker Ike Reese, on a day of celebration, immediately got awkward.
Why is it going to? The Eagles just won the Super Bowl.
I understand that. And you're the one that's upset. I'm just asking you about Jalen being in the elite quarterback status.
And I answered you, and you
I
don't
told
agree
you for the
with
third
me.
time to stop yelling at me. I told you that for the third time. I don't want to say it no more. All right? I'm being dead serious with you now because I told you to stop with the yelling.
I told you.
I'm just talking.
Okay.
So we can move on from it.
No, let me just finish.
We can move on from it. 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 I'm good.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I am too. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ice Spike and Fritz.
Love the awkward laughter.
I'm cool with it. Or what was it? I'm good with it. We can move on.
We can move on. I've moved on. It doesn't seem like he's moved on.
No, seems like he thinks it's unbearable.
What are they fighting about? It's funny. It's a funny one, Sean.
Whenever I think of someone repeating the same word over and over again while they're angry at their co-host, I think of unbearable.
Mike Meltzer did that 12 times in a studio that I was in.
Like 5 seconds.
With Seth Payne. I was just there while my parents yelled at each other. My morning show life flashed before my eyes. I knew in that moment right there, oh boy, this probably isn't going to work. It was my second month in morning drive. Not great, not good, especially considering we all agreed with each other on the topic we were discussing, which was Roberto Osuna. Yeah, we don't really want him here, do we? Anyway, hey, let's bring it back.
It is funny to have. I think it's about Jalen Hurts. Is Jalen Hurts elite? That's at least what I could gather from the first 10 seconds of this before they said we can move on 10 times. Yeah, what are we doing? Philly Sports Radio. Why are you is Jalen Hurts elite? No, it should be Jalen Hurts outplayed Patrick Mahomes for the second straight Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Would you take him over Lamar Jackson today? The answer is yes, because we won a Super Bowl 12 hours ago.
Philadelphians are crazy, but at the same time, guys, they want to enjoy this for a day. They don't want people doubting their quarterback. The Monday after a championship should be a drunken glaze fest.
Yes, like there doesn't have to be like when the Astros won in 2022, we didn't go like, now you cannot resign Rafael Montero under any circumstance.
Right.
It was Rafael Montero was awesome. He didn't allow a run.
I can't believe he was good. Right.
Yeah.
It's more that than anything.
Yeah, no one does the like, no, even the Astros, it was like with James Click, where they let James Click walk basically after the parade. No one, I think even then, no one was like, this is a catastrophe what they're doing to James Click locally. Keith Law came on, I think it was the Killer Bees, and was like, what they're doing to my friend. He didn't say my friend, but he is friends with him.
Right.
What he did to my friend James Click is terrible, and I think everyone on the station, at least here, was just like, who
we were
cares?
like, F James Click.
Yeah,
they'll be fine without him. Whoops. Perhaps we shouldn't have said that, but the day after, we were all happy. Philadelphia, this is why I'm not sure they can handle success. I don't think that it's a sports town that can handle winning. I really don't. Boston kind of could. Philadelphia, I'm not sure can.
Because there's an angriness to them that's like, it's Boston, they hate everybody. I think Philly just kind of hates themselves.
There's a lot of woe is me with Philadelphia sports fans that doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, but they are in a really good spot, especially with this Eagles team. And that's the conversation you're having, where you got a host and another host that are about to like get into a fight with one another because one thinks the other is shouting.
We can move on.
We can move on. Stop shouting at me. That's the third time you've been shouting. I don't know. He's speaking loudly. People tell me all the time, you're speaking loudly.
You do speak.
I know that. Why are you yelling? I'm not. This is just how I talk. Dramatically. With a little pizzazz.
Yeah.
That's why some people think I'm gay, I think. It's a little bit theatrical. Like, I get it.
Eating at a restaurant, Paul, is hilarious.
By the way.
Because you can sit 3 tables away and hear everything.
Well, Saturday, my buddies and I, we decided to do boys' night at Papa's on Westheimer.
Oh, nice.
And I want to apologize for my friends because they were so loud.
Oh, they were so loud.
I was so well behaved. And at one point, I pulled on my friends the thing that they always do to me, where they turn the dial down because I'm being too loud. They're being a little loud.
Wow.
They're being a little loud. It was
Okay.
a good time, though. Very good time.
We'll have to review the tape to see.
I feel very confident in how well behaved I was.
Doing.
I feel very confident.
Circle that the NBA players do.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at it.
Look at the tape.
Challenge that.
Can Philly handle sports success? Philly's mayor at least redeemed herself. Honestly, after this butchering of the EAGLES Eagles chant, I thought she might get impeached.
ELGLES Eagles!
Oh.
Let's go, Birds!
I mean, she at least nailed that part, but baby, you got to get the spelling right. But she made up for it yesterday. This is fantastic, honestly. This is the mayor of Philadelphia and her second attempt, Sherelle Parker, to spell EAGLES.
I need to say this for the record, and nobody can say this with me. I have to do this alone. Alone, you silence.
Ready?
I committed a cardinal sin, and your mayor had a viral moment across the world. An English teacher. What did I say to you yesterday, Dr. Watlington? An English teacher. So, how do you spell Eagles to me? I spell it NFLCHAMPIONS. Take that, right?
For those who don't know, she spelled out NFL champions. That's cute. That's funny.
It's good. That's good.
Made fun of herself.
Yeah.
Politicians could use a little more of that. Make fun of yourself. Don't take yourself too seriously. We're not expecting you to know sports. Just don't pretend like you know them. And honestly, I think a lot of people have, at one time or another, misspelled the Eagles. EAGLES chant.
Just normally they're in a crowd of like anywhere from 20 to whatever, 70,000 people.
Yeah.
So you don't hear it. But yeah, no, that it was a good, like you said, self-deprecation. I'm an English teacher, or was an English teacher, I guess.
Not anymore, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Can Philadelphia, as a sports town, handle success? I'm not so sure they can. Someone on Blue Sky, which is the liberal Twitter, named Kat Flandermeyer, and she kept a log of all of the police blotter highlights. There is currently, she wrote at 4:13 a.m., an undetermined amount of DJs in the streets. Police blotter report at 4:15 a.m. I got fireworks. There's also a DJ booth. Intermittent explosions in the background.
Wow, a lot of DJs. I didn't think of Philly as a DJ town.
Everyone thinks they're a DJ.
Yeah, but I just think, no offense, Paul, more of like Tampa as like that's where a lot of DJs come from.
Whoa.
Maybe Orlando too.
No, Sean, it's everyone. Everyone thinks they're a DJ because everyone has a computer now. So everyone can put something together theoretically. 4:21 a.m. from the police blotter. The barricades are falling. 4:29 on Blue Sky, as this reporter, Kat Flandermeyer, continues to keep tabs on the police blotter in Philadelphia after they won the Super Bowl. We lost the barricade at Chestnut. We lost a lot right now. I mean, that sounds like,
I know, this is
sounds like Rise of the Zombies.
Yeah, like what was the White House down? But this is like barricade down, barricade down.
We now have random dirt bikes, 4:35 a.m., that have gotten around the barricade. Now we got dirt bikes, guys. The police blotter continues.
At like 4:30 in the morning.
4:36, she says that policemen on the police blotter said, we can start clearing the crowd out, as if that's an attainable goal.
Oh, they said that?
The police said that.
That's great.
Fire in the middle of the street from fireworks. This is 4:37 a.m. We're losing the intersection. No cars are able to get through. Over. People were trying to drive through the parade.
It's so funny because they won this game at, let me guess, 7:30 Eastern time. Like they had already won.
Yeah.
The game was still going on, but they already, like they had time to celebrate, and they're going until 4 a.m.
4:47 a.m. There were people dancing on a police wagon. 4:52. Honestly, surprised it took this long. Got a large group on their trucks trying to flip them. We got fireworks and people trying to climb a garbage truck. Just going to where they belong. I've lost track of how many total trash trucks we're at. This is at 5:03. 5:24. We've got a large group inside of the bed of a dump truck.
Okay, yeah, those people are that's them going back home. That's them
maybe
turning in for the night.
5:41. I got about 30 people on top of a trash truck. 5:46 a.m. We've got people climbing the poles on top of the newsstands, on top of the SEPTA. They're dancing on the SEPTA. 6:01. I now have 7 or 8 people on horses. The fireworks are spooking them and they're rearing up. They are civilian horses. So there was a report that some of these police horses were getting commandeered by random people out there. Nope. It wasn't that.
So it's BYOH.
Bring your own horse.
Wow. That's what, you know what? I think the Astros, or I should say Houston, but as of recently, it's only been the Astros that have celebrated a title. I think we need to step up our horse usage.
I don't know, man.
Going forward,
I don't know. That's pretty dangerous.
It is very dangerous. Everything you just read is dangerous.
Oh, well, here's more danger. 6:11 a.m. 50 cars and 200 people in an intersection doing burnouts and donuts. 250 people with fireworks, the report was minutes later. Police blotter updates from Philadelphia after the Super Bowl victory, courtesy of Kat Flandermeyer on Blue Sky.
What was the last one that you said? What time was the last update?
The last update was 6:11 a.m.
Okay. Sunrise today in Philadelphia was 6:56.
So maybe they all went to bed when the sun came up.
I was
because
gonna.
it looks like it slows down after 6:30 or so.
I was gonna ask, like, are they doing burnouts when the sun is coming up?
Seems like it. 6:22. Just be advised, quote, the man is still on the pole. He's refusing to come down like a kid in a tree.
The man is still on the pole.
More from the police blotter highlights of Philadelphia's celebration from 7:34 a.m. Oh boy. I need y'all to understand this dispatcher is so done. I will stop adding the heavy sigh label to these updates. Just assume it's implied from here on out. So there you go. That was fantastic.
I'm impressed by how late it went.
X-Ron says, it sounds like Gandalf reading about the goblins in Moria from Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. I agree. We cannot get out.
Oh, yeah.
We cannot get out until one of the Tooks F's it all up.
Of course.
Smoking all sorts of ganja, those Tooks.
Yeah.
From the 832, Paul, they were on top of the subway trains here in Philadelphia. Yeah, I saw one person that was subsurfing. Like he got up on the top like it's the end of Speed, starring Keanu Reeves, Dennis Hopper, and Sandra Bullock. It's pretty crazy.
7 a.m. So that's so long. Because the game ended, I guess, 10:30 Philadelphia time. Because the game ended at 9:30. I was shocked by how early it ended. That they went for, 10 hours after that? 11 hours, I guess? Or 9 hours? That's so. Shout out to the stamina for the Philadelphia Eagles fans. Unless they passed out and then woke up and then started stealing horses or whatever and doing donuts.
I'm not gonna lie, I really wish that they had stolen the horses.
I do too.
That's actually
That's a better story.
It's a little bit of a bummer that they weren't able to steal them. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. I have suggested that the Astros, since Mattress Mac is flirting online with Elon Musk, and I know a lot of people don't like Mattress Mac, and I know a lot of people don't like Elon Musk. I'm just thinking about how do we make the Astros better? From the 832, Paul, Elon is a South African technocratic fascist. Fascists used to be called futurists in the 1920s. You should be ashamed for this bit, and it lends me to group you with Nazi sympathizers. Good luck, you degenerate Nazi sympathizer. Your cat will reject you now because cats know good people. Damn. I don't know if there's any coming back from that.
I got very personal.
Yeah, Nazi sympathizer. Come on, man. That's not cool. Anyway. Sean behind the glass. You want to jump in, you can. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we got Washed Watch. We still have some garbage time. We'll keep you posted on any updates that might happen for the Houston Astros with pitchers and catchers now in West Palm Beach for spring training, and anything that we hear about the Rockets and Suns tonight. Big opportunity for the Rockets. I think they got to flaunt their best stuff to make sure that Devin Booker or Kevin Durant are going to want to come here potentially in the offseason. It's Gallant and George. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Nothing new on Bregman. And no updates for Rockets Suns tonight. I do think this is a big game for the Rockets from the perspective of if you want Kevin Durant to want to come here this offseason and give yourself a little more leverage, if you play well, that might help. Might help with Devin Booker too. And if Jalen Green goes off for, 50 points on a very efficient night, it makes him look like a better trade piece. Because it does feel like he will ultimately be the odd man out, even though he does deserve credit for playing through a lot of injuries, which Ime Udoka has given him a lot of credit for over the last couple of weeks. It is now official. We talked about this back and forth between Patrick Mahomes Sr. and John Rocker on Bourbon Street. Well, an official announcement from Barstool Sports, those two will fight one another at Rough and Rowdy, which is this celebrity / rando dudes
it's like
fighting competition.
Amateur boxing?
Very amateur boxing.
Well, yeah, it's definitely amateur.
Very, very amateur
but
boxing.
Then there are celebrities sometimes that are in the fight.
The main event. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So this is actually going to happen after a back and forth between the two that started when John Rocker merely approached Patrick Mahomes Sr., seemingly wanting to shake his hand. Mahomes shoved it away. Mahomes started talking trash. Rocker got pissy. And then the two have been going after each other on social media over the last couple of days. Man. Something else, man.
Because didn't Rocker say, like, I thought you could take a joke or something? So he must have walked up, smiled at him, and said, like, hey, refs got you here, or like something like that, right?
I'm
Hope you got a ride home tonight.
I'm
Maybe
trying to. That would be funny.
That's
if
what I
you
would
said that. I mean, that's a very easy one. John weighed in on this, saying, "This effing loser can't take a damn joke. Wish I laid him out right there and ruined his BS weekend even more." He must have said something about the DUIs. He must have. Or was a guy with him that was walking with him. So that could be what led to it escalating the way that it did, plus a couple of drinks from both parties involved.
Oh, I'm guessing a lot of drinks from at least one party.
A little past steroid usage from John Rocker,
Yeah,
too.
that probably doesn't help.
No,
High
it
tea.
doesn't. Definitely doesn't. So this is potentially going to be a fight. If you want to see a fight between some ex-sports stars, that's also on the table. We have been doing that for a lot of today's shows. The idea of teammates fighting one another is a fun one. Bill O'Brien definitely wanted to fight Brock Osweiler at one point during the 2016 season. Go back and read the stories about the end of the year where they wanted to play Tom Savage, and Savage got hurt in the game, so Osweiler had to go back in. And there was a weird back and forth between the two in the locker room. Osweiler's big dude. Imagine someone who looks like Robert Pattinson Batman that's taller than Robert Pattinson Batman.
Yeah, 6'7" guy, right?
6'8". I felt like his body length worked against him.
He is gangly, I would say.
He did not have the quickest throwing motions.
No.
A little bit of a wind up on it, you know? So there you go.
Give me Tom Savage in that.
Tom Savage?
Yeah, big tree fall hard. That's what he
Tom
is.
Savage, perhaps the most cool quarterback in the pocket. Perhaps too cool. You just stood there.
Very much too cool, but that helps you in boxing.
Mm-hmm.
He'll stand in the pocket and trade.
YouTube Keith asks this question. How would y'all feel if that was your dad, getting into fights at night on Bourbon Street and then on Twitter afterwards? That would be weird. It's been a rough week for Patrick Mahomes.
I was going to say, I wouldn't love it currently. And if I was Patrick Mahomes, I would especially not love it.
No.
If I was Patrick Mahomes, at what point do you go like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be on Rough and Rowdy for Barstool?
Immediately?
Yeah, like 2 days after it happens.
They must be paying him a lot, though, and I imagine he's got some legal fees. But again, he has Patrick Mahomes as his son. He also has TikTok star Jackson Mahomes as his son. Patrick is he's just surrounded by a lot.
I feel like he takes a very laid back approach to everyone around him.
Well, what
or else
are
he
you
would drive
supposed
himself.
to do?
Yeah.
Like
He would drive himself insane if he tried to manage everybody.
worst loss of your career. Your father's online afterwards. Your brother's taking pictures with Trump, and whether or not like there are people that like Trump, everyone hates Jackson Mahomes, and there's a lot of people that hate Trump. So he's dealing with that. At least there was nothing new from Brittany Mahomes this time around. Brittany's just the loud fan.
Yeah.
Jackson and Patrick Sr. are menaces to society. So you're dealing with all of this over a couple of days. You wore a green suit into Super Bowl licks. Like, damn, this sucks.
Your best receiver might retire.
That's true too.
Travis Kelce's contemplating his future. I don't know. I'm still in the spot where I'd be surprised if he actually retires, but it's at least on the table. Worst loss of your career. Also, you look at your phone today at lunchtime and you see that Dave Portnoy signed your dad to a fight deal.
Oh my God. So embarrassing. And with that in mind, that's who we're going to talk about in another edition of Washed Watch, which we do every single Wednesday around 2:30, 2:45. Who's washed? There are some who think Patrick Mahomes is washed because over 7 years, his EPA per play, this is like the golden stat for the analytics types out there, has declined over 7 years. 2018, he was number 2, 0.363 EPA per play. This past season, he ranked 10th, 0.165 EPA per play. It definitely has not come as easily for him as it did early in his career. And unlike Tom Brady, who got better over time, Mahomes is not aging great. That's not to say that his career's over or that he's washed.
We're still talking about the difference between being like 26 and 29. Like, this isn't exactly a long-term trajectory that we're saying.
He is not even 30 yet. So something to keep in mind, but people are starting to suggest that he's regressing, and people are really, you mentioned Travis Kelce, Sean, going after Travis Kelce.
All 22 coming out for Travis Kelce. It's the worst thing to ever happen to Travis
Oh
Kelce.
my, because there's a couple of plays where it looks like he didn't try. There's one play in particular. The Eagles are up 27-0 with 4:26 to play in the third quarter. The game's done. Kelce just half-assedly chips a block and just stands there downfield. He's completely covered with the defender just standing next to him, not moving. Mahomes runs around in a circle and somehow scrambles for a first down, and Kelce just stands there the entire time.
I saw that same exact play, and I was like, oh my God, that's bad.
Definitely quit on the play.
Because he didn't even run downfield. Like, he
wasn't even past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he took 2 steps forward, maybe.
He's just standing there watching the play. He points a little bit excitedly as Mahomes nearly gets the first down, but he did nothing on that play. And you do have to wonder if he still wants it the same way he did. He said he's going to take time to make a decision on the New Heights podcast. The last really good game of his career could be against the Houston Texans if he retires. Because he had over 100 yards receiving against the Texans in that game.
Awesome.
He was great.
Imagine the hour after that game being like, hey, in 3 weeks, we're going to be saying this guy's terrible.
Yeah.
He's going to have 5 catches between now and then? Because he didn't do much against the Bills, if I remember correctly. And then he didn't do anything when this game was close. He might have gotten some garbage time stuff, but yeah, I think Kelce's definitively on wash watch.
I think so too. One more text. This is a suggestion of washed. I think this person's a lot of Philadelphia furniture is washed. From the 570, Philly transplant here. Moved a few years ago for work. Welcome to town. I remember the last time the Eagles won the Super Bowl. My roommates and I carried our only couch out into the middle of the street and lit it on fire. We ended up sitting on the floor the next 3 months. Got some pretty sweet photos of sitting on said couch while it was on fire. What?
What?
That's psychotic.
That's very cool. Also psychotic, but that is very cool. Those I'm sure those pictures go insanely stupid.
How do you? I mean, if you're sitting on it, your ass is on fire for a second, right? Unless you're stop, dropping, and rolling right after. Has to.
Yeah, I think you light it on fire. You go, okay, 1, 2, 3, turn around, sit down, take the picture, and then get up. And yeah, you try not to burn to death or dampen your clothes as you do it.
Yeah, that's true. That would help. I would think. I don't know.
Also,
Though.
maybe it's just the lighter fluid that's burning, and it's not the couch.
But if you sit on the lighter,
yeah,
fluid,
you are
it's
still
gonna get
sitting on the lighter
on you, even if it's burning. It's
don't put on the cushions. I don't know.
It's probably still damp for a little bit.
Send us a follow up, please.
yeah, I'm curious.
Tell me how you burned this couch.
From the 832 in watch, someone defending Travis Kelce a little bit. He should have blocked for his quarterback, knowing the holding penalty was already there, but there was a holding penalty on that play.
There was a holding penalty.
That's fair. That's totally fair. This texter says it's called alcohol. Boys, alcohol. Shout out. That's Philly strong. That is Philly strong. All right, time for a little garbage time before we walk on out. All right, so in garbage time, we once more had another broadcaster try to talk the SEC down in college basketball by bringing up their record. Here's Carl Ravitch on ESPN. This has been happening a lot recently.
Yeah. At what point do we start saying, actually, there's bias against the SEC, which I know is a very SEC fan thing to say.
Right now.
It seems like people are just looking for reasons to say it sucks.
There's been a lot of broadcasters who are saying the SEC is 500 against itself of late, which, of course, that's how it works. Here's an ESPN broadcaster doing it, joining that Rhode Island coach who also did this.
So think about it. We know how dominant they were in the non-conference season, the SEC. They were 185-23. Since January 4 into Tuesday, the SEC teams are 82-82. It's not as if one team or two teams or three. They're 82-82. There's been no ability to pull away. There's no dominant group of teams.
Carl. I'm hoping that one of the stat guys on the broadcast brought that to your attention. I really doubt that he did. I bet Carl saw that on social media and it was just in his brain. Come on, man. That's how it works. There can only be a winner and a loser of every single game. And guess what? If there was a tie, the tie would count there too, because it would be right in the middle. Ties don't happen in basketball, but come on, man.
Carl Ravitch, the number 1 team in the nation is Auburn. The number 2 team in the nation is the game you're calling Alabama. Famously, both SEC teams. Number 3 is Florida. Number 4 is Tennessee.
There's a lot of good teams in the conference.
It doesn't. I mean, it makes sense why they're 500 in conference.
Because there's some probably bogey ass bums.
Yeah,
at the bottom.
South Carolina's 0-10.
Oof, yikes.
LSU's 1-9.
Okay, see, that's like a fourth.
Yeah,
right there.
Texas was 4-8.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They gonna fire Gus Fring lookalike guy?
Hope so.
Okay. Also in garbage time, before we get out of here on Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have seen an influencer hospitalized, an Australian influencer who has hair that looks like a set of cockroach antenna. He was hospitalized after trying to run through 1,000 strips of duct tape. It's not just that he was hospitalized after trying to run through the 1,000 strips. He did it once and was rejected. So he decided, you know what? I'm going to do it again.
Loosened it up a little.
It did not.
Oh.
He looked like he suffered serious brain damage on that one. He
And
was fencing. His eyes were pointing in different directions afterwards, like he was Gizmo from the Totino's commercial.
And that's after having that haircut.
Yeah. And the haircut, he just looks like a complete clown. So anyway, influencer's going to influencer. Am I right? And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Joe George will be back tomorrow. We hope the kiddos doing okay. For our texters, tweeters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and everyone else who listens, and for Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank on Branham. It's Brian. Brian's behind the glass on a Wednesday. His first day he showed up for work. It's
Look
a Wednesday.
what the beekeeper brought back in.
He went ham for the Super Bowl and had to miss 2 days.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah.
And the Twitchers were rejoicing that you were gone, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
Hate to
I
be
know
the
they hate
bearer
me.
of bad
I'm
news.
well aware.
Also, I think you've committed a parking foul.
Another one?
Yeah.
Right off the bat when he comes back?
He doesn't believe in the parallel principle.
Saying I'm sideways?
Yeah, like your car is not
What? You
at
look
a
at your phone
parallel
like
angle.
you took a picture.
Oh,
of
I
it.
did.
You're such a narc.
Look at his back tire. How much closer it is to the line than the front tire. He doesn't believe in the parallel
but
principle.
he's inside the line.
He is inside the line,
So
but he
he's
parks.
fair.
I don't know, man. Like
He's
I don't
in
know.
play if he's inside the line.
I feel like when you park
think
at
Jeremy
such an
takes
angle,
a ruler
though,
out and measures each wheel to see exactly how close it is to the line?
I don't need to do that because these old eyes never fail me.
I think they did. If you think that's a problem,
I'm curious. That's why I said I think he committed a parking foul because yes, he's within the confines of the two lines, but he's parked at such an angle within the confines that makes it very difficult for that car on the left side of his vehicle to fit into its confines.
But as long as, because like from
I
the
don't
letter
know.
of the law, as long as he is within the two white lines.
Yeah, no, I get for within the letter of the law, but I'm wondering if this is Bush League. Like if it's one of the it's legal, but Bush League.
The respectful thing would be like if if most people, if they back in, they're probably getting out of the driver's door. If they pull in, then you're looking at that left side again, where you're like, okay, that's where I should be more respectful of a little extra space because that door's
I'm not
open.
affecting the driver's side door.
Oh, well, the car next to you backed in. So
Well, I told them I was there before them.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Okay. He parks like a slash. it's weird. He doesn't park straight, this Brian guy. He parks like a slash.
I just hope you all can find
So
someone who
weird.
notices you as much as Jeremy notices my parking.
It's weird. Well,
Jeremy has eyes for my parking.
You also don't pull in one, you pull in with a truck, which is weird, and we've
that
talked about
argument's
this.
been had.
But you also don't pull in to the furthest extent. So you leave your rear out hanging over the middle of the road, which is the problem that I had with AJ parking the company vehicle, is that he parked it really close to the
How
ramp
much of a gap
and he
is
left
there?
it out like 2 feet. So everybody had to go around the company vehicle to go down the ramp.
I'm not sticking.
Brutal.
I'll look at it when I go out because I honestly I didn't measure it or care to. But if I pull all the way forward to where my tires are touching the concrete of that little walkway, then my car overlaps the walkway.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be perfect. If I pull all the way forward, then I'm blocking parking or walking path, or we're talking parking path. So there's really not a perfect answer in my opinion.
That is true. That is true. I will admit that is true. So it is a very fine line that Brian has to walk.
Yeah, I think a lot of times I try to think about it but a lot of times I'm just pulling into parking. Like, did you see that they now changed where we can park?
No, I didn't.
I normally
don't listen to the rules.
There's signs now, which is crazy. Like the covered parking, if it's available, I'll look. I'll take that first, especially if it was raining like yesterday. But otherwise, I don't mind parking it. On the other side of the park, across the parking lot, closest to the fence.
Yeah.
Now they put up like the first 10 spots. No SUVs or trucks, compact vehicles only. I'm like, what are we doing?
Oh, over here to the side?
Yeah,
They're
in
just
the corner.
smaller?
Yeah, I guess.
Well,
I don't think they're any different size.
Maybe they're just trying to do that for space.
I guess.
I don't park over there. I park over on the opposite side. I find it to be a little quieter there, a little friendlier over there. That's why I don't like Brian to park over there. He ruins up the feng shui of good parking spots. Anyways, I digress. Enough about parking talk, right? Budo's giving us some hate. I'm glad we opened with parking talk. What do you want to talk about? It's February 12th. Football season's over. The Cougars didn't play yesterday, so we can't talk about them. The Rockets play tonight against Phoenix, which are they rivals? Like they kind of got into it. They were a little chippy last year. Remember, they were chippy last year.
Yeah,
they were a little chippy.
Based on where both teams are in the standings right now, and the fact that we haven't had like a history of like series recently where they would be going at each other in a knockdown, drag out 7-game series.
When
like
was the last time you really say they were like rivals?
Okay, maybe rivals is too strong.
When Barkley was there?
Do they have beef?
I could see them having
beef.
With who?
They
Booker?
like push,
Oh,
they
Booker.
like push
Yeah,
each
Booker.
other and stuff.
Was it Booker and Amen?
I think it was Jalen.
I thought Amen was in it with Booker too, but Booker did get into it with a few guys. But I mean, I don't see it because I think that whether you believe that they really do that they have this toxic relationship in the locker room or not, they got problems.
Yeah.
Like, they're not in the playoffs right now with those 3 big contracts and those guys. They got a whole lot to figure out that I don't think they can figure out before the playoffs start.
See, parking's way better than this. Parking conversation's way better than this conversation. Rockets are 9.5-point favorites tonight.
9.5?
Suns are coming off a back-to-back.
And they lost in Memphis last night. That's a lot of points.
They were at home. I don't know if that matters.
Oh, were they? I thought they were.
They're at home.
I thought they brought the banner, but they were in Memphis last night.
No, they were.
Because
ESPN.com says they were at home.
Because Ja gave him the ball, even though they won and they were at Memphis. I thought Ja.
Well, that's because he hit the he hit
30
milestone or whatever it was.
Yeah, but the home team, Ja doesn't have to give it to him.
What?
The ball is the home team's ball, so if he gets it, the Suns just give it to him, not Ja.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ja just had the ball at the end of the game. Was like, "Hey, man, here you go."
Maybe so.
I think that's what happened. But now since Brian's back, we can talk Texans offensive line again.
Sweet.
Wait, you were waiting on me to talk about offensive line?
Waiting might not be the word for it. Maybe just we didn't want to talk about it. Now you're forcing us to talk about it. Yeah,
Like you couldn't overrule me in the rundown?
no, you have final say.
Oh, okay.
You are
All right.
our. I don't want to say boss.
The
And you're certainly not
rundown czar?
talent. Maybe I don't know.
Rundown czar.
Rundown czar.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm not sure that I'm fine.
Czar?
Yeah, czar's a little
let's
powerful.
invoke
Yeah.
some authoritarian imagery here.
Let's go with like supervisor,
Eh,
manager.
sounds less.
What should
Sounds less
Brian's
intimidating.
what should
Manager, supervisor, or czar?
certainly
Give me
not
czar.
certainly not a suit. You can't even park correctly.
No, you wouldn't catch me in a suit.
What is your authoritarian name? I don't know.
713.
Yeah, like, what is Brian's authoritarian name? 713-780-ESPN. But we don't like talking about offensive. I wouldn't say we don't like talking about it. I'm just getting sick of it. If I'm being completely honest, I'm already getting sick of offseason talk for the Houston, and we'll talk plenty of it. Don't you worry. But every single article that I read and every single little clip that I hear from wherever, and I mean, all these places do great jobs. I'm not disparaging their work by any stretch of the imagination. National, local, whatever the case, all that I continue to hear is this argument between offensive line and wide receiver. Which is the bigger priority for the Houston Texans going into the offseason? Is it the offensive line? Is it the wide receiver? 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. What's the bigger priority? 713-780-3776. When was the last time an NFL football team had one priority and only made one offseason move to fix one thing? What are we doing here?
The Eagles.
You don't pick just one.
The Eagles.
What do you mean the Eagles?
The Eagles, when they drafted, remember when they had such a roster full of talent and they walked into like a top 7 pick or 8 pick, and it was like, well, if they
I don't remember this.
Oh, this wasn't that long ago, where it's like they could actually take whoever they want because they really don't have the needs of other teams.
Was this when they took Jalen Carter? Like
no. Well, maybe it was that year too, but there was two. Maybe there was 2 where Howie Roseman, it was like, you know what, they are a really good football team. I think they were a playoff team. And they were like, well, but they also
had
have
somebody's pick.
They also have, they had somebody's pick. It was Tennessee or somebody. They'd made a trade. And they were like, oh, well, they can take whoever the hell they want there because they really don't have that really pressing need that most teams have drafting because, in a lottery or whatever, the top 5.
Yeah, but I'm sick of this. Like, do you think that the Houston Texans are only going to make one move? Do you think they're only going to do one thing? Do you think they're only going to pick one receiver, whether it's free agency, trade, or in the draft? Are they only going to pick one offensive lineman, whether it's free agency, trade, or the draft? Why are we measuring the bigger priority between the two? Nick Caserio's not sitting there behind his desk in his glass house that does not have windows and is sitting there saying, you know what? I have one stroke of brilliance that I'm going to make. No, he's balancing everything against everything to try to make this football team better. And it might come down to the price. Like if fixing the offensive line comes at a very, very expensive premium, he might feel that it's better suited and he's going to help the team in a greater way by spending less at the wide receiver room and then maybe using that excess savings somewhere else. So this whole, which of the two is very important. You know what's important? Fixing the football team. Making the football team as good as it can possibly be. And if you only have the money for one move and you're going to blow it on, a right guard that's average, it might be better to spend it in two different places. So I don't like the whole priority, which is more important. And that's all that we're hearing.
I understand your point. I think the biggest thing is that, I mean, I think we did 3 or 4 or 5 in terms of what are the pressing offseason needs. But when you look at it, that's where we kind of just say, hey, look, as a general manager, Nick Caserio, you've got some work to do, because we know how bad the O-line has been all year. We know that Tank, you shouldn't expect Tank maybe at all next season. You know, if it's Diggs or somebody else, you got work to do to get a second receiver. We know that's a priority. We talked about, you know, from the standpoint of another offensive possibility would be another running back. From a defensive possibility, would it be safety? Would it be interior defensive line? Who are you losing? So that's where the biggest challenge comes from Nick Caserio, because, yeah, it's fun to write about it, point about it, and talk about it. From Caserio's point of view, if you want to take that next step from a get to the next level, there probably is, you know, 5 or more areas to address.
Yeah, and there's not a single general manager. Look, you have your weaknesses and you have things that you want to address, no doubt about it. But there's not a single general manager in the NFL or any sport that is sitting there going, you know what? We got to pick a priority on what's more important between the offensive line or the wide receiver room. No, that's not how they think. So why are we continuing to do that?
Well, because it's the fun fodder of no football.
Is it fun?
For writers, it's a fun. I mean, I don't want to say it's easy, because you still have to do some research, that you don't just pick a team and just go, I think that they need, without kind of, you know, looking at what they have, who they drafted, things like that. But I think that now that we're in a dead time for football, but people are still clamoring for football stuff.
It's been 2 days.
But people, look,
it's been 2 days.
People whose team, you know, they have their teams and they know that they didn't play in the Super Bowl, except for, you know, obviously the 2 teams that did. Hey, how do we get better? What are we looking at? And so I think that's an easy pull for writers.
Yeah, I'm feeling, I don't know what I'm feeling today, but I'm feeling a little, you know what I'm feeling? I'm feeling obnoxious, actually. That's how I'm feeling today.
You woke up and you felt obnoxious?
I woke up and I felt obnoxious. Yeah, probably it was listeners right now are saying, that's more days than
how
most.
often would you say that happens on average?
At least half the days. At least a majority of the work days, for sure. Maybe I don't wake up feeling that way on a Saturday and Sunday. Maybe the obnoxious gets it's weekdays. But yeah,
you have a Cougars game to look forward to. Maybe you're less obnoxious.
I haven't eaten today, but I've had a lot of coffee.
You haven't eaten anything?
No, I have. I didn't. I don't know why.
Well, there's your problem.
It's not the carryover of the boiler room.
No, but I am trying to use that as a way to like fast track me into not eating as much. Like, don't let a good virus go to waste, right? Don't let a good food poisoning go to waste. It's like in politics, they say don't let a good crisis go to waste. That's what I'm trying to do with my food
flu or something, and you drop like 5-10 pounds. Then how do you kind of pick up from there and not try to put it all back on right away?
I dropped 7.
Really?
Yeah, my appetite hasn't been very big. Like usually, I eat like a madman. I eat way too much. I probably comply to the 5,000 calorie diet. So my appetite's been low since I was food poisoned on Sunday. So I'm trying to use it as a catapult to continuing to eat lesser, trying to continue to eat less. So I don't know if I just never got hungry today, but the high octane of caffeine and the no food at all.
I don't know. An empty
has
stomach,
me feeling obnoxious.
An empty stomach with just coffee, and it feels like
you had a lot of caffeine.
For disaster.
I drank 2 pots today.
Did you get jittery?
Oh yeah. I mean, I get jittery every day.
But I'm saying
I don't stop drinking coffee until until I feel a little. My heart's gonna beat.
I didn't know what
that's
that.
I
didn't know
know
what that movement was for those watching.
Whenever, the
video portion of it, I was like, you had to go to the bathroom.
No. Whenever I tell myself I need to stop drinking coffees, whenever my heart palpitates. Is that the right word? Palpitates.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
I think you got the
something
right.
like it's one of those two.
I think you have the right word, but the wrong mindset.
When
I don't
my
know if
heart
that would
skips a beat, is
the
when
heart
I stop
palpitations.
drinking.
That's
Heart
right.
palpitations. Yeah, the moment
the
that I have
anxiety feeling.
I don't know if it's anxiety.
A lot of times they associate like you feel like the anxiety when you don't literally feel your heart skip a beat, but you get that anxiety feeling.
Oh, really?
In your chest, yeah.
I feel like I get lightheaded. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. And then I can feel my heart skip a beat. That didn't happen to you guys?
No, but
skip a beat. No, but the anxiety feeling for sure.
Soft.
The anxiety, definitely. I get that.
Oh,
feeling.
by the way, what was your Starbucks message today? I almost went to Starbucks today to get a message.
I got to tell you.
You're a little disappointed?
I don't remember. I didn't look at it.
What's wrong with you?
Well, was this a nationwide thing?
So Starbucks, we talked about this yesterday. You would have known if you were listening to the Killer Bees 3 to 6 weekdays.
So what I do is I get the venti Americano, but I saved from my Trenta cup, the bigger cup, because when I bring it home, I put my own creamer in it. So
that's a little elitist.
No, it isn't.
I think so.
No, I don't.
Is that elitist?
What's wrong with the Starbucks creamer?
713-780-3776.
They don't happen to have. I get the flavored creamer
with gold flakes in it
that they don't have. They don't have that flavor, and so I don't ask them to do any extra work. I just take it home, put it in a bigger cup, so I can put some creamer in it, and then it's like the water cup. There's nothing on it, as opposed to whatever they wrote on that, because I tossed that one.
I got you. So they didn't write. You don't know if they wrote on it.
I don't.
No. Yeah, they're writing on every cup now, Brian.
It's mandatory.
Something like nice. Like we saw, there was a Starbucks cup in here yesterday. Somebody named Aaron was here Saturday morning. Do you know who that could have been? We were trying to figure it out.
No, it's not anybody on the bullpen. I don't know who that would have been.
It was like a 7 a.m. Saturday Starbucks order for an Aaron.
And, that would be the golf show. So maybe it was
E-R-I-N.
it must have been a guest for the golf show.
Oh, okay. With Will Doctor and Charlie Epps.
Yeah,
the dark market's been down this year. I've been keeping track. I hope the dog market goes up.
For Will
Doctor, the dog
not
market.
firing on all his picks. Huh?
No, but he started slow last year and got hot. So I think now is maybe
He's
the
gotta
time.
dial it in for
you
the
gotta
new
play.
season.
You gotta play the lows, right? You gotta buy the lows with the dog market. So we'll see if
Buy
that
the
helps.
dip.
But anyways, Aaron's coffee. You'll have no idea who that is. It said short and sweet. Blankers said that a few of his had been like #1 customer, which I call baloney.
I don't know. It seems like Joel is there a lot. So maybe
and I know the people by name, and
he might be
have
#1
friends
customer.
that work there. Yes,
until he insults them by going home to put in his own creamer.
Yeah, no, it might be insulting to them. They might not like that you're telling that. You're putting down their creamer.
He might not be the #1 customer anymore.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Busy show. It is a Wednesday, so we'll talk about a lot of things. A lot of crazy stuff going on in the NFL. These Alex Bregman things are making me sick, too. I'm getting exhausted by them. We'll make mock drafts great again. We'll do a lot of things today. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter as well. Did you know that? At ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. So I'm sick and tired about this bigger priority offensive line, wide receiver. It's making me sick. But let's talk about those wide receivers. Which of these wide receivers would you want? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The Bees. Brian's been gone 2 days. Doesn't know when to turn on the microphone. See that? It was a false start by Brian.
Well,
what do you mean? Well, it was late.
Don't make
you have the button.
No. I'm saying what's better, that or AJ a couple times had hiccups where he didn't start the bump music and there was dead air. So it happens.
That happened?
Yeah.
How'd you know that?
First day, because I looked at because he knows, and I looked at him and I was like,
but he's part-time. Like you get a he has
so he gets
excuses.
a pass that Brian just doesn't get.
Wouldn't you think so? Don't you think that's fair?
I mean,
I do think that's fair.
Yeah.
Actually,
You
as
wouldn't-
much as
But
I'm
I
gonna
think
stand for
once you
myself,
get
that
to
would
the
be
point
fair.
where
Yeah.
you're producing a live on-air show, that there's the expectations go up.
Yeah, I would say so. But Brian should be running a show better than age. Yeah, no doubt about that. 713-780-ESPN. Master on Twitch, J-Bone reminding me of my wife right now. Park your car right. Vermont said that B-Mac should leave the keys in the car so J-Bone can repark it. I would.
That is a good idea.
I would. Now,
you
it might get
actually do that?
stolen. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Back in the old days, people would leave their keys in their car in case they left their lights on. Right, Blankers?
Yes.
Yeah, that would
You're
used
welcome.
that used to happen.
What time
And-
period are we talking
And
about?
in the
60s,
summer, we'd
70s.
leave the windows open with the screens if there was a nice breeze. And a lot of times, a lot of people in the neighborhood would leave the back door unlocked.
Yeah, or they would, that. And like if you would leave your windows down, and if it started raining and somebody saw it, they would roll them up for you.
I'd walk right by the windows.
Yeah, I know, because you're a millennial, like
So are you.
different world back. Yeah, but I have old school principles.
That's one word.
I'm a
for it.
millennial, but I identify as a boomer. We know this.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. You identified it. Yes.
Houston Dab, what did they write on Joel Blank's cup? 713-780-3776. Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. Hugh Dab says, great smile. Do you smile at the baristas?
No, it's one of the many hot buttons of my major support system in the Twitch community that I don't smile enough for them.
They need your smile.
They need the positive affirmation because their life sucks so bad living in the basement that they and when grandma raises the rent and takes away a hot meal and gives more chores, it's a tough situation.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
I've been accused of having resting JB face, so I can relate.
Oh, they've tagged me. I think it's resting blank face.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like to smile. I'm not a big fan of them. Someone at Budo on the Twitch, Brian says you could be nicknamed assistant to the rundown manager. That's pretty good.
It's kind of an office ripoff, but I'll take it.
It's very much an office ripoff, yeah. So that's not bad. Battery Chug drafting a receiver all 7 rounds. Speaking to the priority thing, receiver, offensive line. Can a good offensive coordinator hide the weakness of this Texans offensive line? We touched on this a little bit yesterday, Texter. I think that great coaching can certainly elevate players. There's no doubt about that. Can a great coaching staff also benefit from better players? There's no doubt about that. The thing is, we have no idea unless we see the 2 common denominators. Like, the only way we're going to know if Caley and Popovich is greater than Slowick and Strouser when developing and coaching up an offensive line is if they have the same offensive line. And I don't think anybody wants that.
Yeah, no, I think that's why I was talking to Brian before the show. It's like, with Caley talking to the media tomorrow, I'm just really curious because no matter what he says, I'm sure there's people that are going to, they're wanting and they're expecting that, hey, I want to know, what offense you're going to run. And is it going to be more Shanahan? Is it going to be more McVay? Is it going to be this? Is it going to be that? And I think that until you can have like a skeleton, you have an idea what you want to run, but until you know what your personnel is going to be going into camp, you really can't completely tailor make it to what you want.
Yeah. I think good coaching can make the offensive line better, but you would also need the common denominators. Beanham, my name's Brand. I'm not Beanham. It's called atrial fibrillation. That's the one that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has the commercial for.
Atrial fib, right? AFib?
Yeah, but the fib is short for fibrillation.
Yeah, that sounds right. Or fibrillation, whatever it is. Or
I think there's an R. The texture put an R in there
because the atrial is for the heart.
I guess. I don't know, man. I just hope it keeps beating. 409 Josh is Blankers putting Dunkin' Creamer in his Starbucks.
Nope. You want to know what creamer I use?
I would like to know.
It is Silk Almond Milk Creamer.
Oh, that's healthy.
Yeah.
Does it? So no sweetness there.
Yeah, it is. It's I forget the exact flavor of it, but it's not the caramel or the vanilla, but it's got a little kick to it.
Is that good for the tank?
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. Spend money on the line, draft the wide receiver. I tend to agree with that. I think that because I don't love the way that Nick Caserio evaluates offensive linemen. Kenyon Green, not good. Juice Scruggs, maybe the jury's still out there, but kind of a reach, maybe. Jarrett Patterson's been fine as a sixth rounder, but is Jarrett Patterson a fixture as a starter on the offensive line? Probably not. And he's also drafted receivers very well. So, like, if I had to pick one of those, spend money on one, draft the other, how would you possibly say draft the O lineman and spend money on the receiver? No one could say that. No one could say that about Caserio.
No. And I think when you look at what Nick's done in his track record, but you also look at and also his successes, I think to me, and what we've talked about is, I don't know that I necessarily want him to take an offensive lineman in the first round. And I know that some of the things I've questioned and you've questioned is just his ability to analyze and draft offensive linemen. But I know that he's done well with receivers. And I know that, there's always receivers. When you look at the past several drafts in the NFL, you can get receivers all over in the first and or early second round that can contribute immediately and be a big help to your team. And I think that's something, that's why I've been very high on the fact that if you want to use that late first and you want to get into the receiver market, I'd be all for it.
Texture says Eric Ayumano looks like a Nick Caserio special in the third round-ish, Stanford guy. I know the name. I'm not that familiar with his game, if I'm being honest. I've seen his name pop up in best balls and stuff like that. In fact, I think I drafted him today. I think I drafted Eric. Is it pronounced
Don't
Ayumano
really know his
today?
name. Don't know who he is, but I drafted him in best ball.
Pretty sure that I
The Jeremy
did.
Branham story.
Let's see.
How many draft?
I
best
did.
ball?
He was my last pick. And he's not – this guy didn't put the R at the end of his name. I think he misspelled his first name, too. I think it's Alec Ayumaner, I think is how you say it. This guy misspelled his name altogether. But
Was
no,
this
it's my
your
last
first
pick.
share of him?
No, I think it maybe is my second.
Okay.
Maybe late round flyer.
I assume you're in double
receiver.
digits now for
I
your
think-
best ball drafts.
I think I'm like at 7 or 8.
Okay.
7 or 8. Yeah, I drafted let's see if I drafted any Texans in this one. Oh yeah, I took Damian Pierce last round. Just in case,
Yeah,
what if
I mean,
if
he's a backup
injury,
in a better system,
better
and
scheme
one
for
injury to
him.
mix in, and all of a sudden he's valuable.
Everything I read says the gap scheme's better for Damian Pierce than the
Was rookie
zone
year.
blocking scheme. So maybe there's upside for him as a round 20 pick. My favorite 18th round pick right now, sorry to go on a tangent here, Noah Gray. Noah Gray, Kansas City tight end. I think
Betting
one
on the Kelsey retirement.
multiple things,
Yeah.
3 things here. One, I think he already produced 18th round value this past season as a backup.
Yeah, like 6,
2,
7 touchdowns.
Travis Kelsey was injured, was healthy the entire year. He didn't miss a game. I don't think he missed a game. He didn't miss a game. So, like, he's producing already better than an 18th rounder with the tight end above him not missing a game. And then third, what if Kelsey retires? Where does
That's
Gray
the
go
biggest
up to? Gray's probably a 10th rounder at that point. If he becomes Mahomes' tight end, so yeah, I'm getting him in the 18th round. Kelsey retires, he's all of a sudden a 10th round pick. That's a free ticket right now.
No,
Free
it's a good
I think
strategy.
it's a good
Yeah,
call.
if he's
I think
going
it's
that
definitely
late.
a good call, especially just from the Kelsey perspective.
My 3 quarterbacks were Lamar, Cam Ward, and Derek Carr. I got Lamar so high, I was like, yeah, I'm going to kind of throw away the other 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, you don't need them. That's
No.
that's
And Cam Ward's
a
got
good-
running
good starting
potential,
point, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I actually like this team. But enough about, no one cares about anybody else's fantasy football team. That's my bad. But yeah, Eric, I don't know how to pronounce it, but there's an R at the end of the name, dude. You guys don't know anything about hand cranking a window up every automobile you're ridden in as electric windows. That can't be true for blankers.
Definitely not true for me.
What was your first car?
That I drove?
Yes.
A pin.
I thought you were about to say a Pinto.
I was.
Firebird.
I was. It was either a Pinto station wagon or the original Honda Civic, that small, almost like it looks like a smart car now.
Yeah.
The first Civic, which was really, really small.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't have money, and you bought what was cheap and ran.
I'm pretty sure my first car had a crank window.
Mine did too.
Both of them did.
Yeah,
Those
mine did too.
those 2 cars I just mentioned, both of them did.
Mine
I
was
don't know
a
what-
94 4Runner,
Mine was a 92 Ford Escort.
and it had a crank up
Oh
window.
yeah. I don't know what year where it became where like the standard was the automated window, but I know in 92 it wasn't, and that was my first one.
I think. I don't remember. I could be wrong on that, but I think. I don't remember.
And the Civic the Civic didn't have power steering.
Really?
Yeah, that was.
Wait, what year are we talking about?
What year of a car?
Yeah, what year car?
Whenever like the first whenever the first Honda Civics came out. I mean, they wasn't brand new, so it was several years after that. But
I just thought at least by sometime in the 80s, power steering was pretty standard.
yeah, but so if I'm getting a car that has been on the market, been used for a long period of time, it's probably been around 15 years. So it's probably had hand crank windows and it definitely didn't have power steering.
So it's just hard to steer it?
Oh yeah.
That sounds awful.
You really, yeah. I mean,
you have to lean into. I've only driven a car once that didn't have power steering. You have to, it's
and in the snow, in the wintertime, it's a challenge.
Yeah, I've had the power steering go out, but I feel like that was.
If you try to drive it like that, it's similar because
Sheesh.
I mean, once you're moving, it's okay, but from a standstill, like from a stoplight, if you have to turn,
But like
really
if you're
having
driving in the snow and you start to go one direction, you got to go the other. And it's not like power steering where you can just turn it really quickly and get the vehicle to switch directions. You got to put something on it.
Yeah, I would imagine. That sounds terrible. Palpitation is the correct word in use in that instance where it randomly skips a beat. That's when you know you've had enough coffee, in my opinion. Tell Ron Burgundy, I think he's talking about me, that once he has drank so much coffee, he is feeling lightheaded and his heart skips a beat to switch to triple espresso shots every 15 minutes. I don't think that's the way to go. I don't think it'd be good for the old ticker. Probably not, huh?
Probably not.
Probably not the way
Probably
to
not
go.
the most health conscious.
Also, no one needs to tell Ron Burgundy that because I can read that. You can call me Ron Burgundy. That's fine. I've been called worse. 713-780-ESPN. Stephon Diggs, Cooper Kupp, Deebo Samuel, DeAndre Hopkins, Hollywood Brown. Do any of those guys move the needle? Of those guys, who would you want? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I don't like when Brian takes off work. So whenever he comes back after 2 days of being hungover after the Super Bowl, I like to point out and nitpick all the little things that he's done wrong. It's my way of shaming him. No show tweet today either.
He's right.
It's accurate. There's reasons for it, but it's accurate.
Jittery Jeremy is not good for you right now, B-Mac. I'm sure I'll get my dose of it.
I think he would do this even if he wasn't jittery, though. I think jittery is unrelated to his sassiness.
I like to be a little confrontational from time to time. All right, 713-780 ESPN. It's all in good faith. It's all in jest.
Is it? Well, in good faith.
I
don't know what that's supposed to mean, but in jest,
what is the old saying? Like half of every joke has truth to it. I think that's the saying.
There are jokes, stereotypes. There's lots of things that go along with that. Yeah.
I think it's like
there's truth in the middle.
Yeah, I think that's like another saying, but they're all kind of synonymous.
Yeah,
with the same.
because I've used it before where they say, when you start hearing rumors, the truth lies somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I've heard that one too. Yeah, they're all kind of the same little silly saying. I really don't care. I just thought it was funny.
Or half of kidding is serious.
Yeah. It's all kind of mixed in together. I really don't care. Full transparency, but I like to throw jabs every now and then, have a little bit of fun. But 713-780 ESPN. These receivers, these are all names that have been like out there. Stephon Diggs, right? You had him last season. You save money by signing Stephon Diggs. I think the hit's like $17 million if you don't get a deal done with Diggs. Cooper Kupp is out there to trade for. Maybe he does get released at some point. I doubt it. I think it would require a trade. Deebo Samuel is being talked about as another trade piece around the league. DeAndre Hopkins, that stupid Twitter handle, NFL Rums, which I really don't believe this, but they threw out DeAndre Hopkins, a reunion with the Houston Texans. And then Hollywood Brown is going to be a free agent as well. Let's go one by one through these guys, and we'll land on where you want. First with Stephon, move the needle scale of 1 to 10. Where are you at with Diggs reunion return?
I'd say 5.
Ooh, that's light, I think.
Yeah, it's light because of the injury. I just don't know what I don't know on like when he's going to be available.
And older, right?
Yeah, he's older. You don't know how he's going to look. We just started talking about it from an Astros perspective yesterday about how many guys, no matter when you have the surgery, you just don't know, like until they actually get back and get activated, like when they're going to be ready to play again. And so the injury concerns me. The contract, I think, would be where they could afford it. He's not going to be on the really super high end. But there's just too many question marks for me to go more than a 5 right now.
Yeah, the age coming off a major knee surgery, not what it used to be, but still, it's pretty significant. The money savings to me is why I'm higher than a 5, because if you're saving $17 million on your bottom line by bringing him back versus Cooper Kupp, who's probably a little better, I guess we could argue that, but the savings is what would have that number a little higher for me. I'll go 7 on Diggs.
Yeah, I'm with Joel on this one, about a 5. Like, I think if we knew this was Stephon Diggs of last year, who I thought looked pretty good, not exactly first half Stephon Diggs of 2023, but he still looked like he was an upper level wide receiver. Unfortunately, though, as he reaches he's 32 going into the season, or about to be 32.
He'll be 32 next year.
Yeah, I mean that's where we saw Andre drop off. That's where we saw Larry Fitzgerald might have been a little bit later, but that's where we see a lot of these elite wide receivers drop off. So you combine that with the recovery from the ACL injury that happened like halfway through the year, so you're unsure of the timeline. I think that dropped me from what it would have been like a 7, maybe 7.5 to a 5.
Yeah, he was on a pace to go over 100 catches, over 1,000 yards. He was going to have a fantastic season.
Yeah, he was playing
going to have a fantastic season. But those are valid concerns. Certainly not going to knock those concerns. Cooper Kupp, who would require a trade and probably a significant contract extension.
Boy, look, I think he hasn't fallen off at all. I think ability, it's all there. It's the double whammy of I gotta give up something to get him, and then I'm going to have to pay him. And if he's looking for an extension, that makes it even more dicey. I'm going to say 6.
Okay, he's older than Stephon Diggs.
I think he's better right now than Stephon
I think
Diggs.
it's pretty even. I think I think it's very, very close on which of the two is better. Also, yes, Diggs is coming off an injury, but Cooper Kupp last season played 12 games, played 12 games the year prior to that, played 9 games the year prior to that. So he didn't have, I mean, he had major injury, but he's had injuries each of the last 3 seasons. It would come with a trade. It would come with money that you're probably going to have to get him a pretty decent extension. And then you lose the money that you would be, gaining basically by signing Stephon Diggs. So Cooper Kupp for me is actually like at a 3. I don't want Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, if this would be a different number for me if he were released and you weren't having to factor in the trade assets to move in order to acquire him, but I'm like at a 2. I mean, he's played. I mean, you could probably only pencil him in for 9-10 games a season. He did have some huge games last year, but his production and usage started to drop off second half of the year. You wonder if Sean McVay saw a little bit of a drop off there. So you factor that in with the new contract. I'm like at a 2. Now, if he was free because he got released, I'd bump it up to a 4. But I just don't want to give up the trade. I don't want to give up picks to get him on top of having to extend them.
The trade scenarios I saw, like they were about a 4th round.
I heard 4th as well,
which is still, I mean, it's significant.
I mean,
4th rounder is significant.
Owen Daniels was a 4th round pick. I mean, you can get good players there.
I think you can get a good running back in this year's draft in the 4th. Like
Damian Pierce should have been 1,000-yard running back as a rookie. He was a 4th round pick.
Yeah, I think you can get a good running, especially in this year's draft. Like I think this is a running back heavy draft where you can find a pretty solid one in the middle rounds. Deebo Samuel.
3.
Yeah, Deebo's doesn't really interest me that
yeah.
much either. He's kind of, I mean, he's older and he's also been banged up a lot. Plus, you're looking at trading for him, just like the Cooper Kupp trade, and now you're also talking about extending him as well. And the Texans' cap situation ain't great. I saw they're like $6 million under the cap. Now they can clear up money, restructures, releases, all of that stuff. But I don't have tons of interest in trading for Deebo and then giving him a high percentage of my cap.
Yeah, I'm like
at a 2.
Honestly, I'm like at a 1. I don't want him at all. Like, I mean, when was the last year Deebo was great? 2021, maybe 2022, and even then, when you factor in how great he was, you're talking about as a running back, like as a receiver, he really hasn't been great since like.
It'd be 21. 21. I mean, he had a 1,400-yard year.
Yeah,
in
2021, he was great as a wide receiver. Then last 3 seasons, plus you factor in contract, you factor in trade compensation, I'm completely out.
Yeah, I just the way his versatility is, it's attractive to add to the football team. I think the attitude has been bad. I think that the diminishing skills. I think that the fact that he's plays 2 positions, but does he play either one like a guy worthy of the contract that he's making? And I don't think that as a 2 receiver, if he was just playing receiver. Is he capable of being the kind of 2 that even a Cooper Kupp and or a Diggs could play if both of them are healthy?
I've always heard he's a great teammate.
Really?
I've never heard.
Well, I'm just saying. Remember everything from the holdout, and then what he was doing. Like he was at practice, but he was kind of antagonizing instead of practicing. And then the one day I think it got down to he intentionally wore the wrong practice.
You're talking
shorts.
about Ayuk.
I thought Deebo did it too.
I don't think so.
Ayuk held out to like the very end.
And Ayuk was the wrong.
Well, that's right.
For
Well,
sure.
but Deebo definitely, he got the contract first. I just think from a pure football perspective, he plays 2 positions, but does he play either one at a close to an elite level or a very high level for the price tag? I don't think so.
I think he's more of a gimmicky running back at this state, and probably more of an emergency running back. I think he's truly a receiver. Yes, he's skilled where he could have done both, like in his prime. I think he is past being a guy who can play running back semi-often. But yeah, I'm out on that. How about DeAndre Hopkins? This NFL rumors Twitter, which I don't put any stock in any of these aggregate sites, but it's fun to do the hypothetical anyways. DeAndre Hopkins, how interested would you be in a Hop reunion?
I think he comes at a very substantially lower price. I think that everybody would love to see the homecoming. I just don't know what he's got left either. I think he's a possession receiver. I don't know at his age and I don't know how durable he's going to be. And so a 4.
Yeah, I'm like at a 1 with DeAndre Hopkins. And I love DeAndre Hopkins. We spent a night together. It was a great time. Why do you laugh at that?
Spent a night together?
We hung out one night.
Really escalating the friendship.
Yeah, like all night?
We hung out one night for about an hour.
Okay.
About an hour.
All night long you guys hung out?
Best hour of my life. DeAndre Hopkins. Best minute of my life was whenever Joe Burrow.
Have you ever
and I
said that
locked
to your
eyes.
wife? That DeAndre, you spent the best hour of your life with DeAndre Hopkins?
No, I've never told her that, but I don't think she'd be surprised. I don't think that she'd be surprised by that. No, he's just too old to me. Like, Kansas City was desperate for receiver. And, like, you look at even the Super Bowl. Like, they had some of their guys back, but, like, Hollywood was back. Worthy's first rounder. Juju was – they claimed him off waivers, didn't they? Like, Hopkins had every opportunity to take over being the guy in Kansas City when they were in desperate need for wide receiver, and he really didn't do that. I think DeAndre's way past his prime. I think the next time that DeAndre Hopkins is representing the Houston Texans is when he's standing on the sideline getting ready for his Ring of Honor ceremony. I have zero interest in a DeAndre Hopkins reunion. Zero. He's a
I think
zero
you can
for
find
me.
better. I
Oh,
think
no
you can find
doubt.
Better. Yep.
I mean, I'd put it at a 1 if he's your new Robert Woods and he's the 5th wide receiver on the team.
You got to be a blocker if you're the new
I think
Robert
he's going to
Woods.
want too much money too to be even
Is
even
the
in that
market
role.
going to be there to give him any
I don't
money?
think so.
Like he was completely. He had like 1-2 touchdown game like very early in his Kansas City career. It might have been the first or second week after the trade. I can't remember exactly. But outside of that, like you look at his production. I mean, his line going into the Super Bowl was like literally half a catch, and I don't think did he even have one. I don't think he did. I don't even think he even hit that low of a line.
Hold on, in the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
he caught a touchdown, Brian.
Oh, maybe it was after I turned the game off.
He caught a 2-point
It
conversion.
was no, he caught a touchdown in the Super Bowl. He might have caught a 2-point conversion.
think he got a
I thought
2-point touchdown.
Worthy had caught both
I think you might be
touchdowns,
right, but I know he caught a touchdown.
Okay, I turned the game off at one point. It might have been after I turned it off.
It was late.
But yeah, no, I think he's completely shot. I would only be willing to do it if he's literally Robert Woods, 1 year, $2 million, something like that.
I hear you on that, but even that, I'm out. Like that 5th receiver needs to do gimmicky things. Like he must be a really good blocker. He's got to be playing special teams. Even on that scenario, I'm out on that. His last few games, he went 218 touchdown in the Super Bowl. 218. He went 1 for 11 against Buffalo. He was catchless against the Texans. Last regular season game, he played it on Christmas against Kansas City, 2-7. The regular season game against the Texans, 437, 536 against Cleveland, 432 against the Chargers. I think he's toast.
With Patrick Mahomes.
I think he's toast.
And not a lot of
and a
competition.
depleted wide receiver room.
No, he's toast. He's done.
I'm out.
All right, next one, last one. Just talked about him. Hollywood Brown.
Tough to judge because of the fact that he was hurt for the majority of the season. I could see him filling the role of Tank. The price matters. I'll say 6.
I'm about a 6 for Hollywood, too. I think Hollywood fits this team. I think having somebody who could take the top off of defense would really fit on this team. Even when you had Tank, yes, Tank is very quick at point A to point B, but he's not a burner. Like, he's not somebody that you're running on a go route. He's just going to burn the defense every time. He's not Will Fuller. Like, he doesn't have a 4.2 40. He's more quick than he is fast. I think a Hollywood Brown type would really help this offense. Might not catch 50, 60 passes a year, but he's going to catch 35, 40 for like 600 yards and a few touchdowns. But it's going to help the overall offense. The problem here is I think he's going to be too expensive, but if they could somehow get their hands on a Hollywood Brown, I'd be at a 6. I think it would help this offense a ton.
Yeah, I'm in on Hollywood. I've been someone who has argue with my friends quite a bit because people I think kill him for sometimes his size, sometimes it's the games he missed, and it's all fair. He does miss a lot of games, but when he's been on the field, whether it was in Arizona or Baltimore, he's been a great wide receiver when he's on the field. So you add in the talent to I think what you mentioned there, Jeremy, with the complementary role, like the difference, the different style of player across from Nico, the big body receiver versus the down the field deep threat with speed. I would be absolutely in on Hollywood as long as the contract's not crazy, but I kind of think it's going to get crazy.
I think he'll price himself out of the Texans for sure. Now, I wouldn't hate drafting a Hollywood Brown type.
Yeah, sure.
Like in the 3rd, take the top off the defense. You're not asking for him to put up big numbers. So, like, these guys have been thrown out there. Diggs, Kupp, Debo, Hopkins, Brown. Land on one. Where are you landing?
Land on one of them?
Land on one of them.
Probably Hollywood Brown.
I'm going to go Diggs because of what it would mean for the cap. I think it makes the most sense. You save money relative to not having to hit the dead money. So I'm bringing Diggs back mostly because of the financial ramifications.
I would say Diggs because I don't have to worry about him learning the system or at least fitting in with the team. I know the system could change, obviously, new offensive coordinator, so maybe that's a moot point. But the Diggs, the familiarity with Diggs, we know he's worked here. He's obviously hit it off with the guys on the team already. I think I'd lean there because we're probably talking about 2-year contracts either way.
Yeah.
So you're not really worried about the age all that much as far as long term. So I'd go with the guy that's fit on this team.
And it's probably all guaranteed in year one, too.
Right.
Like, you're looking at a 2-year deal with the guarantee all in year one, where that second year is pretty much a moot point unless he balls out. Soriano says, so no Tyreek or Higgins. Tyreek's is under contract, and he's also, like, recanted the whole I want out. So I don't.
Yeah, he seems like he's made up with the Dolphins.
Yeah. Now he has Bobby Slowick in his life. How could you want to leave that?
I'm also curious. I think the Jets probably, and maybe Garrett Wilson and maybe both have changed their mind, but I don't think the Jets are going to trade Garrett Wilson.
No, I think Garrett Wilson didn't want to be there if Rodgers was there. But now that Rodgers has been kicked out, I think Garrett Wilson's going to stay.
Which is a great decision by Aaron Glenn. Great decision by Aaron Glenn. He also mentions Higgins. Higgins I didn't include because he's going to be the most expensive receiver on the market. Few text on this, 713-780-ESPN. If Dig really wants to come back, I'll take him over all those other cats. Hollywood Brown, if healthy, would be perfect for the Texans. They need someone to stretch the field, and he'd be relatively cheap. See, we disagree on the cheap thing. I think somebody's going to pay him. I think he's going to get paid.
Now, how
but
much
when
do
you
think
say
he's gonna
paid,
get paid? Because
is it closer to Diggs? Or?
I think he and Diggs will get it similar money.
Well, just because I think I agree with you, but the recent history, would contradict it or contradict that, because his last contract, the one he signed with the Chiefs, I believe, was just 1 year, $11 million, or 1 year, $10 million.
That's not terrible.
Maybe he gets a big deal, but
Don't you also think part of that was a chance to win a Super Bowl and play with Mahomes?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Let's see if there's a salary cap projection of Hollywood Brown.
I just wonder, because he didn't do anything this year because of the injury to really improve his standing in the market.
Yeah,
so
but it's like a pitcher who throws 99. Like, you really don't have to do anything other than show that you can throw 99. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe it will be less than Diggs. Maybe it's a year for 12 or 15.
Like if it was 2 years, 20.
Do you still think that's too much, though?
For a guy like Hollywood Brown, I don't think 2 and 20 is too much.
No. I'm saying for what you have and to spend in free agency. They're at $6 million right now. Maybe Caserio can be creative and get it to 20, 25. But like, if you had that little to spend, do you want to spend $10 million of that little?
No, I'd rather spend on offensive line and draft wide receiver.
Exactly. Like, he might be valuable relative to the league, but if he's taking 35-40% of your cap savings.
Yeah, and again, especially since the receivers have seemed to have no problem in recent years being productive in year one when they come into the league, as opposed to we know what we're dealing with the offensive linemen and the line issues. So yeah, probably go that direction.
That's why I don't think they're going to be able to spend on. I don't think they're going to be able to spend very much on receiver at all, unless it's Diggs, because it's actually going to save you money. You don't have to take the $10 million dead cap. What about Chris Godwin? I like Godwin a lot. I think he's going to be too pricey.
I also think he's returning to Tampa.
I think they want him back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he leaves.
The rumors that I keep reading all have him going back to Tampa.
Really?
It seems pretty strong, like a pretty strong connection there.
I thought they would just give Jalen McMillan the keys to wide receiver too. I like Jalen McMillan. Darius Slayton is my choice. That might make sense because
pretty good.
And he's pretty valuable. I don't think he's going to cost you an arm and a leg like these other receivers. Signing name, just to sign a name, is more of the Astros way of general managing. Is that a word? No, it's not, but I know exactly what you mean. When Debo started crying, that's when his stock went down to the Niners. They had their chance, and that chance is over, and we don't want no used trash. I wouldn't call Debo trash. That's a little harsh. Just stick with Diggs. All these guys have injuries. We have that in Diggs, but with chemistry, quicker turnaround, and cheaper.
Diggs has injuries too. I mean, we don't know when he's going to be back, and he's got to overcome all of that too. So I get it. A lot of other guys have been dinged up. So is Diggs.
Christian Kirk says somebody that would be interesting. Reclamation project coming off of an injury. Texture says that Hollywood's $7 million this year. You start getting to about the $7 million, it becomes pretty interesting.
I'll take $7 million for Hollywood to be a fill-in for Tank.
Tank Dell experiment should end. Love him, but can't count on him. You're a hater. 0045. What's the harm? He's on a rookie contract. Yeah. Like, I agree with you that you're probably not going to spend big money on re-signing him when that rookie contract is up. But why would you just? It's like cutting Lance McCullers. There's zero purpose of doing that. There's zero win there. There's no reward. Soriano, disagree on the Ring of Honor take for DeAndre. He asked to leave Houston when things got bad tough. That automatically disqualifies him. The way that I remember it is that he wanted more money. He didn't demand a trade. Is that how y'all remembered it?
I think that's accurate. Yes.
How I remembered is he asked for more money.
I don't think he even did yet. I think the rumor was he was going to ask more money in the offseason. So Billy O kind
Billy
of
O and Jack Easterby got pissed off, made up something about baby mamas, and used it as a way to push them out the door.
Yeah. Plus, they were talking on the Super Bowl, the McNairs and DeAndre.
saw that,
Did you see that? Gave the McNair children the gloves.
Yeah, I think he'll be in the Ring of Honor as soon as
I
it's
think
done.
so too.
Oh, no
Within
doubt.
a year or two.
Yeah,
I think there's no doubt because he was arguably the best receiver in the NFL while a member of the Texans. Yeah. And he didn't ask to leave as far as we know. Yeah, he'll be in the Ring of Honor.
You know what? You know what I'm going to do to Soriano? He made the list. Soriano
You just
made
made the list.
What do you mean that DeAndre Hopkins doesn't belong in the Ring of Honor? You made the list, Soriano. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Somebody that everybody in Houston's sick of. Alex Bregman. These reports are exhausting. What do we believe? What don't we believe? What are the chances he's coming to Houston? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What do you think about moving the coffee pot in here so it's not as far a walk?
That sounds like the epitome of laziness, but you do you.
What's wrong with that?
You know, one person that would love it, Paul.
Yeah, he's fit.
Well, but also no, it's the fact that he because of where the kitchen is, maybe factors in as well. He doesn't make it, but he loves to take it.
He drinks like day-old cold coffee,
right?
right?
And so now at
He's
least
a
when
weirdo,
it's in
man.
here, it's in a safer environment, and he can get it quicker.
Look, that is gross and it's nasty. It makes me respect Paul, though. Like
How?
That is a level of dog to do that.
I don't know if
That is a level of dog.
I would not label that as dog.
Yeah, I disagree.
Me either.
That's just
It
lazy.
might tighten up your boiler room in terms of your stomach being able to handle more.
To get the feeling of that, that's a dog. That's a dog.
Yeah, but how much effort would it take to just reheat it?
Not much.
Yeah, exactly. It's not dog. It's just I mean, I don't think Paul's lazy in 99% of the thing he does, but that is lazy.
But he would if he had time before the show, I think he would heat it up. But it's more of a time thing during the show. So it's just like, let me chug it. Let me get the effect. Let's go.
I mean, he's got 3-minute breaks.
I give respect. I
How
got
long
mad
do you need to heat it
respect for him
for?
that.
90 seconds? I don't know. I never reheat coffee.
I have mad respect for him for that. I'll be honest. All right.
Did you get coffee right now?
I did. I figured I might as well just double up. Just
So
ride it out, baby.
Your heart's not palpitating
Yeah, if
yet?
I don't make it, but you know why. Tell the EMTs what's ailing me if I pass out.
Yeah, don't do the little electric paddles. Your heart's already juiced up enough.
I think they call this a fasted something. I can't remember what it's called.
Is there a diet based around just coffee, not food?
It's a fasted something. I can't remember. I'm not fit. I don't know this stuff. This is how I feel, by the way. This song about Alex Bregman. Just wake me up when it's over. Wake me up when this Alex Bregman saga is over. You have different people reporting different things. One day they're in on Bregman. One day they're out on Bregman. One day Espada says I'm in. One day Brown says I'm out. Internal conversations, external conversations. Buster Olney, they're all saying different things. Jim Crane, the biggest wild card in this, he might wake up with a wild hair and say, give that man his money. Jim Crane's always capable of doing that.
I'm sick of it. And I said that, and I said a week or so ago too, I'm just, at a certain point, I think they're just afraid to pull the plug and be the bad, quote unquote, bad guy that just says, okay, we're out, we're moving on, because it's been dragged on way too long. And I think that it's a square peg in a round hole in terms of all the different things you're going to try to do because you're going to accommodate him and the offer that you originally made or whatever you guys come to an agreement on if you do try and bring him back in. And I really do. Even Dana's comments today, until he signs with another team, we're going to continue to have internal conversations. Why? Just let him figure his stuff out. If you truly have made your best offer, if he would have already picked you, or if he thought that this is where he wants to play and would have come back to you to say, this is what I want if I'm going to come back to Houston, and you can yay or nay it. But the fact that you're still dragging it out tells me you're terrified to be able to stand up and say, we're out, we're done.
I don't get that feeling.
I just feel like I do. I just feel like they don't want to be the bad guy that says, we're done. We've done all we can do. We're done.
I was reading something today from Chandler Rome that with the CBA, that you can't say you're officially out on a free agent.
Why?
I guess it maybe influences the market that they don't like. The Players Association doesn't want that, because if you start 31 teams are saying we're out, now the player doesn't have any sort of bargaining power in negotiation. So
then on the flip side, then the agent should be more transparent in terms of what offers we got.
Why would an agent do that though?
Right, but why does the team have to do that? I get it if it
Because
was
it
all
was signed by
31
the
other
CBA.
teams that are out. I think that's...
You might think it's a stupid rule, but if
It
it's
is
a rule, you have to... And I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But based on the rules that are in place, I don't think the Astros can be like, we're out. But then you had Dana Brown today also saying we're happy with where the roster's at, and if we add anything, I'm always looking for pitching.
Yeah.
So he's kind of hinting at the idea that they're not really
And
in
we
on
feel
Bregman.
like we've got a team that can win the division with what we have.
Yeah, so isn't that him saying we're out?
I guess without saying it.
Right.
Yes.
So that's why I don't get the feeling that they're...
I think to the bigger extent too.
Holding out hope. If he signs, I think they have a standing offer. I do think that they have a standing offer.
I wonder if that 6 and 156 is still on the table.
If I had to guess, and obviously we have no idea,
Right.
if I had to guess, I think it is.
I know there's been a lot of speculation back and forth. I wonder if it is because I just, to me, I think the other thing that is he's been pretty poignant in the fact that he points out he has not called Scott Boras back, or he hasn't been the one talking to Scott Boras. The conversations have been internal.
I mean, that's what he's telling us.
Right, but he wants you to believe he's not calling or talking to Boras directly.
But then there was a report like 2 days after that the Astros improved their offer.
Yeah, I know.
So, like, what are we believing?
But
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why this is all maddening and exhausting, is because
It
one
really
day
is.
you're being told the sky is red, and then the next day you're being told the sky is yellow. And again, like, were the Astros in on Josh Hader at all until Kendall Graveman was out for the year? And then 2 days later, Josh Hader is a Houston Astro. Jim Crane could all of a sudden be like, you know what? I'm madder than a hornet. Let's bring back Alex Bregman. What do you talk about? You know, the powder's never dry or whatever. Like, we're going to bring back Alex Bregman. He could wake up tomorrow and do that. So the whole, like, the reporting is making me sick. Jeremy Booth, who I respect Jeremy Booth, and I think Jeremy Booth is connected. He said that the Astros are not one of the 3 finalists with Alex Bregman. Well, Alex Bregman's still a free agent. If Jim Crane called to Scott Boras tomorrow himself and said, here's $200 million for 6 years, would Alex Bregman be an Astro tomorrow? Probably.
Oh, for sure. For 200%.
So, like, that's why you can't rule out anybody until it's finally over, until it's done. And I'm so exhausted with all the reporting and the coverage of this. Just wake me up when it's over. I'm tired of reacting to what Buster Olney says, what Jim Bowden says, what Jeremy Booth says, what Ari Alexander says, what Jeff Passan. Tell me when it's done, and then I'm going to react to that.
See, this is kind of the conversation that we just had in terms of post-football. People are looking for a story. Well, the last big name dangling out there is still Alex Bregman, so they keep pushing it. Because Randy McAvoy reported last night, too, it was down to 3 teams. And
I don't know if this was, like, clickbaiting, though. Like, I mean, this is pretty significant.
It's something to write about that people are, especially in the markets that still have a chance. I mean, look, Verlander's brother tweets out every day, today would be a great day for the Detroit Tigers to sign Alex Bregman. The teams that are
but they're not doing that
in
because
it,
football's over.
No, I'm saying they have something to write about. Well, there's not much to talk. Now the pitchers and catchers are reporting they're eventually going to have something more to write about. But for now, the biggest story still left dangling out there in the offseason is Alex Bregman and where he's going to go. And then a handful or two of other players that are just fringy.
Yeah, it's big news. I mean, it is big
Yeah,
news.
so that's why they're still trying to push the envelope, write about it, talk about it, get you to look at it and click on it, because that's how that they can still try and draw attention. But I think we've already drawn way too much attention to it. I personally don't think the Astros want to be the one that pulls the plug. They want Bregman to just sign, to be the one that puts an end to it.
But do you think they have an offer on the table for him?
I don't believe that they're still holding true to 6 and 156. But if he comes back and says that's what I want, then that's where the internal conversations of maybe they would still consider it. But I have very, very firm questions about the fact whether it's on the table or not.
See, I think the Astros would do the 6 for 156. I don't. I mean, I capped it at 120 for 4, which might be enough what he gets. People thought I was crazy for the 124. It might be what he gets with player options, all of that stuff. I think that the Astros would do the 6 for 156, but I'm just sick of the news. I'm not going to react to it anymore. I do think the Astros' chances of landing him did go down, though. I'm at like 5%. 5% the Astros re-sign Alex Bregman.
I think he's gone. I think it's less than that now. As much as I was holding out hope earlier, and also because of what the situation is in their outfield, I just feel like it's 3%. I just think he's all but gone.
3%. Where you at, Brian?
It's
3, 5.
It's definitely less than 10. I don't know. You guys were at 3 and 5. I'll go in the middle of 4. Like I think I think he's going to end up taking like a kind of what Carlos created the first time around with the Twins, where it's a shorter term deal with opt-outs to where he can make the $30 million or whatever he wants this year and then try this over again in a year or two.
I could see that. Texter, the issue with the Bregman stuff is if it slows Astros talks with actual outfielders. Conversation we had the other day. I don't think the Astros are going to use any of the money that they have set aside for Alex Bregman on the roster. I think it's Alex Bregman, if they have a standing offer for Bregman. If they have a standing offer for Bregman, I think it's all going to Bregman, or we're just going to stay under the competitive balance tax this year and reset the clock, because there is more penalties for repeat offenders. There is a lot of money coming off the books next year because Rafael Montero comes off the books. The Jose Abreu contract comes off the books. Framber Valdez is going to be a free agent. You do clear a lot of money. They could be a player next year with some serious money to spend. That's why I don't think that they want anything to do with the competitive balance tax.
Yeah, you and I have gone back and forth on this. I hope that's not the case. I understand where you're coming from on that point. I just hope that for this season, there is another possible solution to what I think is a very, very scary outfield.
Yeah.
In a bad way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good outfield. There's no argument there. Although they did add a future Hall of Famer to the outfield this offseason with Jose Altuve. Texture, who is still out there, we're signing and is good for the Astros. I don't think anybody is good. There's players out there that could be reclamation projects that have been good in the past that maybe could bounce back. Blankers has been in on Verdugo. I wouldn't be mad at a Verdugo signing.
I wouldn't at all.
I just don't think it's worth going over the competitive balance tax. That's where our impasse is at. Texter, I hope with the way that this saga has gone on that his best offer is 5 years, hot mill, and it's to the Oakland Athletics, Sacramento Athletics, Texter. The Vegas Athletics, whatever their name is. They're Sacramento this year, which apparently that's a hitter's park in Sacramento. If you do any sort of baseball, best balls, just keep that in mind.
Okay. No, I mean, I could see it because it's a hot box, isn't it? It's extremely warm there, and the ball carries. I can see that.
It's like 100 degrees there pretty often, so the ball's warm.
Oh, I
Travels.
mean, if you follow, the Space Cowboys at all, anytime they go on the road to Reno, to Utah, to Las Vegas, Sacramento's, amongst that Texas League is famous for just having launching pads.
Pacific Coast League, no?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Not Texas League, Pacific Coast League. Yeah.
Speaking of outfielders, did you see the Jason Hayward contract?
I did. It disgusted me.
He got $1 million, and it gets a $50,000 bonus for every 50 at bat increment that starts at 200, I believe. I was shocked by that figure, and if he hits all of those milestones, which is gonna be difficult to do, is Jason Hayward gonna get 300 at bats? I don't know. It's gonna be close because he's gonna be a platoon guy, has to stay healthy. So if Gamble makes the roster, he gets $1 million signing bonus. So if he plays the whole year, if he makes the roster, Gamble gets 1.2. If Hayward hits all his bonuses, he gets 1.25. So similar deals. It's fair to say those are similar deals. Would you have rather had Ben Gamble or Jason Hayward? Because the answer for me is Jason Hayward.
Yeah, I mean, look, the only thing that concerns me is, again, at his age, I don't know when he falls off, but I like the contributions of both guys at the end of the year. For their careers, I believe that Hayward it has the better possibility of kind of a return engagement at the same level when he comes back. Gamble has been less than the expectations have been for him his entire career. I really felt like this was his kind of one-time breakout that we were experiencing, and then he broke his leg.
Yeah.
So I would have more of a belief that Hayward would be a better fit and a guy that could do it again as opposed to Gamble.
Hayward definitely older, obviously. Gamble was 5 years younger. Hayward, the track record I don't really care about because I want you to I care what you're gonna do, not what you've done in the past. But Hayward's a way better defender. And my thought here is if you're going to have a bad outfield offensively, then run out the best defensive outfield you can have. Even if Hayward's slightly less offensively against Gamble,
a cheap contract.
I want the defense. And if I'm not going to have the good offense, give me a really good outfield defense. I thought Hayward was wanting $5 million or so, and that's why they chose Gamble. But now that the contracts were very similar, I was a little upset that they picked Gamble over Hayward.
And again, Gamble found a power stroke for the short time he was here. Hayward has always been capable of hitting home runs, and he hit a couple for the Astros. He threw a couple guys out for the Astros. At that price, that's a pretty low risk to take on a guy that could help you.
Yeah, I was disappointed to see that. 713-780-ESPN. Where do you stand on the Hayward Gamble argument? Where are you with Bregman? Do you want Bregman back? 713-780-ESPN. Also, I told you I woke up feeling obnoxious today. I'm going to be obnoxious with Yordan Alvarez, too, and where he belongs in this lineup. I'm going full Jeremy Booth. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter says as long as Singleton is gone, I think he makes the
I think
team.
he does too, unless they can find a trade for him.
What kind of value you think John
I don't
Singleton
care about
has?
the value in return. I think that unless he like really, feels like he wants out, and if they feel like there's some team that just dumps off the salary and takes him, I think he's going to be the backup first baseman.
Yeah, I don't think Singleton has any trade value. I don't think anybody's trading for John Singleton, and he doesn't make much money. He's probably making the league minimum, $800,000 or something like that. But I think Espada likes him as a left-handed bat off the bench. It is a very right-handed team. Gamble does help that a little bit, but I think he likes Singleton against righties late in games, so I think he makes this team.
I do too.
713-780-ESPN. So some people are starting to have the batting order conversation, which I think batting orders are overrated.
Already?
Really? Oh yeah. This happens year round. Yeah, from baseball fans.
Okay.
They like to have the batting order conversation. I'm going to be obnoxious with Yordan Alvarez this year. I want Yordan Alvarez to bat cleanup every single game for the Houston Astros. And look, people have called me analytical before. Oh, you care too much about the numbers. This isn't an analytical move.
I know analytics has those things out there.
Thank you, Coach Cully. The analytical thing to do is bat him second, which Joe Espada did a lot last year. Remember, he started him off there, didn't get off to a great start, then moved him back. I think he moved him down to the 3 spot for a while. Then when Tucker's injury, moved him back up to the 2 spot. He really wants Yordan Alvarez batting second. And I get the analytics of that. You want your best hitter getting the most opportunities. Every team in baseball is batting their best hitter second. I don't love it. And I also think that the individual player profile and their personalities matters here. I think Yordan Alvarez is a much better hitter with runners on base in RBI situations than he is as a table setter. I think this team would score more runs if Yordan Alvarez was the cleanup man, not the 2-hitter. I'm going to be obnoxious. I want Yordan Alvarez in the cleanup spot.
That's different. I thought you thought that he should be higher in the lineup. I like him at 2. I think that with Altuve kind of leading off, I think there's a really good opportunity for him to, right in the first inning, have a runner on base and something to do, someone to drive in. But I mean, to me, it's just who if he's going to bat cleanup, who do you have batting in the 2-hole?
The 2-hole?
Yeah. You have Altuve leading off again?
I want to bat the 3 highest on-base percentage guys in front of him, whoever they are. It's going to be different against righties. It's going to be different against lefties. And I'm probably going to go with hot hands, too. So it would change all the time. I'm going to have Altuve in one of the top 3 spots.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see who else gets on base a lot for the Astros. Paredes is not really a walk guy. He hits for power. Christian Walker's a power guy as well. I'd have to crunch the numbers on this, but Jose Altuve would be in the top 3, no doubt.
Yeah, I would think
Chaz wouldn't.
I would think Altuve leads off. So, I mean, I understand when we had these discussions in the past, the whole, you'd rather have him lead off an inning than bat with 2 outs and nobody on. So I can understand that aspect of it. In the 2-hole, I don't mind him just simply because of the fact that I would expect Altuve with his average and his pop that there's going to be plenty of opportunities for him in the first inning to have a guy on base and hit.
Altuve's on base last year was .350, which is good. That's a good on base percentage. But that would mean that Yordan is batting with 1 out, nobody on 65% of the time. And how many of those 35% of the time when Altuve was reaching was he at first base? So that's a runner on, but not a runner in scoring position. I will sacrifice at bats for Yordan Alvarez throughout the entire year by getting more at bats with RBI situations. I think he's getting less RBI situations in the 2-hole than he would the 4-hole. Yes, you are trading plate appearances for your best offensive player, but I think overall the team would score more runs because he's going to capitalize in those RBI situations.
I'm to the standpoint of get the guy as many at bats in a game as you can possibly get him.
So you would take more at bats for less RBI situations.
Because I think that he's an RBI waiting to happen with every at bat just to hit a long ball too. So yeah, I guess I would lean on the fact that I just want him to have more at bats.
In the 4-hole, there'd be more people on base for the home runs.
Okay, but that's depending on how the whole game goes.
Well, no, by math, because I mean you would have better chance of the three guys in front of him because of the top three hitters in the order getting on base than you would 8-9-1 if he was batting second.
Yeah, I just think it to me. I would prefer him to get the extra bat, even if it's a solo shot. I believe that every at bat for him is a run waiting to happen. So I would lean more towards just give him the opportunities to every opportunity he can to hit a home run.
The majority opinion would be on your side. I'm definitely in the minority. I'm on the Jeremy Booth side of this, which is a dangerous place to be. But Jeremy Booth is
Jeremy
right.
Booth wants some cleanup.
Oh yeah, he's been banging the drum for him.
I knew it wasn't
last
the two-hole,
year,
but
and he
I
was
wasn't
getting
sure if it was-
killed.
okay.
He was getting killed. I think that he should either be batting fourth or second. I think the top two options are fourth or second. I think if you're in desperation, I wouldn't hate the whole leadoff spot. But at fourth and second, to me, are the two spots that he should belong in. But I believe he is a run driver inner. He's not a table setter. And I want my big slugger in the cleanup. I'm old school. I'm old school when it comes to this. Give me the power in the 4-hole, stack the top three with the highest on-base guys you can get, and try to get as many people on base for Jordan. I'll trade the extra at-bats for the premium of having guys on base. And I'm in the minority there. I get it.
But I think the one thing that I agree with you is I think the way that they're going to look at this is they're going to start the season a certain way. And then, if one or more of the guys that they just acquired start really hitting for average and are getting on base a lot, I could see it fluctuate. I could see it change. If Paredes is hitting for average and he's got some pop, I could see him, having chances to hit within the first four guys in the lineup. So I think that they are going to have a multitude of different batting orders.
I think that Joe Espada will bat Jordan second. I think
The whole year?
Unless they start reeling and he's trying to just shake it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to do it all last year. I mean, I predict that Joe Espada will force Jordan Alvarez in the two spot. And even if they're struggling offensively, he's going to force Jordan Alvarez in the two spot. I want three on-base guys in front of him and then let him drive in a bunch of runs. Where do you stand on that? 713-780 ESPN.
I am excited about the fact that I think that I think the bigger challenge is going to be defensively, but I do believe that their offense is going to have they're going to have a very potent lineup. I'm intrigued by the fact that I could see Pena having a little better year, but I think that Paredes and Walker are going to be really good additions. And with Jordan and Yainer, I think that their top six can be really, really good.
Texter, I think you want your better hitters, at the top of the order. Must be text to typing here. I think you want your better hitters, at the top of the order. But, man, after the first, second inning, what difference does it make? I mean, you're scattered across everywhere. You're number 2. You're number 4. I don't know. I like seeing number 4, though. See, I do have a overall opinion that batting orders are overrated. I do think that. But we also argue about the margins, right? We argue about the little things. We argue about the semantics. I prefer 4 over 2. Is a greatly overrated batting order? Yes, I think it is greatly overrated. But the difference would be here is, yes, I know it's kind of like different where you're batting in the specific inning once you get past the first couple of innings, but it's about who's batting in front of you. So, yes, you're giving up few at-bats whenever Jordan's batting fourth as opposed to second, but do you want Jordan batting after 8, 9, 1 in the lineup, which is probably Chas, Myers, Altuve, or do you want him batting behind Altuve, Isak, Walker? I prefer the latter, even though I am surrendering a few ABs. I get that.
I see what you're saying. I just... Again, you can't predict how the game's going to go all the time, but yeah, I understand your point. I prefer him to get as many at bats as possible because we, as much as we talk about the Jordan rules and how this team is less than when he's not in the lineup, I want him to have a bat in his hands as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, no, I get that. I want him to have the bat in his hands in the most critical spots with the most chance to drive in runs.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's the difference there, which, look, again, I could take the 2-hole, but I prefer the 4. 713-780 ESPN. Dang, split the difference and put him at third. I hate the third spot.
2 outs a lot.
The third spot, and there was a chart on this that was going around today. We've talked about this in great detail in the past, though. The third spot is the one spot in the lineup that bats most often with 2 outs and nobody on base. I don't want Jordan batting with 2 outs, nobody on base. I don't want him to be walking to the plate with 2 outs, nobody on. If he's batting second, okay, well, he's batting in the first inning, cool. If he's batting cleanup and he bats in the first inning, either there's somebody on base or he's leading off the second inning if you go 3 up, 3 down. So I hate him in the 3 spot. That's why it has to be 4. It has to be 4, it has to be 2.
That's where I totally agree with you because I don't want him batting. in the 3-hole, and especially in a lot of first innings when a pitcher's fresh and he's got his best stuff. I certainly don't want him facing a lot of 2 outs, nobody on situations.
No, 4 or 2. Like, there's no other answer for me. The third answer would be 1 for me. If you had to pick a third spot and you tell me it can't be 4, it can't be 2, what is your
I
third?
think that's in today's baseball. That's not uncommon at all to see guys like, Bryce Harper and Aaron Judge and guys like that go completely non-traditional and bat leadoff. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, if you could not do the 2-hole or the 4-hole, what is the third option for you? For me, it's easily leadoff.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't want him fifth.
Because, again, it also appeases me to say now he's still getting more at-bats because now he's batting leadoff. He's probably going to get more at-bats than anybody in the lineup on a day-by-day basis.
Exactly. Yeah, the problem this lineup has is they don't have many on-base guys. You're not batting Paredes or Walker or Yiner at 2, so it has to be Jordan. I think that's a fair point. It's not filled with a bunch of on-base guys. That's why you would have to kind of go with the handedness, who's hitting lefties well, who's hitting righties well. Texter says 4-hole. If the opposing pitcher breezes through the first inning, he still has to face Jordan to lead off the second. And now you're getting that table setter. Who cares? The Angels are going to win the division anyways. Okay.
Boy,
is that Key from LA? I thought he was a Dodger guy. Key from LA.
If that's Key for
You just made the
LA,
list.
What are you putting on that?
Not yet. Can't say made the list yet.
What are you putting
Are
on
you already
that?
eliminating the Angels from the division, Brian?
Yes, breaking news. The Angels have been eliminated
You've
from
eliminated
AOS
the Angels.
contention.
You don't believe in Cocaine Ron?
I don't. No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're going to legalize cocaine and label it not a performance enhancer.
I think they'll be better this year.
Well, better
They'll be
to
better.
win the division?
No, they're not going to win the division. It's a 3-team race.
Rondon is not going to be coming to their defense anytime soon or offense.
No,
what a
that's
joke that guy is.
Well, he's rich joke.
Yeah, well, he's also
And he's smart. He went to Rice.
Arrogant too.
Why do you say that?
Because when you saw the interviews, he got annoyed with the press last year and said, after he said, all I care about is my family and my situation. Baseball is after they spent all this money on him, and you see the numbers of how many games every single year he misses, and it's just like there's absolutely no care or emotion. Come on, man.
You always ask for transparency in your athletes.
Okay, well,
right?
That was maybe
Don't be mad at him. It hurts the Angels.
Sure.
Thank him.
I just think it's more directed at him. I understand it hurts the Angels.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Customer service, a lost art. What stories do you have where customer service is a lost art? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Soriano says he loves the run driver inner. Like, baseball's not a complicated game. You need a good guy who's good at
driver inner.
The run driver inner. Every lineup needs one.
Is that an analytics term?
Every good team
I think
has
that's
one.
an analytics term.
I think it's a Dustyism, probably.
Expected runs driver inner.
There you go.
Is that a thing?
Some of these stats are weird anyways. Hank Aaron batted 4th, 5th, and is an all-time RBI leader in a discussion, Keith. There you go. Like, what are you paying Jordan to do? What are you paying him to do? Are you paying him to set the table? Or are you paying him to drive in runs? I'm paying him to drive in runs. That's what I want him for. I want the dude to sit in the cleanup spot, let people get on base in front of him, and drive in runs.
Yeah, I like I said, I totally get it. I just want him to get as many at-bats as possible.
So you're paying him for the at-bats. I'm paying him for the RBIs.
What's the difference in at-bats on average from 1 to 4?
I think the at-bats drop about 10 at-bats for every spot in the lineup.
Yeah.
So we're talking a difference of 20 at-bats on the year?
Roughly. It might be a little greater than that. It might be like 25, 30. 25, 30 maybe.
I'm trying to think of what my cutoff point to where it would matter. Like this many more at-bats versus better run driving in chance. And I don't think 20 at-bats is enough for me to sacrifice putting him in a spot where he drives in more runs or has the chance to at least.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I don't know how many at-bats
like
it would
to see what
take.
the
It's
numbers are.
more than 20.
I thought
though.
the first 2 slots for sure. I thought that you got a more significant number of at-bats.
No, it's about 10 per spot, roughly. It's a little different between each slot.
Okay.
Like first and second's a little different between 7 and 8. So like it's like on average. Do you have the list for the Jordan rules? Yeah, you can just go search at Jeremy Branham Jordan rules, and we have a bunch of them. I'm gonna write a book I think someday.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
What?
You had to mention your Twitter account. You don't have the rules posted.
It's a good
You don't
thing.
have the rules posted.
I didn't say posted. I said if you search
tweeted.
Jeremy Branham Jordan rules, you can find it'll come up on your Twitter
that's
search.
too much work.
Lazy bones. Of course it is for you. You can't even put up a show tweet.
Well, now I'm not going to do it just to lean into it.
Plus, you're gonna
Texture.
say show up 3 days a week.
That's also true. Both things are true in this case.
I may use a lot of PTO, but I get a lot of PTO.
Okay.
I called
okay,
you the
Patrick,
Charlie Palillo of PTO now.
Oh, please, I get 10 a year.
That's
Settle
one of
down.
my favorite quotes.
It
Patrick
is. It's a
O'Hare.
really good one.
Yeah,
we may make a
spend
lot of money, but we spend a lot of money too. Thanks, Patrick.
Texture, do y'all think the Astros will sign Verdugo? Blankers, what do you think?
I hope. I don't think that they do. I hope that they do. I when I hear Dana's like his comment today, I don't think that they will.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to sign.
No,
anybody.
I think they mailed in the rest of the offseason other than the 4% chance of signing Bregman.
Which one is it? Is it 2, 3, or 4?
I don't know. Depends on when you ask me.
Fair enough. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. So customer service is a lost art, Blankers. I know you've had these stories. I had 2 earlier today. My wife's car has been acting up. Is it got a check service engine light, and something's wrong with the gas level sensor, where it's like only letting it fill up like half a tank or whatever. It's really annoying.
There's a sensor for the gas tank? Like
that's how it knows how much you have.
Yeah, that's how
I
it
see what you're
projects how
saying.
many
I was gonna say
miles you
yeah.
have left.
I mean, I was gonna say if you only got like if it's empty, it's not gonna let you fill. There's a sensor that says
No, you can. Well, no, it only lets you actually fill it up to about halfway. It's weird. She can only fill up half of her tank, and then the sensor's also messed up. So like you'll think you have a quarter of a tank, and then all of a sudden you're 5 miles from empty. So it's kind of a problem, especially if she drives a long way and she has the kids in the car. It's fuel level sensor B. It's stuck. So we know what it is. But I called the dealership to see like the warranty thing we have and see if they cover it and all this.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get in touch with a real person. I could not get in touch with a real person.
Frustrating.
I left a voicemail, 2 of them with 2 different people, never got a return call. I can't talk to an actual person at a dealership whenever I bought the car from this dealership, and I'm trying to figure out what the warranty is on this thing.
Yeah, I've had a similar issue with warranties on my car. It was a thing where the mechanism for the locks, because the automated locks wasn't working, and so only like 2 of the doors would respond to your key fob.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, same thing. I don't know how many voicemails with how many different people I left, but not a single one of them ever got returned. The only time I got an answer is if someone actually happened to pick up when I called. But if they didn't and I left the voicemail, it never got returned.
Maddening.
That's also
Maddening.
there's multiple layers now because everybody's trying to save more manpower time by doing automated systems. But the fact that it's just a mad circle where they send you to the person that's supposed to be answering the phone. If they don't answer the phone, then it sends you back to the front desk or it makes you leave a message. Like you said, you don't get, and it's to me, it's the AT&T DirecTV approach. You need them. They don't need you. They can replace you and find other people. So they don't care enough to actually have someone focused on answering messages and calls.
Brutal. And then the second one that I had, I have a rental car coming up whenever I'm going to Arizona this weekend. And I was calling because I found some better prices than what I reserved for. I was just going to switch it out, which you can do because they have a better price guarantee. So I called. They answer the phone. They answer the phone like, "Hey, our system's down. We can't do anything for 3 hours." I'm like, "Oh, can you call me back or whatever?" They're like, "No." I'm like, "Do you need?" Then they ask me, "Do I need anything else?" No, I need you to give me the better price. And they're like, "Yeah, our systems are down. We can't do anything. Can't do anything." Can't do anything. 2 different places, same day, 0 customer service.
You touched on something that triggers me when you call someone and they've just been completely unhelpful, like a very simple request of like, "Hey, you guys guarantee the price, call me back," or whatever, and they're just like, "No, we can't do that," and then they tag it on the end with, "Is there anything else we can help you with?"
Yeah.
You didn't help me at all.
No, there's one thing you can help me with, and you failed at that.
Yeah, and you're not only failed, but you're like refusing to. Like it's something easy, and you're refusing to do it.
I would pay 15% more if you could guarantee me excellent customer service.
That's
on specific things, because some things you don't need like customer service with. But if you could guarantee me great customer service, I'm willing to pay up to 15% higher than the average.
Essentially that's what you'd be tipping, right? At least 15-20%.
Kind of, you could see
Yeah,
it
you're
that
just
way.
adding on a tip, kind of. Yeah.
Like Chick-fil-A's customer service is elite. Does Chick-fil-A have the best fried chicken in the game? No. Where do they excel? Customer service.
Didn't you say that they're too
fast
much for you?
turnaround.
At times, it's a little too much. Yeah, but look, I'd rather have too much than terrible. So
Absolutely. Like I think that we are all as a society willing to pay, and our number might change, but I think we as a society are willing to pay an upcharge to make sure that if something goes wrong, they're going to take care of it.
That's the biggest thing too. Like if they know that they have a chance to make money, then you're going to get a human being right away. Like if you say I have a question about a light that's on in my car, well, now they don't care about you. They'll send you to the round robin or the ring around the rosy of send a voicemail, come back to front desk, but we don't care. If you say I need to make a service appointment because my car needs work done, bing, you get someone that goes, what day do you need? What are you looking for? Do you need a rental car? And how long, are you expecting this to be?
You know how I got in touch with them the third time? Because I finally got in touch. I tried one final time as I was driving in, because I did that this morning. So I was driving in. I was like, hey, I'm going to try one more time. You know how I got in touch with them? I clicked the sales floor.
Yep.
Clicked sales.
Yep.
I got somebody, and they were able to redirect me.
I
actually told them, I was like, it's funny, I'll pick up this one.
You know how maddening it is for me when I've had to deal with DirecTV and AT&T, because they know they're going to have another customer within 30 seconds somewhere that they don't really care about you, and it's all automated until you say you'd like to add a couple of channels, or you'd like to upgrade your package deal or do something like that. Then you are going to get a real human being that is going to be extremely focused on whatever they can do because they're going to make money. Otherwise, I've been on the phone for an hour to 3 hours with DirecTV people.
It's brutal.
It's awful.
It's brutal. Customer service is a dying breed. And I really think if you excel in it, your business is better for it. I really do.
I told y'all even at the trampoline park what happened.
No, I didn't know you went to a trampoline.
So my kids like to go to and look, it's great because they burn a lot of energy, and then so it's like whenever the girls want to go to the trampoline park, let's go. So we go, and it was actually there was some birthday parties and things going on, and we saw some people we knew. But as we were walking in, the car that was parked in front of me, the door was open. And I'm like, well, that's odd. So I was like, well, maybe someone had a medical emergency or whatever. So I waited. I walked the girls in. I got them situated. I said, I'll be right back. And I run out and I look, there's no one in the car. So I go to the front desk, and there's a younger, like probably late teens girl working the front desk. And I said, hey, you guys have that announcement, your microphone and your PA system. Can you just run a PA that there's a Mini Cooper with the door open out in the parking lot? And she looks at me all crazy. She goes, no.
What?
And I go, what do you mean no? She goes, I'm 17 years old and I just started here. I can't do that. I go, well, who can? She goes, I don't know. I go, can you find someone? Because I've heard people making announcement. Hey, it's so-and-so's birthday. The pizza's ready. Go to room 4. Like, all you need to do is just click on the microphone and say, there's a Mini Cooper in the parking lot with the door open. She said no. I was going to say something probably fairly nasty.
Why are you yelling at a 17-year-old?
I didn't yell. That's what I'm saying. So the second
It's
time
hard
she
for you
said
to
no,
be right in that situation.
and she gave me that answer. So I just walked away, and I waited like a couple minutes, and I saw a guy that normally helps us when we check in, and I walked back. I go, hey, can you make an announcement? She goes, absolutely. He does it, and I looked at her the whole time going, like, was that hard?
No, you should have said
hold on.
that,
You
Joel.
stared
I
down a
didn't say that to
17-year-old?
her.
Oh, you wanted to say
No, I was just staring at her, but I was thinking, was it really that
You were
hard?
staring at her?
Oh,
dog,
while
a
he was actually
17-year-old?
making the announcement, I'm staring at her
You're
like
staring at a
that-
17-year-old.
Absolutely.
Joe,
You
you're
weren't
now in the
here.
wrong.
That's intimidating.
You're now in the wrong.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because I
can't
asked her
mad
to
dog a
either do
17-year-old
the announcement
making
or
minimum
find
wage?
someone that can. You could not do either, and you used age as the reason why.
You're mean mugging a 17-year-old girl.
Damn right
Sweet
I am,
girl,
because it was
innocent
not
girl,
that. How do
first
you know?
job,
Sweet
new
girl?
on the job.
Sweet's up for review.
She's short and sweet like the Starbucks cup.
Okay.
Man, you're staring her down, lasers right into her.
Looking right at her like you could have done either one of those two things. You either could have done the announcement or found someone that could.
Oh man!
But your out was, I'm just gonna kind of slow roll it over here on the side where I look like I'm actually doing something. You're not doing anything.
Why didn't you just shut the door?
I don't know what's going on with the car.
We just talked earlier in the show about how back in the good old days, everybody like roll up their
Well,
windows.
this ain't
for
the
each
good
other.
old days anymore.
Why
I don't know
wouldn't
what's
you just
going
shut
on.
the door? I would have just shut the door. I think. What would you have done? Would you just shut the door?
So maybe I'm sorry, I missed. I think the beginning part of this. So it was not allowing you to pull forward. That's the issue.
No, it had nothing to do with me at all.
It was just open. You
The
thought it
car
was
that was
weird.
parked opposite of me, the door was open, and evidently, and I thought, was there someone in there having, that's
Having what?
a medical emergency, or they were unconscious or something?
I know. Okay, so if it was blocking me, I probably would close it. But if it's not, I think I would leave it alone. Because I mean, if they had their keys in now, maybe I locked them in.
Would you go inside and ask for a PA announcement?
No, I don't think I would probably tell the front desk like, "Hey, this car has their door open. If you want to look for the owner." But I wouldn't request the PA announcement.
Yeah, I think I would probably leave it open myself. But I don't think I would request the PA announcement. I would think
You're
I
not
would
gonna
just
try and help them out.
See, no, I think I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. But if I had to do one of the two to help them out, shut the door or ask for a PA announcement, I would just shut the door. I would go opposite of what you did.
Okay.
Yeah, I would probably do neither. But if I did one, I think I would shut the door before I asked for a PA announcement.
I think if there's an option to do something or do nothing, I'm going to most times opt for do nothing.
Path of least resistance.
Yeah.
Definitely a path of least resistance.
I want to try and help them out. I just didn't
But
know.
you didn't want to shut the door.
Right, because I don't know if there's a purpose to it, like if they were loading or unloading a birthday party but I don't want, if there's gifts or something in there, I don't want to be, hey, a gift was missing. And then I'm the guy that shut the door.
Were there multiple things? Like, were there multiple establishments, or was it just the trampoline
It's
park?
right in front of the trampoline.
But there's not other shops?
Down the way a ways. There's a gym next door.
So it
but
couldn't have been
it's a
shared,
fairly good-
like a shared parking lot.
I mean, it carries like the front doors and the entire building is so big that like the other restaurants and the other gym and everything like that is quite a distance away.
How many other 17-year-olds would you say you mean mugs?
I didn't have to mean mug anybody else. They're normally very helpful in there.
No, I just mean
You didn't answer the question.
Over the course of time, over the course of
Yeah. How many minors have you mean mugged?
Unless you give me a reason to. No, I don't do that.
the answer's greater than 0.
Probably. Well, because I got this one.
Greater than 1?
Yeah, because this girl did this.
Greater than 1.
No, greater than 1?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Probably not. Texture says sounds like sounds like a Larry David moment. It does. If you shut the door, you could end up locking the keys in the car. That's a fair point.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's a
I
fair
wouldn't close it.
Fair point. I think it's a fair point. Joel is the parent at Youth League cussing out the high school kids who ref.
You all know that's not true. I'm completely on the opposite side of that.
Just
Like,
the
I'm
opposing
not-
coaches?
I mean, having gotten into the coaching part of this now with my kids, yeah, those parents and coaches are an embarrassment.
Have you've gone tit for tat with an opposing coach though, right?
Yeah, if they're treating their kids like crap and they're cussing at them and yelling at them, I absolutely have.
What's the closest you've been to being ejected from a little league softball game?
I I don't think we've had a couple of really like umpires that weren't paying attention stuff that we were like, I mean, at least pay attention to the game because the girls would like the calls, at least to get some calls, not even if they're right or wrong.
Watch the game, 4 eyes, like that kind of.
No, but no derogatory comments that go.
If you had one more eye, you'd be a cyclops.
Yeah, no, nothing like that.
Nothing like that. I want you to get ejected and then tell the story the next day.
There's enough listeners that like have already like again kind of found out, heard my voice or like saw something and then reported it to the show. Hey, Blankers was coaching in League City yesterday. Yep, sure was. Scary that you didn't say hi, but you wanted to point it out on the show.
I have a few acquaintances that coach select ball, and they share their ejection stories like
they
their
get
old wars.
ejected?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And you said
they share them like war
plural,
stories.
So yeah, that's
it's a couple a week. It's like not a week. It's probably one a weekend. But yeah, they share them like
One
their
a
war
weekend?
stories. Here's what happened, and
They're
they go in
getting
long
kicked out
detail.
once a weekend.
I mean, select ball is big time.
How many games are they playing per weekend?
Probably. I mean, you're probably looking at pool play on Saturday, so probably 2 to 3, and then depending on how you fare on Sunday. I mean, the good team's probably playing 3, 4, maybe.
One out of every 3 or 4 you're getting kicked out.
I might be exaggerating a little bit, but not a ton.
ratio.
Not a ton. Yeah, I mean, they get thrown out like they think they're Sparky Anderson. They think they're Tommy Lasorda and these little select. Like they're 14 under, acting like it's Game 7 of the World Series. It's crazy.
That's the point that I really.
It's crazy.
I can't stand
this is
it.
their path to the bigs.
Oh, there are coaches that just like scream and yell if their player makes an error and basically threaten them. It's like it's not that serious.
That's the one that bothers me. I don't like if you want to like get into a little ejection with an umpire because you want to act like you're Sparky and it's your moment, like whatever. But yelling at the kids profanity and stuff like that when they're like less than high school age is ridiculous.
I mean, you can mean mug them, but don't curse at them.
Yeah, you can mean mug minors, no problem there, according to the half of the Killer Bees. In the world of making everyone happy and participation trophies, it's so surprising that customer service sucks, says a texter. Branham offered the guy a tip to help you out, says Philip68. There's no one to offer a tip to. Who am I offering the tip to? The automated voicemail? Can't do that. Chick-fil-A should offer customer service training for all businesses in the U.S. That's a great idea. The thing that ticks me off is anytime you call on the phone, they always say all of our employees are busy. How can they be busy all the time? Because there's one of them. There's one human, and they're ignoring all of your calls, I think.
That, and the second they ask, hey, can I transfer you? The call's going to drop, and you have to start the process all over again.
No doubt about that.
Every single time.
Yep. Texter, good thing you're not in oil and gas business. You'll be out of a job ASAP. I know all about the oil and gas business. I watch Landman, and I have a sweater vest. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip was nice enough to be on hold through all of that. Philip has an Astros question for us. What's going on, Philip?
Yeah, no problem. I heard you guys talking outfield, and I understand that is a need, but I'm surprised there's not more talk about the rotation. And here's my concern is that you have a lot of unknowns in terms of Wisniewski, and you have a lot of injury guys like Luis Garcia or Javier that may come back at the end of the year. And I'm thinking there's so many of these older veteran guys. You're only looking for a stopgap for a year. And I'm looking at names like Jose Quintana, Patrick Corbin. I mean, they're not good. That's why they're still out there. But maybe they're good enough as like an emergency fifth, sixth starter type, and you can get them on a minor league deal, and maybe you can work with them in camp and see what they've got, and maybe somebody surprises you or you work with them and work your magic. And I'm just kind of surprised we haven't added some veteran depth like that, at least on a minor league deal, because even if they end up in the minor leagues and that's the best they can do, pitching in Sugar Land is not that bad compared to pitching in a lot of minor league towns because you're still in Houston. And you have that, opportunity to possibly get that call up and play in the playoffs if there's an injury or depth needed. So I'm just kind of surprised there hasn't been more talk about adding maybe a veteran somewhere on the back end. And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
I mean, we've discussed the pitching at this point. I think that, I brought up Blue Ball as a guy that they might consider at a certain point. We know that Wisniewski's probably going to get the first crack at it. We're going to figure out what they're going to do in the back half of the rotation. I still think they have plenty of pitching regardless. I know Dana, if he's talking about pitching, I would think he's probably talking about a fifth starter type player. But I mean, at this point, before we're just getting pitchers and catchers to report, I think that there are still going to be guys out there, and I still think you do have some pitchers within your system that are capable of spot starts or a fifth starter role.
I think that Dana likes some of these young guys. I think he likes Gordon, the lefty. That's a friend of the Killer Bees. Gusto is going to get a start in the final day of the regular season last year. I never had that opportunity. I think they like him. And then Blue Ball would be in the mix. The Uloa guy, I don't know how to pronounce it. Miguel Uloa or whatever, who was their minor league pitcher of the year. I think they like him too. And then you hope that you eventually get Lance and Luis Garcia back. So I think that they like their depth, and I think that they don't hate the fact that Lance and Luis are kind of staggered in the future in case there is injury down the road. I want them to re-sign Jose Urquidy once the season starts. Place him on the 60-day, rehab him. If you get him back at this year at some point, cool. If not, no problem. You have him under contract for next year. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who won the NFL coaching carousel? It's over now. Who won it? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back. If you're suffering pattern baldness, you've lost hair up on top and back, or maybe your hairline in front, you don't want to try the sprays and the creams and the foams and all the late night infomercial stuff that you know is just going to cover it up or be a kind of a stopgap, but it's not going to actually solve the problem. Go see my friend Doc Linville and his staff, and he can be a help. He can do it in a variety of different ways. He can do it with PRP treatments. He can do it with the fact that they can do the entire neograft procedure, and he can get your hair back. And the entire process can be explained to you for free like it was to me because you're listening right now. When you listen to me and you want to go talk to him, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com. Sign up for a free consultation. It's absolutely free. It's not going to cost you a single thing. They're going to explain everything that they do and how it can help you in your specific case. They're going to show you before and afters. They're going to tell you about all the success stories, and they're going to see if it's something that you might want to consider. If you want to consider it, that's great. If you don't, you just walk away. Nothing to commit to, nothing to sign on the dotted line for or put money out of pocket on. All you have to do is just ask questions, get answers, and see if it's something that might be right for you too. Check it out today. Tell them I sent you by. They're right here in the Med Center, so they can do it here all locally, and it's absolutely a piece of cake. All you got to do is get the process started today. Go to 975hair.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Soriano says, what are y'all's thoughts on the Rockets tonight? They need to let Reed Shepherd cook, fire emoji. We'll see what happens.
I mean, if they get a lead, too, I think that they want him to start shooting the ball better, but he's getting minutes. And I think he's doing a lot more than, maybe you can criticize his shooting, but I think he's getting more comfortable with each passing game.
Yeah. I'm not going to be a smart aleck today. I
About
refuse.
what?
I'm going to be obnoxious, but not a smart
What'd
aleck.
I say?
I'm not going to be a smart aleck.
You can't open the door and then not walk through
You
it.
said they want him to shoot better. Is there ever been a basketball coach in the history of the world that doesn't want their player to shoot better?
Right, but in a lot of cases like Ben Wallace, Dennis Rodman, they're not going to ever shoot the ball well.
But they want him to shoot better.
Reed Shepherd, is a shooter, so he's capable.
I
You're
guess.
right, you should have held that one.
I should have held that one because I'm wrong?
No, not that you're wrong, that you're just being you in doing
I
that.
told you I didn't want to do it. Y'all made me. Y'all are at fault. I was biting my tongue.
You know what? I was an enabler there.
I was biting my tongue.
But at the same time, well, if you want to bite your tongue, you can't tell the world I'm biting my tongue.
It was so
You
hard
just
for me,
bite
though.
Your tongue.
I know. I know.
That's kind of on you too. I'll take half the blame. You got to take the other half.
Who won the coaching carousel in the NFL? All these jobs are full now. There were 7 jobs in all. You had the Saints, the Jets, the Raiders, the Patriots, the Bears. Did I mention the Saints yet? You had Tampa Bay, and you had Dallas. Who
I think you missed one.
Did I miss one?
I don't think you read
Duval.
Oh,
I don't think you said the Jaguars.
I think I said Jacksonville or Jaguars. But
Did
I didn't
you?
say Duval, though. You're right.
I thought you said Tampa. Yeah, you said Tampa.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I was going based on the coach, not the team.
Yeah,
and I
see,
saw
I had
Cohen.
my finger on the button for the drop, and then
You're right, I did.
I gotta hear it again now.
I said Cohen, but I saw Cohen and I said Tampa.
Yeah.
That was my bad. You're right. I missed one. I whiffed. I went 6 for 7. Not bad. Better than Reed Shepherd shooting. Who do you think won the coaching carousel here, Blinkers?
I mean, I think Chicago did. I think that, we've waited over 2 years to see where Ben Johnson was going to land, but Ben Johnson seems like the guy that finally can do something in Chicago. Chicago's had a ton of swing and misses across the board, quarterbacks, coaches, and everything in between. And I think they finally got the right guy that, it has a really good concept of offense in today's NFL, has had a lot of good experience with the Lions, and I think that he's got a lot of quality personnel to work with now, especially at the skill position. So I think I'd say the Bears.
I have the Bears too. I'm a little surprised you said Chicago, though.
Really? Who do you have
Who do you have
one
one
over the
New England
Bears?
with
No, I said I had the Bears 1 too.
Oh, I thought you said you had
the
them
way
too.
you phrased
Yeah,
it, I thought you said you had them
too.
too.
I could have.
Okay.
I'm drunk on coffee. But no, I had the Bears 1 too. I'm surprised you have the Bears at 1 because whenever we were going through the offensive coaching search for the Texans, you gave a lot of priority on an experienced play caller, right? You didn't want a guy who had never called plays before. I'm surprised that you went Johnson, a guy who's never been a head coach before, over a Mike Vrabel or Pete Carroll who have done it well.
But I think the
Carroll's
most
Super Bowl
important
winner.
thing, if you go back to when the Texans were looking for a coach when they were going to draft a quarterback, and I said it was most important too to get an offensive-minded coach. So to have a guy like Caleb Williams that you took the number 1 overall pick and used on him, I think the most important thing is not only do you get everything that Ben Johnson brings offensively, but you bring it to a franchise that just drafted a quarterback.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I thought you were going to go with one of the veterans because it kind of your MO of going with the guys who have done it before versus the newcomers. No, I have Ben Johnson number 1 as well. I love what he did with Detroit. I'm very curious to see what Detroit looks like now that Ben Johnson's gone.
Yeah, especially when you saw what happened with Sirianni in Philadelphia after he lost both coordinators in 1 year. And, Dan Campbell seems to be more of a leader of men than he is, on either side of the football. And I'm going to be curious to see what they do and how they look.
Yeah, I have Ben Johnson number 1. The next one for me was difficult because I like Pete Carroll. I'm a culture guy. I think Pete Carroll is going to change the culture there. Their team's just not very good.
And he's 73,
That's
74?
okay. I'm not an ageist like you guys.
How long is he going to be
I'm
there?
not an ageist. I don't know, 3-4 years, change the culture, get it going on the right track.
Then hands it over and everything resets.
I mean, Brady's there now. They'll be fine.
Yeah, he's not coaching.
Everything that Brady touches
Brady was there
turns into
last
gold.
year.
You see that watch he had?
Yeah,
No, I didn't notice
everybody
that.
was
It's like-
talking
it's like
$600,000 watch.
I thought it was like in the
Is it
millions.
really?
No, I thought someone like literally got to the point online of saying this is a such and such model. This watch, $600,000
No, you're right.
block on his wrist.
I do remember that. And then what I saw is like the most expensive watches that have ever been bought. And there was like, I think the most expensive, or maybe not the most expensive, but I saw one with Ronaldo who had like a $2.1 million watch.
Shit.
Could you imagine?
I don't get it.
Like you could buy
I
a
don't either.
house anywhere you want. The dude,
Especially
he
since
bought real estate on his wrist.
Yeah, I used to have a lot of watches back in the day when I was dressing up more every
What
day.
was the most expensive one you had?
I have a Breitling.
How much is that? I don't wear jewelry at all other than my wedding ring, and I take it off as soon as I get home.
A Breitling is
You take off your
several
ring
thousand-
when you get home?
I don't like
Several
anything on
thousand
me.
dollars.
I'm like an always nude.
So you
How
strip
much?
down as soon as you
Couple-
enter the
I
door?
mean,
Kinda. I mean, I'm decent. I could answer the door.
probably several $1,000s.
Several thousand? Okay, so 4 figures.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
I don't get the whole watch thing.
But I
Like,
don't need a watch anymore. I
Yeah,
just,
that's my-
because
You
of the
have a
fact that
phone.
you have a phone. So,
Right.
yeah, and
But
also
people-
because I'm not even doing business casual anymore, I don't need a watch.
like growing up in the 90s, I would have a watch because we didn't have smartphones. But once smartphones
Right.
became a thing, I get it's kind of a
It's a
status
fashion
symbol.
thing. It's a fashion
It's fashion.
status.
It's status symbol. Hey, people are looking up how much did Tom Brady's watch cost. So I get that part of it, but I just don't understand why people wear watches in general.
Well,
now.
you don't put any value in fashion and status.
Very true.
I don't.
Very
I don't
true.
either. That's why I can relate here. You have to put value in fashion and status, and a lot of people do.
Yeah,
Cars,
that's true.
watches,
It's just a
they're
mindset I
all-
can't get into.
Right.
For
Well, I'm
those,
with you.
yes.
I'm with you on that. I
Those
agree.
are status symbols.
I don't like wearing jewelry. I don't like stuff like on me and stuff like because I end up playing with it. Like I play with my ring. But I also don't I wouldn't spend a bunch of money for a wristwatch that I'm going to wear a couple of times a year. So Brady probably had that gifted to him, like his advertisement too, though. I don't know. Who knows? But I have Ben Johnson, number 1, Mike Vrabel, number 2.
I did as well.
I have Pete Carroll, number 3. I told you I like Pete Carroll. I'm a fan of the olds. I have Aaron Glenn, number 4. Shout out Nimitz. I have Kellen Moore, number 5. I think that team's lousy, though. I have Liam Cohen, number 6. And then I have Brian Schottenheimer, number 7. Maybe a little rusty. It's okay. I
Yeah, a
understand.
little rusty.
So those are my
If
7.
you took Pete Carroll, moved him down, and then just moved up Aaron Glenn and Kellen Moore, I would agree with your list.
So you have Carroll at 5,
Yeah,
Glenn 3, Moore at 4.
right.
I have Glenn 3 as well, and I have Liam Cohen at 4.
You like Liam?
I just think that he can. He's a good offensive mind for
Okay.
a franchise that needs an offensive mind with Trevor Lawrence.
You have an offensive bias,
Yeah,
which
and-
I'm cool with. I think I have an offensive
I don't
bias.
like
for
how
head
much
coaches,
credit
too.
people are giving him for Baker, though. That was a Dave Canales thing. I mean, Dave Canales has the track record with Geno, then Baker, then the second half of last year with Bryce Young. I don't know. I know Baker's performance did go up. Like, it was even better in 24 than it was in 23. But I don't like how much credit Liam Cohen is for turning around, Baker Mayfield. I've heard that narrative out of Jacksonville, and I don't see it. I thought that was Dave Canales.
He made Will Levis.
That one's fair because obviously Will Levis hasn't really done anything since he was with Liam Cohen. That one is fair, but the Baker Mayfield thing, it feels misplaced.
And he rubbed elbows with Sean McVay.
Yeah, there you hit it. Yeah, I mean,
Rubbed elbows with Sean
remember
McVay.
years ago where it was mentioned in Cliff Kingsbury's press release that he was friends with Sean McVay. I mean, I'll never forget that one. So there is definitely an element to that. If you're friends with Sean McVay, then that goes on the resume.
He did a Zoom with Sean McVay.
I think Schottenheimer's dead last.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think Kellen Moore can coach. I think that there's a chance that he could be very good, but like you said, I don't think he's got anything to work with there.
No, he could fail. I think he's a great hire, but the likelihood of him failing is decently high, just because, like you said, I mean, between the
I hope he
salary
got
cap
4 or
and the
5
roster.
years of good money because he might be looking soon.
Yeah.
Texture said that watch was $745K. That's more than my career earnings. I'm jealous. Texture Chicago, and then actually the Jets. I think Aaron Glenn's going to do a great job there, especially being they got Aaron Rodgers out of there right away. Did you see that request where he told Rodgers, like, hey, you can't do McAfee anymore?
Yeah.
You have to be here all of training
I saw
camp.
that
All
report.
mandatory practices, yeah, you have to be at.
I like Glenn.
Why is that a stretch? I mean, I understand that the biggest thing is you can't tell someone what to do in their free time, but
I mean, you can't.
Mandatory practices. That's the one where he went to Egypt last year, I guess, and had the unexcused.
Yeah. He's like, I already had that planned. I do want Rodgers to keep playing in the NFL, though.
I think he will.
He's got to compete the circle. Complete the circle going to Minnesota.
Let's talk about that on the other side. Let's talk about that on the other side and the biggest off-season questions in the NFL. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Killer Beast on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let the good times roll. Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational, benefiting Kids Mills. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, March 4th at 10:30 a.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch from Brown Bag Deli, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. 18 holes of golf. Register now, ESPN975.com, under the promotions tab, and use code EARLYBIRD for a $97.50 registration for a limited time. You boys do the king cake?
No.
Never been a fan of it, no.
Craig Ackerman's scared of the baby.
You guys are not fun.
He hated the.
I know. I saw it. He's remember the Pelicans had the baby.
Yeah, that's what started
mascot.
It.
Yeah. That Pelicans baby.
He was
mascot
terrified
was
of the Pelicans full sized and more king cake baby.
I don't think he's unique in that. I think that
was a
mascot was found to be
creepy
universally
creepy.
horrifying.
It was creepy. But no, I like some king cake. I haven't had one in a while, but then you have to find the baby and all that. It's cool.
Yeah.
I like how they do that. We should get a king cake here. Are
Eh.
you what do you mean? What do you have against king cake?
Like it's not great cake. What's the point? Oh, cool, you found the little baby thing. So
It's
who
kind of like a
cares?
sweetbread.
Yeah,
really
it's
more
like,
than
I don't
anything.
know.
I like sweetbread though. I think I like sweetbread more than I like cake. Like
I've seen you and I've had the conversation. I don't like all the massive amounts of frosting.
Yeah.
I like the cake.
I like a little sweet cake. Some pan dulce never hurt nobody.
Yeah, cake's kind of it's not. It wouldn't make my top 5 of desserts, so it's not really a needle mover.
All right, put it in the rundown tomorrow. Top 5 desserts. King cake not included.
No, overrated.
Wow.
Trash ass dessert.
Whoa.
What do you call it?
I can't repeat what he just said.
Really?
My
Come on.
goodness.
You can choose not to, but we're allowed to say it on air.
It's debatable. Well, that's not debatable. Yeah, that's correct. Do you like anything from Louisiana?
Yeah, I mean, I like the beignets. I like
Beignets
gumbo.
are good.
I like Cajun food in general.
We had a question on Mailbag Monday: seafood gumbo or that trash chicken and sausage gumbo?
Oh, seafood.
It's got to be seafood.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not a big fan of chicken or sausage, chicken and sausage gumbo.
No, I
seafood
would take,
gumbo elite.
Yeah, if it's I'm forgetting. I'm blanking now on the term for that. Andouille, like if it's just andouille sausage, but I don't need it with the chicken. I don't get the two protein there.
Probably just filling.
Yeah, maybe so.
Red beans and rice.
Oh, yeah.
Jambalaya.
It's great.
Oh, I love Cajun food. All right, Aaron Rodgers' next team odds. This was from U Stadium from Bet Online. There might be different odds for different books. The favorite to land Aaron Rodgers are the Pittsburgh Steelers at plus 100. San Francisco plus 300, New Orleans plus 500, Raiders plus 700, Seattle and Cleveland plus 1,000. So the favorite, why are you looking at me funny?
I'm listening.
Was yours book different?
No.
Were Steelers the favorite in your book?
I think number 2 was different.
Really?
I think number 2 was the Raiders that I saw.
Oh, this one's 4th. But the Pittsburgh Steelers, the favorite to land Aaron Rodgers. Do you like this?
I just don't see this.
I don't. Kylan trying to get fired?
I don't think they're going to
these
do
cool
this.
guys.
I think that if it's either going to be Fields or Russ, and they'll pick between the two. I mean, I've heard from some people. I think Jeremy Fowler said that it's not off the table that Russ could return to Pittsburgh, even though a lot of people have said the writing's on the wall that he's already out and Fields is their guy. I just don't think Rodgers is a fit there. I don't think he'd probably want to go there. But I don't consider them in the top 4.
I think this would be great entertainment. I think he would be an upgrade. I think he's better than Russell Wilson.
He and Tomlin, I could see button heads right away.
How many coaches has Aaron Rodgers butted heads with?
I think more than you think.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, McCarthy and Saleh, I guess, right?
Yeah. At the end, he and McCarthy were barely speaking. And they were total frustration because McCarthy would call plays in that Rodgers, because it was McCarthy's play call, would change it.
I vaguely remember LaFleur not loving that he couldn't call certain plays.
They definitely. I don't think it was as to the same level as McCarthy, but there's definitely been a disconnect between for the same reason.
Well, then that's 3 out of 3.
Yeah. I think he would be. I think he'd be an upgrade at their quarterback position, and I think that they have a defense that is capable. That's pretty good.
Didn't the Jets?
The George Pickens thing is kind of crazy. Do I think the Steelers' defense is better than the Jets' defense? Yeah, I do.
I don't think. I think the margin is not so great that Aaron Rodgers puts them over the top. Is my point.
Probably not, but I do think it's an upgrade. I think it's an upgrade, and plus, I want to see it.
I'm here for the drama.
I want Aaron
I don't
Rodgers
think
to
it
be a
helps
starter.
them much.
I want him to be a starter in the NFL again. What was the team that you thought made sense?
I thought the Raiders make a lot of sense because I think Mark Davis is always looking for a splash. I think that Aiden O'Connell and company aren't the kind of guys that that any team wants to lead their football team, especially if they're trying to turn it around quickly. I think that Aaron Rodgers would make a whole lot of sense for the Raiders.
See, I don't know about that.
And I think the Niners, if they decide that they're going to kind of draw the line in the sand and they're not going to go past a certain dollar point for Purdy, it makes a whole the homecoming.
Purdy's not free though. Purdy's not a free agent.
Oh, that's right.
Like San Francisco's second here, and the thought there is he'd be the backup for Purdy in case Purdy got injured.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be a backup.
I don't think he's opposed to it.
Really?
I don't think he's that opposed to it. Yeah, I think he likes being in the locker room. I think he likes being relevant. I think he wants to play on a good team. I think he looks at that situation as a place where he could win a Super Bowl. I think he likes the system. I think he would love the idea of playing for Shanahan. And most backup quarterbacks get a shot.
I just think he's still hell bent on starting somewhere.
Maybe so. Yeah, I mean, maybe so. I don't know his true motives, but that would be fun. Pittsburgh would be fun. San Francisco would be interesting. I just don't know how much he would play. Raiders is would Tom Brady sign off on his peer in Aaron Rodgers? Like they were cohorts, like they went toe to toe.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, like that's my.
But if he
hang up
wants
there.
his franchise, if he thinks if he thinks he can still play and thinks he's a better option than what they have, then I think he's Brady's not playing anymore. I think he could say, yeah, I think Aaron Rodgers short term makes us better.
See, they're talking about Russ with Pete Carroll again.
I could see that too.
The reunion there that they've kind of that they've been able to mend their relationship.
I just don't see, like, if the thought is like Aaron Rodgers is still capable, I don't know if the Raiders are really in that spot this year. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they're not going to win.
They're a year what of the rebuild? I mean, they're obviously clearly behind the Chiefs and the Broncos. Like, I mean, if Rodgers wants to play there, that's fine, and if it makes sense financially, whatever. But like, I don't get the idea of, well, Rodgers is still that guy, so we should sign him because it makes our team better. They're not ready to compete right now anyway.
Yeah, they wouldn't. He'd be playing, but he wouldn't be winning.
Yeah, like I wouldn't make that move. I'd make that move only if it made sense financially, not necessarily for win-loss record, because they're not ready to compete.
Texture, do we have to talk about AR offseason again? A little bit here and there. It's in the news today.
What was Tennessee on that list?
Not on the one I saw.
I've heard Tennessee rumblings as well.
That'd be interesting. Probably would require a trade down, which they said is something that they're considering, that they're open for business.
I want Minnesota to be on the list.
Texture Huey said Rodgers to the Vikings to keep chasing the ghost of Favre.
Not only that, I mean, obviously maybe to be there in case McCarthy's not ready. Plus the argument if he's got weapon, obviously the best weapons he's had since Devontae was in his prime. I'd be Kevin O'Connell's obviously turned around everyone, so maybe he gets something out of Rodgers that we haven't seen in a few years.
He gets to play with Aaron Jones again. He gets a chance to get back at Green Bay twice a year.
Yep.
He gets a team that, besides quarterback, is ready to win. And if Sam Darnold moves on to greener pastures financially, that he gets a chance to step right in and take them to that level that Darnold couldn't do. It has all the writing on the wall that it would make sense.
I agree with you all that it does, but I don't want to see it happen. I want to see McCarthy play. I want J.J. McCarthy to get the
As a Packer fan, I don't want to see it happen. Because I've already been through one.
Rodgers there?
Yeah, the revenge tour I've had enough of.
I've seen the whole, if Darnold leaves, they're going to sign Daniel Jones. And they had him in-house. He would be the bridge in case McCarthy's not ready, or he'd be the backup if McCarthy's ready. That makes more sense to me from a Minnesota perspective. I don't think they want to deal with the drama.
Oh, they don't. I'm selfishly, as a fan, wanting to watch the drama. I want to see it. But you're right. It makes no sense to actually do it for the Vikings.
Our resident Steeler fan, Tamara, she says Rodgers would never be in Pittsburgh. Tomlin would never go for that.
So that's kind of was my first.
Tamara says I bookmarked it in case she's wrong, because I'm not above putting Tamara on Bad Take Boulevard, so I'm kind of rooting for Rodgers to go to Pittsburgh so Tamara can make the list.
It feels like she's saying Tomlin's not willing to sign divas, but he signed Russell Wilson.
I don't think Russ is as big a diva as we think.
I
think Russ was basically on his last chance.
He alienated half that
situation. He had to be on his best behavior.
I think he got humbled though. I think he's much different now than when the period of time that you're speaking.
That's what I'm saying. This was his last chance to dance, and that this was he better either straighten up or he was going to go home, and no one was going to sign him for any role.
He's just so I think the best example I could think of how over the top image conscious it seems Russell Wilson is at time. And I know that I see this from playing the Immaculate Grids. He's the only player that shows up wearing eye black in his photo.
And cares about his vision.
He's just so image conscious. He always has to be. I don't know. It's just annoying. I if you're willing to deal with Russell, I mean, what did I'm forgetting the name of the Broncos coach, Sean Payton. What Sean Payton, first thing he did when he got to Denver, he had to fire Russell Wilson's personal quarterbacks coach. I mean, Russell Wilson has been a diva in the past, so if Tomlin's willing to deal with that,
wasn't he getting hammered this last year where he wasn't going to play and they were going to make him inactive, but he came out in uniform, or he was on the sidelines the entire game in uniform anyway?
Russ?
Yeah,
I know Jameis did that. I don't know about Russ.
I want to say I vaguely remember.
Yeah, I think that happened. I really do.
I wonder. Yeah, I remember Jameis did it he was suspended though.
He was suspended.
Jameis was suspended in that game. He came out in full uniform and went through warm-ups.
Yep.
And Jameis Winston is one of a kind.
Well,
His videos
he had
before
a
the Super
lot of
Bowl
fun
were
during
amazing.
Super Bowl week.
Oh, yeah, the video of
so
him
funny.
eating and talking to the W beignet was fantastic. He ate a W beignet.
He's nuts.
It was
man.
amazing.
I didn't have immaculate grid on my bingo card for the Killer Bees today.
Well, I'm back, baby.
We need a Killer Bee bingo card. That's what we need to do. Matthew Stafford, CBS put a list of teams that he could go play for. Pittsburgh was number 1 there. You know what I'm learning is that Pittsburgh wants a quarterback, any quarterback that they can find. And they're probably not going to draft one because they're right there in the middle of the draft.
I've heard Giants.
Giants were 2.
I've heard Giants.
Apparently his brother-in-law works there.
Oh, I don't know that. I apparently his wife is very outspoken about the fact that
Here it is. There's a family connection for Stafford in New York now. ESPN reported Monday that the Giants are hiring former Jacksonville assistant Chad Hall to be their new assistant quarterbacks coach. Hall is the brother of Stafford's wife. It's his brother-in-law.
Oh, brother-in-law. Okay.
They get brother-in-law in the Big Apple.
I have heard that the wife has been very vocal on her podcast about the fact that
Are you telling her to shut up and cook?
that she was upset. They were upset that Cooper Kupp wasn't shown more loyalty, and that Cooper Kupp meant something to Stafford as well, that they want to play elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, is he gonna what's he got to Neighbors? What does he get to work with the Giants?
I can't
Neighbors
imagine
is a stud.
He is awesome.
Neighbors, I like their running back. I like Tracy a lot. I think Tracy's good. I don't think the skills as bad there as you think.
I don't know that he wants to go from LA to the cold weather again of New York and play outside.
Who's behind Neighbors, though? I mean, Slayton's a free agent. Wandale never really took
Wandale
off.
had a big year this year.
Big?
I mean, he caught 75 passes.
Okay. I maybe I missed it. I guess I didn't realize he had caught that many.
I'm not that confident in that. So let me look that up real quick.
He
caught 93.
He caught Wandale Robinson got 93
He caught
passes?
93 for 699 yards.
Well, all of they
quick
must have
outs.
been a ton of screen passes then.
Yeah,
93
I remember.
for what?
I remember he had 93 for 699.
I've never seen that
I
many
knew
catches.
I knew
with that
his
few
receptions
yards.
were high though, because I've been trying to draft them because
I
his
wonder-
PPR number is high.
I wonder if that's the record for fewest yards with 90 plus catches.
Probably. It's probably close.
Resident Giants fan Todd the Show says that then the rumor would be that they would draft Travis Hunter to go with Neighbors for Stafford.
Why would the corner play wide receiver? I don't get that. Maybe they could also bring in Kupp.
That's not on Dion's approved list. So
No,
that's
I think
out.
Stafford in New York actually makes sense. I think he'd be good for Dable's offense. I still think he has enough in the tank. I do think him in there in New York would make sense. Vegas is number 3, Minnesota is number 4. So kind of the same as
Remember too
Rodgers.
that
That's your market for veteran quarterbacks.
There was the whole Shanahan was in Cabo trying to get Stafford as well when they found out that he might be and that he was upset that McVay got him and he didn't.
I think that was pre-Purdy though.
Well, I'm saying it was,
Yeah.
but maybe that's why if Shanahan's enamored with him, depending on again what happens in San Francisco, and you said Purdy's got a year left, but if they,
Yeah, I don't think
Think
San
they trade
Francisco's
him?
an option for Stafford.
you think they would trade Purdy?
I think it'd be a long shot. I mean, I'm not opposed to it because I don't want to pay Purdy $50
Right.
million
If you don't
a
want
year.
to pay him and you know he's going to walk next year, if there's a franchise willing to give you and him what they're looking for, then there's a chance that Stafford could be the stopgap in Frisco.
Trade him to the Raiders.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea. I just think it's very unlikely. Very unlikely that'll happen.
With 1 year to go, it's probably right.
713-780-ESPN. Yesterday, a texter, he told that we were doing the GMs, ranked your GMs right now in Houston. They wanted us to rank the all-time greatest GMs in Houston sports history. So because we're puppets and we do what our listeners want, we'll do that next. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Fox 26 just tweeted the push to bring regulated, taxed, and licensed sports betting in Texas is now one step closer.
What happened?
I'd read that the
I don't know, I
governor's
haven't read
actually
yet.
in favor of it, so that seems
go.
like a major obstacle.
Let's go. Let's bring gambling to Texas. I want it. Absolutely, I want it. Y'all want it?
Of
I think it'd be
course.
fun.
I think the
For
question
sure.
is like, what are we most likely to get? I think they're probably going to start small with like things like slots and whatnot. I don't know if we'll necessarily get sports gambling for a while.
Slots be terrible.
I agree, but I think they start small.
Oh my God.
What?
Hembo just tweeted out. We were talking about Anthony
Who?
Rendon. Hembo, the stat guy for ESPN, Paul Hembakaitis.
Never heard of her.
He also kind of co-hosted the Greenie Show with Mike Greenberg.
Oh, I remember Greeny bringing him up whenever we had him on for that book.
Oh, that's right.
We
Yeah,
were
he
forced
did. Yeah,
to
they
by-
co-wrote the book.
When
That's
we were
right.
forced
That's
to
right.
by ESPN.
So now with Rendon and all the games he hasn't played, they paid him $152 million for a 3.7 WAR. Josh Hamilton $108 million for a 2.7 WAR. CJ Wilson, the pitcher, $78 million for a 5.7 WAR. Gary Matthews $49 million for no WAR, and Zach Cozart $25 million for a 1.1 WAR. That's a whole hell of a lot of money and not a whole lot of return.
War?
Wins above replacement.
What is it good for? Not much for the Angels.
Oh, now look at you quoting a song and Mr. Musically Inclined.
That's bad ROI.
It is.
It's bad money. It's stupid money chasing bad money is what that is.
When you look at the games played for Anthony Rendon over the course of that entire contract, wow, did they get screwed over?
Yeah. Yeah. You're killing my car wreck, though, there, Blank.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. I have some other numbers on it, too, that are pretty awful. So we had a texter yesterday. We were having that conversation, the top coaches, top GMs throughout the entire sports history. And they're like, well, just rank the top three coaches in Houston sports, or top three GMs in Houston sports history, specifically GMs. Name the top three GMs throughout Houston sports history. Text those in 713-780-ESPN. Get ready for Eat Drink HTX kicking off on February 15th. 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for two great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX, sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out, do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus right now at eatdrinkhtx.com. Who are your top three, Blankers?
To me, Jeff Luno is one. I'm going to say Daryl Morey is two.
Wow.
And I'm going to say Nick Caserio is three.
Wow.
You're missing, I thought of, man, okay.
You have two guys on your top three that did not make my top three.
I think,
Didn't
look,
make my
as
top
much
three.
as, and I
have two of the same.
As much as I have criticized Daryl, I think Daryl brought a lot of talent. He made the trade to get James Harden here. And I think that the Rockets would have been wallowing in mediocrity for a long time if he hadn't made that move. And what he gave up turned out to be very little for what he got. So I have to give him his flowers. And from a Caserio perspective, he got, he did what Rick Smith wasn't able to do, which is, he's actually hit on some other than first round picks, and he got a quarterback, and he went out in free agency and trades and did the things that might be the starting of the best opportunity for the Texans to go where they have not gotten before. So those are my three.
Okay. Who was the internet shows Bob Weinhauer as the general manager for
but Bob
the
shouldn't get
Rocket
credit.
titles or he was the GM during the time the Rockets won their titles. But wasn't it Patterson
CD?
that was making the moves?
It was CD.
I thought it was Patterson.
CD Rudy did a lot of it, and Bob Weinhauer.
Well, Carroll was on the bench, wasn't he? Wasn't he an assistant?
He was, but they both had the ear of Charlie Thomas before Les bought the team.
Wasn't Patterson the president?
Steve Patterson was definitely.
I thought he was making the roster moves.
I don't think so. I mean, Bob, but to my, and then I worked with those guys.
My list. I thought
Bob
it was
the guy that actually was there once the roster was pretty much already complete, and then CD was the guy that pulled the trade along with Rudy for Clyde to get the second one.
Yeah. So, but Dawson was still on the bench though, right?
Yes,
because he was an assistant all the way through the '97 season.
So Carroll was supposed to get it when they fired Chaney, and Carroll didn't think health-wise he was ready for it. So he went to Rudy as the story, and they verified the story.
I thought Patterson wanted Rudy.
They wanted Carroll. Carroll felt like physically he wasn't ready for it. So Carroll went to Rudy and said, you got to take this thing because otherwise we're both going to lose our jobs. Rudy was hesitant, but took it with Carroll as his assistant.
The book, the Punch
Bader's book. Oh,
no, the Punch says that Patterson wanted Rudy. Rudy was hesitant to take it because he didn't want to do that to Chaney, but Carroll Dawson talked him into it.
One way or another, Carroll talked Rudy into taking it because
but
there was a camp that wanted Carroll to get it.
Yeah.
And he had paid his dues whatever to be ready to do it.
He was higher on the pecking order.
Yeah, and he didn't want to do it.
Because Rudy was the last assistant. But he had the name value of being the player. So I don't know who to give credit to the championship winning teams for the Rockets.
See, I don't think Bob. I think that it was pretty much constructed. And I don't know how long Bob was actually with the Rockets. I thought about putting Carroll on the list too. God rest his soul. Love him, and as a human being and all he did for that franchise, he's worthy of being on the list as well.
Yeah, so I don't know who to give credit to the Rockets. If it was Weinhauer should be included. If Patterson was the one who was the architect of those teams, then he should be here. If Carroll Dawson was kind of doing both roles, he should be there. But if let's disqualify all of them for the sake of conversation. I did have Weinhauer or whoever was in charge number 2. I have all baseball guys here. Third on my list, if we're dismissing the Rockets guys, being the architect of the title winning teams. Jerry Hunsaker's number 3 for me. Loved me some Jerry Hunsaker.
I'm with you.
He was far before his time. Loved me some Jerry Hunsaker. We know that I have a championship bias. James Click, number 2. James Click, a lot of shrewd moves, rebuilt the bullpen. Remember, he got Yiner Diaz, traded away his everyday center fielder. James Click also re-signed Yordan Alvarez on a stupid team-friendly deal. That's the best thing James Click ever did. And then number 1 is Jeff Luhnow. Jeff Luhnow's number 1. None of the football guys deserve to be on here yet. Daryl Morey, I thought, was vastly overrated. I think he was very good at bringing in talent. I thought he was terrible at building teams. And look, they never got past the Western Conference Finals. So I have to go Hunsaker, Click, Luhnow.
Yeah, I've got number 3. I've got Tim Papura.
Oh, get out of here!
Then Brian Gaines,
and
then Bill O'Brien. Those are my
What was your
3.
second?
Tim Papura, Brian Gaines.
I'll arrive there.
I mean, the only reason Brian Gaines not higher is because the more brilliant Bill O'Brien took over when he pushed him out of town. No, I mean, Luhnow's number 1. It feels like the conversation should start. Who's after Luhnow? Because anyone who doesn't say Luhnow number 1 is crazy. I'd put CD at 2 because I guess I was wrong, but I thought he was in control of at least the second Rockets title run. And then I had Daryl Morey 3.
Oh, overrate Morey.
Yeah, but you can't. See, I think
how do you have Morey ahead of a championship winning GM?
I think CD, because again, it was by committee in a lot of ways, but I think Carroll did a lot. I probably should have Carroll higher than I should probably have Carroll 2, because Carroll, regardless of what his title was, he had an influence. They won the lottery, but he did enough research and he knew enough, and Yao was the easy pick. But just the way they handled everything around Yao, the guys they brought in, the way he was able to work with the different coaches. But you have to give Daryl his flowers because he got so many different guys after he got Harden to try. He was able to just keep pulling the trigger on big name after big name to run next to Harden just to have a chance. And whether it's Chris Paul or Dwight Howard or Russell Westbrook, they always said, well, it's impossible to trade some of those guys or you're not going to get value in return. He still did a lot to make that team hyper competitive, though they never got over the hump.
I don't disagree. Flowers are one thing. Being in the top 3 all time in the city is another. Where do you have them? 713-780-ESPN. Also, car wreck of the day coming up next. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. My colleague, U of H class of 1990, he's been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. You're not reading off a menu. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to sit you down. They're going to work with you, and they're going to create a plan for what you and your business need. You probably really wish you had them right now. The heart of tax season. Their customer service, second to none. I mentioned Mike Hawley a little bit earlier. He's the bee's knees. Chris Fisher over there, he's fantastic as well. All the fine people over at HR&P. Customer service is elite. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. Of course, I can speak to that customer service. We use HR&P here at Gal. Anytime I have a question, quick response, easy to understand. Thankful that we have HR&P. So employees, if you care about your employers, give them a little HR&P in their lives. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out on the web at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Busy slate rest of the night. Soccer Matters at 6. Glenn Davis, Hall of Fame, that jobber Booker T and Brad Gilmore. And then Comicast coming up at 8 o'clock. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers?
My car wreck of the day is Ryan Hollins. And not for what you think. Ryan Hollins went viral because in the game this weekend between the Rockets and the Toronto Raptors, Ryan Hollins had a 5-second snippet in which he called a play that involved Grady Dick in such a way that everybody decided to run with it. It happens. The name lends itself to everybody trying to isolate and have fun with calls. Some announcers that I'll remain nameless actually like making those calls that sound that way because they think it's funny.
Who's that?
And they have fun with it. And then Ryan did what, as a color analyst, you have to do when calling a play involving Grady Dick. He's the car wreck of the day to me because he came out and apologized for it. He has no business having to apologize for it. He shouldn't apologize for it. He did nothing wrong. And I saw it and I was like, oh man, you don't have to do that.
Don't you think that means he got pressure from somewhere?
No,
I don't think so at all. I think that he felt
own?
like he realized and people were tagging him on the fact that they were constantly repurposing his comment.
I've called 2 Grady Dick games. He was at Kansas.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, how did you choose to do it?
What do you mean? I said his last name.
Okay.
Said his last name. I don't see, like, I agree with you. He shouldn't have apologized.
But that's mine.
I don't
should
really
not
think
have apologized.
it wasn't really an apology. I mean, it was a half apology. Like, he sent out the context, all of this. He says, above all, if there's anyone offended, I send my apologies.
That's an apology.
I don't know. I'm not a big believer in that. If anybody's offended, I apologize. That's not really an apology. An apology is like, hey,
yeah. If you set it up that way, that's not an apology.
I don't think that's an apology.
That's how he finished.
But it's okay.
But
he didn't owe anybody an apology. I agree.
He didn't even need to do that.
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
But like the whole, if there's anybody I offended, I apologize. That's not an apology.
But even the fact that he typed out several paragraphs to try and explain everything.
He added the context.
There's really no need for any of that. And if people really cared to find the true meaning of it instead of just the chuckle that they wanted to get out of it, they could have gone back and watched any part of the part of the game that happened and realized he didn't do this purposefully and tried to get this attention.
No one was like mad at him though.
No
one was mad at him. It was just
Brian
funny.
asking if there was nobody, in my belief, there's nobody in the organization or at the Shin that basically said you got to apologize.
Yeah, I don't think he should have apologized. We
Unlike some of the stuff I've been
apologies
through with some of the guys.
You were forced to apologize?
Oh, there was apologies that had to be made.
On the air?
Because of things that were said, there was apologies that had to be made for people that were offended by things that were said.
What did you have to apologize for on the air?
We had to issue apologies for some things that some of our guys said.
What? Like what?
I mean, people that know the Rockets over the years on TV know them.
But we want to know.
I mean, you're not going to be. How many years ago it was? You're not going to be litigated.
No, we know that there's been. Look, the notorious one that
Baby
is
Seals?
over and over again is Club and Baby Seals.
That was hilarious.
That's one of them.
I laughed my ass off.
There's worse that offended bigger groups of people. I'll just say that.
What were they?
I'll tell you when we get off the air.
Oh, come on. That's boring. I don't want to know off the air.
Well, then I won't tell you.
Tell me
That's
on
cool.
the air or nothing at all.
Cool.
I'm
really
a
good
voice
with
for the
nothing at all.
voiceless.
Thank you, CM Punk.
I have 2. Mahomes versus Rocker. We'll talk about that and great to tell tomorrow. The greatest sports feuds of all time. Did you know it was Pat Mahomes Sr. and John Rocker? They're going to go toe-to-toe, by the way. Barstool going to have them with a celebrity fight. Rocker's going to win. And then Anthony Rendone's hips. He's having hip surgery.
Yeah.
What do you got, Brian?
I'll quickly say Jeremy Branham for saying bee's knees in his last live reading.
There's nothing wrong with that. It means you're good company. Who's winning? Who's winning? No, it's not inaccurate.
You guys call it.
We'll go with the apology thing because he shouldn't have done that. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.